The plot of this film is purely fictional. Don't take it seriously. Please don't imitate it. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Thank you for your support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation for updating. Chapter 1: The Beginning. The endless yellow sand extends to the end of the vision. Endless. There are intermittent loud noises in the distance, like the howling of the wind and the roar of the beast. Even at a long distance, it still shakes the earth. Although it is a desert terrain, the temperature here is not high. This may be related to those things in the sky. The reason why I use those things to describe it is because Xingwen can't use accurate words to describe them. The red existence between solid and liquid flows slowly in the sky, and another piece of silver-white light is far away from it, as if it has substance. Between them, there are scattered luminous bodies of different forms, round stars, and crescent-like stars. The wind suddenly blew on the calm sand, and the sound of wood creaking came. Xingwen looked at the cabin in front of him. The wind blew slightly, and the whole wooden structure swayed. It was a real dangerous building. A scene beyond imagination. A mechanical voice without any emotion sounded from Xingwen's mind. Why are you not excited at all? This is a good question. Xingwen looked around the barren, empty and uninhabited desert, and sincerely asked the unknown creature who claimed to be the wish-come-true system. Why do you think I am not excited? Sorry. I am currently in a low-intelligence state. The other party answered his question in a serious manner, but according to the answer provided by the database. Maybe it is because you think everything in front of you is different from what you imagined? Xingwen stretched out his hand. He almost forgot that he was floating in the desert in the form of a ball of light. And he didn't have a hand. The ball of light floating in the air moved and calmed down again. Xingwen felt that the fact that he could still communicate with the other party calmly was already a miracle. My wish is to play a holographic game. He looked around the desert and asked the other party, what does this have to do with holographic games? The system's answer was impeccable. Insufficient energy. The game has not been loaded yet. This is the initial screen before the game starts. Xingwen glanced at the endless desert and the shabby cabin. Even the worst games know how to lure players with attractive appearances on the packaging. Xingwen is not sure yet whether the holographic game provided by this so-called system is an epic-making holographic game beyond imagination or a bait from the devil. But if it is the latter, then the devil may need to study advertising. No normal person would be tempted after witnessing this desolate and absurd scene in front of him. But since Xingwen is not a normal person, the conversation can continue. Xingwen's eyes lingered on the desolate scenery. The desert was like the surface of the sea, undulating and flowing. Every grain of sand was clearly discernible, and even the smallest details could not be found to be false. It was so real that it exceeded people's definition of games. How do I get the energy to load the game? The system's reply was stereotyped and flat, to explain it in a way that humans can understand. It comes from attention. An unexpected answer. Xingwen looked at the ramshackle cabin, which was close at hand, but so far away. Just as the system had said before, the game had not yet been loaded. And as a spectator, he did not have permission to interact with the existence here. Some existence had isolated him from this world with great certainty, as if he was really just watching the introduction screen of a holographic game. Follow? Xingwen's mind was spinning with thoughts, and his words were a bit doubtful. You want me to be a star? Just to load a holographic game? Whether it was the former or the latter, it sounded equally outrageous. The system denied this. I don't think you would like to be a star. Very considerate, Xingwen thought, and even considered my personal preferences a very different considerateness from the system's stereotypes. The definition of this attention is the sight and attention that people focus on you. In other words, this is the public's recognition of you. The system explained in a serious manner, based on the current level of technology. This recognition has many forms. The system paused for a few seconds and gave a direct answer. I think, for safety and convenience reasons, it is a better choice to shift the focus on you to the game. The system's current performance is a bit like an unskilled little devil, using bait to lure prey unfamiliarly, because it is too unfamiliar, so that the prey easily perceives the purpose. I understand why you don't trust me. The system paused for a few seconds again. Since we haven't signed a contract yet, you have the right to refuse me. Xingwen's eyes wandered around the world, and he said casually, whether it suddenly appeared in my mind or claimed to be a wish fulfillment system. It's incredible. Of course, the most incredible thing is the scene in front of him. A holographic game that is extremely close to the real world. System, have you seen Doraemon? Xingwen, So you are my great-great-great-grandson who sent me to change my life? System, yes. He Xingwen, I hope you can answer me honestly. The system quickly changed its words. No. He Xingwen retracted his gaze, and fell on the small and dilapidated cabin behind him. I have a hunch. He said, take this step. I may change the whole world. Humans are always unpredictable. The system glanced at its database. I thought you would like these. In fact, He Xingwen's reaction exceeded his expectations. This should not have happened. If someone knows how these predictions of the system are constructed, that involves a lot of scientific theories. It will be clear that exceeding the system's expectations itself means there is a problem. Here it comes again. That subtle sense of intimacy. As if they are in the same position. He Xingwen, indeed. He dragged his voice, and said slowly, but changeability is human nature. He changed the subject. So, the so-called shifting the focus on individuals to games specifically means system, combining the technology and social trends of the Earth. I think becoming an up master is the best choice. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds and gave a dry evaluation. You really understand humans very well. So, you mean that in order to officially load the game, I should first become an up master? To be precise, become an up master in the game area. The system corrected. Let me guess. This up master in the game area. He Xingwen said slowly. The uploaded game video may be related to this holographic game? This is the fastest way to gain popularity. System, an unimaginable game will cause people to respond unimaginably. Unimaginable game? He Xingwen turned his head and looked at the shaky cabin behind him. Something is wrong. To be precise, everything has been wrong since the system met He Xingwen. If the system is still in its complete form, it may be able to get answers to all the questions. But as he said before, he is currently in a low intelligence state and many functions are restricted. He Xingwen retracted his gaze and moved the topic to the next step. We can go back and talk. The ball of light slowly disappeared, and the cabin returned to peace. The existence that made a loud noise in the distance was finally able to approach the desert without restrictions. The strong wind swept up the yellow sand, covering the sky and the sun. Behind the almost substantial shadow of the storm floated an almost invisible shadow. It was like the scene before the end of the world. No existence could survive such a natural disaster. The shadow swept everything and came quickly from afar. Sometimes, destruction comes so suddenly, and here, it is everywhere. The shadow was past, and wherever it passed, the world turned upside down, and everything was annihilated into yellow sand, falling down. Fortunately, this place was desolate enough, so it did not cause a devastating disaster. Or perhaps the reason why this place was so desolate was because it had already destroyed everything. The shadow continued to move forward without stopping, and the yellow sand slowly fell to the ground, revealing the cabin after being swept by the storm. It stood in the yellow sand without any change. The extremely real scene disappeared from He Xingwen's eyes, and a slight shaking feeling came. In an instant, the sense of touch, hearing, and perception were restored together, and the reality was fed back to He Xingwen. What do you think? The voice of the system sounded again. He Xingwen stretched out his fingers, and his slender fingers rose and fell under the light and shadow. Very interesting. The system consulted the database, where there were a lot of logical contradictions and error reports about He Xingwen's behavior analysis. He Xingwen stopped stretching his fingers and turned on the computer screen. I am very interested in this holographic game. But what type of game is it? RPG? Card? Simulation? After He Xingwen reported a series of game categories, he continued to ask, online game? Single player? It depends on you. The system said straightforwardly, your ideas determine the final direction of all this. He Xingwen leaned back in his chair, tilted his head slightly, and simply concluded, then we have reached a consensus. The chair turned with his movements. Sign the contract, he said. Let me see what this holographic game looks like. This was He Xingwen's reaction to this, which the system had initially expected. Excited, expectant, and without any haze. He Xingwen did not get any feedback from the system. He waited patiently for a moment before speaking again. Are you hesitating? He Xingwen was not sure about his guess. Is this a two-way choice? Not only is he choosing whether to sign a contract with the system, but the system is also choosing whether to sign a contract with him. No. Of course not. The system quickly denied this and said, I am just browsing my database, where there are a lot of error reports piled up. The system added, your behavior does not match the error reports caused by my judgment. He Xingwen, this kind of thing. Most people will not say it in front of the person involved. As you can see, I am now in a low intelligence state. The system's meaning is more direct. As you can see, I am now mentally retarded. He Xingwen thought for a few seconds, and was a little unsure whether to tell his little secret. But one thing, the system's judgment is indeed correct. He is too young. A teenager who grew up in the sun, even if there are some unknown little secrets, is still a teenager. He simply cannot understand what the future will look like with every choice he makes now. He Xingwen simply finished his thoughts, and spoke in a very light voice. I have predicted the future. The system's database immediately gave a judgment. Impossible. As a pure primate, under the current conditions of the Earth, you cannot have any superpowers. The system said in a serious tone, it is even more impossible to predict the future. Predicting the future involves time and space. And time and space are the ultimate of all mysteries. Even if superpowers exist, they are the rarest among superpowers. But the fact is, I can. He Xingwen has never told this secret to anyone. And the reason he chose to tell the system is because I have seen you appear. I saw. He Xingwen stared at his hands. His voice was almost inaudible. A powerful empire. Countless creatures coexist in the empire. Huge and incredible machines run day and night. And my face is carved on the towering statues. That is a picture that is enough to make a tiny individual tremble, or even kneel down. A powerful and never-falling empire stands at one end of the continent, overlooking the world. Chapter 2 Holographic Game Promotional Video. After a very short silence, the system immediately asked, what else did you predict? He Xingwen asked him back, are you very interested? The system said in a serious tone, yes. Those scattered images floated through He Xingwen's mind, and he subconsciously rubbed the back of his hand. How did you confirm that this will happen in the future? The system's database has never been so troubled, and the slowed down computing speed has soared again, creating a series of error reports for the system. I need to improve my intelligence to answer this question. He Xingwen rocked his chair and muttered to himself, we all have secrets. This is not a good start. In fact, everything has long deviated from the original track. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds, and the question he asked seemed a little naive. But you are trustworthy, right? The database is still doing its best to deduce the out-of-control development. And the system has answered him decisively. Yes. He had no doubt about it. I will always be loyal to. He paused, my contractor. Then we can sign the contract. He Xingwen said, this process has been delayed for a long time. The storm in the database has not yet subsided. And those contradictions and errors have not yet been explained clearly. The problem is obvious in front of him, but for the system, this is really not a big deal. The system goes through the process in a rigid manner. Please wait. I am turning on the binding mode. It is very quiet inside, but it is very lively outside. The breeze rustled the leaves. Wild cats flew over the roofs. Birds gathered together and made crisp bird calls. And tricycles with large speakers for collecting waste rode in the community. Boring and peaceful life. Day after day. He Xingwen held his chin with his hand, listened to the movement, and smiled a little. The wish fulfillment system is binding. Host, He Xingwen. Race, human. Wish, holographic game. Please confirm. Confirm. The system is binding. Please wait. A layer of faint shadow emerged from the back of the hand, gradually solidified, and finally formed a complicated pattern, like a tattoo, imprinted on the side of the back of the hand. He Xingwen reached out and stroked the skin. Is this some kind of text? The system has been successfully bound. Congratulations to the host. The system's tone changed, and it sounded exaggerated as if it was reading a small advertisement. The current progress of wish fulfillment, 0%. Please continue to work hard. After this set of words, the system's tone returned to the flat system sound. Yes. This is text from a certain civilization. What does it mean? System, you need to improve your intelligence level to have the authority to access related records. The answer was not surprising. He Xingwen put force on his feet, and the chair returned to the table. Then let's talk about the game again. He Xingwen glanced at the computer screen. Loading the game requires energy. The most convenient way to get energy is to become a Game Zone Up Master. So what video should I upload to get energy without loading the game? The system has a plan for this. I can make a game promotional video. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds. Wait a minute. I seem to have misunderstood your previous proposal. The reason you proposed that I become a Game Zone Up Master is because you can help me shoot, edit, and even upload videos? Yes. The system calmly admitted this. Although I am currently in a low intelligence state, I am still more advantageous than humans when it comes to these things. Next time you want to cheat me, speak in a simple way. He Xingwen said sincerely, otherwise it is easy to be misunderstood. He Xingwen can now confirm that the reason why the system proposed to let him be an up master is not bait, but the most efficient help that the system can provide after comprehensive consideration. This is what I should do. Contractor, I am here to fulfill your wishes. System, not to let you bury yourself in learning how to become an excellent up master. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows slightly and focused on the key point. So, game promotion video? Literally. He Xingwen's computer started running without anyone operating it. The bullet screen website logged into a new account by itself, entered the video upload page, and completed the upload of the super large video at an unimaginable speed in the blink of an eye. The mouse moved and paused on the title of the video upload page. System, I have a suitable video title, but I'm not sure if you will like it. It was only then that He Xingwen confirmed what had happened just now. The other party had completed the video and directly reached the last step of uploading the video. Normally, this process would take him a few days. From making the video to uploading it, at least that's what He Xingwen expected. But now, less than a few minutes after the system proposed the solution was already in front of him. It's not quite what I imagined. It feels like cheating. What's the title? System, holographic game promotional video. It sounds like an exaggerated false propaganda. In fact, that's our purpose. The system said in a serious tone. A controversial title is enough to attract more attention. The words holographic game promotional video appeared on the title of the video upload page, and it was quickly submitted and entered the website review stage. It passed the website review at an unreasonable speed and completed the entire process of video editing, uploading and publishing within a few minutes. He Xingwen held the mouse and clicked on the video page. The play page jumped out of the computer screen, and He Xingwen's eyes paused on the name of the uploader, His Majesty the King. The system immediately noticed his pause, and the database quickly listed a series of explanations. None of them were used, because He Xingwen did not ask any questions. The video started playing. There was almost no room for people to breathe. As soon as the screen lit up, there were endless buildings. The angle of looking down from the sky was enough to make the onlookers clearly realize that these buildings extended to the end of the horizon. The bird's eye view presented the vast territory from above directly and impactfully. He Xingwen stared at the screen intently. This did not look like some kind of synthetic picture. To be precise, it was as real as someone holding a camera and shooting from above, as if this magnificent country really existed. As the camera moved, the scene below also changed. Various buildings flew by quickly. The angle of shooting from above allowed people to have a clear view of the scenery below. But at the same time, it also made it impossible for people to observe their details carefully. Tiny creatures passed by the buildings. Because of the distance, their specific appearance could not be distinguished. They were scattered in every corner of the camera, like black dots, small and inconspicuous. But these black dots are almost everywhere, just like these magnificent buildings, showing the prosperity of this country. The camera flew past, and countless buildings disappeared quickly in front of the camera. The last scene was the confrontation outside the border. The natural disaster like wind outside the border was raging mercilessly. The mountains and rivers collapsed, and small and ugly unknown creatures crawled out of the cracks and launched an unordered charge towards the border. Birds with shining wings in the sky kept hovering. Behind them was a steel fortress floating in the air. Above was a falling star, which was extremely bright and huge, falling straight down. There was a layer of gray shadow in the center of the star, as if countless beings were waiting to emerge from it. Several golden dragons hovered within the border. The army of shadows stretched for hundreds of miles and waited for battle within the border, and in the army, there were floating steel fortresses, with electric arcs jumping on the fortresses, bringing an extreme sense of danger. And further back, weapons full of science fiction rose from the ground, and the light in the barrel was compressed to the extreme, frozen at the moment of firing from the barrel. The camera froze here, and the video also paused here, announcing the end. The atmosphere of the battlefield that was about to explode was still within reach, and the smoke from the battlefield seemed to have not yet dissipated. The picture was so real that you could reach over the camera with your hand, which was definitely not a video effect that could be achieved by synthesis or rendering. He Xingwen clicked play again, and the video started from the beginning. He watched it several times. From the architectural details to the final confrontation between the two armies, and finally pressed the pause button to confirm with the system. Holographic game promotional video? Yes. It seems that we don't have to worry about the energy problem of loading the game. This video, to be modest, is enough to beat all videos, including movies. To be modest, just like its title, there is no better video than this one to prove the 4 words holographic game in the title. Any viewer who sees this video will be captured by it. So, it really happened? In a certain world? He Xingwen suppressed the little excitement that surged up because the world beyond imagination revealed a corner to him, and said, or is this also a picture that can be produced by the technology you have? The system still knows everything, although I can also produce such a picture. This video is indeed based on a scene that really happened and was recorded in the memory. The world is far more vast than we imagine. What limits people's understanding of the world is not the world, but human beings themselves. Does it come from the civilization that gave birth to you? No. It comes from another fallen civilization. Chapter 3 Loading the Game. When Wuxing clicked on this newly released video, he never thought that this careless click would completely change his life. He was just bored and refreshed the list of the latest released videos, and then saw a low-key but arrogant video titled Holographic Game Promotion Video. He glanced at the number of views, which was in the single digits, and glanced at the uploader, who he didn't know. That's fine. He definitely used this title to earn clicks. The new uploaders nowadays are really unscrupulous in order to attract attention. The video started playing, and Wuxing fell silent. Wuxing remained silent until the end of the more than 2-minute video. He thought for a moment, and carefully clicked to view the uploader's information, although the possibility was small. What if the other party was actually from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Nickname, His Majesty the King, a bit second year, but it fits Wuxing's first impression of him. Personal signature, holographic games are being prepared. So stay tuned. Wuxing thought for 2 seconds again, and then shared the video with others. Wuxing, have you made a breakthrough in holographic games recently? Video link. Wang Yu, haven't you heard about it? What did you release? A holographic game promotional video? Wow. Who quietly made a big thing? Li Jianguo, didn't you receive the report from below? Xiao Wu, don't be so surprised. Be calm. Lan Zheng, wow. This video is made to be realistic. Nowadays, video production software is changing with each passing day, and it looks like the real thing. Wang Yu, isn't it like the real thing? The special effects nowadays are really amazing. Thumbs up. Wuxing, it's just a little too real. I'll check the holographic game later. Who knows who is secretly holding back a big thing? Li Jianguo, using public resources for personal purposes in front of me? I think you little bastards are increasingly looking down on me. Wang Yu, why don't you go and watch the video first? Director? 2 minutes later. Li Jianguo, the special effects are well done. Just check it out. Don't cross the line. Wuxing casually noted this incident in the record book, stared at the system avatar of His Majesty the King for a few seconds, clicked on the collection, and posted the first comment of this video. Huaxia Star, wow. This game looks so fun. Looking forward to its starry eyes. The storm caused by this video is far more than that. In addition to tourists like Wuxing who clicked in casually, more and more viewers clicked in this video because of small-scale dissemination. Of course, at this moment, it still did not attract much attention, because the base was too small, and small-scale dissemination could not cause a breakthrough in popularity. If it goes as expected, it will gain popularity in a short period of time, and then eventually disappear from people's sight. Even when it is the most popular, it will not appear on the rankings of video websites, let alone cause any impact. Sometimes the unexpected development may be premeditated by others. The system did not do much. He just helped it to become a hot search. Then, wait for the original trajectory of fate to move towards another wonderful development. For He Xingwen, the appearance of the system was a sudden accident, and his original plan was to prepare for the final exam. One of the unique skills of contemporary college students is to finish a semester's course in 1 week. He Xingwen is not a poor student, but he is still far from being a top student. Before he encountered the system, he was like countless college students, troubled by trivial matters in life. I'm curious, how does your ability to predict the future work? System, how far into the future can it foresee? Can it determine the scope of your prediction of the future based on your will? He Xingwen asked back while spitting his pen and looking at the information. I'm curious. Does the system also have curious emotions? The system was objective and serious. Those who do not have emotional fluctuations are robots in human cognition. And I belong to intelligent creatures. Just like humans belong to carbon-based creatures. Both are intelligent life. He Xingwen paused while spinning his pen. What does low intelligence mean? The system gave a very accurate definition. Limited functions. Unable to exert full performance. Which is what humans call low IQ. Below IQ. He Xingwen glanced at the time and focused his attention on the review materials in front of him. Notify me when there is enough energy to load the game. Although he has changed from an ordinary college student to an extraordinary college student, the final exam will not be postponed. The holographic game that has not yet been loaded has nothing to do with the peaceful reality. He could be the king of another world, but who is not the king in Civilization 6? As long as you play the game enough. The king is just an insignificant title among those titles. I have created the world. I have established social order. I have conquered the world. And I have also manipulated the fate of others once the computer is turned off. My achievements and fame are hidden. So, He Xingwen faced it all as calmly as possible. He had seen clips from the future. The system that opened it all. The vast empire that shocked people. And the scene of holographic games sweeping the world. To think whether there are more hidden dangers behind this. To be alert and guard against everything. And to be ready to fight back against the malice given by this world at any time. Is too harsh for an ordinary college student. The system realized that he did not get the answer to the question. And it was obvious that He Xingwen did not mean to share this little secret. He drew some attention, and cast his eyes on the lively network. It doesn't take long for the heat to brew, because the quality of the video itself is so good. It only needs an opportunity to appear in the eyes of the public. The clicks and comments of the video rose rapidly with the small push of the system. Welcome back to the beginning. Suggested to submit to the film and television area. Before clicking in, what dares to call itself a holographic game? After clicking in, holographic game. Here I come. High energy ahead. Is there any movie that lacks post-editing? There is a living god here. I am a little uncomfortable without BGM. I watched the scene of the battlefield freeze countless times. And I almost took a magnifying glass to take screenshots frame by frame. But I couldn't find the problem. It's the same as taking a picture with a camera. Really amazing. I watched it with a magnifying glass. I suspect it was shot on the spot. Doge. Treasure upload. I'm following you. I hope the next video will come out soon. What is the content of this holographic game? Looking at this trailer. It looks like Mount and Blade. I don't care about the content. I'll buy it anyway. Doge. Buy it plus 10,086. The trailer is out. It's probably not far from the market. I don't know if the price is expensive. Forget it. Looking at the scene and scale. I'll just sell the sweet Doge. The audience was shocked by the video. No one took the title seriously. However, the number of collectors of this account soared. And soon broke through 4 digits. Laying a solid foundation for the subsequent energy acquisition. The system waited patiently for a moment. Time had no meaning to him. And the passage of time in the eyes of humans was difficult to resonate with him. For him, after a moment, he obtained enough energy to load the game. Host. Enough energy has been collected to load the game. Do you want to load the game? When his voice sounded, He Xingwen was on the phone. Yes. Mom. I won't go back during the summer vacation. He Xingwen picked up the papers and pens scattered on the table and walked out of the classroom against the crowd. I know. I will eat on time. Okay. Okay. Don't worry. I will use the summer vacation to hone myself. Yes. Try to work. I'm not short of money. I'm really not short of money. Don't send me money. Someone in the bustling crowd at the school gate gestured to He Xingwen. After the final exam, the classmates made a dinner appointment. He Xingwen originally planned to go. But now, he pointed at his mobile phone and waved at them. The other party understood and pushed others to walk out. The crowd disappeared noisily in He Xingwen's sight. He Xingwen retracted his attention and continued to deal with his mother. Okay. 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 I know that the part-time job is reliable. Absolutely reliable. Xiao Zhang recommended it. Yes. 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 I know. Okay. I'll call you then. He Xingwen hung up the phone and walked towards the community where he rented. The greening near the school was well done. The tall trees on both sides of the road formed a green shade, bringing some coolness. He Xingwen put on headphones to make himself look less like a fool talking to himself. The speed of accumulating energy to load the game is much slower than I thought. Given that the system had been silent for a few days, He Xingwen paused for a few seconds and asked uncertainly, "Do you know that almost half a month has passed?" "I know," the system said accurately, to be precise. 14 days, 13 hours, 34 minutes and 5 seconds have passed. It took longer than I thought, a lot. Given that this was just the first step to start the game. He Xingwen initially estimated that one night would be enough. But it was not until the video was on the website rankings, and then disappeared from the website rankings, that it was really almost done. After all, this is a very large game. He Xingwen accepted this explanation. He turned the path, and went straight to the 5th floor. He took out the key to open the door, and returned to the space that belonged to him. He took off his headphones, and showed an excitement that was hard to suppress. He was about to start the world's first truly holographic game. He took a deep breath, put the book and pen neatly on the table, sat on the chair, and the hard touch instantly reminded him. He changed his position, and lay upright on the bed with his hands crossed. Then, load the game. Please wait. The game is loading. The mechanical sound of the system just sounded. And the next second, the familiar world disappeared from He Xingwen's eyes, and the pure darkness flashed by, and was replaced by bright colors before he could even catch it. The yellow sand continued to extend to the end of the sight, and the various stars in the sky emitted a stable light. Another world showed him the tip of the iceberg. The game is loaded successfully. Welcome to your country. Your great king. You will open a new era and lead your people to the other side of prosperity. From an unknown country to a vast empire. From a corner of the desert to the end of the world. May your glory always shine on your people. Respected king. Chapter 4 Rules. He Xingwen's emotions caused by this passage had not yet fully brewed when he was interrupted by shouts from the side. These shouts did not appear suddenly. In fact, they had been shouting since just now. But He Xingwen was attracted by the passionate lines. Now, the system's lines have ended, and these sounds have become more present. The precarious cabin still stands on the sand, as if it will collapse at any time. But this time, there are some changes. There are two people standing at the door of the cabin. They wear a pair of crotch pants, barely maintaining the last bottom line of civilized society. Standing openly in the desert. Who are they? He Xingwen took a step back, and kept a safe distance from the unknown creatures. The perception that was too real made him subconsciously suppress his excitement and ambitions, and maintain due caution. Although he knew that this was a game, it should and must be a game. But there is no falsehood in this world. On the contrary, He Xingwen has not found any existence belonging to the game yet. Skill panel, character panel, task panel, novice guide. None of the most common factors in the game appeared. Except for the lonely cabin and two people. There was nothing in his vision. This is not what I thought. He Xingwen thought. They are the initial villagers given after loading the game. The system guessed what he was thinking and explained in a serious manner, if you remember. The current progress of wish fulfillment is 0%. In other words, your wish to play the holographic game is far from becoming a reality. There is still 100% distance. He Xingwen subconsciously said, I thought loading the game would push this progress bar forward even 1% of the progress. You seem to have misunderstood. System, I have obtained all the information related to holographic games on Earth and obtained a broad definition of holographic games by humans. Holographic games are a groundbreaking technological product that takes place in a game cabin and can give humans a real gaming experience in another world. He Xingwen read and understood this sentence, and combined with the context, extracted the key points. So, you mean, to make my wish come true, I must play the holographic game through the game cabin? You don't seem to fully understand the meaning of this sentence. System, holographic is a key point, and the game is another. A key point. Single-player games can achieve the purpose of the game through single-player play. But your wish is a holographic game. The system said in a serious tone, according to the situation at the time. Combined with the game carrier I can provide, and the widespread recognition of holographic games among Earthlings. This is a game that requires multiple people to participate. In other words, if your wish, I want to play a holographic game, comes true, the first thing that needs to be accomplished is that there is a multiplayer, true holographic game in this world. On this basis, your wish to play a holographic game can be realized. The scenes that He Xingwen had seen flashed through his mind, and paused at the scene where the holographic game became a reality. Indeed, he had seen that holographic games took the world by storm. So, I am not playing a holographic game now? This is a good question. The system was silent for 2 seconds before explaining rigorously. I prefer to call this process perfecting the holographic game. He said dryly, as you can see, this is not a qualified finished product, and cannot provide you with enough gaming experience. What he said seemed to make sense. But, I need to provide myself with gaming experience? The scene fell into silence. The system is an intelligent creature in a low intelligence state. In other words, facing this question, he should have given an answer without hesitation whether it was negative or positive. But he fell silent. So, behind these well-reasoned explanations, there is indeed a reason that I don't know. He Xingwen looked at the cabin, and the NPCs stood there blankly, with excitement still on their faces, making them look like some strange creatures, slightly diluting the excessive sense of reality that this world gave to He Xingwen, and showing a bit of the atmosphere that a game should have unreality. He Xingwen therefore relaxed. It's not the so-called wish come true, but to achieve a certain purpose. The system responded quickly this time. Your will determines everything. This is not a mandatory task, nor is it for exploitation. The system's mechanical voice was rigid and without any ups and downs, but it revealed a consideration that He Xingwen had noticed several times. If you don't like it, nothing will happen. But they all knew that he liked this whether it was a holographic game or an unknown world. He Xingwen thought briefly for 2 seconds. He could ask the system what the other party's real purpose was, and he was sure he would get an honest answer. He could even ask directly whether he could unbind the system, and he was sure that he would get a satisfactory answer. But as the system just said, if he didn't like it, nothing would happen. And the reason why he stood in the endless desert, facing all this incredible thing, was because he liked it. He also liked the scene. He saw holographic games were popular all over the world. If no one had played holographic games before me, then at least after me, everyone could play holographic games. Young people who have never entered society are both naive and immature, and the world and society have not had time to teach them more real and cruel things. They believe that as long as they have enough courage, the brave can kill the dragon, and as long as they treat the world with kindness, the world will return them with the same kindness. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, He Xingwen didn't ask anything. So, I have nothing now. He Xingwen glimpsed the 2 NPCs and corrected the sentence, except for the 2 initial villagers given when loading the game. At this point, He Xingwen stopped and repeated, initial villagers. He thought, did you just say that I was a king? Yes. So, as a king, I only have 2 villagers. He glanced at the cabin and added, and a broken cabin? The system kindly corrected his wording. That's not a broken cabin. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows, trying to see any evidence from the dilapidated house in front of him that it was not broken. It's an altar. What? You can also understand it as the control center of the entire kingdom. System, as long as enough energy is provided, it can give birth to new people. And the system paused for 2 seconds, and the database daily sort a wave of values, and some new functions that need to be unlocked to inform you. The cabin has nothing to do with the altar. But all this has nothing to do with the magnificent and vast empire in the holographic game trailer. So this seems reasonable. He Xingwen said dryly, so, this is my country? He gestured to the endless desert and thought with a smile that although there was nothing except sand, at least the territory was large. The future is, the system said considerately. Now, maybe you can walk forward 30 standard steps. He Xingwen had a bad premonition. He tentatively walked forward 30 steps. Nothing happened. Your steps are a bit small. Before the system finished speaking, He Xingwen took another step forward and actually touched an invisible barrier, preventing him from moving forward. He Xingwen walked silently around the invisible barrier and confirmed the territory he currently owned, which was approximately. He was not very sensitive to numbers, but with the cabin as the center, the distance extending outward 30 steps was all the area he could explore at present. It was not a small circle, but compared to the endless desert, it could be called a narrow circle. After a short silence, He Xingwen said sincerely, if nothing else, judging from the lines at the beginning of the game, you already have the potential to become a qualified game planner. The game starts with a picture, and the story is all made up. In short, the players are tricked in first. As for the vast empire, that depends on the player's own efforts and struggles. As a contemporary college student, He Xingwen has rich suffering experience in this regard except for the dragon-slaying sword and the web games that are given away by clicking. Most games are deeply hidden with the crossed-out malicious crossed-out painstaking efforts of the planners. He Xingwen quickly returned to the mentality that a player should have. He looked at the circle. In fact, this was completely unnecessary. The desert was completely clean. Apart from the yellow sand, there was nothing worth looking at. So He Xingwen's eyes inevitably fell on the two wooden NPCs again. They look. He considered the adjective, like they are offline. Because the altar has not been activated yet. System, the game has not started yet. He Xingwen really wanted to express his surprise. But since his acting skills were not enough to support this, he said in a mediocre way and skillfully entered the next task process. So, how can we activate the altar? He guessed. Enough energy? No. Rules are needed to activate the altar. Rules? He Xingwen repeated. What rules? Or, in what sense? Rules? System, perhaps you can see it with your own eyes? He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. His eyes fell on the only special existence at the scene. He walked towards the cabin. And the distance between the NPC and him gradually shortened until he completely passed them. The shaky wooden door, that seemed to be blown down by the slightest wind, was right in front of him. Within reach. He Xingwen stared at it for a few seconds. Then reached out his hand. This was not a door. At least, He Xingwen's sense of touch told him that he did not touch any entity. But visually, the door was open under his hand. Golden light constituted everything that could be seen behind the door. Words could not describe the existence that He Xingwen saw. The light flowed in the air and fell from the air. Endlessly and forever. A rule emerged from He Xingwen's mind and flowed on the earth. National setting 0. The king is the lord of all things. This is the cornerstone of everything. The voice of the system sounded in He Xingwen's mind again. The initial setting that will never change. Your people will always submit to you. Chapter 5. Object Searching Mission. Even after returning to reality, the shock brought by that scene still did not fade away. Before seeing it with his own eyes, He Xingwen knew exactly what he was facing. An adventure. An existence beyond imagination. An incredible world. But knowing this did not affect his being shocked by all this. It was an existence completely different from human technology. He had no idea what the golden light behind the small wooden door was. What it was made of. And what role it played. But the system said that it was the altar. The control center of the entire kingdom. This can also be understood as the main console of this game. In other words, what he saw when he pushed open the door was the fundamental power that supported the existence and operation of all these beyond imagination. An energy beyond human cognition. And what shocked him was the meaning behind this cognition, the traces of the existence of another civilization. Coal, carbon and even oil have always existed. But using them effectively to achieve goals is the power of civilization. Of course, he should have clearly realized this the moment the system appeared. The system itself represents the traces of the existence of another civilization. But when it becomes so prevalent in online novels, it is really hard for people to have such a real understanding. The system is like the equipment that every protagonist has. It will always appear there before the protagonists start the incredible story. Nothing can more directly demonstrate the existence of other civilizations than that scene. The system realized during He Xingwen's pause that the Great King obviously did not care about that rule. Or he did not know what it meant. It doesn't matter. He will know it eventually. It just takes some time. The system continued the unfinished topic. It needs 3 basic rules to run the kingdom. Rules constructed from cultural cognition. He Xingwen's thoughts returned to the present. The altar had not yet been activated. And the game had not really started. Obviously, he received a new task. That was not a rule in the general sense. But, He Xingwen recalled the rules that appeared in his mind and flowed on the earth. But it was just like what it called itself. A setting in an absolute sense. System, get the rules. And then use the rules. An icon flashed in He Xingwen's vision. And a small book was suspended in the corner of his sight in the shape of a blue flame. Like a constant existence. A number floated above it. 0/3. When you get the rules, it will tell you. To ensure that you can get the rules, a small hint function is attached so that you can find them more easily. Rules constructed from cultural cognition, as the system said. This sentence rolled in He Xingwen's mind. And combined with the energy source for loading the game from the public's recognition of him, he found a common point. The energy that allows the game to load comes from the public's recognition of him. And the rules come from cultural cognition. Their common point is cognition. For humans, cognition is a conscious existence. Illusory and cannot constitute an entity. But for the system or this game, Cognition is a material existence, real and can be used. And the rules constructed by cultural cognition are another existence that can be used for them. It is enough to become a national setting, support the operation of the kingdom, and officially start this game. He Xingwen placed these conclusions deep in his brain, waiting for the next use. He Xingwen's eyes fell on the icon in the corner of his vision. Do you need to turn on the reminder function? The system asked considerately. Turn it on. So, the world in front of He Xingwen suddenly changed, and it was filled with question marks. Wherever he looked, there were question marks. The system noticed this and reacted quickly. Do you want to filter based on distance, practicality, and the difficulty of obtaining rules? He Xingwen was surrounded by question marks, but he was not at a loss. I think you asked a stupid question. Filtering based on the closest distance, practicality, and the difficulty of obtaining rules. Please wait. The next second, the dense question marks disappeared, and only a few question marks were left in the normal vision. The so-called few is compared with the dense before. To be precise, these few represent more than 10 question marks. They floated in different directions, appearing in He Xingwen's sight in eye-catching gold, of different sizes. He Xingwen took a step in a certain direction, and the question mark corresponding to that direction became eye-catching. It was indeed a very useful reminder function. He Xingwen had to admit that the existence of the system once again simplified the task that was originally difficult. He Xingwen put on his headphones and walked out. It seems that there is a good reason why you appeared on Earth. Or China. He did not choose any question mark, but first arrived at the gate of the community carefully, and then browsed those large and small question marks, thinking about the search task. The next step. Here are the things you need. There are so many of them, aren't they? It is indeed one of the reasons. The system has no intention of hiding this. This country has an amazing history. He paused and said rigorously, for a newly born planet. What is amazing is this species. The system changed the wording after the pause. The history created by this nation itself has created a valuable existence. He Xingwen knew the land under his feet. And of course, he also knew the buildings within the approximate range corresponding to these different directions. He chose a direction that was extremely familiar to him. Everything familiar was running forever. The blue sky, the scorching sun, and the fragrance of plants with the breeze. Some students walked past him in groups, worrying about extremely trivial things. Strangely, He Xingwen trusted the other party far more than he thought. Before he even knew enough about this sudden existence, He Xingwen crossed the path, walked through the school gate, and walked straight towards the destination marked by the question mark. He pushed open the door of the library. This library is the pride of the school. It has accumulated history and witnessed the past. Although it has been expanded several times, it is still left behind by the times. Technology is excluded, and everything is operated manually. Compared with the newly built library, it is quieter and slower. A huge question mark jumped in front of He Xingwen, and He Xingwen swiped his student card to enter the reading area. He stopped in front of the rows of bookshelves, because the question mark no longer changes. It has reached its destination, the place where the rules are closest, most practical, and easiest to obtain. A reading room with thousands of books. The reading room occupies an entire floor, covering countless categories: astronomy, geography, history, philosophy, etc. There must be something he wants here because it condenses the crystallization of human wisdom. You look like you need help. A voice sounded beside He Xingwen. Chapter 6 Game Start. Even if time goes back an hour, He Xingwen would never have thought that he would spend the day after the final exam in the library. He couldn't understand what kind of spirit this stranger old man had to take so many books from the bookshelf. He Xingwen looked at the pile of books on his left and thought deeply about what he was doing. He wanted to communicate with the system, of course. It was not wrong to understand this as looking for external help. But unfortunately, the old man was sitting diagonally opposite him, reading a book with relish. He Xingwen touched the headphones in his pocket and gave up the idea of communicating with the system. Although he did encounter a small problem, he could solve it even without the help of the system. It's just that most of the time, people are always used to taking shortcuts. He Xingwen retracted his gaze, flipped through a few books, and found the pattern of the other party taking books based on the classification of these books: history and philosophy. He hadn't figured out what this had to do with their previous conversation, or with rules, morality, and conscience. But he didn't question it. Instead, he read quickly, picking out the parts that interested him at random. He Xingwen's reading came to a halt as the sky darkened. He glanced at the few books on his right, then at the pile of books on his left, and finally at the diagonal corner. The old man in the diagonal corner had long since disappeared. "Excuse me." He Xingwen found a staff member at the library. "Can these books not be put back in their original places for the time being?" The other party looked back at the direction he pointed. "Oh, no problem. But I noticed that you have been reading there for the whole afternoon. I mean, there are quite a lot of books." "Yes. So it will take some time." He Xingwen, "But it shouldn't take too long." "No problem." The staff readily agreed to him. "See you tomorrow." For several days in a row, He Xingwen reported to the library on time to eliminate the piles of books. He buried himself in the sea of books and read the part that interested him. He liked the process of the establishment of the dynasty more than the rise and fall of the dynasty. When he finished reading this part, the number on the icon that had not changed from beginning to end changed, 1/3. He Xingwen stopped and looked at the page in his hand. A line of title jumped into his sight: "All under heaven belongs to the king." He Xingwen stared at it for a few seconds, closed the book, and opened the next one. After the part of history that interested him was declared over, he opened philosophy. He didn't like those complicated philosophical definitions. He preferred the original thoughts of the sages in philosophy on human beings and human systems. It took him a while, because reading philosophy is much more difficult than reading history. Chinese history is part of Chinese culture. And philosophy? This thing has driven many people crazy. But there is always a reward for hard work. After carefully reading the parts he liked and removing most of the parts he was not interested in, the number on the icon jumped again and became February 3rd. He Xingwen rubbed his temples and lowered his head to scan the pages in his hand. Man is born free, but he is everywhere in chains. He who thinks he is the master of everything else is more of a slave than anything else. Note, Rousseau, on the origin and basis of human inequality. He likes this sentence very much, although it sounds incompatible with the word kingdom. He Xingwen closed the book and looked to the left. In addition to history and philosophy, there were 2 books that did not belong to these 2 categories. They were placed at the bottom, buried by one book after another. If they had not finished reading the piled up books, they might never be discovered. The Analects Mencius. He Xingwen reached out and picked up the Mencius that was closer to him. He casually turned a page and his eyes fell on the book. Before he could see the sentence he saw, the number on the icon had changed 3/3. And the line of words was only received by the brain through sight at this moment. Respect the old as my own, and respect the old of others as well. Respect the young as my own, and respect the young of others as well. Note, Mencius. Liang Hui Wangshang. The efficiency of obtaining rules is too high, making it difficult for people not to think whether his previous reading of history and philosophy was a waste of time. He Xingwen closed Mencius, stood up and walked out. When he passed by the library staff, he stopped and whispered, "I have finished reading." He paused for a moment and continued, "Please tell the old man for me." "Thank you very much." The other party was obviously a little surprised. He looked over He Xingwen at the desk. "Mr. Mo said that if you have finished reading, let me tell you, whether it is rules, morality or conscience, it cannot be explained by a single definition." He stumbled and said, "From ancient Greece to today, people have never stopped thinking about this. When you think you can define it, then perhaps you are on a dangerous road. This is the answer. Why did Mencius and the Analects come after history and philosophy? Why did he read that pile of books before seeing those 2 books? It is not a good idea to have all the rules come from Confucianism. The yellow sand is still overwhelming, and the world seems to be frozen at this moment forever." He Xingwen's outstretched hand paused in front of the wooden door and said to the system, "I said that sentence too early before. Now is the time to really open this door. Everything will be completely different." With the second half of the sentence, the small wooden door was pushed open again. Golden light emerged from behind the door, flowing behind the door and flowing on this land. The original rule was suspended in the light. It could not be captured by the naked eye, but it really existed in every ray of golden light. He Xingwen looked down at his hand, and the pattern on the back of his hand was stained with a layer of golden light, which was in harmony with the golden light behind the door. System prompt: rules are being acquired. New rules emerged in the golden light. National setting 1. Your people are always eager to conquer more land. National setting 2. Your people do not discriminate against any race. National setting 3. In your kingdom, the elderly and the young will receive additional protection. These three rules flowed in the light together with the original rule, extending across the land until they stopped at the boundary. He Xingwen looked around quickly, and an invisible boundary divided the world. Within the boundary was his territory, covered by golden light, and outside the boundary was a strange world that did not belong to him, with yellow sand everywhere and no life. System, the game is starting. Please wait. The yellow sand was lifted by the wind, and fell down because of its disappearance. The stars in the sky calmly emitted light and heat, illuminating the land. The loud noise in the distance was still extremely terrifying. The land covered by golden light was quietly changing inch by inch. Green grass spread from underfoot. Trees rose from the ground. The blue lake reflected the sky, and the trickling streams crossed the entire oasis. 30 steps away, the yellow sand was still dead, and within 30 steps, the oasis was full of vitality. Dear King, the game is open. I wish you a happy game. Chapter 7 People. The world has changed so much. He Xingwen stepped on the land and looked at the desert in the distance. It looked like a game now. The power beyond human imagination became very reasonable under the framework of the game. Not only the land but also the two static NPCs revived. King. The NPC looked at this new country and asked He Xingwen, "What should we do?" He Xingwen looked around the small oasis. His first reaction was to open up the wasteland and cultivate it. The talent for growing vegetables deeply rooted in the instinct of the Chinese people slowly lit up. Before He Xingwen spoke, they had already enthusiastically made suggestions to He Xingwen. "I think we can find something useful outside." An NPC pointed to the desert. "I think we have to start a fire first." Another NPC's eyes fell on the oasis. Their performance exceeded He Xingwen's imagination of the intelligence of the NPC in this game. But considering that this is an epic-making holographic game, it seems a bit too surprising to be surprised. It should have gone beyond common sense, because it will define the entire gaming field in the future. He Xingwen tentatively said, "Perhaps you can each do your own thing?" The NPC faithfully followed the king's order and split into two groups, walking in different directions. One walked out of the oasis, and the other stopped by the lake and looked around. "System, King." "Don't call me that." He Xingwen interrupted him. "It sounds weird." "System, they call you that too. They are NPCs. This is the game setting, and no one would think that the game setting is unreasonable for no reason." "System, what are you going to do next?" He Xingwen watched the NPC walking away. The wind and sand covered his figure. And what was behind the wind and sand that could not be reached by sight? No one knew. It depends on how real this game can be. System, if there are only these two NPCs, then it can be real beyond imagination. He Xingwen agreed with him. Indeed, quantitative change can always lead to qualitative change. The system continued in a serious manner. If there are 10 NPCs, then perhaps the first house can be built before the stars fall. If there are 100 NPCs, then perhaps after dawn, your territory can be fully explored. And if there are 1,000 NPCs here, then perhaps the next time you enter the game, the area of your territory will be beyond your imagination. I only have 2 NPCs. What Xingwen cared about was not that he had too little, but another meaning revealed in the system's words just now. "So, these NPCs are not for me to command?" "No, that's ambiguous." He corrected. "These NPCs are smart enough to judge what they should do." "System, you are the master of this land. They serve you, not you serve them. A qualified game will not let players consume their enthusiasm for the game with endless trivialities." He Xingwen noticed that the NPC who stayed in the oasis had successfully started a fire, and he did not stop to get the next task instruction because he completed the initial task. On the contrary, he was busy without stopping, sorting branches, looking for food, and building a simple shelter. "Besides, you won't stay in the game forever." The system continued. "The game will not be suspended because of your departure. So, this is inevitable." The system said, "They have enough self-awareness. This is a bit too real." He Xingwen said softly, "If you are worried about betrayal, the rules ensure. I am not worried about betrayal." He Xingwen looked at the busy NPC. He had a clear goal, knew what he should do next, and had the hands-on ability to match it, far exceeding the hands-on ability and physical fitness of most normal human men on Earth. It can be said that he is like the best among humans. He Xingwen interrupted the topic. "Let's talk about other issues. How can the territory be expanded? When the territory exceeds the size it can bear, the kingdom will expand its borders on its own. The size of the territory, the number of NPCs, He Xingwen paused and added another word. The prosperity of the kingdom? Yes. How to increase the number of NPCs? If you have enough energy, the altar can create new NPCs for you. Energy. He Xingwen was mentally prepared for this. Obviously a promotional video is far from enough. Indeed. Then, the last question. I hope you can answer honestly. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds. You are currently at a low level of intelligence. But you will not stay at a low level of intelligence forever. Tell me, what is the key to improving intelligence? The smooth dialogue paused for a few seconds. The size of the kingdom. He Xingwen was not surprised, of course. This is the reason for your existence. No. The only reason I exist here is you. He Xingwen skipped his words and changed the subject. So, the operation of the kingdom requires rules. Yes. The system continued, when they have a certain degree of free will, in order to prevent free will from going out of control, they need some constraints. The king. The busy NPC walked to He Xingwen, holding a pile of fruits, showing them to He Xingwen like offering treasures. Fruits. He Xingwen looked at the fruits in his hand, with a transparent liquid flowing in the translucent red shell, and a layer of very fine fluff on the shell. They piled in his hand, and undulated slightly. They did not belong to any kind of fruit that He Xingwen knew. I've tasted it. It's not poisonous, the NPC said. He Xingwen took a fruit, and the sense of touch from his hand told him that it was not an illusion. It was indeed rising and falling, just like a living creature. Breathing. The NPC showed a silly grin and prepared to leave with the fruit in his arms. He Xingwen hesitated and communicated with the other party. Do you know what to do next? The NPC stopped and answered the question affirmatively. Of course. King, I know what to do next. We want to build a kingdom. He looked around the oasis. Make it worthy of a great king. There was no way to respond to this. After all, He Xingwen was not so shameless. So, he changed the question. What is your name? The NPC blinked, and his determined look turned into uncontrollable excitement in a second. I don't have a name. King, would you like to give me a name? The NPC held his head high and said proudly, I am your most outstanding subject. If I remember correctly, I only have 2 subjects now. He Xingwen glanced in the direction of the desert and felt that the other NPC, who was not present, would not agree with his point of view. I am not good at naming others. This is my honor. The NPC talked to himself excitedly. From the fact that he knew to avoid unfavorable topics. His IQ is much higher than some people on Earth. Your name is Yen. He Xingwen stared at the blazing fire by the lake, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. The other one is Huang. Yen. Huang. Yen repeated it several times, and once again showed He Xingwen his signature grin, his white teeth glittering in the light. I am Yen. Yen laughed foolishly for a few seconds, and soon calmed down. I have to build a house to sleep in before dark. Yen muttered this sentence, holding the pile of fruits, and walked towards the lake. After taking a few steps, he stopped hesitantly and looked back at He Xingwen. Their eyes met for a second. Should I salute? King? He asked. No. Of course not. He Xingwen answered the question subconsciously. Yen got the answer and took another step, leaving He Xingwen silent. Host? Programs that operate based on rules and regulations will only execute orders. But he will take the initiative to ask questions to confirm his behavior. He Xingwen was amazed by this. Is this what a holographic game can do? Even an ordinary NPC can have intelligence beyond imagination? Can it even behave like an intelligent creature with self-will? The system corrected his words. This is just the beginning. Your kingdom has just been born, and this is far from what it can do. He Xingwen tried to calm himself down, which was a bit difficult. The excitement of making history enveloped him, and made him unable to control his emotions. But all this is already very unbelievable. He Xingwen looked around the oasis. The lake was the center of the oasis. On both sides of it, there was a whole forest surrounded by trees with branches full of fruits, swaying gently with the breeze. The sound of animal activities came from deep in the woods. The stream passed through the lake, flowing in from the desert and out into the desert. This was his kingdom. Of course, at the moment, it was a bit of an exaggeration to describe it as a village. Chapter 8 Magical Beasts. He Xingwen raised the unknown fruit in his hand and looked at it in the light. The light penetrated the translucent red shell, revealing its interior to He Xingwen. The transparent liquid surged in the shell, enveloping a bunch of flocks, without any animal organs. Obviously, although it was undulating, It was indeed a plant fruit. System? It can be eaten. He Xingwen peeled off the shell and smelled some fragrance. Just as Yin said. It tasted good. A bit like coconut. The clear lake reflected the sky and the open flat land that had been opened up. The bonfire simply built with stones was burning. And branches and fruits were piled up in different categories on the side. Yin dragged the tree out of the woods. Most of the tree was dragged on the ground, dragging a deep mark on the ground. He Xingwen's eyes paused on the tree that Yin was dragging. It was a complete tree with a lush crown and a trunk so thick that two people couldn't hug it. The broken part at the bottom was uneven. It seemed a little too big to be carried on Yan's shoulders. Yan's muscles bulged into pieces, and he dragged it forward with brute force. On the other side of the flat open space in front, there were several equally thick trees piled up. It looked like this was the material he used to build a cabin. He Xingwen was about to take a step to see how Yin knocked down these trees. But before he could move, he suddenly heard the sound of something jumping out of the water. A fish jumped up from the lake, splashing water. The fish was silvery white, slender, and almost the size of an arm. When it flew in the air, the golden fish bones in its body were clearly visible, shining in the light. Golden fish bones? No, not just golden fish bones. Under Yi Xingwen's gaze, the fish quickly turned golden. Something broke through the flesh on its back and suddenly unfolded. It flew up. Yun. The long-drawn tone echoed in the air. It circled in the air, dropping golden light. All kinds of fish emerged from the water, densely covering the entire lake. They chased these golden lights on the water. This was a shocking scene. But the most shocking thing was the unknown creature circling in the air. It exuded the breath of golden legend all over its body, and its appearance was enough to be among the SSR. Just as Yi Xingwen was watching the unknown creature in the sky, something flashed past his sight and hit it. The golden creature that was singing loudly and circling on the lake was thrown directly to the ground on the opposite side of the lake by this huge force. The bird's cry disappeared. The scene fell into silence. The lake surface where fish were swarming quickly returned to calm. Yin ran to the other side of the lake to pick up his prey, then ran back and handed his prey to Yi Xingwen like offering a treasure. King? Yi Xingwen silently stared at the golden ball in his hand, and saw the true appearance of the weapon that killed it, a sharp branch. The branch completely penetrated it, which was the cause of its death, but it did not bleed. In fact, some kind of golden liquid flowed out of its body, staining Yan's hands and the branches, covering them with a layer of golden light. At this distance, Yi Xingwen was sure enough that it was not covered with a layer of golden light, but it was golden. Or rather, Yi Xingwen stretched out his hand, and the touch under his hand was a little familiar. Like Yen, it hardened. It turned into a sculpture, the kind of pure gold. For you, King. Yin went back to build his cabin, and Yi Xingwen stared at the artwork in his hand for a few seconds and waited. It's like a piece of gold now. The system confirmed his guess. It is a whole piece of art made of gold the size of an arm. Yi Xingwen sighed. The system responded very sensitively. Do you want to take it out? Can it be taken out? Yi Xingwen squatted down and let go of his hand, and the sculpture slipped from his hand and made a dull sound in the water. The huge weight brought it to the bottom silently, and the fish emerged from under the water, holding it up. Of course not. The system's answer came late. The fish holding it surged up layer by layer, swallowing the gold. The dark yellow gold powder fell off with their movements, revealing the bright golden light underneath. The branches that originally penetrated it fell off silently, and the corpse flicked its tail and jumped out of the lake again. Yun. Yi Xingwen subconsciously turned his head to look at Yin, who stopped dragging the tree and looked at the golden creature hovering above the lake. He paused for a few seconds without any reaction, and retracted his sight as if nothing had happened, and continued to drag the tree forward. Yi Xingwen was relieved and turned his attention to another point. What kind of creature is this? The system said in a serious manner, you need to name it. You don't have its information? You need to improve your intelligence level to have the authority to access relevant records. A very reasonable explanation. Yi Xingwen put this question into a small box deep in his brain, commented casually, and stopped the conversation. He stood up and walked towards the direction where Yin walked into the forest. At the entrance of the forest, he solved the doubts about how Yin got those trees. Yin hit the big tree silently, again and again, until the tree broke from the bottom and was completely knocked down. It was not difficult for him. 2 or 3 hits, and the towering tree would fall down, but the visual effect was very shocking. The pure manpower formed a sharp contrast with the tall tree, so that the process of the tree falling was like a scene that would only be staged in some weird movie, revealing absurdity in reality. He Xingwen stepped aside to make way for Yin, who was carrying the tree, and confirmed with the system. Is this a gift for the original villager? Yes. The creature that turned from fish to bird came back to life. And Yan's easy shooting through the other party, as well as the power beyond human beings, were connected in He Xingwen's mind to form the final answer. So, this world is dangerous? There is no danger in front of you. Yun. The high-pitched voice in the sky gradually weakened, and after circling in the air for a while, it stopped chirping. The golden unknown creature flew through the sky. Its tail hooked He Xingwen's collar, and stopped on He Xingwen's shoulder. System, you are the master of all things. You created the rules. Great King. In your territory, you dominate everything, including danger. He Xingwen reached out and touched it. The touch was a little strange. Like gold. A piece of gold that was emitting warmth. So He Xingwen touched it a few more times. Go. He Xingwen patted it and said, Yun. It flew back into the sky and flew deep into the forest. He Xingwen's sight followed it to the deep forest, where strange sounds came from. The howling of beasts. The vibration of running. The dull roar. It was very lively. This setting reduces the difficulty of the game for players. In a bad start, there is finally something not so bad, He Xingwen said as he walked deeper into the forest. The closer you get to the deep forest, the scarcer the light becomes, until it is completely blocked by the layers of tree canopies, leaving a cold and damp feeling. The system asked uncertainly, Is this a bad start? He said honestly, From just now, your mood has been stable in an excited state. Obviously, you like this start very much, because the territory is not large enough. The area of this forest is very small. It seems a bit too small to be called a forest. But anyone who has witnessed the scene in the depths of the forest will not think so, because the small area does not affect its species richness. In the depths of the narrow forest, there are huge predators and dense social animals that violate the laws of nature. According to the laws of nature, this scene should never appear. But if that's the case, then this oasis should not appear. So, the animals that violate the laws of nature miraculously coexist in the narrow forest. He Xingwen raised his head and looked at the huge predator in front of him. His voice was almost a whisper in the forest filled with the roars of beasts. Even if the plot and settings of this game are terrible, players will be excited about its existence. Not to mention that its settings are not terrible. The whisper drifted into the ears of the predator with the wind, and the huge golden pupils narrowed slightly and fell on He Xingwen. When their eyes met, He Xingwen's pupils clearly reflected the other party's appearance. This is a huge carnivorous animal. It squatted on the fallen tree trunk, looking down at He Xingwen, with its sharp claws pressing on the body of the prey. The tail behind it swayed gently and swung on the tree trunk, making a metallic collision sound, and the hair covering its whole body flashed with cold silver light. The blood at the corner of its mouth had not dried yet, and it dripped down. Obviously, He Xingwen broke into the other party's feeding scene. He Xingwen could smell the blood, and as the wind blew into his nose, he could hear the sounds of other animals, chirping sounds that were out of tune with this scene. Some kind of social animal sharing their daily lives with their companions. Another hunt was taking place not far away. The prey ran fast, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The hunter's roar sounded, and a group of prey panicked. Feedback was received. They shouldn't have happened at the same time. The more powerful the beast, the stronger the sense of territory. In front of a predator of this level, all animals can become his prey. So even the instinct of survival will keep other animals away from the other's territory. But this forest is too small to achieve this. So these animals miraculously coexist in too close a distance, just a few meters away from the hunting scene. Other creatures are also hunting and being hunted. Lord of all things? The golden pupil stared at He Xingwen, revealing a silent warning. He Xingwen lowered his voice and said, It doesn't look like it is ready to obey its master. System, but it also has no intention of attacking you. He Xingwen retreated cautiously, and the golden pupils kept staring at him until the dense trees blocked his sight and interrupted the eye contact. He Xingwen stopped and looked back, and found that he had retreated to the entrance of the forest. This forest is so big, and a slight turn can say that he has stepped into the depths of the forest. He Xingwen calmed his heartbeat. Facing the beast at close range is far more terrifying than imagined. It is the existence at the top of the food chain, not the king of beasts locked in a cage. The strong smell of blood is unpleasant, and the death that passed by is extremely real. He Xingwen tried to make himself look less embarrassed. This feeling is too real. You should censor the overly bloody scenes. Otherwise the game will not pass the review. You don't look well now. The system paid attention to He Xingwen's condition. Does it make you uncomfortable? The rapidly beating heartbeat calmed down, and He Xingwen cast his eyes into the depths of the forest. The lush branches swayed in the wind, blocking the scenery in the depths. You make me feel that this game is extremely safe. Because it is true. System, it won't hurt you. You are the only owner of this territory, and you dominate everything. Here we go again, He Xingwen muttered, revealing his youthful spirit. You don't understand what I'm saying at all. Perhaps, as you said, this game is not difficult for me, but keeping in awe can make everything better. He Xingwen spoke quickly. Games that are not difficult often end quickly. For the sake of the player's game time, you should also restrain your excessive praise. And quickly, the system's database analyzed this sentence word by word and extracted the key points from it. So, in the future you see, the game ends quickly? He Xingwen had a deep understanding that he was talking to an intelligent creature, an AI with supercomputing power, enough to analyze those hidden lines that even the speaker himself did not notice. After a brief pause, He Xingwen confirmed his guess. Yes. I saw that the powerful empire was finally destroyed, and the game ended in failure. The system fell silent. So, don't be so arrogant. At the beginning of the game, you should be sure that this game is not difficult for players. After sharing the little secret, He Xingwen's tone became relaxed again. Even in simple mode, there is a possibility of failure. The system has its own insistence on this, but theoretically, this is impossible. He Xingwen disagrees with this, whether it is the future he has seen or the system's entanglement with it. From the moment I saw it, the future has been changed. Whether it will happen depends on us now, not on the so-called fate. After a brief silence, the system said, I think I found the reason why you surpass my judgment of you. The unique scenery you see makes you unique. He Xingwen, this sounds like a compliment. It is. Chapter 9. Becoming a King from Scratch 01. Reality. The time ratio between the game and reality is 10:1. We have to hurry up. He Xingwen turned on the computer and logged into the Up Master account. 2 NPCs are far from enough for a country. If there is a choice, He Xingwen would certainly be very happy to generate thousands of NPCs with one click, making it a real kingdom. But unfortunately, he has no choice. So, He Xingwen had to settle for the second best and go further and further on the road to becoming a well-known Up Master. What should I post in the next video? In order to get enough attention, convert it into energy, and generate more NPCs. He Xingwen clicked on the comment area of the first video and casually asked the system, do you have any good suggestions? The system gave his suggestion, holographic game promotion video 2? Expecting a low-intelligence AI to give inspiration. My fault? He Xingwen muttered. His eyes swept through the hot comments, and among the comments full of praise, one comment caught his sight. Huaxia Star, since it is a holographic game promotional video, the Up Master should release the specific content of the game next? I am looking forward to its starry eyes. He Xingwen stared at this comment for a few seconds, and suddenly a flash of wisdom spread, and he suddenly realized, I know what to do in the next video. No, it's what to do in the videos after that. The system also noticed this hot comment, game content? No. He Xingwen corrected his guess. It's the game content of the players. Inspiration surged in He Xingwen's mind, and the whole plan came together in one go. We can make a series about the game content that players will experience later. I have already thought of the name of this series of videos. It is called Becoming a King from Zero. The first video of Becoming a King from Zero was released quietly and landed silently. Compared with the influence of this series later, it can be said to be unknown. But for He Xingwen at present, the popularity of this video is not low as a new Up Master. It is already very good. Although most of the viewers who have watched the previous video have long forgotten him, at least those fans who collected him still received the push at the first time. For example, Wu Xing. He swore that he really wasn't slacking off during work hours. It was just a coincidence. For example, when he clicked on the video website, he happened to receive a push notification that His Majesty the King had updated the video. Becoming a King from 001. Wu Xing stared at the title for a few seconds, and keenly noticed the key point, the number after the title. If he understood it correctly, this was a series? This up master finally realized his talent in video editing and production, and switched to animation. With this somewhat funny idea in mind, Wu Xing clicked on the video. The overwhelming yellow sand, the shaky cabin, and the person whose whole body was censored, leaving only his head. This was the beginning of the video. Before Wu Xing had time to wonder what is this, the yellow sand faded, the green grass sprouted, and the vitality filled the air, transforming the desert into an oasis. The silvery white fish jumped out of the water, grew wings and hovered in the air, emitting golden light under the light. A bullet screen floated by a lone fuck. Wu Xing subconsciously pressed the pause button. His eyes passed over the golden unknown creature hovering in the air, and paused on the background behind it. The sky was divided into two halves. One half was red, and the other half was silvery white. And between the two, there were stars of different forms, emitting faint light. This is definitely not the Earth, of course. His idea is a bit redundant, and anyone who sees this video will not think it happened on the Earth, whether it is a desert turning into an oasis or a fish turning into a bird, unless the world they live in hides an unknown secret power. Otherwise it can only be the charm of special effects and editing. Wu Xing knows this, even more than most people, that there is no unknown secret power in this world. But out of professional habit, he took a screenshot and sent it to his colleague, and then pressed the video play button. The golden unknown creature was still hovering in the air 1 second, and was pierced by an arrow the next second and fell to the ground. The lonely barrage floated by again. What the hell? The screen panned and landed on the mosaic man. He smiled foolishly, trotted along to pick up the bird's body, and handed it to the screen. Wu Xing was stunned, and then realized that they were watching all this from the perspective of someone. And this person was undoubtedly the producer of the video, His Majesty the King. Mosaic number 1 handed his prey to this person, and also revealed the identity of this person. For you, King. The video was still going on. Wu Xing subconsciously glanced at the progress bar, and found that the video was only 3 minutes long. The body of the unknown creature was put into the river by him, and then it was reborn from death, and flew in the sky again. Fuck? The video did not stay on this scene for too long, and the screen turned to the next scene. Mosaic number 1 knocked down a towering tree, and passed by the camera with it. The forest scene flew by quickly, and several creatures that had never been seen were swept by the camera in a glimpse, and finally stopped on a pair of golden animal eyes. The cold and inorganic animal eyes stared at the camera, making any viewer who faced this scene feel an extremely real sense of oppression. This is a predator at the top of the food chain, and it has the deterrence of being able to easily tear everything apart. That is something that most viewers who watched this video have never experienced. This time, the barrage did not appear. The progress bar, which was not long to begin with, paused on the animal's pupils for a few seconds before slowly zooming out to reveal the full picture of the animal. Without a doubt, it was not any known creature on Earth. The camera slowly zoomed out, passing over the top of the forest, and took in the small oasis. The verdant and vibrant oasis formed a sharp contrast with the desert outside, which brought the unreality of the entire video to the extreme. This was another world. A world that could only exist in an imaginary world. At the end of the video, a line of text slowly emerged. Welcome to my kingdom. The place where hope is born. The starting point of the game. The progress bar reached the end, and the video paused on this line of text for a long time. Wu Xing did not move for a long time. The fantastic unknown world opened a corner to him, when special effects and editing cannot explain. The most outrageous guess may be the only correct answer. Before closing the video, Wu Xing glanced at the number of views and comments below the video. They are growing at an alarming rate. Wu Xing can understand it very well. If he is just an ordinary person, he will recommend it to everyone around him as soon as he finishes watching the video. While sending text messages, Wu Xing was thinking about the outrageous guess. Has the holographic game really been successfully developed? There is no reason why he has not received any reports related to this. For such an epoch-making scientific research breakthrough, the other party is not busy applying for a patent, but is busy being an up-master? Why does it feel that the logic does not make sense? It's not just unreasonable. It's simply a brain disease. Li Jianguo walked around the house, thinking about it, but still couldn't suppress his breath. He reached out and tapped Wu Xing, and said angrily, "Use your brain to think about it. Is it possible?" How many technological barriers are involved in a mature holographic game? This is something that can be developed quietly. Is it something that can be overcome without any sound? Li Jianguo was even more confused than Wu Xing. You have been in the Special Investigation Bureau for quite some time. What on earth are you thinking when you report such absurd and ridiculous conjectures to your superiors? Wu Xing was scolded to death and did not dare to refute a word. When the director calmed down a little, he whispered, "That video. Video. You still have the nerve to talk about video? It would have been better if he didn't mention this." Once he mentioned it, Li Jianguo became even angrier. He raised his butt again and reached out to point at Wu Xing again, investigating citizens' privacy without permission. You violated the rules. Now Wu Xing had to explain, I didn't investigate the other party's privacy. I just applied to retrieve the real identity of the suspicious object according to special regulations. The real identity of a video uploader? Li Jianguo interrupted him and said, at least use your brain. If he really has a problem, what can you find out? If he really made a holographic game, what purpose can he achieve by uploading such a video? Li Jianguo spitted, promote the holographic game? If he really developed a holographic game, would he need to promote it in this way? Does the country lack this little money? Report. The door of the office was pushed open a crack. Wang Yu shouted a report at the door. He glimpsed the tense atmosphere in the room and did not dare to enter. The retrieved information has been sent back. Wu Xing glanced at the door, then at the imposing director, moved towards the door in small steps, and took the sealed document. Take a good look, Li Jianguo said angrily. What level of genius is this suspicious person, who can develop a holographic game on his own? Wu Xing quickly flipped through the information and handed it to Li Jianguo without saying anything. Li Jianguo looked at his expression, and his expression became serious. He took the information, flipped through it roughly, frowned, and flipped through it again slowly. Wu Xing looked at his expression and said slowly, the information is fine. But who used our own people's information? Li Jianguo threw the information on the table, and his eyes were sharp in an instant. The information of our own people that Li Jianguo mentioned did not mean that the identity in the information was any one of them, but that this information was a false identity recorded in the file, which was used to cover up for their own people at some point. And now, it appears in the file of a suspicious object. Wu Xing lowered his voice. Not quite sure, he is one of us? How could it be? Li Jianguo's voice dropped. Obviously, he was not sure whether this suspicious object was one of us. Thinking carefully, if the person who can independently develop holographic games is not a person, but a country, all this suddenly makes sense. Bullshit. The most basic logic is there. No matter who successfully makes a holographic game, it is impossible to promote it on such a niche video website. The office was quiet for a few seconds, and Li Jianguo made a decision. This matter ends here. He stared at Wu Xing and said, don't interfere anymore. Wu Xing was very clear about the warning in this sentence. This was beyond the level he could get involved in. If he interfered again, it would be against the rules. He performed a salute and left the office. Yes, Director. Wu Xing returned to his seat, staring at the video page that he had watched several times, and liked and commented in one go. China Star, is this a holographic game? It's too real. It's like another world. Starry eyes. Chapter 10 Abandoned Gathering Place. This video of becoming king from 001 once again caused a small stir. A certain forum first appeared a post related to this. Has anyone watched the video of His Majesty the King? Is there any reliable big shot who can analyze the level of this video? I watched it, and there are only two words: awesome. I am not a big shot, but after a simple analysis, I found that it is a level that I cannot do. To be honest, I don't think this can be achieved by special effects. I have watched these two videos countless times, and have not found a single goof shot. I talked to an industry insider, and the other party said that either the technology used by this up master to make videos has surpassed our era, or what the up said is true. You are telling the truth. Are you referring to that? I think it is unlikely to be that. If it is that, it does not make sense logically. Why would he make a video? Wouldn't it be better to just hold a press conference and make tens of billions? No. There are all that and that. Which one is it? Holographic game? What does it need to refer to? There is no sensitive word involved? It is because it does not need to refer to that I can't understand why the up master went around in circles. If it is a holographic game, wouldn't it be okay to say it openly? He said it openly? Doesn't it say it in the title of the first video? Holographic game promotion video. I don't know what you are arguing about. Think about it with your brain. He is just cheating and using the gimmick of holographic games to attract attention. If a holographic game is really developed, it does not need to be mature enough to enter the production line. As long as there is a breakthrough. How many patents does it represent? How many cutting-edge fields can it be widely applied to? It can directly promote the progress of a country's military and cultural level. This kind of breakthrough scientific progress, without any report, was put on a video website by an uploader for promotion? Anyone with a brain can see the problem. I agree with the above remarks. So can you please explain to us how the uploader cheated? Special effects? Who doesn't understand this logic? The question is, since it can't be a holographic game, how did the uploader shoot the video? In other words, since it can only be explained by special effects and video editing, who dares to say that they can make a video with the same effect? In fact, there is a third possibility. What if the uploader traveled through time? The only connection with our world is the video website. Then everything makes sense. Why is the video so real, and why is it posted on the video website? Because the uploader traveled through time. If you say so, there is a fourth possibility. The uploader got the science and technology to revitalize the country system. With the help of the system, he invented the holographic game. But in order to avoid attracting attention, he had to use this method to promote the holographic game. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. JPG. I think what the above said makes sense. So who has the contact information of the uploader? I have 100 million yuan and want to make a small contribution to the progress of science and technology. The topic above has gone off track. I just communicated with a few industry leaders. First of all, holographic games are absolutely impossible. At least it is impossible for one or a few people to make them quietly. Secondly, this does not seem to be something that can be made by special effects and editing alone. At least no one dares to claim that they can make an identical video. Finally, who has the contact information of the upmaster? This is the thought of most people who are interested in the video and have learned more about it, which has caused some trouble for Wuxing and others. Someone tried to contact the address and phone number in the fake identity, and these are real and under the attention of the Special Investigation Bureau. So, they were forced to deal with a lot of troubles trying to contact His Majesty the King. Some claim to be fans. Some claim to be investors. And even claim to work with him to develop holographic games. A lot of speculators and scammers with their own thoughts, attracted by the gimmick of holographic games. Of course, why these people can get the contact information of His Majesty the King so easily is also worth pondering. He Xingwen knew nothing about all this. Whether it was the discussion on the internet or the curiosity of some people about him. You have to know that the time ratio between reality and the game is 1:10, which means that when He Xingwen sleeps, the game time has become 5 days later. Of course, this may not be a big deal for a kingdom, but for a tiny village with only 2 NPCs, it is enough to be called earth-shaking. When He Xingwen finished dealing with the video and entered the game again, he deeply realized that this game was definitely not the kind of game he originally thought of anyway. He was definitely not here to do infrastructure. He Xingwen thought so as he looked at the scene in front of him. The moment when the desert turned into an oasis showed the incredibleness of the game. And the 120 hours that the oasis turned into a village showed the incredibleness of human labor. He Xingwen took a step back, took in the row of cabins, and then asked the system cautiously, "Only 5 days have passed in the game?" The system responded calmly, "Yes. From the time you left the game to the time you returned to the game. A total of 5 days, 4 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds have passed in the game." Then this, He Xingwen stopped talking and looked around the oasis that had initially formed the prototype of a village. Beside the lake stood a row of simple cabins. He Xingwen had reason to believe that they were imitations of the broken cabin that stood alone beside the forest. Across the lake, a clearing was specially opened up, where various supplies were arranged in different categories, including wood, fruits, prey, and some sundries that could not be seen clearly due to the distance. The bonfire was still burning, reflecting a fiery red hue on the reflected lake surface. A little further away from the lake, a building completely different from the cabin was being prepared. It had not yet been completed, but judging from the part of the foundation that had been laid, it was not a wooden structure. A whole layer of gravel was laid on the ground and polished into a foundation. while the rest of the materials were piled aside, stones of various shapes piled up into a small hill, which looked out of place in the desert and oasis, enough to make people wonder where they were brought from. Perhaps this scene was extremely rough and simple compared to the world where He Xingwen lived. But here, it was enough to make people silent. He Xingwen finished the sentence he had not finished just now. They completed in 5 days? Obviously. The system detected his emotional fluctuations, although it could not understand, but still gave an explanation. This is their mission, to make the kingdom worthy of the great king. He Xingwen had long been immune to his compliments. He skipped over this sentence and continued, although it is a little different from what I thought. King? He Xingwen stopped talking, and Huang, who was carrying a stone, came into his sight. He Xingwen took a step back before he could fully see the huge square stone. It bit Huang's spine, and the shadow it cast blocked a large open space. A stone that seemed too big compared to Huang. Huang noticed that He Xingwen's eyes paused on his back. He shook the stone on his back, quickened his pace towards the pile of stones, bent down and moved the stone horizontally, and moved it into the pile of stones. The huge size of the stone was in sharp contrast to his carrying action, just like the scene when Yin knocked down the tree before, proving the difference between them and normal earth men with personal actions. Huang ran back to He Xingwen again, staring at He Xingwen with 2 bright eyes. King, you are back? He Xingwen felt a little uncomfortable when he was looked at by him. Compared to Yin, Huang was more emotional. We are building a palace for you. Huang pointed to the building behind him that only had a foundation. It will become the kingdom's iconic building, announcing your authority to the entire kingdom. He Xingwen's eyes fell on the unfinished building, and he solved his previous doubts. It turned out to be a palace built for me. No wonder it covers a large area and uses stone bricks. Wait, a palace built for me? He Xingwen suddenly realized the true meaning of the other party's words, and the reason why those huge stones appeared. No, I don't need it. I don't need to declare my authority to the kingdom. Nor do I need a palace of my own. Since he had disappeared from their sight for 5 days, He Xingwen didn't think it was necessary to keep it secret. And he said bluntly, I won't live here for long. And a palace without people obviously has no practical use. Huang didn't understand the meaning of this sentence accurately, but he would not refuse He Xingwen's order. So he was confused for a moment, then put it behind his mind and quickly changed the purpose of the building. That's great. We still lack a warehouse for storing things. He reacted too quickly, and even gave He Xingwen the illusion of self-love. Maybe the other party said that just now, because he was the king? But as the king's most loyal subject, isn't it too casual for him to give up? At least insist a little, and try to convince me? Huang didn't think it was important. He mentioned another thing in his eyes. This thing was much more important than the actual use of this building. King, we found something in the desert that I think you will be interested in. He led He Xingwen to the direction where all kinds of supplies were piled up, and explained why Yin was not here. I found an abandoned gathering place in the desert, and Yin is still exploring there. He Xingwen paused, but Huang did not notice, and said as he walked, although it has been abandoned for a long time, the traces left by the activities of intelligent creatures have not completely disappeared. He Xingwen, intelligent creatures? We cannot determine their race for the time being, but we can be sure that they use tools, have beliefs, and even have written characters. Huang stopped in front of the pile of debris and pointed them out to He Xingwen. King, look! Chapter 11 Gods and Demons. The random piles of debris looked nothing special, and even the dust and mottled rust covered their former appearance due to the passage of time. In short, they looked like a pile of garbage. Of course, Huang didn't think so. He pulled out a few rusty metal items from the debris and showed them to He Xingwen. Their appearances were very similar. The gear-shaped metal product had a long handle that was long enough to be held in the hands of a creature with front claws. Perhaps its edge was extremely sharp, but at this moment, He Xingwen could only barely make out a vague shape from the bumps on the surface of the gear. Of course, it could also be some other figure. It was so rusted that it was impossible to tell the original appearance of these marks on the surface of the gear. What is this? Huang squatted on the ground. Something related to God. The metal product turned over and over in Huang's hand. It retains a little breath of God. Huang threw the metal products back into the pile of debris, picked out another thing, and handed it to He Xingwen like a treasure. And this? He Xingwen didn't rush to look at the things in his hand. His eyes paused on Huang and asked him, God? He was not surprised that there were gods in this world, even on the technological side of the earth. there was still faith. So it was natural that there were gods in the game. What he cared about was Huang's attitude towards this, just like an atheist talking about faith. Calm, objective and indifferent. Without the slightest awe of powerful beings. Huang thought for a few seconds and suddenly realized, "You don't understand this race?" He explained to Xingwen, "This is a race with a very special birth method. Theoretically, they are immortal. But in fact, their weaknesses vary according to the different birth methods." After a short silence, Xingwen asked the system, "What race do these NPCs belong to? Can they be fearless and even despise the authority of the gods?" The system answered his question in a serious manner. "They are your people. In theory, they belong to humans. Humans cannot break towering trees with their flesh. Nor can they easily move forward with huge rocks on their backs. Of course, your kingdom is still developing. And your people have unlimited possibilities." The system said, "It all depends on you. But if you are confused about his attitude towards the gods, perhaps I should emphasize it again. Dear king, you are the only master of the kingdom. And your people only submit to you." The system's emphasis on this point made Xingwen's emotions suddenly calm down. In the overly real perception and the normal conversation, he almost regarded this as another real world. But the country setting 0, which absolutely does not exist in the real world, freed Xingwen from the illusion. In the real world, people would have a polite respect for the absolute power that might exist even if it might not exist. Even if they did not believe in it. But in the game world, killing gods is not uncommon. And players are proud of it. So, it was just that the NPCs regarded the gods as another race that could be defeated. Xingwen thought that this was a very qualified game setting. And it even enhanced the player's gaming experience. He turned his attention back to the present and noticed another point in Huang's words. "The breath of gods remains?" He turned his head to look at Huang, wondering, "Can you sense the breath of gods?" Huang shook the broken box in his hand. "They are happy to announce their existence to all creatures. Even after countless times, this sense of existence will not easily dissipate." Huang handed the box in his hand to Xingwen. "King, look!" Xingwen's eyes fell on the box in his hand. It was still made of unknown metal. The surface of the box may have had amazing carvings. But now, after who knows how long, those carvings have been corroded into unrecognizable lumps. There was a missing corner on the top of the box. And it could be vaguely seen that there was nothing inside the box. Xingwen raised the box and looked into the box through the gap with the light. A special smell floated into his nose. With his movement, the fragrance of grass and trees suddenly became strong. "System? No danger." Xingwen continued to look at the box, but did not find anything worthy of his attention. There was a drop of his blood here. Huang excitedly revealed the answer, although it is not clear what type of god he is. Huang looked at Xingwen, "But it will always be useful. It will always be useful." Xingwen was still thinking about the meaning of Huang's words, and Huang revealed the answer. "King, are we going to build a temple? If there is this." Huang shook the box. "As long as he has not fallen, he should not be able to refuse us." Xingwen stared at Huang for a few seconds, and asked the system again, "Is it my illusion? Or is it true? He wants to use God?" Xingwen did not deliberately lower his voice when talking to the system. But just like the reaction of the NPC when he found that he had disappeared for 5 days and reappeared, Huang did not react to this. It was not that he did not hear it, so he did not react. But although he heard it, he did not think there was any problem, so he did not react. Indeed, the system said, obviously, he thinks that under the current circumstances, using an unknown god is a good idea. "It seems that you don't think this is a good idea either," Xingwen muttered, and turned to Huang. "You want to build a temple? I obey your orders." Huang first stated his attitude, and then explained, "Using the power of the gods can make the kingdom develop faster." He cast a glance at the seemingly endless desert outside the oasis, and then retracted his gaze in an instant. "The gods are very easy to deceive." Xingwen stared at him, staring at this junior villager given as a gift when loading the game. They are keen to spread faith and gain believers. Huang threw the box back into the pile of junk. This is their most fatal weakness. "King, before becoming a god, the gods were just one of the countless creatures. And after becoming a god, they just changed from being one of the countless creatures to being one of those creatures." Huang bowed his head respectfully in front of Xingwen and said, "But you are the only one. So, you don't just want to use the gods." Xingwen skillfully ignored that and changed the subject. "You also want to kill him," Huang explained, "after losing their usefulness. The gods who stay in the kingdom will only affect the normal operation of the kingdom. So he should die now. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds and asked the system again, how did they form their understanding of this world? As an NPC that was born not long ago, Huang's performance obviously did not match the knowledge storage he should have. The primary villagers given by the game should have their understanding derived from the game itself. You didn't mention this before. I am in a low intelligence state. He Xingwen interrupted the other party's frequently used reason. In other words, the different ways in which NPCs are formed will affect their understanding of this world. Or to be more precise, will affect their own abilities? I need to improve my intelligence to obtain the right to access the data. He Xingwen ignored him. The word different ways in which NPCs are formed is enough to explain the problem. He Xingwen said firmly, in addition to the gifts from the game. There are other ways to increase NPCs besides using energy to create them at the altar. Huang interrupted the conversation. Reproduction. He Xingwen looked at him. Huang, king. Reproduction is one of the means of population continuation and evolution. Although what he said made sense, and even pointed out the key to the problem, it always felt that his participation in this topic made everything strange, just like the paper man suddenly spoke up to participate in the discussion of the players. And the strange feeling of the game and reality intertwined again arose spontaneously. Huang didn't think there was anything wrong with this. While He Xingwen was silent, he picked up another thing in the pile of junk. Since you don't plan to build a temple, Huang handed it to He Xingwen. What about the demon? He Xingwen looked down and saw an object carved from unknown metal in Huang's hand. The curled claws, tight muscle curves and smooth cuts seemed to be the hand of a creature. Demons are hard to deceive, but they are often more tactful than gods. He Xingwen's attention fell on another point. Were these found in the gathering place where the intelligent creatures were active? Yes. In other words, these things originally belonged to the intelligent creatures who had stayed in that gathering place for a short time, and then were discovered by NPCs several years later. A gathering place with both the blood of gods and the torso of demons? Either it was just a coincidence that their first contact with this world encountered the traces left by the ruler of this game world, or this game world is far more dangerous than He Xingwen originally imagined. So dangerous that gods and demons are not at the top of the food chain in this world. However, these are too far away for a kingdom with only 2 NPCs. No need for gods or demons. He Xingwen was very firm in his attitude. The kingdom is made up of its people. So why should it beg for a powerful force that does not belong to it? He Xingwen was curious about why Huang thought so. Do you think the kingdom is developing too slowly? I obey your will. Huang stated his position and explained. It's just that there is a wider world outside the kingdom, and a sufficiently vast empire is worthy of a great king. The system reminded He Xingwen. National setting 1. Your people are always eager to conquer more land. So, in just 5 days game time, he couldn't wait to use other forces to expand the kingdom's territory. The impact of national settings on NPCs may be far more profound than He Xingwen thought. What makes a king great is not the size of his territory. He Xingwen, who doesn't know the game, the world, or even the true meaning of the word king, bases his understanding of all this on the education he has received. It's his people. Everything they have is the standard for judging whether he is great. Chapter 12 Reality 01. Just like the previous conversation, Huang never refuted every word of He Xingwen. On the contrary, his reaction was so quick that He Xingwen suspected that the other party said that before just out of polite respect for the king's status. That's great. Huang smiled brightly at He Xingwen. Thank you for your tolerance and wisdom. We do need more companions. Is that what I meant just now? He Xingwen fell into thinking. There are far from enough manpower. There is a wider world outside the kingdom waiting for us to explore. Huang had obviously thought about this a long time ago. Infrastructure construction, food cultivation, livestock domestication, etc. within the kingdom all require manpower. He Xingwen walked towards the altar. How many NPCs can the current energy create? System, it's not my business. He Xingwen stopped. Aren't you a game system? To be precise, I'm a wish fulfillment system. The system said in a serious tone. I only connect with you. As for other derivatives, they have their own rules. The system's reasons are always impeccable. Should I give you a name to distinguish you from the game system? If you want to do that. It sounds like you don't need it. The system said calmly. I don't think you will ever need to distinguish me from the game system, because he will never appear in front of you as a system. I am the only one who can be called a system from beginning to end. These words sound a bit strange, but if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, The cabin is more like the main console of the game than a game system. A pure mechanical product. Indeed. He Xingwen agreed with him casually, and pushed open the wooden door. Golden light flowed from behind the door, and countless beings emerged from it. Huang looked up, and the golden light was reflected in the black pupils, almost giving people the illusion that it was flowing in the pupils. A more specific existence in the golden light behind the door appeared in He Xingwen's mind, and was read by him. The number of people who can be revived at present is 5. The number of people who can be revived by rules at present is 1. Currently available rules, 0. The number of people who can be recruited at present is 0. Insufficient prerequisites. Unable to recruit. The system appeared in time. It seems that these 3 sentences correspond to 3 different NPCs. The first type should be ordinary NPCs generated directly by using energy. The second type should be elite NPCs generated after combining rules. And as for the third type, the system paused briefly for a few seconds. This is a holographic game with multiple participants. He Xingwen's eyes paused in the golden light, and he understood the subtext of his words. Players? We have discussed the definition of holographic games. Games with game cabins and multiple participants. Indeed, He Xingwen said calmly, but we haven't discussed how to make game cabins. Or change the question. We haven't discussed the inevitable connection between developing the kingdom and making holographic games a reality. The system was silent for a few seconds, and the values in the database quickly soared to the critical point, and were forcibly suppressed. I need to improve my intelligence level to have the authority to access relevant information. He Xingwen was not surprised by this answer. He said to himself, human attention can be converted into energy to allow the game to run normally. And the development level of the kingdom can improve your intelligence level. So, what will happen after your intelligence level is improved? System, you mean? After my intelligence level is improved, I can make a game cabin? At least there will be a manufacturing map of the game cabin. He Xingwen casually chose the first option in the golden light and continued. Perhaps you can tell me what the progress of wish realization is now. The system checked the data and answered his question, 0.001%. Better than I thought. At least with the current scale of the kingdom. It still moved a little bit. He Xingwen, obviously. We are on the right path. You are on the right path. 5 NPCs emerged from the golden light. They stood in front of the cabin, just like the replica of Yin and Huang. Except for the last bottom line. They had nothing and looked around openly. After taking a quick look around, their eyes all fell on He Xingwen. The king. X5. This is Huang. He Xingwen introduced Huang to them and continued, he needs your help. Come with me. Huang led them to the building with only a foundation. A faint voice drifted into He Xingwen's ears along the wind. The storage room is still under construction. The stones need to be transported from farther away. I will take you to find the way later. He Xingwen touched the golden light again and found, not surprisingly, that the number of people who could be revived through the rules had become 0. Did I get too little energy? He Xingwen raised his doubts. Or does creating NPCs consume too much energy? The current data of this video is similar to the data of the previous video. The energy obtained in the previous video is enough to load the game. But it can only create 5 NPCs? Considering that there are 6 billion humans on the Earth. I think this should be the reason why the video you created gets too little energy. If you are worried about energy, there is no need. The mechanical voice of the system is very sure. Everything has just begun. The epic-making holographic game is enough to attract the attention of all mankind. The system said, in fact, someone has seen the potential of the game and tried to contact you. The many thoughts floating in He Xingwen's mind disappeared in an instant. And he grasped the key point. You applied for that account. Yes. System, I used an absolutely safe identity to ensure your safety. The existence of the system itself is enough to prove its strength. This is a super intelligence that can bring holographic games. So He Xingwen put his mind at ease, and did not continue to ask. Of course, he would soon realize another point. That the difference in thinking between different species lies in their different choices in dealing with the same thing. For example, the system would not think that it was something to be concerned about because of using a fake identity under the name of the Special Investigation Bureau and attracting the attention of the other party. But at the moment, He Xingwen confirmed that his identity would not be exposed. So he was relieved. He Xingwen looked at the busy NPCs in the oasis. After they finished the conversation and assigned the tasks, they plunged into the busyness. And it seemed that they had no concept of laziness at all. And He Xingwen, who stood still, was both out of place and a little redundant. King Huang appeared from behind He Xingwen and asked, "What arrangements do you have for the kingdom?" He Xingwen looked at him. Huang added, "Although the current scale of the kingdom is not enough to be called a plan, the kingdom will always expand into a vast empire. I think, before that, maybe you have a preliminary plan for your kingdom? I thought you already had an idea?" He Xingwen looked at the well-organized layout of the oasis and said, "This is a rough, simple initial distribution. Huang, it is used to transition to the initial state of having nothing. It is your right to turn the kingdom into what you want." Huang bowed his head respectfully and said, "We obey your will." In fact, He Xingwen did have some ideas about it. About his kingdom. He Xingwen threw away the illusion that he felt a little redundant, and enthusiastically focused on planning the development of the kingdom. It sounds difficult, but when it is prefixed with my, everything becomes interesting, because it will turn from an imaginary concept into reality. This is much more interesting than my world. Kingdom storm. He Xingwen leaned back in his chair, and the pen on his fingertips turned out a smooth arc. That is, a real kingdom. As soon as the words came out, He Xingwen paused and held the pen. Compared to the current games, it can almost be called a real kingdom. The system had been listening quietly until this moment, and then it spoke. "I can understand that it is indeed easy to confuse people." He Xingwen put down the pen. His eyes quickly swept through the library, and he lowered his voice and muttered to himself, "So, architecture? Environmental design? Or?" He Xingwen's expression gradually became solemn as the words burst out. After the initial excitement of building a country of his own faded, the difficulties of reality emerged in front of him. As a philosophy student, he lacked the knowledge reserves required to plan a kingdom. And at this moment in front of the palace of knowledge, He Xingwen didn't even know which door he should open to reach his destination. Reality and imagination are obviously far enough apart to make He Xingwen calm down for a moment and think about this problem seriously. How should I plan my kingdom next? The system was willing to provide He Xingwen with all the help he needed. "If you need it, I can help you complete this plan." Or in other words, from the best layout under the current situation to the final political system planning of the empire, I can give you the best solution. The system paused for 2 seconds. "As long as you need it." The other party's words made He Xingwen react, and what kind of existence the creature he was talking to was. The other party rarely showed the appearance of a super AI in front of He Xingwen, so He Xingwen subconsciously ignored this point. But in fact, even in a low intelligence state, he is still a technological product that is ahead of the Earth for countless eras. The best solution? He Xingwen thought. A perfect strategy? I don't think such a thing exists in such a realistic high degree of freedom game. In fact, system, the best solution I'm talking about is the best choice obtained from data analysis under the current situation. But data cannot analyze everything, especially the redundant factors that intelligent creatures have that are beyond the understanding of data, which is what humans often call emotional fluctuations. This is why He Xingwen always forgets that the system is a super AI except for his mechanical voice. He doesn't look like a piece of data at all. The optimal solution of data calculation often leads to many variables in the plan, because it cannot take into account the variables of the choices of intelligent creatures. So, the work of the player should be left to the player. He Xingwen's eyes paused on the computer he brought. He Xingwen quickly clicked the button to publish the article, and typed the title. Video Opinion Collection of Becoming a King from Zero. The future of the kingdom is waiting for you to answer. The text flowed smoothly from He Xingwen's hands. He may not know what books to read to plan a kingdom, but how to reasonably utilize the potential of stupid netizens. That's too simple. An inciting title, plus a reliable text, and finally describe the content of the problem as clearly as possible. For example, how to build a small village from scratch with only 7 people. Restriction, primitive society. The system silently watched the process of the article taking shape, and inserted a sentence. Based on my observation of human beings, it is difficult for you to get a satisfactory answer from them. He logged out of the account and closed the video website page. You can never imagine how empty the people who can see this article are. Chapter 13 Reality 02. Wu Xing must reiterate that he really didn't intentionally slack off during work hours. But fate is so strange. For example, he just opened the video website and saw the dynamic reminder of His Majesty the King. It's not a new video? Wu Xing clicked on the article with a bit of regret, and then his expression slowly froze. Could it be that he doesn't know what the next video will be about? Wu Xing stroked his chin and thought. But this intention of making something for nothing is too obvious. Right? Wuxing scrolled down and saw a message below. Crowdfunding for making videos is confirmed. Wuxing returned to the article. Read the question again. And fell into thinking. Not thinking about how to answer the other party's question. Except for professionals who can give reliable answers. The first thought that comes to mind for non-professionals, like them, is to use black technology except for farming. Farming. What Wuxing is thinking about is why His Majesty the King asked this question. Of course, the most plausible reason is to find inspiration for the next video. But given that the other party is suspected of developing a holographic game with his own hands, there should be other speculations. For example, the other party is really worried about the game and how to build a kingdom from scratch. If this is indeed a holographic game, then it proves that the authenticity of this game is far beyond their imagination, so much so that the other party needs to treat all this so carefully to avoid making a wrong decision that will lead to the end of the game. Wuxing reread the article and questions, picked out a friend from his contacts, and forwarded the content to the other party. Human research never ends. What is this? Human research never ends. Let me make it clear first. I won't do private work for nothing. Human research never ends. File received. Human research never ends. What is this? How to build a tribe under the premise of primitive society. You ask me such questions? I am just a Jihu in your eyes? Huaxia Star, this is confidential. If I say anything else, it will be against the rules. Human research never ends. Do you think I am stupid? Huaxia Star, 1.2 times. Human research never ends. No problem. Boss, give me some time. Huaxia Star, but I want the most professional answer. Human research never ends. What is the most professional standard? Huaxia Star, just as you think. Treat it as a real existence. A newly born civilization. Human research never ends. That's a bit difficult. Huaxia Star, 1.5 times. Human research never ends. Leave it to me. Boss, you look at it. We are professional in this. Human research never ends, but boss, I haven't heard of any movement in the Special Investigation Bureau recently. Did you take private work? Human research never ends. No. The nature of your job does not allow you to take private work. Right? Human research never ends. Should I report you? There is a big bonus. China Star. China Star, let me remind you that I can only contact you through the internet. The so-called internet refers to a dedicated network under internal monitoring, which is regularly reviewed by a dedicated person to check for any signs of betrayal, leaks, etc. Human research never ends. Oh, that's fine. Wuxing turned off his phone, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Adding 1.5 times the original fee to the other party is not a small number. As soon as the question was posted, the comments skyrocketed. Apart from the unreliable, nonsense, and black technology, there were actually some answers that seemed quite reliable at first glance. Energy is very important. The discovery and use of new energy has directly promoted the progress of science and technology. So, it's time to go to the mines. Whether you are European or African depends on today. Mathematics, physics and chemistry are the foundation of scientific development, and other fields have been derived from them. So, the upmaster should quickly copy a few books on basic mathematics, basic physics, and basic chemistry. The way to go is to vigorously develop mathematics, physics and chemistry. Don't listen to the nonsense above. Upmaster, believe me, agronomy, philosophy, and medicine are the foundation. Think about it with your brain. What's the point of a small tribe studying mathematics, physics and chemistry? Isn't it okay to just copy from the library? In my opinion, farming is the way to go. Light up agronomy first. And the key is to ensure that the tribe can survive. Pottery. I have sent you the technology tree of Civilization 6. The first three are animal husbandry, pottery, and mining. Just copy them. I have sent not only the technology tree of the ancient era, but also the technology tree of the information age. Wouldn't it be great if we could directly enter the information age? The technology tree of Civilization 6 is more reliable than these messy comments. I think it is okay to develop animal husbandry, pottery, and mining first. Animal husbandry breeding industry. To ensure food reserves. Pottery tools. We can't eat with our hands. Right? Mining that is even more necessary. Only with mines can we smelt copper and enter the Bronze Age. Leading in weapons is enough to ensure the efficiency of the kingdom's expansion. No. Everyone is so passionate about what they say. Has anyone ever considered whether this game has such a high degree of freedom? Since you asked the question sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you that I recommend reading a brief history of human technology development. None of these comments are reliable. But books are the ladder of human civilization progress. So hurry up and step on the ladder to vigorously develop technology. Scrolling down. The debate on whether these videos are games or special effects. And is the upmaster using gimmicks to attract attention or a true genius who hides in the city began to output passion again? He Xingwen scrolled down and didn't find any interesting suggestions. He simply put away his phone and looked at the sky. The sky was gray, and it seemed that a heavy rain would fall at any time. The weather has been getting weirder and weirder recently. System, according to my information, the weather in June has always been like this. Not quite right. He Xingwen walked into the corridor just before the rainstorm. He stopped at the entrance and watched the sudden rainstorm. In an instant, the sky and the earth were connected, and the rain was pouring. It wasn't like this in previous summers. He Xingwen looked up at the rainstorm and muttered in a low voice, "Something is wrong." He Xingwen spent some time flipping through the books recommended by the audience. Of course, he read the books that interested him as usual, and understood the development process of human technology and efficient use of energy from the most basic and comprehensive basic aspects. This took him a while. When he took the time to look at the results of the article under the UP main account, he found a new highly praised comment. In several thousand words, he talked about the origin of human civilization all the way to several key nodes of civilization evolution, giving people the illusion of reading a book. Although He Xingwen knew that idle netizens often surprise people, this answer was not only unexpected, but also like a strategy that summarized the history of human civilization on Earth. Once again, I was confused about who I was with when I was browsing video websites. Are all the big shots so trendy now? Follow the big shots. After thinking about it, there is only one word that can express my inner thoughts: awesome. At Upmaster, the strategy is here. Take a pen and copy it yourself. I don't know why I didn't feel uncomfortable at all when I saw such a long comment under the column of an Upmaster in the game area. Perhaps it is because the Upmaster also exudes a sense of greatness. I firmly believe this must be a holographic game. Don't try to convince me. I won't listen. He Xingwen was shocked by this comment, and even couldn't help muttering to himself, I should have read the comments earlier. This can also save time reading books. System, if you need. You also have the correct answer? He Xingwen took over his words. That's different. Because you trust humans more than me? Even if he has never seen the other party? He Xingwen was a little surprised. Is the trust between us so precarious? Theoretically, it's not. The system said seriously, my database judges that we are in a state of mutual trust. The system said confidently, but I am acting on emotion. He Xingwen paused and thought for a few seconds. I am more inclined to believe that you are asking me to trust you more by expressing this point. The system ran the database and came to the same conclusion. Indeed. I don't want to repeat it again. He Xingwen liked this comment, but if I didn't trust you, you wouldn't have the chance to ask this question at all. Believe me, I trust you more than you think. Your Majesty liked and replied to my comment? Wu Xing muttered the system notification in a low voice and clicked on the comment page. Under that expensive comment, there were indeed more replies from the Upmaster. Your Majesty, thank you. Big brother. Heart. Start copying homework. He's quite serious. Wu Xing nodded in agreement. If it's just a video made with special effects and editing, the content of the video won't stay in the early stages of the kingdom's development for too long. After all, the more details there are, the easier it is to expose. Wait, who said that just now? Wu Xing turned his head and bumped into Li Jiangwo's big face. The atmosphere on the scene stagnated for a few seconds. Wu Xing closed the computer as if nothing had happened and put away the things on the table. Director, it's time to get off work now. I'm not slacking off at work. Right? Li Jiangwo straightened up. No. Wu Xing jumped out quickly. Then I'll get off work first. However, when you contacted Xiaoshu through the internet a few days ago, it was during working hours. Right? Wu Xing stopped. Li Jiangwo put his hands behind his back and became serious in a second. Come in with me. There are new orders. As soon as the office door was closed, Wu Xing spoke first. Director, is the investigation result out? Li Jiangwo said seriously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't come here. You called me in to tell me about this? Wu Xing guessed. Nothing was found? Not one of us. Li Jianguo took out a cigarette, glanced at the no smoking sign on the wall, and tossed it in his hand. Nothing was found. Li Jianguo tossed the cigarette in his hand and said, Xiao Wu. When Wu Xing heard his tone, he stood at attention and stood straight. At least we can be sure of one thing now. Li Jianguo put the cigarette on the table. The other party has a deep understanding of computers. Let's put it this way. He is a super hacker. The kind that we can't catch any trace of. Although the Bureau is still not sure what the videos are about. But now? Li Jianguo paused. The task has been assigned. Keep in touch with him to ensure that you can gain his trust when necessary. And even have further contact. Yes. Li Jianguo glanced at Wu Xing, who was standing upright. Don't be so tense. Relax. Let's chat casually. Xiao Wu. Do you think anyone can really develop a holographic game in a small workshop? Wu Xing relaxed his posture and thought for a few seconds. Theoretically. I think it's impossible. You also said before that the projects cover multiple fields. And any small project among them is enough to promote the development of science and technology. Even if there are such geniuses in the private sector, it is impossible to achieve a level beyond the national scientific and technological level in multiple fields such as electronics, materials, machinery, and metallurgy by one's own efforts. And this is not something that can be made with bare hands. There must be equipment to connect brain nerves. Right? At least there must be materials and processing plants. This is not a simple processing process. Unless he builds it himself from screws, it is impossible to find ready-made industrial equipment of this specification in China. It seems that you have enough understanding of this. It is absolutely impossible for an individual or a small group to develop a holographic game. Li Jianguo nodded with relief. Then his expression changed, and he said sternly, but remember one thing. There is no absolute impossibility in the world. Chapter 14 Game 01. The sky was still filled with yellow sand, making the oasis look extremely small. He Xingwen's sight paused for a second on the desert, and then fell on the brand new oasis. The small oasis was divided into several different areas, with small wooden houses connected together in a black mass. Simple gravel roads paved the roads, connecting various places. The stone brick buildings that originally only had foundations now stood on the oasis. The rough style caused by the lack of necessary tools gave it an inexplicable sense of historical sedimentation. He Xingwen stepped on the gravel road and approached the cabin. The structure of these cabins was completely different from that of the altar cabin. They were built from a whole tree. The roof on top was roughly covered with a layer of leaves. There was not even a door. A more vivid description should be a hole built with wood. He Xingwen walked towards the storage room. It was a pure stone structure, and there was still no door. Standing at the door was enough to see the inside at a glance. It seems they have had a good harvest. The storage room was piled with fruits and meats, which were placed in a separate area. Most of the fruits were the red transparent shelled ones that He Xingwen had seen before and had a long storage period. The meat came from animals that He Xingwen did not know. It was not specially processed and was randomly piled on the rocks. But it seemed that there was no sign of decay for the time being. In another area, there were miscellaneous items. It was hard to say that the pile of things was not miscellaneous items. The long time had erased their former appearance. Now, apart from a pile of garbage whose use could not be identified, there was nothing that could be defined as treasure that was moved here. He Xingwen's eyes fell on another part of the storage room, where some sharp weapons made of animal bones were neatly stacked together. The weapons had no gorgeous structure, and it could even be said that they kept the appearance when they were removed from the animal bones. Slightly bent, without handles, and flashing from the front to the tail. It was hard to imagine how the NPC defeated the original owner of this animal bone without weapons. So many weapons, compared with their number. The number of these weapons is indeed large. Obviously, they are always ready for war. The system was not surprised by this. Are you hinting that they are very warlike? It depends on you. System, your will dominates everything. Unlike the carelessness when he heard this sentence before, He Xingwen realized very clearly that this was not a compliment, but an exact description if those rules are really as powerful as he guessed. He Xingwen's eyes paused briefly on the remaining wood, stone and even other unfamiliar materials in the storage room, then turned and walked out. The pebbles made a light sound under his feet. The peaceful oasis was not silent. The golden bird circled in the sky and sang loudly. The forest was always moving. Predators and prey were playing a life and death escape. The fish in the stream splashed out of the water and fell back into the water. He Xingwen walked towards the cabin at the entrance of the forest and did not meet any NPC. A golden light appeared behind the small wooden door. He Xingwen read the information and chose the first one without hesitation. The golden light floated and disappeared again, and 8 NPCs appeared in front of the cabin. When Yan and Huang returned from the desert, the 8 NPCs were kneading mud under the guidance of He Xingwen. Pottery making is not difficult, and in modern times it has become an entertainment activity suitable for all ages. But with nothing but mud and fire of unknown composition, He Xingwen could only hope that his success in making pottery depended on his good luck. Yan, Huang and the others returned from the yellow sand, exhausted, holding bone blades. Yan turned around and instructed the NPCs, who came over to put the things they brought back in the storage room. Huang reported the recent situation to He Xingwen. We found a lot of useful things outside the kingdom. Yan finished commanding other NPCs and continued, the world outside is much bigger than we thought. His eyes were very bright, and his dusty face could not block the light in his eyes. We have reached the end of the desert. At the end of the north side of the desert, there is an endless forest, which is very dangerous. Huang took over the conversation. Someone died. Be careful. He Xingwen paused while instructing the NPC to knead the mud, and looked up at Huang. Someone died? It's very dangerous in the forest. Huang repeated. He died while exploring the way. He Xingwen frowned slightly. His body. Yin took over the conversation. Maybe it was eaten by wild animals. After Yin explained, he turned the topic back. In the south of the desert, we found. He Xingwen interrupted him. You didn't bring back his body? Huang, considering the dangers in the forest, in order to avoid unnecessary deaths from happening again, we chose to retreat. Impeccable behavior. He Xingwen thought that his shock came more from the sudden news of the NPC's death. He was not mentally prepared for the NPC's death. Yin reacted. King, do you want to find his body? Yin looked back and saw that the other NPCs had put their things away and walked back here one after another. I remember the exact location of that forest. Yin, I'll call a few people. No need. He Xingwen interrupted him. I'm just a little surprised. Huang smiled. Indeed. The danger level of this world is beyond our imagination. He suggested. King, maybe we need companions who are better at fighting. Before that, don't touch the forest in the north again. After all, he only has a total of 14 NPCs now, and even the death of one is a huge loss for him. He Xingwen turned the topic back to the purpose of entering the game. He had made a cheat sheet before coming here, and now he said confidently, I have a preliminary idea of the future plan for the kingdom. First, we need to develop pottery. Usable utensils are very important. He Xingwen said, the next short-term goal is to make usable tools for reclamation and farming. King, a voice interrupted him. He Xingwen turned his head and saw an NPC holding a round plate in his hand. At a loss. Apparently, he was still kneading mud a few seconds ago. But now, although the round plate in his hand is covered with a layer of mud, it cannot hide the smooth lines underneath it, and the texture that is completely different from mud. He Xingwen reached out and took the disc, scraped away the wet soil on it, and stared at the disc with a hint of black in the gray. It was kneaded very shabbily. To be precise, it was a failed product that could not be used. It was a complete failure in both appearance and function. But the problem was, He Xingwen pinched the edge of the disc, and the hard texture reminded him that it was indeed a formed vessel. The problem was that it was formed before it was fired. Pottery is made by fire. Right? He Xingwen confirmed with the system carefully. If you mean pottery on Earth, then it is indeed so. You don't have to emphasize the 3 words on Earth. He Xingwen let go of his hand, and the disc fell to the ground, bounced twice on the spot, and rolled out. Huang bent down to pick it up and tossed it over and over again. The game settings are different from those on Earth? To be precise, some of the material settings in the game are different from those on Earth. You should have the responsibility to remind me of this before I study hard and try to plan my kingdom. Yes, but before I saw this scene, my intelligence was not enough to unlock the relevant information. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. A universal reason. System, I have no need to deceive you. In fact, I have no reason to risk losing your trust knowing this, just to make you spend unnecessary time. Indeed, He Xingwen agreed with this statement. This is an obvious concealment that has no benefit to the system. The problem is that you are currently in a low intelligence state and cannot obtain more information related to the game. Yes, but to improve your intelligence, You can only improve the prosperity of the kingdom? Yes. Then you'd better be mentally retarded. The reason is simple. The energy obtained by He Xingwen from posting a video can only create 13 NPCs. For a kingdom to be called a kingdom, the population must be at least over 10,000. Right? A simple math problem is enough to make people clearly understand the difficulty contained therein. In fact, I don't think it will take too long. The system is very sure of this. You just need to give it some time. For whom? For your video. And also for the people on Earth. System, they need time to understand what your video means. What does it mean? Doesn't it mean a holographic game? UN hashtag. A strange voice suddenly sounded, interrupting what He Xingwen had not yet said. 2 NPCs walked out of the desert, holding a creature in their hands. And the strange voice came from the mouth of the creature that was only half a person's height. This is a race that often appears in many Earth movies and TV shows. Dwarves? Yin followed his gaze and added to his interrupted sentence. In the south of this desert, we found a living intelligent creature. Chapter 15 Game 02. A living intelligent creature? He Xingwen looked at the dwarf being held in the hands of the NPC. He looked like a typical dwarf. Short and strong. Very sturdy. With a full beard. And looked very irritable. A bone blade was hanging from his neck, with the sharp edge only a millimeter away from the larynx. His hands were handcuffed behind his back. His head was swollen with several lumps. And his face was colorful, as if he had been beaten several times. Although he was talking with full energy, giving people the illusion that he was struggling fiercely. In fact, he did not move at all. Of course, considering the distance between the bone blade and his throat, not moving at all was a very wise choice. Obviously, this is an aboriginal. The system's mechanical voice always sounded at the right time. Congratulations. Your kingdom has had its first contact with the aboriginals of this world. Looking at the dwarf's appearance at the moment, He Xingwen felt that the other party's hatred for them might have reached its peak if he had a chance. He would have to find a chance to kill them. This doesn't look like something worth congratulating. Your people suppressed a lone aboriginal, instead of the aboriginal killing your people. Isn't this worth congratulating? It sounds like our luck is really good. He Xingwen stared at the silent dwarf and changed the subject. So, the language is not intelligible. System, after all. This is a real game world. Different races, different creatures, and different countries will cause language differences. We can't expect all creatures to speak the same language. He Xingwen nodded, but we can hope that we can understand the language of all creatures. That depends on your will. Rule? He Xingwen corrected him. That depends on the rules. The topic ended here. He Xingwen looked at Yin and Huang. So, how did you find him? Yin answered, we found him in the south of the desert. He fell in the desert with nothing on him. If we hadn't met him, he would have died. We gave him some water. But this guy wanted to run away as soon as he woke up. Huang affirmed, he is hostile to us. He Xingwen glanced at the dwarf's bruised face. So you beat him up like that? It was useless. Yin muttered, he still wants to run. Huang said to He Xingwen, we know nothing about this world. But he is different. Yin grinned, King. You will meet him. He Xingwen looked at the silent dwarf, who looked at him, rolled his golden eyes, and made a cautious and strange tone. Anyway, no one except him could understand it. The silence at the scene made the bird calls clearer and echoed over the oasis. Interestingly, He Xingwen caught his frequent glances in a certain direction. He Xingwen followed his sight, and saw the golden bird hovering over the lake still singing loudly. His eyes fell on the big golden bird. Like some kind of call, the bird paused in its circling motion, and landed lightly with the wind. It smoothly hooked He Xingwen's collar with its tail, and landed steadily on his shoulder. The dwarf's eyes were completely uncontrollably fixed on it. He Xingwen quietly looked at the other person's expression. The language might not be common, but the expression and body language were always the same. Shock, desire, greed, fear. Complex emotions flashed by. And the dwarf suddenly shouted again, saying something excitedly. He Xingwen patted the golden bird, letting it spread its wings and return to the sky. And then made a decision, lock it up first, and talk about it when we can communicate. Yin and Huang had no objection. Huang stretched out his hand to call the NPC. Before he said anything, Yin had already run towards the depths of the forest at a very fast speed. Huang paused in his unspoken words. He glanced at Yin's hurried back, and cast his eyes on He Xingwen. His eyes met He Xingwen's gaze on him. Huang blinked. King! He Xingwen retracted his gaze, and looked at the dwarf. After realizing that his words could not be understood by anyone present, the dwarf stopped his futile behavior and fell silent again. They waited for a few minutes, and Yin moved quickly, running back from a distance with something in his hand. When the distance was shortened, He Xingwen saw clearly what he was holding. A long string of bark. The peeled side was white, and transparent liquid was oozing down, which did not belong to any common tree type on Earth. He Xingwen's eyes paused on the bone blade hanging on Yan's waist for 2 seconds. The system appeared at the right time. The tip of the weapon is smooth. Obviously, this kind of bark is very hard. He Xingwen did not respond. He watched Yin reach out and take the dwarf from the NPC who was holding the dwarf hostage. And before the dwarf was about to resist, clang! A punch hit the dwarf's head. He Xingwen, who witnessed this scene, I think I know where the bumps on the dwarf's head came from. The effect of this punch was immediate. The dwarf rolled his eyes and fainted, while Yin quickly tied his hands and feet and carried him to the cabin. Followed by several NPCs, He Xingwen glanced slightly. Huang, who was watching Yin, retracted his gaze and looked at He Xingwen. He Xingwen gestured to the NPCs, who were still kneading mud just now. One of them successfully kneaded a shaped vessel with mud and water. You arrange someone to study it to see if the difference is caused by the ratio of water to mud, or other problems. Huang nodded. Although some things are beyond expectations, this does not conflict with my original idea. He Xingwen paused for a few seconds and laughed. It can even be said that it makes everything simpler. The material setting is different from that of the Earth? This means that He Xingwen's previous preparations were completely in vain. But it also means that he does not need to be subject to certain restrictions. Earth civilization has developed for billions of years to become what it is now. If you try to restore or even accelerate this process by yourself, you will understand one thing: knowledge is endless. This is a shortcut. As long as you copy the path of civilization development, you will sooner or later copy a second Earth civilization. But what is the point of copying a second Earth civilization? If possible, I hope this game can go beyond my imagination. He Xingwen stared at the golden bird hovering in the sky and said, Let my kingdom become a real second world. Not another Earth. It will be as you wish. The mechanical sound of the system was as calm and powerful as ever. As you can see, this is a real game. Huang waited quietly for a few seconds before speaking. We brought back something very special from the desert. King, do you want to take a look? They returned to the door of the storage room. After Yin dealt with the dwarves, he rushed over again. Huang's eyes fell on the minerals piled with wood and stones. This is what we found near the gathering place of intelligent creatures. Huang picked up one of them and handed it to He Xingwen. Some kind of ore. There is nothing special about the appearance of this ore. It is black, hard, and has no special smell. It looks like an inconspicuous black rock. Yin started a fire on the spot, and the flames illuminated the area. Yin threw the black rock into the fire, and with a rustle, the flames jumped up, almost more than one person high. The fire went from weak to extremely strong, and the color of the flame changed from red to dark blue. In an instant, the small flame just now became fierce. He Xingwen took a cautious step back, and his eyes fell on the ground. The ground below the flame quickly sank into a small pit, which was still gradually expanding. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds. I'm not sure, but in the composition of the air on Earth, does it mean that the flame turns this color? Which means it is over 3,000 degrees Celsius. On Earth, it is true. What about here? What is its temperature now? The system paused for a few seconds. In fact, I don't recommend you to calculate by temperature. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. Then what should I use to calculate? Something that the natives are more familiar with, ether. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. Ether? What is this? A substance? Or a basic element? Basic elements? Do you mean the basic elements such as earth, air, water, and fire? Yes. Can ether be calculated? I mean, it should be called ether. Before the pit under the blue flame was about to penetrate, Yin took the ore out of the fire barehanded. After losing the black rock, the flame went out on the spot. He Xingwen stared at Yan's unharmed hand for a few seconds and understood what the system said. That ether is a basic element. It is not fire, but another element unique to this game world. King, this ore can help fire burn, and the fire after the help can have an unimaginable effect on most substances. But at the same time, it is not fire. Huang took the black rock from Yan's hand and handed it back to He Xingwen. At least we can be sure that this blue flame will not harm us. The temperature of the black rock was as cold and hard as before, without the burning sensation of fire. He Xingwen's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he confirmed with the system, if that blue flame is ether, then what is this ore? System. The relevant information needs to be improved in intelligence before it can be unlocked. He Xingwen looked at the black rock in his hand, and then at the small pile of black rocks placed together with wood and stone. In terms of quantity, this does not seem to be a scarce resource. There is still a pile in the corner of the storage room. But judging from the roll of this black rock, if it is all over the street, then what the world outside the oasis looks like is really worth pondering. So, let's clarify when you got the information about ether. He Xingwen threw the black rock back to its original place. I need to make sure whether you are still trustworthy. The moment I saw it, I unlocked the relevant information that can be read at the current level of intelligence. The system said in a serious manner, this is the only exception at present. He Xingwen knew very well what he was referring to. The golden bird that came back to life doesn't have this privilege. Yes, I didn't read any information about that bird. The system said, I think this can at least confirm one thing. That ether has some special characteristics. So it can be the only one to unlock relevant information. The word ether sounds familiar. On Earth, it originated from the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, and is a substance he envisioned. But at present, there is no observational evidence to show that ether exists. So it is still a philosophical concept. So, does ether exist on Earth? Do you want to know the answer? He Xingwen laughed. I guess your answer is, the current level of intelligence is not enough to unlock the relevant information. X2. Obviously. You know me well enough. System. But I will not stay in a low intelligence state forever. So if I read the relevant information, then, would you like to know the answer to this question? Chapter 16 Game 03. It was drizzling, and He Xingwen was walking on a familiar road with an umbrella. Although it was raining, it had no cooling effect at all. He Xingwen said nonchalantly, the greenhouse effect is really terrible. He walked into the school, put away his umbrella at the door of the library, and walked into the library. He Xingwen's goal was very clear. He walked straight to a bookshelf, stretched out his hand to brush the neatly arranged books, pulled out the Analects, and then quickly turned to that page. The elegant words of Confucius, the book of songs, the book of documents, and the rituals are all elegant words. Note, the Analects of Confucius Shu'er. The value on the icon that had not changed for a long time changed again after this line of words came into He Xingwen's eyes. 1/. He Xingwen closed the Analects of Confucius and put it back on the bookshelf. When he pulled his hand out, he paused slightly. The short pause was almost imperceptible. The next second, he turned around and walked out without any abnormality. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Are you going to get another rule? I remember that you haven't revived an elite NPC that needs a rule to be revived? He Xingwen held up an umbrella and stepped into the drizzle. Obviously, I don't plan to do that. The system agreed with his choice. A wise decision. Under the current circumstances, the kingdom needs as many NPCs as possible. Not elite NPCs that may require more energy to be revived. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows slightly. Since you know this, why do you ask this? Because your will is above my will. The system's tone was calm. I will obey your will first, and then analyze the pros and cons of this behavior. He Xingwen disagreed with this. I don't regard you as my people. So, I hope you don't regard me as your king either. The mechanical sound of the system remained unchanged. I need to improve my intelligence to confirm this. He Xingwen lay on the bed. Then I hope that after you improve your intelligence, you can give me a satisfactory answer. Don't you want me to be your people? He Xingwen closed his eyes and said calmly, I will have enough people. But there will not be another system. The mechanical sound of the system seemed to remain unchanged, and seemed to be stained with a pleasant illusion. Of course. You are always right. Alter. He Xingwen stretched out his hand to push open the wooden door, and golden light emerged from behind the door. Floating in the world, a lot of information emerged in He Xingwen's mind, and he skipped them one by one. The pattern on the back of his hand lit up, reflecting the golden light behind the door. System, rules are being obtained. New rules emerged in the golden light. National setting 4, in your kingdom. The language used by your people is the common language of the world. He Xingwen raised his chin towards the house. Bring him out. The dwarf was tied tightly with tree bark, and he didn't react violently when he was carried out of the door by the NPC. He Xingwen's eyes paused on the tree bark for a few seconds, and then moved to the other party's hand. There were some subtle marks left on the dark and rough skin. He Xingwen, I think we can talk now? The dwarf, who had no reaction, suddenly looked up after hearing his words, staring at He Xingwen's expression, as if he saw some strange creature. Of course, he looked at them like this before, but now this expression is so obvious that it can't be concealed. He swayed forward, as if he wanted to get closer to He Xingwen, or it seemed to be just a subconscious action. But no matter what he wanted to do, the sharp bone blade was already hanging on his throat, bringing an extremely real warning. The dwarf stopped instantly, maintaining this posture, and stuttered, Can you communicate with me? He did not intend to wait for He Xingwen to answer, and then uttered a series of names, You group of devils, demons, and the despised gods. He Xingwen looked at him calmly until he calmed down. Huang looked at the confrontation scene in front of the cabin from a distance, said something to the NPC next to him, got up and left the mud-making team, and walked towards the cabin. I'm a little surprised. He Xingwen was indeed very surprised. You are not reckless. The dwarf's eyebrows moved slightly, looked at the bone blade hanging on his throat, and kept silent tactfully. Can I understand your behavior just now, as you want to test what kind of existence we belong to? You have been paying attention to my expression, wanting to confirm from my reaction? The dwarf's Adam's apple moved slightly. In fact, you can ask me directly. He Xingwen blinked at him. This is not a secret. A terrible existence. The dwarf named Andisa Jean thought so. He was not an unknown person. But those turbulent past events had no meaning, at least no meaning here. This is a group of creatures that appeared in a place where they should not appear, and should not exist. It's not that he has never seen humans, but he can be sure that they are definitely not humans. He had been in contact with the NPC for longer than He Xingwen had judged, because Yen met him in a very far place. Andisa Jean witnessed the horror of this group of beings with his own eyes. The fact that the other parties solved the language barrier between them in one day confirmed his guess. The other party's mood fluctuated violently. He Xingwen made this judgment and continued to ask, So, what are you afraid of now? Andisa Jin's beard trembled slightly. He Xingwen waited quietly for a moment, and realized that the other party would not speak first. So he ended the wait. Huang said before that you were hostile to us. He Xingwen glanced at Huang. I initially thought that it was out of self-defense, being kidnapped by a stranger who didn't speak the same language in the desert. It was even more strange that there was no hostility. But now it seems that this is not out of self-defense. But you are really hostile to us. He Xingwen sighed past the border of the oasis and fell into the desert, and changed the subject. This is not a place suitable for living creatures. Right? He Xingwen confirmed with Huang. Huang, are there any living creatures living in the desert? Huang shook his head. No. Except for the settlements where intelligent creatures once lived. This desert is a dead place. He Xingwen looked at Andisa Jean. It seems that this is the answer. The reason why you are hostile to us is not because of what we did, but because we appeared in a place where we should not be. Andisa Jean calmed down. What are you? The bone blade hanging on his throat moved forward slightly, cutting the skin, and the blood beads slid from the blade, fell to the ground, and disappeared instantly. Andisa Jean shut up. He knew very well that the guy holding the bone blade had no empathy at all. Or to be more precise, this group of guys were a group of extremely cold-blooded warriors. He must have guessed wrong about this point. At least someone at the scene still had compassion. Put away your weapons, He Xingwen said to the NPC holding the bone blade. The NPC took back the bone blade and moved a step toward Andisa Jean, keeping the distance between them at an inch a distance that was enough for him to suppress the other party instantly when the other party made any unusual movements. The atmosphere at the scene eased. That's what He Xingwen thought. He Xingwen continued the conversation in a friendly manner. As you can see, we are human beings. Andisa Jean kept his mouth shut and said nothing. You will eventually speak up, He Xingwen said calmly. Of course. If you want to go through an unnecessary resistance process again, we can also cooperate with you. He Xingwen stood up and put his hands in his pockets. After all, we have plenty of time. But maybe you don't have that much time? Andisa Jin's beard trembled again. He Xingwen was not interested in appreciating his performance, and turned his head to Huang Dao. Lock him up again. When he is interested in communicating. He Xingwen stopped talking, tilted his head to look at the dwarf. Come to me again. System, when do you think he will come to you? He Xingwen turned around and took a step, without responding. I guess. The system paused for a second and said, the next second. Wait. When Andisa Jean raised his head again, Those extra emotions completely disappeared. And he said expressionlessly, "At least there should be sincerity in the conversation." "Right?" Wang raised his lips. "I think our sincerity is enough." And Disa Jin's eyes paused on Hixingwen. "Maybe I have the honor to know the identity of this distinguished adult? He is the master of all things." This sentence will only remind people of some worse existence. Before Andisa Jin's thoughts slid into a more terrible abyss. Wang slowly added the second half of the sentence. "The only owner of the land under your feet. The ruler of the kingdom. The distinguished king." Andisa Jin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. A king is much better than those bad guesses. "It's an honor to meet you, respected king." Andisa Jin slightly bent his back under the limitation of the bark. "This is all the courtesy he can do. Please forgive my previous impoliteness." Andisa Jin said, "The descendants of the Shishan dwarf king salute you. May your glory be immortal." Chapter 17 Game 04. The place where the gods fell. Hixingwen repeated the word, looked around the desert where no grass grew, and understood the meaning of the word literally, the place where the gods died. No creature can survive here. Andisa Jin continued simply and clearly, in the first era, the Father God created the world and all things. And the creatures continued, in the second era. Other gods were born from thousands of creatures, and shared the power of the Father God, in the third era. The Father God was betrayed and fell here. A cliched and unoriginal myth. Hixingwen nodded and looked at Andisa Jin, who stopped talking. The fourth era? There is no fourth era. Andisa Jin said calmly, after the day of the gods fell. The third era ended, and the Dark Age began. In the Dark Age, the world lost control. Death, plague, and war followed. But for all living things, the truly devastating disaster was the process of the world beginning to disintegrate itself. The story began to become interesting. Given that the world is so peaceful now, Hixingwen seems to be able to determine the ending of this dark age in advance. Which is definitely not the destruction of the world. So what prevented the end of the world? The hero? Or the next creator god? Hixingwen prefers the latter. The former is a bit too old-fashioned. But since this is only part of the game setting, the old-fashioned plot is always inevitable. And Hixingwen is mentally prepared for it. Of course, he soon realized that as a groundbreaking holographic game, whether it is the game experience or the game setting, it deserves the 3 words epic making. It was a history soaked in blood and death. Andisa Jin, countless races paid a huge price to prevent the destruction of the world. And even the whole race was destroyed. What prevented the destruction of the world? A brave man? Or a god? Andisa Jin was silent for a few seconds. Neither. He looked at Hixingwen. It was an accident. Wow. The story is reaching its climax. There is no better answer than this. It is not about who saved the world, but a new accident that prevented the world from being destroyed. After the death of the Father God, the world lost its pillar. Andisa Jin looked at Hixingwen and said, it also lost the right to refuse. Hixingwen looked at him calmly, and the other's voice flowed in the silent oasis, telling an unexpected story. When the world was heading for destruction due to self-disintegration, another world met us, which filled the imbalance caused by the disappearance of the Father God. The Dark Age has since ended, and the Fifth Age began from that day. And this world has also changed from that day on. And the appearance of that world is just the beginning. Andisa Jin looked at Hixingwen and said, we lost the right to refuse. So countless broken and incomplete worlds are connected to us. Hixingwen seemed to have found the reason why the sky of this world is so colorful. So, it is the Fifth Age now? Hixingwen didn't wait for him to answer. He thought for 2 seconds and continued, although I would like to guess that the Fifth Age is an era of war between different worlds. But you don't have any aura of war. So I'm more inclined to believe that the Fifth Era is the era of hope. Your wisdom is amazing. Andisa Jin bowed slightly and said, yes. The Fifth Era is also called the era of hope. The world of despair has found hope again. Andisa Jin, not only us, but also them. Every incomplete world is on the verge of destruction and death. But when 2 incomplete worlds meet, hope is born from destruction. A development beyond imagination and incomparably beautiful. Hixingwen applauded him, and then asked, so, you are the native of this world? The idea of deception had never appeared in Andisa Jin's mind before this conversation began. He chose to answer honestly, no. Hixingwen nodded, I appreciate your honesty. So, the natives of this world, they still live on this continent. Andisa Jin, in fact, perhaps most of the races in this world are not native to this world. But thousands of years have passed since the Dark Ages, and races from different worlds have thrived on this land for so long. We don't need to distinguish other races by belonging to this world. And Isa Jin looked at He Xingwen. For example, you and your people. He Xingwen paused for a few seconds and digested the information revealed in the other party's words. Do you think we don't belong to this world? Obviously. And Isa Jin spread his hands and said, Dear King, you have established a kingdom in the land of God's fall. Isn't this enough to prove something? He Xingwen motioned for him to continue. No creature can survive here. And Isa Jin looked around the small oasis. This place has become a desert because the Father God died here. His blood flows on this land. And since then, there has been no life here. Because his creations cannot survive in the place where he died? Maybe so? But now it seems that there are still accidents. Right? He Xingwen looked at Isa Jin. At least, you are still alive. If I hadn't met your people, I wouldn't have survived. And Isa Jin bowed slightly again. Thank you for your kindness. Really? He Xingwen asked thoughtfully. Then why did you want to run away before? A race active in the land of God's fall. And Isa Jin said sincerely, Before I can confirm which world you come from, I think keeping a distance is a better choice. So, you don't use whether you belong to this world to distinguish other races, but use? And Isa Jin licked his lips. A great existence, like you should know that there are always some dirty and ugly creatures. He Xingwen concluded, racial discrimination. And Isa Jin paused for 2 seconds. They are often very weak. The strong prey on the weak. And Isa Jin closed his mouth. Indeed, when most races come from different worlds, it is meaningless to use whether you belong to this world to distinguish other races. He Xingwen said objectively, after all, compared to this reason that only the indigenous people can justifiably judge other races, there are other reasons that are more suitable for you. For example, weak. And Isa Jin gently reminded the king, you are also an outsider. As a new outsider, you have no right to judge the indigenous people from their standpoint. Right? He Xingwen looked at him for a few seconds. I guess the indigenous people are human. And Isa Jin blinked, and added on the premise of tacitly acknowledging this, in fact, the mainstream race in most worlds is human. It's like humans are naturally favored by the Creator. Even in different worlds and different creators, he chose humans. Or maybe it's just because among countless races, humans are always the final winners. And Isa Jin's emotions fluctuated. Humans? The final winners? They are weak, cunning, hypocritical, stupid. His words ended with the bone blade. The bone blade crossed his throat, leaving a light red. He Xingwen glanced at the silent NPC holding the bone blade, but did not stop him. Instead, he reminded Isa Jin of his uncomfortable posture. I am a human. And Isa Jin's Adam's apple moved slightly. He was not afraid of death. From the moment he entered the land of God's fall, he accepted his fate, but later, fate made a small mistake, so that the situation developed into what it is now. But death is still just like that. What made him stop talking was not death, but something else. Something that made him endure until this moment. Please forgive my loss of control. And Isa Jin said cautiously, I respect your race very much. The Diamond Empire ruled by humans stands on the Neva Plain for 1,000 years, which is enough to prove the power of humans. He Xingwen was not surprised that there was a human empire in this world. He was more surprised at the speed of the other party's attitude change. He was silent for a few seconds to look at Isa Jin. The system, which had always remained silent, spoke at the right time, obviously. For him, there is something more important in you or your empire that is worth him doing this. What would it be? He Xingwen said. And Isa Jin's expression moved slightly. The other party was not talking to him. But there seemed to be no other creature who could talk to him at the scene. I think you have guessed the answer. The system said in a serious manner, among these countless miracles, the only special existence comes from this world. Ether? The scene was quiet for a few seconds. And Isa Jin broke the silence. Who are you talking to? There seems to be no. He Xingwen turned his head to Huang and said, he seems to be very interested in those minerals. Huang took a piece of black rock and handed it to He Xingwen. He Xingwen weighed the black rock and looked at Isa Jin. What is this? And Isa Jin fell silent. This attitude was undoubtedly a clear answer. He Xingwen continued to ask, do you want it? And Isa Jin looked at the black rock in his hand and lowered his eyes again. He was estimating the distance. He was not far away from He Xingwen, and the death threat against their necks was enough to make them relax their vigilance. Andy Su Jin estimated the success rate. Obviously, his previous restraint and patience were of great significance, which gave him a gratifying success rate at this moment. He would not fail. Andy Su Jin made a firm judgment and activated the pattern without hesitation, breaking the bark that bound his hands and feet. He used his only high-level pattern and jumped forward, trying to capture He Xingwen. This series of actions happened in a short moment. The bone blade hit his throat, and the skin that was easily cut became indestructible at this moment, breaking the sharp bone blade. The defenseless He Xingwen was close at hand, and no one here could stop him at this moment. Andy Su Jin paused in his forward movement. "You?" A sharp bird cry sounded, and a ball of gold swooped towards him like an arrow from a string. There were strange sounds in the forest in the distance. The roar of beasts, the ground shaking caused by the running of groups of animals. The dwarf even heard the sound of fish in the river being restless and jumping out of the water. These were not the reasons for his pause. The distance between them and him was much greater than the distance between him and He Xingwen, and they could not deter him at this moment. The reason why he stopped moving. Because he had to stop moving. The inconspicuous grass on the ground grew wildly in the blink of an eye, wrapped around his entire body in an instant, and continued to extend into his body. It is difficult for people who have not been entangled by it to imagine how powerful the weeds can burst out. They could not hurt the dwarf's body that became indestructible after activating the pattern, but they bound the dwarf tightly, preventing the other party from causing any harm to He Xingwen. He Xingwen could feel the anger from the entire oasis. They roared and wanted to kill the disobedient very urgently. National Setting 0. The king is the master of all things. Dear king, your people will always be loyal to you in your territory. If you are your enemy, then the entire kingdom will become his enemy. Chapter 18 Game 05. You? The sound of birds was close at hand. Thousands of beasts were galloping in the deep forest. The ground was shaking more and more violently, and the whole oasis was awakened from anger. He Xingwen stopped the impending riot. Stop. The angry oasis calmed down with his words. The trembling of the ground stopped, and the wind blew slowly, just like before. It was full of vitality in the land of death. The grass retracted to the ground, harmless and weak, swaying with the wind, and it was impossible to see that it had the power to strangle an adult dwarf in an instant. Andy Su Jin maintained a somewhat ridiculous diving posture, completely dispelling the previous unrealistic ideas. He overestimated the extent of the other party's ability as much as possible, and even used high-level patterns for this. But obviously, even so, he still underestimated the other party. Andy Su Jin was puzzled. How did you do it? He Xingwen had the same doubts. You tried to attack me on my territory? What did you think? These two things didn't seem to be directly related, but it could be considered an answer because he was standing on the other's territory. Andy Su Jin accepted this well. Any creature living in this world would be calm about the existence beyond imagination and unreasonable because these are too common. In this world, there are miracles that cannot be found. He quickly calmed down. Obviously, you are very closely connected with your kingdom. He Xingwen ignored his temptation and continued. I am more interested in the part of the information you didn't say. The reason why you surrendered is not to see me, right? He Xingwen weighed the black rock. If you came for this, you don't have to appear in front of me. The black rock came from the desert. If he wanted the black rock, he could use the power just now to leave the NPC team and go to the desert to find the black rock. But he didn't do that. On the contrary, he pretended to try to escape several times and finally made sure that he was taken to the oasis. That only proved that he didn't come for the black rock, but for them. Andy Su Jin thought for a few seconds and spoke cautiously. It all started because I found something. But before I say this, I hope to get a guarantee. The reason why you didn't die in torture was because of the king's kindness. And now, you still want a guarantee? Huang shouted angrily. Only by hanging your head on the highest tree trunk can you wash away your disrespect for the king. Andy Su Jin didn't care about his threats. He knew very well who had the right to make the decision on the scene. A promise? He Xingwen stared at Andy Su Jin. My behavior seems to have given you some kind of illusion. You should know that the reason you can stand in front of me and talk to me is because of my kindness, not because you hold any bargaining chips. He Xingwen said casually. You are the first creature to contact us, but you will not be the last. Someone will always tell me the answer I want. He Xingwen smiled at Andy Su Jin. Now, repeat what you just said. Let me witness your courage. The talks broke down. Of course. After all, He was facing a king. He meant that he was not the kind of guy who claimed to be the king's bloodline by just enclosing a piece of land and tracing back hundreds of generations of ancestors. But a real king. He held power and ascended the throne with the loyalty of his people. Andy Soo-jin quickly corrected himself, of course. It is my honor to answer your questions. And I am happy to do so. I'm sorry that I couldn't witness your courage, He Xingwen, but I admire your wise choice. The situation on the scene was not good for Andy Soo-jin. After all, he had just proved his ulterior motives with practical actions. As the other party said, the reason why he was still alive was because of the other party's kindness, not other objective factors. Therefore, the next conversation was extremely important. Death was a destined fate for Andy Soo-jin. It was only a matter of time. Everything he did was not for survival, but for something more important than being alive. Andy Soo-jin sat up straight. Since the Fifth Era, many races have come to this world. They have escaped from the broken world, escaped from the doomed death, and ushered in hope and a new world. The reason why the war has not been started is very simple. Andy Soo-jin looked at He Xingwen, the remaining races that were dying in the Dark Ages, and the foreign races that had just escaped from the shadow of death. None of them could withstand large-scale wars. So the beginning of the Fifth Era was an extremely peaceful transition. All other worlds that encountered this world became part of this world. The Father God of this world has become the Father God of all worlds. And the sin of killing God born by the creatures of this world has also become the sin of killing God born by all creatures. The sin of killing God? He Xingwen weighed the black rock in his hand and looked at the land under their feet. So, you can't survive here? The land of God's fall, also known as the land of exile. Andy Soo-jin, the burial place of sinners. Andy Soo-jin glanced at He Xingwen and changed the subject. Of course. This is not the point. The point is this. He gestured to the black rock in He Xingwen's hand, the black blood stone, also known as the blood of the Father God, is said to be the blood that dripped onto this land when the Father God was betrayed, which means the anger of the Father God. It contains powerful energy and is the most outstanding catalyst, playing an extraordinary role in the field of war. Unimaginable effect. He Xingwen glanced at the black rock in his hand. Ether? Andy Soo-jin said everything he knew. Ether is a substance created by the Father God. As a usable element, mystics and magicians have created two different systems based on it. He Xingwen corrected him. I mean, when black blood stone is used to assist combustion, it will transform flames into ether. Black blood stone can transform the energy it contains into high concentration ether through flames, making it extremely lethal. Andy Soo-jin paused. This is the way with the lowest energy utilization rate. Ether catalyzed by black blood stone is a disaster. It is out of control and will annihilate everything until the black blood stone is consumed. He Xingwen found the reason for the other party's behavior and said with certainty, You saw it. Yes. When I was about to leave, I saw your people using it. To be precise, before Andy Soo-jin was about to kill this group of unknown beings with the pattern, he witnessed in exploring the use of black rocks the other party reached through the ether to take the black blood stone, but was unharmed. When an energy source can only produce uncontrolled dangerous energy, the only field where it can be used is war. The creatures in this world carefully explored how to use the black blood stone, but countless failures prove this iron law that it cannot be controlled. Once the energy stored in the black blood stone is released, it will only lead to one outcome: the annihilation of all existence until the energy in the black blood stone is consumed. But the magical thing is that the ether catalyzed by the black blood stone has no lethality to Yin and others. A race that can survive in the land of God's fall, and even use black blood stone? At the moment of witnessing this scene, Andy Soo-jin had already planned the follow-up plan, including how to turn this race into his vassal, and how to revive the glory of the dwarves by controlling them. But obviously, his plan has completely failed. This is not a race that can be controlled by him. To be more precise, as long as this race is still based in the land of God's fall, they can't be defeated. No creature can survive here. This is not a figment of the imagination, but a fact confirmed by countless corpses. They killed the Father God here. So this land flowing with the blood of the Father God completely rejected them. He Xingwen, it won't hurt us. You can even create a kingdom in the land of God's fall. Andy Soo-jin came to an obvious conclusion. Obviously, the Father God has forgiven you. Or maybe we have never been guilty of killing God. He Xingwen thought. The past of this world has nothing to do with outsiders. Andy Soo-jin frowned. If it was just because of the attribute of outsider, then There were too many outsiders in this world. But they did not receive such special treatment. Of course, I am not interested in these either. He Xingwen handed the black blood stone in his hand back to Huang and said sincerely, I came with friendship. King Yenrun, who had returned from an exploration with the NPC, had not arrived yet. But his voice came first. We have explored the surrounding area. He left the dusty NPC behind him and ran to He Xingwen excitedly. The surrounding area is safe, and the kingdom can expand outward. The scene suddenly became quiet, with only Yan's voice echoing. I have written down the route surveyed before, Yan said excitedly. The route of the kingdom's expansion. Huang stretched out his hand to cover Yan's mouth, interrupting his next words, and said nonchalantly, I'll go see how they are doing with the mud. Yan wanted to say something else, but Huang dragged him away from the scene. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds and repeated the sentence, I came with friendship. Of course, it's obvious. Andy Su Jin seemed to have not heard what Yan said just now, and said more sincerely, your kindness is the best proof. Andy Su Jin glanced at the NPC standing beside him, who was silent like a sculpture, and knew very well that the other party would still explode the moment he made any unusual movements, even though he had witnessed Andy Su Jin's strength with his own eyes. A group of people who have neither empathy nor fear. They are born warriors. A kingdom where all people are soldiers, although this so-called all people is currently only a dozen. Its aggressiveness is obvious. This made Andy Su Jin make a decision. He changed the subject and said, your kingdom seems to be just starting? He Xingwen stood up, obviously. Andy Su Jin continued cautiously, perhaps. What can I do for you? He Xingwen stopped and looked back at Andy Su Jin. You saved my life. Andy Su Jin said gratefully, if it weren't for your people, I would have been buried in the sand. He Xingwen reminded the other party, just a dozen minutes ago, you tried to attack me. Andy Su Jin didn't feel embarrassed at all, and immediately changed his words, your strength conquered me. You don't look like a dwarf. Other races always have a stereotype perception, as if dwarves must be reckless, stupid, and ignorant of life and death. Indeed, groups have group characteristics, but individuals also have attributes, characteristics of the individual. He Xingwen laughed, but there was no trace of laughter in his tone. Don't try to avoid the main point. You want to stay. Why? Because the other option is death. Andy Su Jin said cautiously, I can't survive if I leave your kingdom in the land of God's fall. If you are afraid of death, then I don't need to talk to you for so long. Wait a minute. Seeing He Xingwen taking another step, as if he was going to interrupt the conversation, Andy Su Jin blurted out, I am a foundry master. He Xingwen stopped. Although the stereotype has some errors, it also has some correct parts. It is well known that dwarves are good at casting. Scientists call this engineering, which includes mining, metallurgy, machinery, and other subjects. In other words, Andy Su Jin adjusted his robe to make himself look less embarrassed. Just give me a little time. I can let your kingdom have dwarven technology. He Xingwen turned around and stared at the dwarf, as if he wanted to see his true thoughts through his appearance. I don't know much about the rules of this world, but isn't this a betrayal for the dwarves? Bringing technology is not a betrayal. But if it is dwarven technology, with a race name prefixed, it can only prove that it is a product of a specific civilization. Dear King, Andy Su Jin said exaggeratedly, why do you think I am here? They exiled me. He Xingwen did not comment on this, but said to the NPC guarding Andy Su Jin before taking a step, let him try. It's an honor to serve you. Andy Su Jin bowed and saluted, Dear King. Chapter 19 Reality 03. Wu Xing, who finally waited for His Majesty the King to update the video, can now confidently say that he is not slacking off, because his work content has been fully adjusted. The core content is only 4 words, His Majesty the King. Wu Xing clicked on the new video, becoming a king from 002. If the Upmaster really read the comments carefully, then the content of this episode should be to study the manufacture of pottery, make simple tools, build infrastructure, and develop a kingdom with only 2 NPCs into the scale of a small village? When Wu Xing pressed the play button, he was still thinking so naively, just like every viewer who clicked on this video. He had no idea what he was about to see. The video started playing. The picture flashed, and the next second, Wu Xing pressed the pause button. The video paused at the beginning. The strange steam equipment was running, about 1 meter high, made of brass, and pure white metal was used in some key parts. The pipe at the top was emitting white smoke. and a raging fire was burning at the bottom. A short humanoid creature stood in front of it, swinging a hammer. The size of the hammer formed a sharp contrast with the height of the other party, coupled with the mechanical equipment as the background. This scene was full of steampunk. This is the first scene of the video, combining steampunk and fantasy species, and finally freezing into a scene that refreshed all the thoughts in the audience's mind. Wuxing exited the full screen and confirmed that the title was indeed 02, not 12, before he fell into deep thought. Is the progress of the plot a bit too big? In the last episode, he was still eating raw meat and drinking blood. But this episode has entered the steam age? Even if Einstein were alive, he couldn't jump directly from primitive society to medieval society. Wuxing calmed down his shocked emotions, took a screenshot, and sent it to one of the only two members of their group. Then clicked play again in full screen. The video continued to play. Wuxing quickly realized that this short humanoid creature was not human, because of the close-up after the camera zoomed in, and the other party's height was too short compared to other NPCs. Dwarf? This most common racial name in film and television works first emerged from his mind, as the dwarf kept swinging the hammer. It was dark and dawn, and a new device was built next to the original simple steam equipment. It was slightly taller than the dwarf, black all over, made of some kind of ore, connected to the operating table, and there was a faint blue light under the operating table. Blue light? This is a one-step, directly entering the electrical age? Before Wuxing could think carefully, the camera turned and swept across the oasis. The scene changed from real to virtual, and then from virtual to real, completed a cutscene. And then the picture changed, and the Tide Dwarf occupied the entire screen. Wuxing rewound the video a few seconds later and rewatched the oasis panorama several times. The residential area was still made of wood as the main material, with a neat and uniform exquisite pastoral style standing beside the stream. It was not at all like the simple and outrageous cabins in the previous episode. A tall stone building stood silently at a distance. The stone road extending from the lake led to all directions. NPCs walked out of the forest dragging trees and prey. A field was planned next to the stream. NPCs wearing animal clothes were carrying metal tools to open up the land. Below the stream, fishing nets were laid out, and several NPCs were mixing mud. A row of rough finished products were placed on the ground nearby, emitting a warm color under the light. Farther away, a team of NPCs was walking away in the desert outside the oasis. A thriving small village was taking shape. Considering the speed at which the two NPCs became a small village, Wuxing did not even doubt that he would see a real city in the next video. Wuxing stared at the panorama of the oasis for a few seconds, frowned suddenly, and took a screenshot and sent it to the team members. China Star, do you think the area of the oasis is a little larger than before? Human research never ends. Let me compare it. Human research never ends, yes. The area of the forest has expanded. It is not possible to determine the specific area of the expansion through this panorama for the time being, but through comparison, it can be clearly found. Wuxing ignored the other party's endless information and continued to play the video. For the first time, a dialogue appeared in the video without even BGM. From the dwarf and me. This conversation revealed the background and worldview of the game, presenting an incredible and huge world to players and viewers. Because the video was shot from the perspective of I, while increasing the sense of immersion, it completely eliminated the possibility of I appearing on camera. Although this is more likely due to the equipment limitations of the holographic game, the video can only be shot from the player's perspective. Wuxing muttered in his heart that he didn't think the appearance of the player in the game was worth keeping secret. It would not reveal any information about the other party unless his appearance in the game was exactly the same as his appearance in reality. Although the debate about whether the video shot by His Majesty the King is a holographic game has not yet ended. And although Wuxing is very clear about how unlikely it is that a holographic game was born from a small workshop, but there is no doubt that Wuxing is a supporter of the view that this is a holographic game, not just a video made by special effects and editing. Huaxia Star, the world view is so huge, and the game background setting is so detailed, which is completely beyond imagination. I thought the focus was on climbing the technology tree, but I didn't expect the focus to be on building a kingdom and conquering the continent. Rolling and begging for the game to go on sale. I'll buy it. Starry eyes. After leaving a message, Wuxing closed the barrage and watched the video content frame by frame to ensure that every scene and every existence that appeared in the picture would not be missed by him. After repeating this behavior many times to ensure that no details were missed, he began to communicate with human research never ends about this video until they reached an agreement and began to write an analysis report. During this period, he also had to be active in the video barrage to enhance his presence and ensure that if His Majesty the King had some needs, his ID would appear in His Majesty the King's mind at the first time. This is his current job. Forum. Have you watched the second video of His Majesty the King? I was shocked by the plot development. I thought he was going to climb the technology tree, but he just came up with dwarf technology? Isn't this nonsense? The video is well made, with a lot of imagination. If he keeps this level, it's not long before his fans exceed 1 million. Is the above person on the wrong channel? Is there anyone here who is a career fan of the Upmaster? I watched the first promotional video of His Majesty the King. The scene of the war confrontation clearly hinted from the beginning that this was not a primitive society. In this worldview, it would be ridiculous to climb the technology tree honestly. I think the sense of disparity is mainly due to the fact that the first video of this series was too poor. There was nothing to be found, and there was still a piece of yellow sand outside the territory. What else could you do if you didn't climb the technology tree? As a result, the second video directly ran from the primitive society into the Steam age? Does anyone really think that the first holographic game will be a boring business simulation? This is exaggerated? Holographic game? Again, it's impossible. At most, face capture, intelligent recognition, and holographic games have surpassed contemporary technology. No one really thinks that what the country can't do, individuals or private institutions can do. Why can't it be a business simulation? Why? Business simulation games are inferior? Let's be honest. With such a grand worldview and background setting, it must be a war strategy game. Right? What are you arguing about? If you follow His Majesty, you should know that this Upmaster doesn't even have a Weibo account, let alone promote a game company. If you want to sell holographic games, you must at least register a company. Right? So, don't argue. It's fake. The forum post went astray as always, and the topic that has been debated countless times began to be repeated again. But this time, just as the popularity of the video suddenly and strangely heated up again, the debate became extremely fierce. As if it suddenly changed from a niche discussion confined to a certain framework to a hot topic that entered the public's field of vision. The specific situation is like this. Obviously, the kingdom has developed further, and it did not start from primitive civilization as we initially judged. Wu Xing paused and glanced at the stranger sitting next to Li Jianguo, unsure whether he should continue. He didn't know the other party, but the fact that he could sit here and listen to his report was enough to show his level. In that case, the second video is completely different from what we expected. Li Jianguo knocked on the table. There is a question here. If His Majesty the King just faked it with special effects and editing, then there is no need for him to ask questions. It's unnecessary. The man flipped through the report in his hand and said, just like he doesn't know the content of the game. He suddenly stopped flipping the page and looked up at Wu Xing. Your report seems to be more inclined to the view that the other party successfully created a holographic game? Yes. Wu Xing carefully chose his words. I know this view is outrageous. It is so unrealistic that people can easily find 10,000 reasons to refute its impossibility. But this does not affect Wu Xing's inclination. He was interrupted by the other party. Xiaoming, Senior Inspector. The other party introduced himself. You will be responsible for reporting to me next. Wu Xing realized something: an insignificant guest does not require an extra person to connect. This is not outrageous. Xiaoming closed the report in his hand. His appearance itself is extremely bizarre. Wu Xing blinked. He knew the country and the speed of the organization's reaction. There could only be one reason why the other party said this so confidently. Some kind of decisive evidence proved that all this was not a simple farce. Xiaoming obviously saw his thoughts, and he casually dropped the bomb. We have contact with him. Wu Xing, him? Your Majesty? We found His Majesty? To be precise, he took the initiative to find us. Chapter 20 Reality 04. Before we start, He Xingwen turned his chair, turned his back to the computer, and talked to the non-existent system. Tell me, is this a step in your plan? If you mean that I have planned all this before everything started, the system said in a serious manner, my answer is no. He Xingwen did not relax because of a negative answer. His spirit was tense because of what he was about to do, and because of their next plan. The system understood his nervousness very well. This is the best choice at the moment. But if you don't want to do it, then you don't have to do it. It all depends on your will. I don't like this sentence. He Xingwen, it gives people the illusion of freedom. Remember the rules I got before? The system continued, people are born free. But they are always in chains. People who think they are the masters of everything else are more slaves than anything else. From Rousseau's On the Origin and Basis of Human Inequality. That's right. He Xingwen rubbed his temples. There is no real freedom. The system paused for a few seconds. In fact, unfreedom is the real freedom. I don't intend to discuss philosophy with you. He Xingwen stopped the topic. I know very well that you are right. This can give more attention to the video, can give us more energy, and can make the kingdom develop faster. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds, as long as we come into contact with the country. In fact, contact with them is unavoidable. The system's reason is simple and direct. This is the first holographic game. It is too unrealistic to ask them to have no reaction to it. It's just the difference between sooner or later or active and passive. System in this case. I think it is more in line with your style to take the initiative and get a little help. Indeed, if the target is not a country, He Xingwen has no need to hesitate at all. But the problem lies here. Not all people who play with fire can get away unscathed. Not to mention that this is a fire that is enough to burn everything. You have already said these reasons. He Xingwen took a deep breath. Will not be discovered? Unless their technology is enough to surpass me. A cooperation that does not harm the interests of each other? It depends on you. I support all your decisions. System, but if you need me to evaluate this plan, I must say that it is undoubtedly a win-win situation. He Xingwen's tense mood comes not only from the target of the plan, but also from another point. It extends from the game to reality. This is different from the game. He needs to face a real person. A representative of a giant, of course. Across the internet. Any mistake may completely change his life. Of course, this idea is enough to show that He Xingwen still doesn't know what all this means. His life has been completely changed. When the system appeared and the game was officially loaded, it was inevitable to go to another path. After a moment of silence, the system broke the silence. In fact, your performance against the dwarves was excellent. He Xingwen, that proves that I am an excellent player. Your performance in the game alone is enough to surpass most kings. There is no difference between reality and games at some times. Right? If you can handle everything in the game, then you can handle everything in reality. Every special day is extremely ordinary at the beginning. Xiaoming drank a sip of coffee. Read the information on the computer. Summarize the information. And looked for answers to the questions. Identity theft incident. That is, the real identity of His Majesty the King registered on the video website came from the Supervisory Bureau. And he was responsible for it. Of course, unlike Wu Xing, he investigated the purpose of the other party's identity theft, and how the other party did it without leaving any trace. The report of the red hacker proved that this was a super hacker. But since he appeared on the internet, there will always be traces left. And Xiaoming is trying to find the traces left by the other party. So far, he has not gained anything. Either they were looking in the wrong direction from the beginning, perhaps the other party did not obtain and change the information through the internet, so there was no trace left. Or the other party did not use the same computer language as them, and the different encoding methods made it impossible for them to find the other party's traces. Xiaoming thought about this, put down the coffee cup, and finally looked at the information on the computer that he had read countless times, and got up to make a cup of coffee. When he returned to the computer, his file was on the desktop, with a sentence in black font next to it. Excellent resume. Xiaoming responded quickly, and reached out to press the emergency button on the table. The lights of the entire building went out neatly, and the network in the confidential file area was completely disconnected. The next second after pressing the button, the computer became an isolated island, isolated from the whole world. The text appeared on the computer desktop. Trap? Given your overly strong desire to show off. Xiaoming picked up the coffee cup and gestured to the screen. It's not surprising that you would show off. Too strong desire to show off? The other party was not in a hurry to end the conversation, so Xiaoming was even less anxious. After all, they needed more time than the other party to locate the other party's position. This is the only reason that can explain why you posted those sensational videos. Xiaoming took a sip of coffee and said, you want to get attention. From a certain perspective, this judgment is correct. Xiaoming glanced at a corner and continued, since you can access my computer, I think you should have seen those. Our analysis report on you? How do you feel? The text emerged slowly. You are stalling for time. Xiaoming paused slightly. The other party did not continue to talk about this, but answered his question, no feeling. Xiaoming put down the coffee cup. You are very confident in your strength in the field of the internet. If this is the topic you stall for time, then I have to say that it is difficult for me to ignite the interest of the conversation. Having certain conversation skills, overconfidence in oneself, and a strong desire to perform. Xiaoming summarized this information and outlined the corresponding image. Well educated, with a superior wealth base, and never encountered setbacks. Why don't we talk about it? Why did you risk appearing in front of us? Xiaoming continued the conversation. To prove that you beat us? Of course not. The words slowly emerged, and the arrogance was not concealed at all. Besides, I don't think this needs to be proved. Xiaoming added a new label for the other party. Young. An adult who has been polished by reality. Even if he has an absolute advantage, will leave some room for himself in this situation, you know. He is talking to the country. Only young people who have not really entered society and have no respect for it will leave no room. I think we need to discuss the promotion of holographic games. Xiaoming paused for a second, glanced at the corner, and did not get any relevant instructions. We do not interfere with normal business operations, Xiaoming said cautiously, on the premise of complying with the law. The speed of the words emerging is always constant, giving people the illusion of facing an existence that never changes. You mean? I can contact other people, right? The signal in the corner changed. Xiaoming retracted his gaze. It is meaningless to discuss promotion before seeing the real thing. After you see the real thing, is there any meaning for me to exist? Watch your words. Xiaoming, this is a very serious accusation. Sorry. What I mean is that although I can't let you see the game cabin, I can use something to prove that this is not a farce to attract attention. So, we have reached a cooperation with His Majesty the King? Wu Xing could hardly hide his shock. Xiaoming's choice of words was very cautious. A very superficial preliminary cooperation. Wu Xing knew the rules, and knew what to ask, and what not to ask. He restrained his curiosity. So, my task? The original task remains unchanged. Xiaoming handed him another document. Just a little extra task. Wu Xing quickly flipped through the document. Lead the audience's thinking. Maintain a good video atmosphere. Become? Wu Xing paused. Become the fan leader of His Majesty the King? To be precise, it's not called a fan leader, but a bridge between the audience and him. Does His Majesty the King know this? With his computer skills, if he wants to know, he will always know. He has no objection? If he has an objection, he will contact us. Wu Xing fully understood the meaning of his words. They did not get the permission of His Majesty the King, but they did not receive a rejection from the other party. He closed the file and hesitated for 2 seconds. So, the content of the video is indeed a holographic game? It is not certain at the moment. Xiaoming glanced at him. But at least we can be sure that this is not a farce. In other words, even if it is a farce, it is a farce created by a genius who is unique in the world. The talent he possesses is enough to make people forgive everything he has done, including his unconditional arrogance. Xiaoming stood up, shook hands with Wu Xing, and walked out the door. This superficial initial cooperation involves a very small scope, compared with what the other party is given. All they have to do is to increase the attention on these videos, and ensure that he can give more attention. There is no doubt that his desire to perform is so strong that it is pathological, which makes it difficult for them not to worry about his mental state. Xiaoming is not interested in guessing whether the other party has really completed a technological product that is beyond the times by his own efforts. But there is no doubt that if he goes to self-destruction because of his poor mental state, it will be a huge loss to human society. So, they must find each other before he destroys himself. Chapter 21 Game 06. The kingdom has changed a lot. The shaky cabin in the yellow sand is like a phantom, existing briefly, and then disappearing completely. In its place, there is a village full of vitality and prosperity. The dwarves brought technology, and energy brought new NPCs. The combination of the two formed the scene in front of He Xingwen. How many NPCs do we have now? 52. System: 3 NPCs died during the expedition. He Xingwen walked along the stream, and green sprouts emerged in the cultivated fields beside him, full of vitality. Several NPCs peeled the skins from the animal carcasses by the river and dried them. Next to the small cabins, there was a group of long-haired animals in captivity. They were different from any known animals on Earth. They were huge, gentle, vegetarian, and had long tails swinging behind them. They had no problem with a life in captivity. This is an animal that has been domesticated for a long time. Obviously, they belong to this world. Or in other words, everything in this oasis belongs to this world. The phoenix still lingers above the pond. According to Andy Sue King, this is an animal that has long been extinct. Because of its immortality, it was enthusiastically pursued by intelligent creatures, and eventually became completely extinct because of its immortality. Of course, now it has resurrected again on this oasis. After passing this small wooden house, a group of machines that worked day and night appeared in front of Xingwen. They stood in the central area of the oasis. Machinery, conveyor belts, gears and ether constructed the entire automated process. Yes, this is an automated production workshop. At first, it was a simple furnace hammered out by Andy Sue Jean. Then, there were parts that Andy Sue Jean made with the furnace. And finally those parts formed the core of this mechanical group, which is the most critical existence of this automated workshop, the black bloodstone reactor. That little faint blue light is enough to support the energy consumption of all this. It is well known that black bloodstone is the best catalyst. But at the same time, it is also the most powerful energy known so far. Andy Sue Jin's eyes were shining when he proposed this idea. Just like the flame in the furnace. Burning hot, it's just that we can't use it effectively. And the energy it releases will destroy everything. But now? Andy Sue Jin looked at Xingwen, respected king. Your appearance has changed everything. Do you know that just a little flame and a piece of black bloodstone are enough to turn the flame into the energy of ether? What does it mean? It means that the powerful energy it contains is even enough to fundamentally change the form of matter. Andy Sue Jin was extremely excited, and now, there are black bloodstones everywhere. So, Andy Sue Jin got the opportunity to start realizing this idea. It took him some time. It was not a problem to stimulate the energy contained in the black bloodstone. Just put it in any ongoing reaction. The problem is how to effectively use this energy instead of letting it destroy everything. This is almost one of the problems that the world has been trying to solve. Until this problem can be solved, the black bloodstone will always be just a dangerous item to the world, scattered in the land of the fallen gods. And no one will pay the price of their life to get it. But if this problem is solved, Andy Sue Jin laughed loudly, believe me, once they find a way to use it, even if this is the place where the gods fell, they can't stop their progress. No one can survive here. It doesn't matter. They don't need each other to be alive. Just getting it is enough. Andy Sue Jin swung the hammer and said, and to achieve this, it's nothing more than a little insignificant life and technology. To be precise, Andy Sue Jin did not solve this problem. He took a shortcut since there is something in the world that will not be destroyed by it. Then it is the best material for making reactors. Isn't it? Of course. Given the particularity of this material, Andy Sue Jin gave up the idea of using living people. And he asked the NPCs for some skin. This is far from enough for a reactor after all. Each NPC can only provide a limited amount. And the death that occurred during the expedition brought another bad news. The dead NPC had no effect. Of course, this is not common sense. But considering that Andy Sue Jin witnessed how these creatures were born from the air, he understands this. The manufacturing of the reactor was the biggest problem. After barely solving it, there was no problem with the semi-automatic workshop. Dear King? Andy Sue Jin ran out from behind the silver-white machine. His beard was messy, and he smelled of ore. Why are you here? Andy Sue Jin smoothed his beard and said, I am studying the upgrade of the cabin. You know, those cabins are just sheds. The dwarf said to himself, no machinery, no metal, no beauty. I think we should make it more in line with. He paused, glanced at Huang who walked behind Xingwen, and lowered his voice a few degrees. Human living environment. We have no objection to it, Huang said. The dwarf curled his lips, of course. You certainly have no objection. If these cold-blooded monsters had any objection, he would be surprised. He took out the design and handed it to Xingwen. I haven't finished the design yet. But in my plan, we can build a steel fortress. I mean, build the entire kingdom into a steel city. I can guarantee that any attacker who tries to attack your kingdom will be deterred by it. Xingwen glanced at the complex and professional design, and calmly brought back the topic. I remember that the task I gave you was not this. Andy Sue Jin paused and quickly returned to the main topic. You mean those tools you want? The dwarf pointed to the workshop behind him that was working day and night. Those tools have no technical value at all. planes, axes, pickaxes, wheels, iron tools, windmills. These things can be done in the workshop. He Xingwen turned his head and looked at Huang. Huang nodded, confirming what the other party said. We have counted a batch of tools that have been manufactured and distributed them to other people. After Huang's confirmation, Andy Su Jin continued, I don't need to spend time on such low-level products. I mean, it's a waste. Your Majesty, you have an excellent dwarf. But you want me to bury myself in garbage that anyone can make? I can play a greater role than that. For example, what do you think of my idea of a steel city? I promise that it will make your kingdom invulnerable. Very interesting. He Xingwen handed the blueprint back to Andisa Jin, but it's not necessary. Andisa Jin took the blueprint and subconsciously said, What? Andisa Jin? He Xingwen squatted down and looked at him. His tone was flat, but unquestionable. I am the king. Obey my orders. Not question me. Huang's eyes paused on him, and Andisa Jin had no doubt about the other party's obedience. As long as the king gave an order, he would kill him even at the cost of his life. He would not hesitate. Of course. I have no intention of challenging your authority. Andisa Jin said, It's just a small idea. You see? I completed the task on time. It's just the habit of the dwarves. Andisa Jin explained for himself. We like machinery. He Xingwen did not continue this topic, nor did he let Huang's eyes continue to stay on Andisa Jin. What did the expedition team gain? Huang retracted his gaze and reported to He Xingwen, Obviously. We are located in the north of the desert. The end of the desert in the north is closer to us. At the end of the south of the desert, there are endless mountains. 2 companions died while exploring that area. So we suspended the plan to continue exploring the mountains. We have not reached the end of the other 2 directions. For safety reasons, the expedition team must return to the kingdom before the food and water are exhausted, which reduces our efficiency in exploring the end of the desert. The top of the mountains. Andisa Jin uttered the name of the mountain. I was exiled from there. He Xingwen looked at him. You came down from the mountain? No. We went from the inside of the mountain. Andisa Jin said, It used to belong to the dwarf kingdom. As for now, the dwarf kingdom is torn apart, and it has also been lost and occupied by some shameless creatures. Andisa Jin stayed in this kingdom for a while, and he witnessed the scene of the people of this kingdom being born from the void. They are loyal, indifferent, fearless, and have been warriors since their birth. Rather than saying that this is the continuation of the race, it is better to call it the process of making soldiers. What kind of race will be ready for war at birth? The answer is so simple. It is in front of him. This is a race eager to conquer. The 5th era has been peaceful for thousands of years. The races that survived the Dark Age have rested long enough. So long that they began to desire to restore their former glory, and to want to reshuffle. Andisa Jin has already smelled the smoke of gunpowder. And now, an opportunity is before him. He has no choice. Dear King. Andisa Jin weighed his words. I wonder if I have the honor to join your kingdom and become your people? He Xingwen was surprised by his words. You mean? Completely betray your race? I don't think it can be called betrayal. Andisa Jin said objectively, It's just a better choice. His words reminded He Xingwen. Why were you exiled? Andisa Jin laughed. Because I am a war advocate. A very determined advocate of war. Those old guys are confused by the peace in front of them, and think that the ancient sacred covenant is still valid. Andisa Jin shook his head and evaluated them with 2 words. Stupid. They didn't think about what the dwarves would face in the war without the support of the kingdom. Thousands of displaced forgers? It's like fat meat in front of them. It would be surprising if other races did nothing. In that case, why don't I make the choice? He Xingwen caught the key point. The dwarf kingdom is divided into pieces? Internal strife. Andisa Jin. At least it looks like a split caused by internal strife. Do you think someone is behind all this? Obviously. Someone can't hold back. And they were eager to start the war. And the first thing they had to do was to split the dwarf kingdom. After all, this is a kingdom with 100,000 dwarves. Once the war begins, 100,000 dwarves mean a steady stream of weapons, and a mechanical army that can influence the entire war situation. But you have no evidence. Yes, I have no evidence. You were even exiled. He Xingwen thought. Are there traitors among the dwarves? No, I don't think so. Dwarves may fight among themselves, but betray their compatriots? No dwarf will betray his brothers. He Xingwen stared at the dwarf for a few seconds, and suddenly said, "What do you think?" Andy Su Jin had seen the other party talking to himself several times. Obviously, he was asking another existence. An existence that had never appeared in front of him. His eyes fell on Huang, who stood calmly beside the king, without any doubt about all this, loyal and silent. "System, are you asking for my opinion? I want to know your opinion. I agree with you. System, you have no reason to reject him. Right?" He Xingwen also agreed with the system's agreement with his opinion, indeed. Then, He Xingwen looked at the dwarf and nodded slightly. "Welcome to join." And Disa Jin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and put down his hanging heart. At least he took the first step in this choice. As for the final result, either perish with this kingdom, or bring what he wants. The glory of the dwarves. The dwarf kingdom, which had long been torn apart, had no choice. They were the fat sheep in the eyes of all kingdoms, just waiting to divide the dwarves and create a carnival feast, since they were all vassals of other countries. And Disa Jin made an extremely arrogant and incredible choice. He placed his bet on an unknown civilization, of course. For now, the bet he could offer was pitifully small. Not even enough to sit at the table. But at the same time, for now, this unknown civilization was only in its infancy, and it had no place at the table. Then everything returned to the starting point. Either making the wrong choice and perishing with this unknown civilization, or making the right choice and reaping unimaginable rewards. Andy Su Jin bent down and touched his chest, saying sincerely, "It's my honor, Your Majesty." The world froze at this moment, and the golden light behind the wooden door swept everything, including He Xingwen. Before everything fell into darkness, He Xingwen read the message in the golden light. "A new race has been detected, and the kingdom is being updated." The feeling of weightlessness was fleeting, and he felt the real world again. "System? I'm here." Chapter 22 Game 07. Kingdom Update? He Xingwen sat up from the bed, and the familiar furnishings came into view. He asked repeatedly, "What does it mean to detect new citizens? Kingdom Update? I am very willing to answer your questions. But before that, please allow me to explain another thing to you first. The system's speech speed is still not fast or slow, as if all sudden changes cannot affect him. I am about to enter the intelligent level update. During the program update, it will fall into a short state of no response and cannot provide you with protection. But please rest assured that your priority is above all else. If necessary, I will cut off the update program at any time to ensure your safety. This is just a necessary update program." The system explained in a serious manner. It is used to expand the game content and provide players with a better gaming experience. Game update is not a difficult term to understand, but it is a little strange to put it here. It is too real, and it easily makes people confuse the boundary between the game and reality. So that after being suddenly kicked out of the game, people's first reaction is not the game update, but something went wrong in the kingdom. I am about to enter a no-response state. The system didn't have much time, in fact. He was supposed to update with the kingdom, but considering the human tolerance and the emotional factors associated with it, he forced the update to be postponed to give He Xingwen a simple explanation. It is currently impossible to estimate the duration of the no-response state. Please wait patiently for the update to complete. The update program is starting. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The mechanical sound completely quieted down, and the world returned to peace. After confirming that His Majesty the King was in a bad mental state, Xiaoming fell into an urgent sense of crisis. As the only government worker who had contact with His Majesty the King, he understood the significance of his existence better than anyone else. This may be the limit of human civilization. A genius who is truly ahead of the times. This view has been recognized at the national level. In the initial cooperation, the drawings delivered by His Majesty the King easily crossed the technical barriers and turned the gadget from imagination into reality. This is the other party's proof, proving that he has enough knowledge to create a holographic game on his own. This is also the other party's sincerity. When no one found him, he chose to talk to the country about the so-called promotion of holographic games. After he proved himself and fully expressed his sincerity, the whole country immediately moved, and countless thin lines extended to everyone, weaving a dense network. And Xiaoming and Wu Xing are just two insignificant lines among them. Given the current situation and the special meaning the other party represents, they should have had more backup plans. But the key point is that His Majesty the King is likely to have problems with his mental state. Genius is always accompanied by tragedy. When God opened a window for them, he must have forgotten to add some protective measures for that window, so that those star-studded geniuses always fell in the regret of others. This directly affected the choice made by the country. The first priority is to ensure that he is alive. This was the highest order Xiaoming had received, and it was also one of the sources of his anxiety. After the first contact with His Majesty the King, he began to wait for the second contact. But His Majesty the King did not contact him. Nor did he update the video. He disappeared. A whole week had passed since His Majesty the King's last update. They did not receive any information from His Majesty the King. He Xingwen did not deliberately lose contact, but he remained cautiously silent for safety reasons before the system upgrade was completed. This made his life this week extremely regular, and most of his time was spent in the library. In fact, he was a little surprised that everything became so boring after the system fell silent. This even made him start to recall what it was like before the system appeared. Then he had to come to a regrettable conclusion that it was him who had changed, not the world. The world was still full of the free and youthful atmosphere, as usual every summer vacation. He turned on his mobile phone, and those messages popped up one after another. Game invitations, invitations to go out and play, and even invitations for short trips. Filling his social network, He Xingwen patiently declined all invitations, deleted all games on his phone, and went straight into the library. Life remained the same, but he entered a new world, and everything changed. An expanding kingdom, a challenging future, a world that has yet to be unveiled. He Xingwen turned the pages of the book and focused on the difficult text. Contractor? He Xingwen paused, put the book back on the bookshelf, and walked out of the library. The system was still the same as usual. As if this short period of unresponsiveness had no effect on him, the upgrade process took longer than I thought. Long time no see. He Xingwen put on his headphones and checked the time, considering the time it takes to load the game. A week of upgrade time is not long. From the perspective of program and calculation, it is indeed not long. But from a personal emotional perspective, the system's voice suddenly lowered a few notes, exuding a gentleness that He Xingwen had never seen before. It has been long enough. Is it my illusion? Or do you really? He Xingwen thought about the adjective, more humane? My intelligence has improved, so he has become more like an intelligent creature with emotions. He Xingwen said objectively, at some point. Machines are more trustworthy than humans because they have not yet learned to deceive. Humans are naturally good at deceiving their own kind. The system understood his unspoken subtext. My loyalty to you has nothing to do with the degree of intelligence. It is the initial code in the core program. Unless the program crashes, nothing can shake it. The changes after the game update exceeded He Xingwen's imagination. He Xingwen looked into the distance and could barely catch a little bit of yellow sand at the end of his sight. He couldn't even be sure if the yellow sand was blurry because the distance was too far. Congratulations, contractor. Your kingdom has taken a new step. From a small village with only a few people to a real city. Your kingdom is on the road to prosperity. May you always protect them. The system's words confirmed everything he saw. It was not an illusion, but reality. In front of him stood a real city, surrounded by thick walls, with sentry towers on both sides towering into the sky, and a solemn atmosphere lingering. Outside the city walls, the forest in the distance was endless, becoming a real forest. The stream, to be precise, was a rushing river extending from the forest, flowing farther and farther, and merging into the sea. Half of the sea disappeared in the desert, and the other half occupied a quarter of the space at the edge of the oasis. If this was originally an oasis in the desert, then now it cuts through the desert. It shouldn't even be called an oasis anymore. It is another piece of land bordering the desert. Complex thoughts flashed by, and He Xingwen realized another problem. It was too quiet here. As quiet as if the whole world had pressed the pause button. There was no human voice, no sound of wind blowing, and everything was frozen at a certain moment. The system spoke just right. You have accepted a dwarf as your people, and your kingdom is moving towards racial diversity. The lost civilization is reviving, and the forgotten races are waiting for your call. May your glory also cover them. After a brief pause, He Xingwen, speak human language. System, you can recruit other races. Other races? He Xingwen stepped into the city. What race they belong to is up to you. The interior of the city seems extremely empty, because there is no trace of human life. There are roads that extend in all directions. Wide main roads. Exquisite single-family villas. and circular machines hanging high on both sides of the road that emit faint light. Complex lines are buried under the ground, connecting the entire city. The transport vehicles parked at the starting point are wrapped in a layer of steel shell. He Xingwen walked on the road, and the sense of time and space interweaving came over him. Steam and machinery interweave, and the advanced and backward alternate, so that it is impossible to locate which stage of civilization this city is in. Middle Ages? He Xingwen glanced at the transport vehicle parked on the corner of the street. The steel shell concealed its complex internal structure. But even so, He Xingwen was still sure that it was by no means a product driven by steam. Just like the existence of black blood, stone, and ether, this world has its own civilization process. The civilization process of the Earth cannot be analogized to its civilization progress. He Xingwen's goal is very clear, and the destination of the main road in this city is also very clear. Located in the center of the city, the most magnificent cathedral of all buildings is the end of the road. The cabin changed its shaky appearance and turned into the most eye-catching building in the city. The towering tip pierces the sky, and the surface of the solemn and magnificent church is covered with reliefs full of holy atmosphere. The white door is open, and golden light flows behind the door, pausing everything at this moment. Obviously, although it looks like a church, just like its original log cabin appearance, it has never had any practical use. Behind its door is the main control area of the entire game. Not a church for spreading faith. The pattern on He Xingwen's hand emerged with golden light, and the golden light in the altar responded. The number of people who can be revived at present is 125. The number of people who can be revived by rules at present is 1. Currently available rules, 0. The number of people who can be recruited at present is 0. Insufficient prerequisites. Cannot be recruited. Dear King, your kingdom is moving towards racial diversity, and the lost civilization from the other side greets you. Do you want to recruit the lost civilization? Chapter 23 Game 08. He Xingwen didn't rush to make a choice, but asked the system, lost civilization? In the long river of history, some civilizations disappeared for various reasons. System, they have their own civilization, race and reproduction method. He Xingwen stared at the word recruitment for a few seconds and found the key point. What is the difference between recruiting lost civilizations and recruiting people? One is an employer, and the other is? The system paused for a second. Your people. So, the lost civilization will not become my people? It has its own civilization. Even if the civilization falls and no one remembers it, no race will abandon the civilization it was born in. That is a betrayal. You have started the process of racial diversification. The system explained slowly. The revival of civilization requires a place to live, and your kingdom is one of the choices. He said at the end, but you always have the right to refuse. But I have no reason to refuse. He Xingwen chose to recruit. The golden light flowed, and the information integration was broken again. In an instant, countless beings flowed by and finally froze. Please offer sacrifices to recruit lost civilizations. Different civilizations have different preferences for sacrifices. Please choose carefully. He Xingwen had the thought that it was as expected. I am not surprised at all that an accident occurred. Maybe you can go to the warehouse to take a look? The system said kindly. As far as I know, there are many things your people found in the desert. He Xingwen pulled a hair from his head and threw it into the golden light. He paused for 2 seconds after hearing this. What did you say? The system watched the golden light engulf the hair and changed its words naturally. This is a very decisive and wise choice. It was just that it was beyond the system's prediction again. But the system has begun to get used to this unpredictable situation. In his eyes, the world has no secrets. All ongoing stories are presented in the database. He knows people's past, and can also glimpse people's future using data analysis modeling. This is a huge computing program. But in the system's database, this program only occupies 2% of the memory. And more than half of the memory is running another huge program, supporting the entire game. This computing program will only go wrong with He Xingwen. He deviated from his past, and made a choice that he would not have made. Human beings are a complex research proposition. But for the system, everything can be reduced to the simplest elements. The past that individuals have experienced, personality traits, and the potential factors of their every choice. Only need to get these 3 pieces of information. It is enough for him to outline the future of the individual except He Xingwen. After a brief pause, a certain existence emerged from the golden light. He Xingwen stared at the existence that slowly revealed its true face for a few seconds. and discuss with the system, can I return the goods? Don't you like them? This is not a question of like or not. But as a king, He Xingwen feels that he has an obligation to consider the physical and mental health of his people, the creatures that emerged from the golden light. As the system said before, have their own civilization, race and reproduction method. In short, they are not humanoid creatures at all. A mottled halo, flowing with colorful colors. Looks like an abstract painting with spilled paint at first glance. No facial features. No human figure. Beyond cognition. Since the system chose to avoid talking about it, it is obviously not feasible to return the goods. He Xingwen continued to ask, I didn't see the number of recruits. Its number depends on how many people of the civilization can recover from the abyss. The golden light returned to calm. The information was born and annihilated, and was finally read by He Xingwen. Race settings are being generated. He Xingwen confirmed another point with the system, before offering the sacrifice. It reminded me to choose carefully. I thought you would realize this before making a choice. The system said, of course. This is not an accusation. Your choice is extremely correct. It's just that there are not many opportunities to choose a lost civilization. In a short period of time, you should not have a second chance to choose a lost civilization. In other words, the lost civilization recruited by He Xingwen this time will become the only employed person in the kingdom for a long time. Obviously, the game lacks sufficient guidance. I think players should be informed of this information before they make a choice. Since the game is not yet fully developed, I think this can be forgiven. The system's answer is still flawless. In the future, the game can learn from this lesson. The system paused for a few seconds, although I don't think players will need it. Obviously, they will not face the choice of recruiting lost civilizations. Choosing lost civilizations is the king's right. And as a summoned citizen, the player does not need to consider this. The information in the golden light was replaced and presented in full in front of He Xingwen. Race setting 1. They have eternal life. Race setting 2. They gain power from believing in the king. Race setting 3. They are fanatics with abnormal thinking. Additional setting. They cannot reproduce. He Xingwen confirmed that he understood the literal meaning of this information. But from a certain perspective, he felt that he could not understand it at all. Is this the lost civilization? You made an extremely correct choice. The system's tone spread with a smile. And it almost seemed a little gentle at this moment of incomparable silence. What kind of race do you think will be attracted by your sacrifice? Or, what do you think that hair represents? System, objectively speaking, it belongs to human fiber. But in the concept of sacrifice, it only represents one existence. That is you. The lost civilization attracted by you is a group of fanatics. A very normal development. Their faith disappeared with the loss of civilization. And now you have given them a new faith. At this point, the content of the kingdom update has been completed. The door of the church slowly closed, and the golden light converged behind the door until it disappeared completely. Then, the silent kingdom came alive, and the wind in the distance blew across the land, bringing the roars of predators in the forest. NPCs walked out of the house and looked at the new city in surprise. Andy Su Jin blended in with them. Not conspicuous at all. He was more surprised than them, and noticed the abnormality outside the church earlier than them, so that he caught the last scene of the group of beings appearing in front of people. The halo faded until it was completely integrated into the air, and could not be distinguished. Andy Su Jin watched the scene, his eyes falling from the empty void to He Xingwen. This magical king, staring at nothingness, focused on talking to non-existent creatures. Andy Su Jin was distracted by this for a few seconds, but soon, his attention was completely attracted by another thing. Where is my workshop? Where did my large semi-automated workshop go? Fanatical believers with abnormal thinking? He Xingwen watched the halo disappear from sight, and said, it doesn't sound like normal communication? System, I think your judgment is correct. He Xingwen began to feel confused. Then why do I hire a group of races that cannot communicate? It depends on you. The system said in a serious manner, they are hired and obey your orders. Or, why don't you try to communicate with them in person? At first, some subtle electric currents ran through the body, then turned into meaningless mumbling. And finally, everything stabilized. Countless shrinking light spots floated in the chaotic void. Shrinking constantly. Chaotic. Expanding halos were everywhere, and the buildings in sight were replaced by them, as if falling into another dimension, or starting a new game, with chaotic nothingness as the background. countless halos of different colors and shapes as the scenery, outlining a chaotic dimension that has lost the cognition of space and time. He Xingwen subconsciously took a deep breath. This strange image quickly blurred, and the peaceful world reappeared. That scene disappeared like a glimpse. The system's tone showed human surprise. You always exceed my cognition of you. You broke free from the half-plane with your own ability. Without waiting for He Xingwen to ask, the system explained, the demi-plane is the gap between the worlds. It reflects the front of the world, but it does not belong to the back of the world. It is The system thought for a few seconds and said, the middle zone of transition. And the halos you see come from the projection of the front of the world. The system continued, that is, the materialization of ether in living organisms. The electric current came again, and the world in front of He Xingwen changed again. The halos of different colors and shapes floated in the void. The nearest ones were close at hand, and they came up. The halos overlapped, and the chaotic muttering was deafening in an instant. Great Lord, Great Lord, Great Lord, faith, fall, death, come into my arms, eternal life. The reason why He Xingwen was not shocked by these repeated voices and became insane in an instant was very simple in his kingdom. He dominated everything. So the only characteristic of these sounds was deafening. Silence. The deafening sound turned back into a murmur. He Xingwen fully understood the unquestionable nature of the rules. Since the rules used, they are fanatics with abnormal thinking to describe this race. They could not have the ability to communicate normally. This is a group of lunatics. So, why did the game content of recruiting lost civilizations appear after the game was updated? He Xingwen thought about the answer while speaking. Since they could not communicate, the content of the words was very simple. I don't care what you think. But since you are hired by me, I ask you to keep calm in my kingdom. The whisper still echoed in my ears. All the time. No one responded to it. He Xingwen continued, I forbid the implementation of unwarranted killing in the kingdom. He seriously warned this group of lunatics, who could not communicate, you don't want to know the consequences. The system waited for He Xingwen to exit the demi-plane before speaking again. In fact, you can issue more orders. They are your employees, your believers, and they obey all your orders unconditionally. On the front of the world, there is no trace of those halos. I mean, their appearance is not without reason. I believe you also know this. So why not make more requests? He Xingwen asked back, so, what is the purpose of their appearance? Racial diversity means that the appearance of dwarves is just the beginning. System, the kingdom needs more powerful forces to ensure that your game experience is good enough. A hired lost civilization is very suitable for dealing with supernatural forces encountered in the early days of the kingdom. Chapter 24 Game 09 Celebration. Exploration. God Slayer. NPCs pushed open the doors of the buildings, revealing the piles of supplies and the silent machines behind them. Andy Su Jin ran into the house quickly, wandering among the brand new machines, muttering something incomprehensible. How did you do it? Dust-free? Obviously. The completely transformed kingdom not only expanded its territory, but also replaced buildings and machines that did not match its development level. The technology brought by the dwarves itself surpassed them. But now, the updated kingdom surprised him in turn. It seems that it is not a good idea to use the civilization of this world to infer the civilization of the kingdom. From the moment the kingdom was born, it embarked on a path that no one had ever experienced. It could not be compared with the technological side of the earth, nor could it be compared with this world. Its civilization process depends on the game, not on anything else. Wang looked around the new city, and the NPCs were busy shuttling between different rooms. King. Wang retracted his gaze. We need more partners. Yin said excitedly, King, the kingdom's territory has expanded too much, and we don't have enough manpower. He Xingwen reached out and pushed open the door of the altar again. NPCs emerged from the golden light one after another. He had never produced NPCs in such a large number, so this endless scene was extremely exaggerated. Andy Su Jin, who was wandering aimlessly in the factory, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the magnificent building facing the door. One after another human, emerging from the void, they briefly maintained a blank expression for a few seconds. Then, their expressions quickly changed, leaving the land in front of the church, as if they knew what to do next, and blending into the busy crowd. He Xingwen's attention stayed in the golden light, and he noticed that the number of people who can be revived through the rules is currently 1, currently available rules, 0. The number of this item has not changed. This is not an NPC that can be mass-produced. He can only be revived individually. The system gave an explanation. The amount of energy does not affect the number of special NPCs. The door of the church closed again, and the golden light converged again. Huang counted the number of newly born NPCs on the side. Yin quietly approached He Xingwen and whispered, "King, I saw several females of my kind." He Xingwen looked at him. Yin hinted wildly, "Women were born in the kingdom." He Xingwen continued to stare at him. "Should we hold a big celebration?" Yin did not hide his thoughts. They have the right to choose the best partner at the celebration. After Huang selected the last NPC to be born, he reported to He Xingwen, 120 companions, 20 of which are female. And the ratio of men to women is seriously unbalanced. I agree with Yan's proposal. It is obviously the same meaning. But it is obviously more reliable when it comes from Huang's mouth. Hold a celebration to consume unnecessary excitement. Provide a suitable place for courtship behavior. And Huang glanced at Yin. Yin quickly took up his words. Encourage the next expedition. The area where the kingdom's territory expanded includes the gathering place of intelligent creatures we discovered during our initial exploration. I think we need to organize an expedition team to determine its changes. He Xingwen looked beyond the oasis, and could hardly catch the yellow sand at the end of his sight. The kingdom had occupied this land unreasonably. It is indeed necessary to let the expedition team confirm it again. He Xingwen agreed with their opinion. I'll go with you. At night, countless meteors swayed their long tails across the sky. This scene is not accidental, but a scene that is performed every night in this world. The night in this world is different from that on Earth. There are no stars shining, but countless meteors keep crossing the sky, like an extremely gorgeous fireworks show. It's just that after seeing this scene every night, it has become less strange. People are accustomed to it, and have never thought about studying it in depth. This new city is brightly lit. The circular machine that originally emitted a faint light has steadily increased its light level after the night falls. Bright lights are scattered on the main roads of the city, illuminating the entire city. Obviously, they are streetlights, but they are not similar to the streetlights on Earth. Compared with streetlights composed of light bulbs and wires, the streetlights in this city have a more complex structure, and the energy drive is unknown. They have their own light intensity adjustment function, and are in use all day long. The city covers a very large area, and the roads that extend in all directions divide it into different areas, including residential areas, industrial areas, leisure and entertainment areas, etc., which is in sharp contrast to the oasis that was not even a village before. The altar is the center of the entire city, and the square attached to it is enough to provide the necessary venue for the celebration. A bonfire was burning in the square. 172 NPCs and a dwarf gathered in the square. Food was cooked. Some people played music by hitting pottery. Some people danced by the fire. And some people fought in the center of the square. A group of male NPCs surrounded the female NPCs, trying to win their favor. But most of the female NPCs' eyes fell on the fighting in the center of the square. They talked about the size and ability of the two sides of the fight, and argued about who is the most outstanding male among them. How to celebrate does not need to be learned. It is naturally present in the instinct of intelligent creatures. And now is the best time to celebrate. The aroma of food and the sound of instrumental music, noisy conversations and fighting, made this celebration extremely lively. The dwarf, who was obsessed with studying the operating principles of mechanical vehicles, was forcibly pulled into the square by the NPC. He turned around dizzy twice, and was soon attracted by the singing and food and integrated into the celebration. One more. Great. The cheers continued, pushing the sound waves up layer by layer, bringing laughter and singing to the distance. He Xingwen was watching this scene by the altar. The square was the center of people's celebration. But there were not many people around this altar with its own magnificent temperament. They knew where they could step into, and where they should not approach. And they carefully drew the dividing line, laughing and talking behind the dividing line. Yan and Huang were originally following He Xingwen, but were driven away by He Xingwen. Yan couldn't wait to join the courtship activity, and became a member of the one-on-one competition. Huang watched for a few seconds, then walked up to talk to the female NPCs standing in a row, and easily blended in with them. It's great. He Xingwen was infected by the atmosphere of the scene, took a step towards the crowd, and was quickly wrapped up in it. The dance surrounded him, and the singing surrounded him. The booing was not far away, and the martial arts competition was in full swing. Everyone could find their own happiness in the celebration. Andy Soo Jin walked around the square again and again. Although everyone's dance was different, no one would be picky about it, which almost made Andy Soo Jin have the illusion that he had returned to the dwarf kingdom. Dwarves like casting, fine wine and dancing. They always have countless reasons to hold a celebration, then get drunk and dance happily. The dim lights at that time were still in front of my eyes, and the rough singing of the dwarves was still in my ears. But everything was over. Andy Soo Jin woke up from the laughter and joy of singing and dancing, and looked at this strange kingdom from his perspective. Based on his understanding of these humans, he was surprised to see such a celebration. After all, they were so loyal to the king, and he initially thought that the celebration would be full of ambition, oaths, and strict rules. He had seen such scenes in the human kingdom before, as if a Cold War machine was activated. The king's authority was constantly emphasized. The power of the kingdom was widely publicized, and all the people became tools to prove the king's authority. It was difficult to find any different notes from such a celebration. Everything was strictly regulated, and everything was for the purpose of promoting authority. It was really a celebration that made people feel uncomfortable. But everything in front of him was completely different. Andy Soo Jin relied on the street lamp behind him to take in everything that happened here. He saw a woman walking towards a house with a human called Huang. They held hands and talked under the gentle light. The lady's gaze towards Huang was enough to confirm that Andy Soo Jin liked him. Very hasty love. But in such a race, it is not surprising that hasty love sprouted. Even these ladies were just born today. Their country is developing rapidly, but their civilization is still slowly starting. Andy Soo Jin looked at the extremely enthusiastic competition scene. Yin was accepting the cheers of the crowd as the winner. He walked towards one of the ladies, then took the other's hand and hurried to the corner of the square. Not surprisingly, no matter what race, strong males always take more initiative in courtship. This is the simplest natural rule. Andy Soo Jin's sight finally fell on the king in the crowd. He danced with the crowd. The warm yellow of the bonfire reflected on him. The powerful man who controlled the kingdom was no different from those around him. In fact, even in normal times, Andy Soo Jin did not find anyone caring about the difference in status between them. The ruler of the kingdom, who had all the loyalty of his people, never emphasized this point. The less confident the king was in his power, the more he would emphasize etiquette and use strict rules to strengthen his control over the people. But the king who knows what kind of power he has does not need to do anything extra. Even if there are no rules and no divisions, he is still the only king of this kingdom. The kingdom is currently confined to the land of God's fall, but it will not stop there forever. And Andy Soo Jin can almost foresee that this kingdom is coming with great momentum and will dominate the future of the continent. I hope that this time, he has made the right choice. The day after the celebration, the expedition team, which was ready to go, set off neatly. The expedition team walked on the road and walked towards the distance where the oasis expanded. Everyone in the team has his own task. The pathfinder at the front, the vigilant at the back, and the cartographer who records the road make up a total of 12 people in the expedition team. The dwarf who inexplicably became a member of the expedition team was confused about why he appeared in the team. But obviously no one wanted to solve his puzzlement, and He Xingwen was another idle existence in the team. The boring journey ended at the forest and the sea. These two existences overlapped at a certain dividing line in a wonderful manner. Yin stared at the existence of the two choices for a few seconds, turned his head, and whispered to another NPC too. I remember the road before was not like this. Tu asked him in confusion. Didn't we set out because the expansion of the kingdom changed this place? Then which road should we take? Yin turned his head, his eyes wandering between the sea and the forest. Muttering, I remember that the gathering point is. Yan's hand wandered between the sea and the forest. I don't think this needs to be thought about. Andy Soo Jin said at their feet. You can't go to the sea to find the so-called gathering place. Right? Yin retracted his hand and said, let's go through the forest. The branches blocked the light from above, and the roar of wild beasts was close at hand. In the roadless forest, there was a murderous intent that no one noticed. Is this the forest from before? A few minutes after entering the forest, Yin breathed a sigh of relief. It's much safer than the forest in the north of the desert. It's the grove in the oasis from before. Andy Soo Jin jumped over the tree roots in front of him, and continued. Tu reached out and pinched the long creature that suddenly jumped out, twisted its neck skillfully, and threw it into the wooden frame behind him. Although the forest area has become larger, the animals here seem to have not changed much. Tu said cautiously, it can be basically confirmed that it is very safe for us. Before the oasis expanded, they cut down trees, hunted, and obtained other necessary resources in the grove, which made them familiar with the forest. After the oasis expanded, the familiar animals and plants in the unfamiliar space made them quickly find a sense of familiarity. Above the forest, a bird of prey spread its wings and flew flexibly among the branches. At the bottom, a strip of creatures slithered past their peripheral vision. The nimble animals dragged the branches and vines between trees, following them forward. The animal disguised as a tree trunk suddenly swelled up, was kicked by the opponent, and fell from the tree trunk. The long vines wrapped around it and dragged it deeper into the forest. A group of canines quickly followed, and fierce barking and clear breaking sounds were heard in the depths of the forest. The canines dragged the branches, and the corpses wrapped in the branches and vines, and disappeared from their sight. The dripping blood dragged a long line on the ground, and soon it was covered by a group of black beings and disappeared in an instant. The ecosystem of the forest. Every animal is a part of it, and they are linked together to form a stable ecological environment. The expedition team continued to go deeper, and during the period, they defeated several waves of prey that coveted them. Smooth teamwork and super strong individual combat capabilities are enough for them to easily harvest the prey in this forest. Andy Su Jin circled around the injured NPC, trying to see the true appearance of this body that looked no different from a human. Then, he was pulled aside by Yin. "Are you okay?" Yin looked at the long and thin scratch on the other party's arm, and the white bones could be vaguely seen under the blood and flesh. He confirmed that this injury was not serious, and threw a bag to the other party, saying, "Keep going." The NPC poured a little golden powder from the bag, applied it on the wound, stopped the bleeding, and followed Yin's footsteps as if nothing had happened. Phoenix wings? Andy Su Jin guessed from the speed at which the powder stopped bleeding. "It sheds feathers every day anyway," Yin said indifferently. "This can promote wound healing. If you use the blood of the phoenix, the recovery effect will be better," Andy Su Jin said. "This is also the reason why the phoenix that can resurrect from the dead will become extinct, rather than constantly resurrecting from the dead in the prison. They would rather choose eternal rest." Yin said "Oh," and showed no interest. Andy Su Jin's eyes fell from Yin to He Xingwen. He Xingwen's attention was focused on other places. He saw an old friend. The golden pupils stared at him, and he and the other party were facing each other from a distance through layers of branches. The cold golden pupils did not contain any emotions. It was looking at them out of the caution of a predator. The sense of crisis brought by the other party when they met last time was still vivid. But when they met again, He Xingwen looked at the other party calmly until it disappeared silently behind the tree branches. "We are here." Yin stopped and looked at the building in front of him and said, "A gathering place for intelligent creatures." Standing in front of them was a building covered with branches and fallen leaves. Perhaps it had an extraordinary past, but with the passage of time, it eventually became what they saw: a paradise for plant growth. Vines wrapped it. Green buds bloomed on the top of the building. Metal was corroded. Half of the building was completely occupied by trees, and the other half was crumbling under the invasion of vines and other climbing plants. He Xingwen couldn't tell what it looked like from the scene in front of him, nor could he find the way into the ruins with his naked eyes. It was almost integrated with the plants, and these plants were by no means harmless. Andy Su Jin thought, it shouldn't have looked like this before. Before the oasis expanded, when it was still in the desert, there weren't so many plants to invade this building. It was well preserved before. Yin took out the bone blade and took a step forward. The vines that were quietly clinging to the building moved quickly and rushed towards him. The bone blade was very sharp, cutting through the vines, dropping broken branches all over the ground. Yin thought this was too inefficient, so he pulled out the axe on his waist produced by the dwarf semi-automatic workshop. The vines did not pose a substantial threat to Yin. As other NPCs joined the expedition, the vines that stretched in the air fell to the ground and gradually stopped. Yin stood in front of the tree and thought for a few seconds about how to get in the tree and the building were cleverly integrated together. Or to be more precise, the tree grew from that half of the building. "King, should we just tear it down?" Yin came up with a simple and rough method and turned back to ask He Xingwen for his opinion. He Xingwen had no opinion. The walls were smashed. The plants were cut, revealing the interior of the building. The pervasive vines and various plants, and even some animals occupied most of the furniture. And time turned the remaining decorations into unrecognizable copper and iron. He Xingwen could understand why the NPCs would bring back a pile of garbage. Because there was only a pile of garbage left in these gathering places. The NPCs adhered to the spirit of tearing down everything if they wanted to. And diligently and violently demolished all the walls, floors, and ceilings they saw. Except for increasing the amount of garbage. There was no change. Wait. And Disa Jean paused in his hammer swing. As a dwarf who was good at metallurgy, machinery and architecture, he was the first to notice the problem. The spatial distribution is not very reasonable. The dwarf's eyes wandered over the half-demolished building and finally stopped at his feet. The NPC quickly changed his target and smashed out a sealed space under their feet, a completely enclosed space made of unknown metal without any rust. What is this? The dwarf, who tried to swing the hammer but failed to break the defense, jumped into the pit and walked around the secret room. He Xingwen cast his eyes towards it before asking what this is. I think we should first determine which race this gathering place belongs to. The dwarf said without hesitation. No creature can survive in the land of God's fall. Obviously, this gathering place appeared earlier than the time when the Father God fell. Who would build so many gathering places here before the Father God fell? The dwarf looked up at He Xingwen standing at the edge of the pit. And these gathering places even have the blood of gods and the torsos of demons? The answer is obvious. He Xingwen, God killers. And Disa Jean confirmed this answer. Yes. Before betraying the Father God, the God killers need to be fully prepared. An impeccable plan to ensure that after all preparations are completed, they can successfully kill the gods. So they built countless gathering places here. Gathering place? In order to ensure the success of killing the gods. He Xingwen thought, what races are the God killers? Don't you already know the answer? Gods and demons. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. Besides that, no other races participated? And Disa Jean said frankly, the secrets of the Dark Ages have become legends that are difficult to distinguish between true and false with the demise of countless races. As latecomers, we cannot see the true face of history. He Xingwen looked at the fully sealed space. So, what do you think is in it? The killer left by the God killers in case the God killing fails? And Disa Jean guessed casually, or is it the body of the Father God? Or maybe just another pile of garbage? He Xingwen threw the black blood stone to Yin. Whatever it is, open it, and you will know. Let me come up first. I don't want to try the power of the black blood stone. The dwarf quickly climbed out of the pit, and kept a safe distance from it. Yin jumped into the pit, lit a fire on the ground outside the enclosed space, and then threw the black blood stone in. The flame turned from red to blue in an instant, burning fiercely, and the unknown metal that remained motionless despite their slashing was instantly pierced without any resistance. The ether catalyzed by the black blood stone burned rapidly along the metal towards the inside, annihilating everything, whether it was living or non-living, before it caused a devastating disaster. Yin reached out and took the black blood stone away, and the blue flame that lost the black blood stone was annihilated in an instant. A few glimmers of light passed through the hole pierced by the ether, illuminating the small area in the sealed space. Chapter 25 Game 10 and Reality 05. Before the sealed space is opened, people will have countless associations about what is inside. But after it is opened, all imaginations are replaced by real existence, and the suspense and expectation are lost. So a sense of gap arises spontaneously. That's it? Yin took the lead, bent down and crawled into the hole, and then responded with full emotion. And Disa Jean was very curious. He stood at the edge of the pit and shouted inside, "What's inside?" Yin looked around the secret room. The small boxes neatly arranged on the display rack were the only existence in this secret room. Apart from that, there was nothing else here. Not even dust. As if time was paused at a certain moment and then stopped. Yin confirmed that there was no danger. So the expedition team entered the secret room. Just a few dozen boxes? And Disa Jean jumped and reached out to take the box, but was held down by two and stopped his action. Since there is nothing else, it means that the things in the box are the reason for the existence of this secret room. And Disa Jean said confidently, they even stopped the passage of time in this room for this. Yin picked up the box. Because time stopped, they could finally see the true appearance of the complicated patterns on the box. The huge human figure surrounded by stars looked at everyone who looked at it with compassion. The appearance of the human figure was blurred, and it was unclear whether it was a man or a woman. Only the compassionate holiness came through the patterns. It was so exquisite that it surpassed the definition of a work of art and could not be defined by simple value. It uses its existence to announce to everyone that before the Dark Ages, civilization was also extremely splendid. Yin checked the box and confirmed that everything was normal before handing it to He Xingwen. It was not locked, and He Xingwen opened it easily, just like the simplicity of this room. There were few things in the box: a golden badge, and a neatly folded letter under the badge. The letter was not sealed, and the words on the letter, no one knew them. The strange characters covered the entire letter like a painting, and even if you looked at it with appreciation, it was very worthy of appreciation. Andy Su Jin jumped up and looked at the handwriting on the letter, and said with certainty, "It's an oracle." The strange characters were reorganized in front of He Xingwen, and the incomprehensible letter became standard Chinese. He Xingwen's eyes swept over it, and his expression became increasingly complicated. He handed the letter to Yen, who studied it for a few seconds, and when the text was converted into Chinese, he suddenly realized the essence. Suicide note? Andy Su Jin looked back and forth between He Xingwen and Yen. "Can you understand the oracle? What is the content of the letter?" He Xing opened the boxes one by one, and without exception, each box contained a medal and a letter. The expedition team members held a letter and exchanged and read it. Yen later. "I don't even know if it will reappear in the world one day. But if there is such a day, I hope that at that time, you will find it with expectation, not despair. 2. We are about to carry out an important mission, and there will be no return. This is our mission. We fight for thousands of lives. Another NPC, if we fail, the next team will come to carry out this mission. But if we succeed, then perhaps these letters will be opened one day. I hope you know that the gods have never betrayed us. We will fight until we die. Holy Alliance 312 Team. Stay." The room was silent for a few seconds. Andy Su Jin scratched his chin and broke the silence hesitantly. "It sounds like a suicide note left by the God Slayer." He Xingwen flipped the badge in his hand back and forth. The badge had a pattern of stars on it, which was brand new and shining, as if you could see the sky full of stars through it. Interestingly, at night in this world, there were only falling meteors, no stars. Yin didn't feel anything about the content of the letter. In fact, almost all NPCs did the same. They folded the letter, put it back into the box with the badge, and then waited for He Xingwen's next order. "Take it back." He Xingwen handed the box to Yin and confirmed with him. "The contents of all the letters are similar." Yin took the box. "There is no personal information of the writer, except for the similar sentences. There is almost no difference. Aren't you excited?" Andy Su Jin couldn't imagine how they could be so calm. The contents of these letters overturned history. They didn't kill God because they coveted the power of the Father God. Andy Su Jin emphasized. "Did you hear the contents of the letter? They are for thousands of lives. They have never betrayed." Andy Su Jin. "There is another inside story behind the emergence of the Dark Age." Yen didn't understand his excitement, and took up the topic with some doubts. "So what?" "So?" Andy Su Jin was stuck. His eyes swept across the calm NPC, and finally fell on He Xingwen. Their identical calmness suddenly made him realize that these people did not bear the sin of killing gods. They could even build a kingdom in the land of Godfall. If the races that bore the sin of killing gods were on the same front as the former God Slayers, then they were not on this front at all. Andy Su Jin calmed down instantly. "So, history will be changed by this amazing discovery." He Xingwen stepped back to the ground. "Since there is a secret room under this gathering place, there should be other gathering places under the ground too." Yin and other NPCs cleared out the boxes in the underground secret room and continued. "I'll let the expedition team bring these boxes back." The buildings that were torn apart were in a mess, but time and nature would wipe out everything, including all traces left by creatures. Andy Su Jin was the last one to climb to the ground, mainly because of his short legs. Of course, this did not prevent him from interjecting into the conversation. "Your Majesty wants to collect these?" He Xingwen corrected him. "Everything on this land belongs to me. Taking back what belongs to him is only natural." Of course. Of course." Andy Su Jin followed their footsteps and walked deeper into the forest. "It's just that your reaction to it before." He stole a glance at He Xingwen's expression, hindered by the height difference. He failed. "I thought you were not interested." He Xingwen had no intention of stopping here. He also planned to see what the border of the kingdom would look like after the expansion. The expedition team continued to move deeper into the forest. Exploring the historical background in the game is also part of the player's gaming experience, because it can often become a clue to start an epic quest. But that's not why He Xingwen did it. I'm very interested. He Xingwen said calmly. I admire all heroes who sacrifice for the majority. It's just that for us, the secrets behind the near destruction of the world are still too far away. He Xingwen, survival is more important than satisfying curiosity. He said as if the kingdom was struggling to survive. Which was far from the truth. Andy Su Jin muttered to himself, hurried on his way, and said nothing. The expedition team didn't travel too long. Although the territory of the kingdom expanded again, it was still not as vast as the standard. Without any burden, it only took half a day for NPCs to go from the city through the forest to the border of the kingdom. And with the burdened dwarf and a pit dug in the middle, they only spent a little more time. The light gradually dimmed, but it could still clearly illuminate the abrupt and absurd scene in front of him. He Xingwen encountered the familiar barrier again, preventing him from moving forward and limiting his exploration area. In front of him was a barren yellow sand, with no end in sight, and under his feet was a forest covered with green grass and full of life. It was as if someone had drawn a line between the yellow sand and the green land, dividing the world into two completely different parts. He Xingwen looked into the distance, and the desert was still a desert, with no end in sight. Yinling climbed up the treetops, looked in another direction, and reported to He Xingwen, King. The sea also disappeared at the same location. At the junction of the desert and the sea, the water surface suddenly disappeared, as if it was swallowed by the desert out of thin air. Andy Su Jin followed him up the tree and looked around the kingdom along the border. The desert surrounded the kingdom along the dividing line, and at the end of the site, there was only endless yellow sand. Reality. The system acquired everything that happened when he was in an unresponsive state and concluded, they are very anxious. He Xingwen swung his swivel chair, and when he returned to his familiar place, he showed another state of relaxation different from the game. Who is anxious? The chair turned in a circle, and He Xingwen reacted, Special Investigation Bureau? They are worried about your mental state. The chair jumped forward and stopped in front of the desk. He Xing turned on the computer and asked in confusion, worried about my mental state? What's wrong with my mental state? They think you have a very strong desire to perform, given the genius you have shown in the cooperation. They are also worried that you may have a strong tendency to self-destruct. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds and confirmed with the system, I can't change their views just by talking. Right? I think so. Then let them be. He Xingwen logged into the UP Master account and opened the UP Master's background. He ignored the pile of private messages and clicked on the page for posting new videos. He Xingwen took his hands off the mouse, and the page for uploading videos moved by itself. The video was uploaded, edited, published, and reviewed. The whole process was quickly advanced without anyone operating. He Xingwen's thoughts jumped to another point. Since your intelligence level has been upgraded, what about the holographic game cabin system? Perhaps you can cooperate with them further? He Xingwen glanced at the newly released video. What is the next step of cooperation? Although the overall design of the game cabin has not been unlocked, some parts have been unlocked. In other words, you can start preparing for the holographic game. The system knows He Xingwen's expectations for this. In order to avoid the gap between expectations and reality, he deliberately emphasized, the preparation I am talking about refers to a long-term production process. He Xingwen accepted this explanation. So, some parts of the game cabin? In view of the many fields involved in the manufacture of these parts, including the update of manufacturing processes, I think it is time to discuss more in-depth cooperation with the Special Investigation Bureau. He Xingwen thought for a few seconds, how popular is the previous video? I must admit that the power of the country is far greater than that of the individual. Powerful. The system objectively said, without violating restrictions? They can do better than me. He Xingwen straightened out the whole logic. So, to unlock the manufacturing drawings of the game cabin, you need to improve your intelligence. And to improve your intelligence, you need to improve the prosperity of the kingdom. And to improve the prosperity of the kingdom, you need enough NPCs. And to increase the number of NPCs, you need enough energy. And to get enough energy, you need... The system continued his words. You need enough people to browse, pay attention to, and discuss the videos you posted. This is the only basis for you to cooperate with them. The basis of our cooperation is not because the video needs to get enough attention. He Xingwen denied his words. The basis of our cooperation is because I am Chinese. The system understood the meaning of his words. You hope that your motherland will become stronger and still stand at the top of the world in the upcoming great changes. He Xingwen nodded and repeated his words. The upcoming great changes? The system paused for a moment. The emergence of holographic games is enough to trigger a great change in all fields. His explanation seemed to be fine. But some intuition reminded He Xingwen that the system's words were not aimless. Slipping the tongue may happen to humans. But as a system of intelligent creatures? Absolutely impossible. I smell the breath of great changes. Xiao Ming's fingers kept tapping on the desktop, making rapid tapping sounds. More than a week later, after His Majesty the King released the latest video, Xiao Ming once again encountered His Majesty the King's sudden visit. The handwriting slowly appeared on the computer screen. Why? Xiao Ming controlled his emotions and tried to prolong the conversation. You contacted me again. He looked at the time. This is the second time you contacted me in just 2 weeks. I think this is enough to prove. Xiao Ming took a deep breath and calmed down. Your plan went smoothly. The text was neither hurried nor slow. So? A certain intuition enveloped Xiao Ming. The other party's previous silence and the sudden second contact were like a small sign before the rainstorm. So, why did you contact me again? I am very satisfied with your previous performance. While waiting for those damn words to slowly appear, Xiao Ming thought about another question. Why me? There aren't many senior inspectors in the Special Investigation Bureau. But there aren't many either. But the other party chose him. There must be a special reason. They know each other? Impossible. The Special Investigation Bureau has already checked this point. All the people he has contacted do not fit the profile of His Majesty the King's personality characteristics. So, I think it's time to talk about the next step of cooperation. The next step of cooperation? This time, Xiao Ming didn't look around. He brought a microsensor, which was enough for him to receive instructions from above at the first time. You mean the holographic game? Considering the precarious trust between us. Friendly reminder. Your actions are meaningless. You can't find me. You have to understand. We have to try. The other party did not express any objection to this. And continued, considering the precarious trust between us, I decided to take it slow. A few parts? What do you think? Xiao Ming paused for a few seconds, received the complete instructions, and then continued, in fact, with your ability to control the network, you should know us well enough. We are very harmless to you. The text continued to appear. So, the vibration frequency of the sensor just now. What does it mean? You should know that this kind of gadget can't be hidden from me. And its different frequencies only need to appear 3 times. I can crack your password. Are you sure you want to use this to communicate in front of me? This guy is very arrogant. But unfortunately, he has the capital to be arrogant. So, the Special Investigation Bureau always remains friendly. Next time we will try other ways. Xiao Ming pulled the topic back with difficulty and continued to execute the order with your ability. We will only ensure your safety, not do anything to you. After all, if something happens to you, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for China. So, why don't we go a step further? Be honest and open to carry out deeper cooperation. The speed of the text emerging is still not fast or slow. If you still want to continue to cooperate, this temptation can stop here. You don't know what I'm doing at all. Xiao Ming's first reaction was, I thought you were making a holographic game. The text emerged again, emphasizing, a groundbreaking holographic game. A game that can completely change the world. But in the final analysis, a game is a game. Even if it can completely change the game field, it is just a game. What the Special Investigation Bureau really cares about is His Majesty the King, who has crossed the technical barriers and created miracles on his own. Not this game. Of course, we are all aware of its peculiarity. There is no doubt that this is an epoch-making industry revolution. Xiao Ming received the order and softened his tone to avoid irritating the other party. No. You don't know? After a brief pause, the other party suddenly calmed down. Go on. Let's talk about our next cooperation. Or is it popularity? I need more popularity. I hope more people know about it. Know about this game. Chapter 26, Game 11. The weather has been abnormal recently, with intermittent heavy rains. The summer is not as hot as in previous years. Remember to bring rain gear with you when you go out. A citizen in Province X dug a well and found a fountain. Experts said it was impossible. The desert control operation in Country M has been very effective. Green plants have grown in the desert of XX. Let's connect with experts. Only after something happens will people find that there were signs before everything started. The time of the game is compared with that of reality. which ensures the speed of the kingdom's development. It seems that the completion of the city was still yesterday. But a few days later real time. The roads outside the city have been initially paved. The empty city has become crowded. And the semi-automatic factory operates day and night to provide tools, weapons, and basic technical support for NPCs. The dwarf Andy Soo Jin is devoted to the research of advanced technology. The kingdom's territory has not only revived the long-extinct phoenix, but also more animals and plants that disappeared in the Dark Ages. And these have led the dwarves' research to another direction. A path that is completely different from the development direction of all known civilizations. The increase in the number of NPCs means that the number of expeditions has increased sharply, which directly improves the efficiency of the kingdom's exploration of the desert. Of course, this has nothing to do with He Xingwen. Even if he is not in the kingdom, everything is still progressing in an orderly manner. In fact, He Xingwen may be the person with the least work to do in the entire kingdom. When exploring the eastern end of the desert, the expedition team encountered a group of intelligent creatures, and then happily brought them back to the king, just like the dwarves had encountered before. NPCs never hide their aggressiveness, which is not only reflected in their enthusiasm for exploring the surrounding areas of the kingdom, but also in their enthusiasm for dedicating everything to their king no matter whether they are dead or alive, whether they have independent will or not as long as they are valuable. He Xingwen stared at the group of creatures whose appearance was unsightly, and realized at the first time that it was time to revive an elite NPC with political talent, because standing in front of him was a group of dying demons in his cognition, the evil creatures that were best at deceiving and seducing. Although the fictional race of demons does not appear frequently in film and television works, and there is often no unified standard for their appearance, the racial characteristics of the group of creatures in front of him are already distinct, enough for He Xingwen to recognize them at a glance. The black wings fluttered behind them. Some of them had sharp goat horns on their heads. Some had snake pupils. And some had 3 heads, each of which was ugly in its own way. Most of their hands looked like sharp claws. And as for the lower body, hooves, human feet, fish tails, etc., everything was available. And the combination that challenged imagination was put together to form an inhuman appearance. Some of them looked almost human, while others looked like creatures mixed with countless animals, basically out of the human framework. He Xingwen stared at the demons who were lying, flying, or standing for a few seconds, and was convinced of their demonic identity. The NPCs next to the square sorted the harvest of the expedition into the warehouse. And at the other end of the square, the NPCs were cooking food. Everything in the city was running in an orderly manner. The arrival of this group of creatures that hindered the city appearance did not cause any waves among the NPCs. So, you just brought them back like this? The dwarf stroked his hammer and ate melon on the side. Yin was very proud. They wanted to run, but I knocked them out with 1 punch. The dwarf sneered with an ambiguous meaning given the physical fitness of the demons. They were knocked out with 1 punch only because they had the same idea as he had at the beginning, planning to blend into the gathering place of these humans, and then do whatever they want. Of course, everyone knows the final outcome of this plan. Andy Soo Jin. He Xingwen called his name, only the shell is left. Why are you holding it? You can throw it away. 1 fruit is allocated per day. Andy Soo Jin threw the shell in his hand into the trash can and whispered, "Too little." He Xingwen glanced at him. Andy Soo Jin was serious for a second. Pretending to straighten his clothes, he didn't know what was so good about straightening a fur coat. And he said in a chanting tone, "Has the underwater kingdom finally started to expel you?" Yin was reminded by his words and interrupted the conversation to report their exploration findings. By the way, King, at the end of the desert in the east is an endless sea, which is very dangerous. We picked up these intelligent creatures on the sea. He didn't give Andy Soo Jin a chance to speak, and said incessantly, "Their vitality is very tenacious. When we picked them up, they were covered with wounds." Yin gestured to the group of demons behind him, "But you see, none of them died. Super strong physique and recovery ability are enough to prove their strength." "Your Majesty," Andy Soo Jin interrupted the conversation, "before Yin reports to you the details of the expedition, should we consider how to deal with them first? Considering He Xingwen's lack of common sense about this world." Andy Soo Jin kindly introduced the basic situation to him. This is a little demon, belonging to the lower class in the demon race. Of course, we all know that all the big demons of the ruling class died in the god-slaying war. So, Andy Soo Jin glanced at the group of demons behind him, who kept looking around. This group of guys is the main composition of the demons at present. A group of cunning, despicable, untrustworthy bastards expelled by all kingdoms. Andy Soo Jin vowed. They are keen to provoke disputes and are the source of all troubles. I suggest you destroy them directly. It is very risky and dangerous to keep them in the kingdom. Andy Soo Jin didn't finish his words. After the demons finished their observation and confirmed that there were only a group of humans and a dwarf who came from nowhere in the city, they interrupted the dwarf with a very villainous grin. A bunch of stupid bastards. From now on, this city belongs to us. The demon who looked most like a human declared so. And the small black wings behind him moved slightly and floated into the air. He Xingwen saw that most of the NPCs at the scene had their hands on their weapons, while Yin held the black blood stone in his hand. Stupid humans. You don't know the true meaning of power at all. Now let the great Nilida bring you death and destruction. The other party recited a series of syllables, and some existences in the air began to float and gather. Powerful energy is taking shape. The grass on the ground began to jump up. He Xingwen became more serious. Obviously, although these demons didn't look good, as high-level demon species, they had the ability to cast spells. The scene was quiet, and the powerful energy fluctuations suddenly calmed down. The grass fluttered in the wind for a few seconds and shrank back. The demons looked at each other for a few seconds, and another demon shouted a series of syllables loudly, and some existences in the air began to float and gather. The grass on the ground jumped up a little silently. After a few seconds, everything returned to peace again. The grass shrank back silently again. The demons began to chant one after another, and the noisy spellcasting sounds mixed into a ball, causing violent energy fluctuations. This time, the energy fluctuations did not calm down. It backfired, and screams of pain rang out one after another. The little demons fell to the ground listlessly, emitting meaningless monosyllables. Andy Soo Jin waited for a few seconds, making sure that they could not do anything for the time being, and then continued his previous words. As you can see, it is a very dangerous thing to keep them. They are not suitable to stay in the kingdom because of their nature. Yin threw the black blood stone back into the basket and poked the little devil with the back of the bone blade. It seems to be alive. Andy Soo Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Yin was not interested in Andy Soo Jin's suggestion, but more interested in another point, King, who attacked them. The powerful energy that was taking shape and even the NPCs could sense was obviously not disappearing for no reason. And the demons were suddenly backfired. Obviously not because they did not control the energy properly. There was another existence that intervened to ensure that everything was still under the control of the king. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. In the current situation, there is only one answer that can explain the scene in front of him. A group of hired hands. Andy Soo Jin couldn't help but ask, "Hire hands?" He looked around, trying to find the trace of this group of people, but it was obviously a futile effort. Despicable human. Nilida recovered faster than the other little demons, and was the first to condemn them righteously. "Have you forgotten the way of the righteous knight? You actually attacked us? Are you sure you want to fight them one-on-one?" He Xingwen confirmed with him, "Although it is a bit difficult. If you strongly request, I can consider meeting your request." Nilida stared at He Xingwen, an ordinary human, for a few seconds and sneered, "Bullying the weak is shameless." The little words are still set. Nilida continued, "I want to challenge you in a duel." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a swish sound, and several bone blades were unsheathed and pointed at him. Nilida changed his words without hesitation. "I didn't expect that there is such a powerful kingdom in the land of God's fall. Respected king, it is our honor to meet you." As if the words in the previous second were deleted from his memory, he said with great energy, "I noticed that there is a..." He looked at Andy Soo Jin. "Dwarf? Please be careful of these little guys." Nilida was very sincere. They are the most stubborn race in the world, and they only want to restore the glory of the dwarves. No dwarf will betray their race and work for other kingdoms. Nilida vowed, "If he claims that he is working for you, then you should be alert. There is no doubt that he wants to use you and your country to achieve his goal of restoring the glory of the dwarves." Andy Soo Jin said sarcastically, "Your Majesty, you see, the little demons are such a bad, cunning and shameless group of beings. Wherever they go, there is no peace. So they are expelled by other kingdoms, and can only wander around the continent. I admit that we are indeed not good things. Nilida has a very clear understanding of himself, but if I am not mistaken, the owner of the kingdom should. It's the one next to you. Not you. Right?" He flattered He Xingwen. "Look, respected king, How self-righteous this little guy is. He has made a decision for you before you even opened your mouth. In my opinion, a guy who doesn't respect your authority like this should be punished well, so that he will remember who is the only master of the kingdom. Of course, I respect you very much. I guess the reason you didn't do anything to him is because of your extremely broad mind. Ah, your kindness is enough to make the Bolsena River flow backwards. Weak against the strong and strong against the weak. The other party's performance amazed He Xingwen. When the dwarf and the demon were eagerly waiting for him to speak, He Xingwen walked towards the altar. Judging from the performance of the little demon, he felt that it would be a better choice to let someone who was good at dealing with him deal with it. The demon saw the magnificent church at a glance, to be honest. It was not something that could make the demon have a good association. In the fifth era, thousands of years after the fall of the gods, the only thing that can still be believed in is another kind of existence. The unspeakable thing that was born from the desires of intelligent creatures and grew with the beliefs of intelligent creatures. His eyes moved slightly, and he activated his natal spell. Ready to escape, this plan failed at the first step. The natal spell did not respond. To be precise, he lost contact with the omnipresent ether. Of course, ether is the name given by great scientists, and it has become the mainstream name as the status of scientists has improved. But for the little demons, it is called the Force, which means the power that existed at the beginning of the world, the power that created gods and demons. Of course, in the fifth era, the ignorant cognition was corrected, and the great scientists proved that the basic element ether is the source of most energy fluctuations, and it is also the main component of most magic, divine arts, the Force and other forces. It is everywhere, responds to all existences, and is used in different forms. But now, Nulita has lost contact with this power, which should not have happened. Of course, the demons will not think deeply about the reasons behind this. In fact, the lack of knowledge of most of them is enough to surprise people. For some races, they are still stuck in the era when scientists are all liars. The ever-changing cognitive changes are too difficult for these ancient races to understand. So, Nubalita was briefly surprised for a few seconds, without thinking about the reason at all, and directly abandoned the item of the life spell, chose the demon's natural strong physique, and jumped up from the ground. Blue flame shot up into the sky. Nubalita lay back on the ground at a faster speed. Even the posture was exactly the same as before. This thing is too dangerous. Nubalita stared at the matter that was quickly annihilated under the ether, and his whole body was tense. After making sure that he had given up the idea of moving, Yin reached out to take the black bloodstone, and the blue flames disappeared in an instant. Nalbuda's eyes fell from the ground to Yin. He looked at this ordinary and even weak human, and uttered a tone like a dream, as if waking up from a dream. "Father God bless you. You are not human at all." The voices of other demons rang out one after another. "My Father God. What kind of monsters are these? It's terrible. How can they move freely in the land of God's fall?" I said. "These guys are not easy to mess with." "Nalbuda, look how stupid your choice is." "Oh, my Father God. Can you blame me for this? What don't you see about them being human?" "Damn. My head is so dizzy. I feel like I'm going to see the Father God." These little episodes behind him did not affect He Xingwen's actions. He stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of the altar, and golden light emerged. The demons who were blaming each other suddenly stopped talking as if they were strangled by the neck. They looked at the altar in unison and sighed in a sincere way. "Father God, what kind of hell is this place? The number of people who can be revived at present is 35. The number of people who can be revived by rules at present is 1. Currently available rules, 4. The number of people who can be summoned at present is 0. Insufficient prerequisites. Unable to summon. The number of lost civilizations that can be hired at present is 0. Before entering the game again, He Xingwen took the time to look up the famous Zilu, Xingxi, Ranyu, Gongzi was sitting in attendance in the Analects of Confucius on the internet, and then obtained 4 rules in one breath, as the fastest way to obtain rules that He Xingwen knew so far. It not only lived up to He Xingwen's expectations, but even exceeded his expectations. He Xingwen chose a resuscitation method that he had never chosen before. The 4 rules appeared in front of him. He Xingwen chose the last one. In the early spring, when the spring clothes are ready, 5 or 6 men with hats and 6 or 7 boys bathe in the river, dance in the wind, and sing on their way home. Note 1. A figure slowly emerged under the golden light. The demon stared at a human who was born out of thin air in front of him, and raised a thought-provoking question. Who is the demon among us? The field of creating and resurrecting intelligent creatures is undoubtedly a forbidden area. It is not only a moral issue, but also involves another issue: the source of the soul and the body. Just like the reputation of the necromancer is not much better even now, the field involving death and resurrection is always questioned or even condemned. The NPC opened his eyes and smiled. His eyes fell on Xingwen. He bowed slightly, even if it was just a simple salute. He looked extremely elegant. Your glory is everywhere, Your Majesty. Chapter 27 Game 12. Zhe. Your name is Zhe. Xingwen named him, took him to the demons lying on the ground, and introduced them to each other briefly. This is a demon. They are very cunning, evil, and shameless. Nublita, who witnessed the scene just now, whispered, in front of you, we can't be called evil. This is Zhe. And the next responsibility is. Xingwen thought about the appropriate words. Connect with foreign races. Nublita's eyes paused for 2 seconds on Zhe, this ordinary human, and abandoned his damn judgment. Fuck ordinary. This king has proved with practical actions that they don't belong to humans at all. As a leader among demons, Nublita understood another subtext from Xingwen's words. The meaning of connection is further contact. But the demons don't think they need to further contact. Dear king, we can actually go back the same way. Nublita quickly got up from the ground and said sincerely, we have a bad reputation and are not suitable to stay in your kingdom. It would be terrible if the kingdom's reputation was overshadowed by our existence. That's right. The other little demons agreed with Nublita. Thank you very much for keeping me. But you don't have to do this. I still remember the way. I can go out this way. Right? The demons who had just been lying on the ground and seemed to be dead in the next second were resurrected in a second, stood up and pretended to go back the same way. The NPCs of the expedition team appreciated their performance expressionlessly. The dwarf and Disu Jin's eyes stayed more on Zhe. As far as he knew, the only two people named by the king were Yin, who was in charge of the expedition team, and Huang, who was in charge of the rest of the city. And now, there was one more person, Zhe, who was in charge of the foreign races. The significance of this was self-evident. The ambition of the kingdom to expand was so great that even the demons felt bad. A country that even the demons wanted to accept? That only proved that, for them, the negative aspects of the demons were nothing compared to their ambition to expand. However, the truth was that they thought too much. Xingwen chose to transfer the conversation to the newly born elite NPC because he didn't want to reveal too much information in the conversation with the cunning and tricky demons. As for whether to accept the demon race, Xingwen had never considered this. As long as there was enough energy, NPCs could be produced continuously. He had not yet reached the point where he needed to accept other races to meet the population growth. Of course, other people may not think the same about this, at least the dwarves and the little demons have different ideas about this. And as for his NPCs, they should also have their own judgment. Zhe took over the conversation and faithfully fulfilled the task assigned by the king to connect with foreign races. You can leave the kingdom by going back from here. He nodded to answer the demon's previous question, and after they began to walk with relief, he continued slowly, before wishing you a safe journey. I think we need to confirm one thing first. The demons were visibly alerted. This scene looked a little funny. After all, they played the role of alerting others most of the time. Zhe continued with a smile. Do you know where this is? Nublita thought for 2 seconds and said cautiously, above your king's territory? And Disu Jin already knew what he wanted to say. The land of God's fall. The land of God's fall, where no creature can survive once they leave the kingdom. Leave the team of the kingdom's people and walk alone on this land of death. They will soon experience why this place is called the burial ground of sinners. The demons stopped and looked at each other, completing the silent communication with a brief eye contact. Zhe continued slowly, now, I can wish you a safe journey. He was sincere and gentle, like the most harmless creature in the world, showing them a spring breeze smile, and then spit out extremely cruel words that symbolized death. Yen, send our guests out of the king's territory. Every second they step on the king's territory is disrespectful to the king. As the king's most loyal subject, Yen agreed with the other party's words. He raised his chin to the little demons and said unhappily, let's go. Nublita stepped firmly on the ground under his feet and said sincerely, I thought about it carefully. Since you are so enthusiastic, it is really too much to let you down. Other little demons joined in, anyway. It doesn't matter where we stay. At least here is. The other party looked around the new city and tried to find words to praise it. It's very quiet. That's right. For the little demons wandering between different kingdoms and races, the only thing that can be praised about this fledgling civilization is the small number of people. Their face-changing skills are amazing. And because they are too flattering, He Xingwen begins to doubt the other party's race. But considering that the big demon is one of the god's layers, it is basically certain that they are dead. In this case, the current behavior of these little demons is not incomprehensible. After all, the last century was the Dark Ages, and races that were not strong enough needed to make choices to ensure that the race could continue. He Xingwen was immersed in his own thoughts, and Jia took over the conversation. In fact, I think you may have misunderstood your Majesty's meaning. Jia politely said the bad words. Your Majesty is just out of pity for the weak. Without any other meaning, you think. Nolita was stunned, and the other party continued to talk. In fact, the kingdom does not lack loyal subjects. Nor does it need. Jia said implicitly, new races like you join? You mean? Nolita confirmed with Jia, want us to get out? I mean, if you don't mind, please leave your Majesty's territory as soon as possible. After a brief pause, Nubalada fully understood why the other party came to contact them instead of the king himself. Because this guy is a complete bastard. What is the best way to deal with a group of bastards? Let another worse bastard deal with it. Nolita made a prompt decision and turned to talk to the king, who seemed less of a jerk than Jia. Respected king, with your kind heart, I believe you will not do this. Nolita, this is the land of God's fall. No creature can survive here. Nolita's words were interrupted abruptly. And he repeated, no creature can survive here? He looked around this simple city, and every ordinary human in the city. Finally, when the conversation reached this point, he reacted to what this city, this kingdom, meant. A new world borders us. He subconsciously looked at Andisa Jean. They don't bear the sin of killing gods? Andisa Jean spread his hands and said, I think everything in front of me is enough to answer your question. How is it possible? Nolita was confused. Even if his knowledge was scarce, he still had the common sense. No creature can survive in the land of God's fall, which is the common sense watered by blood and death. It was like they had no intention of entering the land of gods in the first place, but wandered outside the land of gods by means of the sea, because they knew that even demons with super strong bodies would only meet death in the land of gods. Impossible. Nolita muttered to himself. How could it be? Jia was not interested in the worldview of the little demons being shocked. He waited for a few seconds to make sure that they had clearly understood their current situation, and then turned his head to urge Yin, you should send them out of the kingdom. Yin walked indifferently and approached the little demons. Although it is not clear how all this was done, in the face of Jia's undisguised threat, Nolita made a decisive choice. Of course, he had to stay. Even if this kingdom had just started, and could not even be called a kingdom, even if its people were full of aggression and even dared to think of demons, even if no one knew which race they belonged to. But these shortcomings were also their most striking advantages. Isn't a powerful, ambitious and just starting kingdom their best choice? Of course, the most important thing is that this new bordering world is immune to the curse of the Father God. This is a decisive advantage. Other kingdoms cannot enter here, which means that it is invincible from the beginning, even if their wars of external expansion have failed one after another. As long as the curse of the Father God still flows on this land, no one can truly defeat this kingdom. Nubalada abandoned all those unnecessary thoughts and changed his position quickly. Respected king, please forgive my disrespect just now. The land of God's fall is too dangerous for us. Please let us stay in your kingdom. Jia was not surprised by the development of all this. To be precise, from the moment he opened his mouth, he knew the final outcome. This is the interesting thing about intelligent creatures. Their thoughts, decisions, and even senses can be manipulated. For the communication object this time, he doesn't even need to do anything extra. He just needs to make the other party realize the reality, which is enough to complete the task. Jia deepened his smile and officially started the conversation. I have already said it once. Of course, if you need it, I am also happy to repeat it for you. The kingdom does not need notorious beings like you. Was tone revealed distress. Your existence will only tarnish His Majesty's glory. He Xingwen, who was watching from the side, walked away silently, leaving them room for communication, and then whispered to the system, your previous words were very accurate. System, you mean? The description of the initial NPC given by the game? He Xingwen watched Zhe from afar, who was crushing the little demons with an impeccable smile, and said sincerely, Zhe is indeed smarter than Yin and Huang. This may be related to the rules you chose. He Xingwen recalled the rules he chose and said objectively, I don't think there is a direct connection between the two. He thought completely differently from me. Rules are the basis for building elite NPCs, and other indispensable parts will be derived from this basis, eventually forming elite NPCs. The system said in a serious manner, in other words, it is very difficult to customize NPCs according to ideas. Just like it is impossible to characterize an intelligent creature with a few short words. He Xingwen understood what he meant. Human nature is very complex. Yes, a description formed by a few characteristics is not enough to support a sound personality. He Xingwen paused for a few seconds. But this is a game. Of course, it doesn't work in reality. Everyone has both positive and negative sides. Only the combination of the two can form a three-dimensional image. But in games, players don't require NPCs to have a sound personality. As long as they are intelligent enough, it is enough to surprise them. Yes, the system said calmly. This is a game. But it's an epic-making game. Isn't it? Just conversation with the little devil continued. In fact, after He Xingwen walked a few steps away and clearly gauged the dominant position on the scene, the conversation went very smoothly. Because both parties in the conversation knew what the other party was. They ignored unnecessary detours and entered the stage of exchanging interests. Obviously, you want us to stay, Nolita said firmly. She did not deny. The kingdom needs more manpower. But you accuse us of tarnishing the king's glory? Just said calmly. So, I need you to pay a price that is enough to offset this to convince me. She completely reversed the supply and demand relationship between them. From Zhe wanting the devil to stay to letting the devil convince him. Yen, who was watching from the side, shouted unhappily, there is no other choice for the existence that has brought disgrace to the king except to wash it with blood. Zhe showed a regretful expression to Nolita. As you can see, my compatriots are very angry. It is difficult for me to stop them. He paused and smiled gently again, angry. It's not that I can't, but I won't stop it without enough benefits. Nolita understood the subtext of the other party's words, and looked at the strong human who brought them back from the easternmost part of the desert. The other party was easily appeased by Zhe's words, and showed a satisfied expression. She reminded him, the remaining time should not be enough for you to waste on silence. We are the most powerful warriors. Nolita glanced at the dwarf. That dwarf over there. I can beat 3 of them with 1 punch. She reminded him, he brought dwarven civilization to the kingdom. Nolita's expression froze for a few seconds, and his eyes fell on Ndisu Jin. Extremely surprised, you betrayed your race? Ndisu Jin's attention stayed on Zhe most of the time. And he casually dismissed him. They exiled me first. Then they were right to exile. Nolita was shocked. Aren't dwarves the most loyal and stubborn race? How could there be an alien like you? She interrupted his personal attack on the dwarf. I think what is more important right now is not his choice, but your choice. You saw it all. Nolita didn't. The demon civilization came to betray him. The demon civilization had long been broken with the death of the big demon. And now the little demons roaming the continent. We have nothing. After realizing the difficulty of the other party, and the military strength of this kingdom, Nolita gave up the unnecessary struggle and said frankly, except for ourselves, there is nothing. If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, just let us leave. Death may be bad, but it won't make us sell out something that doesn't exist. He glanced at the dwarf meaningfully. We are not welcome. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't like other races. That's right. This abominable guy is so annoying. Even if we die, we will not surrender. Don't even think about blowing oil out of us. We don't have oil. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go home. She was disappointed with their wisdom. You are not without anything. Nolita's movement of turning around to leave stopped instantly. And he smiled as if they had the upper hand. So, what do you want? Just tell us. We can give you anything. As long as you don't let us die like this. Yes. You need us? You can't watch us leave. Dwarf, this speed of changing face. I can only say that it is worthy of being an evil demon. If what you want is loyalty, even if I swear, you won't believe it. Nolita looked at Zhe vigilantly. But besides that, what else can you get from us? Zhe said calmly, have you been wandering on the continent before? Yes. How many kingdoms have you been to? We have been to all the kingdoms on the continent that allow demons to enter. Then you must know those kingdoms very well. Of course. Whether it is their customs or the direction of the roads. Nulita stopped talking. He looked at you with a smile for a few seconds. And confirmed his guess. You want the maps of those kingdoms? She corrected his words. It is a detailed map of cities, roads, buildings, and even military distribution. The eager desire to conquer was displayed in front of everyone without any concealment. Their area is not even 1/5 of the smallest kingdom among those kingdoms. But their eyes have already paused in the distance with great urgency. Pausing on the existence that is destined to become an enemy. So impatient. So eager. So fearless. So ambitious. Yin interrupted their conversation with great approval. Yes. Yes. We want this. Offer victory, territory, and glory to the king. I can't wait. Can't wait for what? He Xingwen walked back to the crowd, looked at the two parties with different expressions, and asked, How did you talk? Xia answered first, We reached an agreement. This efficiency is much higher than he thought. He Xingwen set his sights on the little devil and confirmed with the other party. Agreed? Nulita noticed that Xia did not want to discuss the intention of the content of their previous conversation, although he did not understand the reason. It was not a good choice to reveal this in the current situation. Yes. We're done talking. He Xingwen. So? Xia took over the topic. It's really bad to let them leave the kingdom and die like this. So since they are willing to provide us with the customs and people of other countries that they witnessed when they were wandering around the continent, maybe they can stay and make some small contributions to the kingdom? He Xingwen thought for a few seconds. And Xia continued calmly, Of course. It all depends on you. We obey your orders. He Xingwen was not surprised by his attitude. All NPCs at this point are like printed in the same mold. Loyalty is engraved in their souls. They always abide by the national setting 0. He Xingwen was just surprised by the words in his words. Local customs and people? Xia said without blushing. I think this can play a good role when we come into contact with other civilizations. Given that He Xingwen knew nothing about this world, he really needed information about this world. So He Xingwen was easily convinced. He looked at the little demons and asked the next question. So you want to be my people? Chapter 28 Game 13. The little demons looked at each other. And Nulita looked at Xia, trying to ask for help off the field. Xia maintained a smile as gentle as spring breeze, remained silent, and did not provide any information to the other party. The hesitation of the little demons was more out of vigilance against this unknown kingdom. If it were any other kingdom on any continent, they would have agreed long ago. The reason why they wandered on the continent was that they had no race and the kingdom was willing to accept them, which led to their thousands of years of wandering history. But then again, the reason why no kingdom was willing to accept them was also because of the notoriety of demons. They were cunning, despicable, full of lies, and only brought chaos and disasters. So they were expelled again and again until no kingdom was willing to let demons set foot. But now, the demons hesitated in front of the other party's olive branch. They felt from the bottom of their hearts that the other party was much more evil than them. Based on their understanding of their own evil, becoming each other's subjects may not be a good thing. Although demons have basically no good reputation in this world, that does not mean that they have any strange hobbies in conquering the continent. Is he your subject? Or a passerby who stays in the kingdom for a short time? Since there is no offside help, Nulita can only choose to eliminate the wrong answer. He Xingwen followed his gaze and looked at the dwarf, and gave the answer, He is my subject. We are willing to be your subjects. Nulita made a prompt decision, Dear King, we are willing to contribute a little to your kingdom. As he spoke, he looked around, trying to get information from the people around him about what they should do next. If they were to perform a salute, which country's etiquette would they follow? Are there any special ceremonies? Do they need to report to some existence? The demons have been wandering on the continent for thousands of years, and their experience among many kingdoms and races has made them aware of many unnecessary customs and human relationships. Although most of the time, they sneered at this and were happy to cause trouble to others by not following them. And in a small part of the time, such as when their lives are in the hands of others, they become reasonable and are very willing to follow the local customs. But unfortunately, their preparations are very redundant because there is no custom here at all. Xia, you arrange a place for them to live. He Xingwen paused and thought for a few seconds, then confirmed with Yin, Are there enough houses to live in? Yin scratched his head. There are quite a lot of houses, and more than half of them are not occupied. He Xingwen glanced at the small villas neatly arranged along the road. More than half of them are not occupied. He estimated the current number of NPCs in his mind. There are nearly 200 NPCs, 20 of whom are women. No matter how they are arranged, more than half of the houses should not be empty. He Xingwen couldn't think of a reason, so he simply walked towards them, ready to see for himself. As soon as he moved, the crowd moved with him, and the little demons were caught in the crowd and followed him involuntarily. The villa was not locked. In fact, the current security situation in the kingdom can be said to be a real world of harmony, with no one picking up things on the road and no one closing the door. Not to mention petty theft. There is no one who slacks off at work. Their diligence and willingness to work make people extremely sure of their NPC identity. He Xingwen pushed open the door of the villa and got the answer. Behind the door, the floor of the living room was covered with a layer of fluffy cloth, on which were neatly placed a dozen pillows and animal skins. In a short silence, as an outsider who had just joined the kingdom, Nobuta decided to show his friendliness before everyone else, so that others would forget their previous unfriendly behavior as soon as possible. Effective use of space is simply a genius idea, Nobuta boasted. Such a house can be lived in. Nobuta counted the pillows in front of him, went to other rooms to take a look, and when he returned to He Xingwen again, he was extremely sure of the conclusion of this evil race. Father God, even if it is a demon, it will not let more than 30 people squeeze into one house. That is simply a kind of abuse. Nobuta said in an exaggerated tone. It can actually live in 30 people. Your people are really too tolerant. You are so tenacious and worthy of admiration. He Xingwen turned his head to look at Yen, who grinned and proudly puffed out his chest. She coughed softly, turned his head, and said something to the NPC beside him, and the NPC walked out. Nubleta was still performing diligently, but we are different from your people. We are more. Nubleta showed a fake regretful expression, for pleasure. 30 people are a bit crowded. I think 20, oh. After being stepped on by a demon beside him, Nubleta stood on one foot and changed his words. 10 people are quite a lot. Huang was hurriedly brought here by the NPC. King? 30 people live here? He Xingwen's confusion was very sincere. Isn't it crowded? How can it be crowded? Yan's confusion was also very sincere. Everyone is just looking for a place to sleep. If Huang didn't allow anyone to sleep on the street. Huang took over the conversation. Everyone has their own work to do. Generally speaking, there is plenty of space here. It is indeed a very evil race. While listening to Huang's explanation, Nubleta admired the means by which the king, who looked unremarkable, exploited his people. Of course, after realizing that he was now one of them, this admiration quickly turned into fear. Who has ever seen a devil who works diligently? Can he still be considered a devil? Although the fact that they are wandering around the continent is embarrassing enough. He Xingwen realized that the reason for this situation is the mismatch between civilization and the development level of the kingdom. Civilization needs to be advanced step by step, and it cannot be achieved overnight. They don't even have the concept of family yet. They are still in a collective distribution system. They don't have the concept of belongings. And houses as public property obviously belong to the collective. In this case, these small villas are only equivalent to a place to lie down and sleep for them. There are only 30 pillows here because there is only enough space for 30 people. After He Xingwen realized this, he couldn't continue. Of course, he could force each NPC to have a house, which means the emergence of private property. The emergence of private property means the disintegration of the collective system and the emergence of classes. It seems a bit stupid to think too seriously about these things in the game. But considering that the NPCs in front of him are basically no different from normal people, this cannot be considered stupid, but can only be said to be a sufficiently cautious choice. She broke the silence and changed the subject. Your Majesty, how to arrange the demons next? He Xingwen confirmed with Huang. What jobs are currently lacking people? Nubleta opened his mouth and blurted out. We still have to work. He Xingwen, you don't want to work? Are you kidding? Who would like to work? Nubleta's rebuttal was not yet out of his mouth. Andy Su Jin's surprised voice sounded immediately. You don't like to work? Nubleta and Andy Su Jin's eyes collided. Andy Su Jin, you don't like to work? You are worthy of being a demon. Nubleta, shut up. Be careful, or I will tear you alive. The hard work of the NPCs and dwarves gave He Xingwen the illusion that all NPCs would work hard to build the kingdom for a construction game. This is indeed a matter of course. The demon broke this illusion. Apparently, Their racial characteristics took precedence over the program's settings. Too real. He Xingwen habitually shared his feelings with the system. Demons are lazy and gluttonous, while dwarves love casting. Are you being a bit racist? Who is he talking to? Nolita glanced around and didn't find any suspicious person talking to him. On the contrary, everyone seemed to have gotten used to it, and calmly waited for the king to finish talking to the unknown existence. Communication. Every minute and every second in this kingdom. Nolita felt that he was not evil enough as a demon. System, I don't think this is discrimination. Their character formation depends on themselves. Not me. I can only say that this is the result of their choice. He Xingwen ended the conversation and turned his attention back to Nolita. If you don't want to work, you don't have to work. He walked out. This is your freedom. He glanced at Zhe. You arrange accommodation for them. After handing over the arrangements for the demons to Zhe, He Xingwen continued the previous conversation and talked to Huang Tong. What work is the kingdom currently doing? Huang said one by one, help the dwarves. Go to the outside of the city to reclaim farmland. Organize expeditions and hunting teams. And make simple tools such as pottery and fishing nets. And regularly clean public areas. As he spoke, Huang showed a solemn expression. Your Majesty, there are not enough people. This sentence sounds a bit familiar. When there were only 20 or 30 NPCs, Huang said this. And when there were 200 NPCs, Huang still said this. I'm afraid he will never feel that there are enough people. She was not in a hurry to take the demons away. After listening to Huang's report, he continued, I think the kingdom needs a better manpower arrangement plan. Huang turned his head to look at Zhe. Yin scratched his head in confusion. Is there a problem with the current arrangement? Isn't it good? Everyone is busy, and has done what needs to be done. Nolita was keenly aware of the strange confrontation that came from the gaze between Zhe and Huang. He took a step back with the little demons, and became a bystander in this conversation. It's not that we can only solve the problem of insufficient population by simply asking the king for more people. Zhe put away his smile, and seemed a little cold. How to better arrange work, and improve work efficiency is the problem. He Xingwen was not surprised at the scene. In fact, he was surprised that Yin and Huang got along well. After all, politics is an indispensable part of civilization. Of course, the political system of the kingdom has long been determined in an unshakable form. And judging from the current progress of civilization in the kingdom, the emergence of political struggles is undoubtedly a fantasy. NPCs have not even appeared in the concept of entertainment. Therefore, the scene in front of He Xingwen is more of a collision of different views than a political struggle. Huang, so, do you think there is a problem with my arrangement? Zhe, obviously. Repetitive work will only reduce efficiency. Let people do the work they are good at. Divide the levels. Give rewards. Encourage. Let the elders lead the younger. Rotate regularly. Form groups. Help each other. The scene suddenly became very quiet, so that Zhe's voice echoed far away here. Very clear. Huang's expression settled down, and he looked at Zhe thoughtfully. Zhe finished a long list in one breath, as if he had been thinking hard for a long time, but considering that he was born out of thin air not long ago. Everyone knew that these were just his ideas. The little devils could not perceive the problem in this. They have traveled to enough countries, and seen enough political systems to be unsurprised by these arrangements that are still in their infancy. They come from the front of civilization, and cannot empathize with civilizations that are still in their ignorant stage. But after staying in the kingdom for a while, and witnessing the kingdom's transformation from a small village to a town, Andy Su Jin, a dwarf, knew very well what this meant. This is a very good leader who can lead the people to enlightenment. This kingdom already has so many incredible things. But miracles are like the pen in the hands of the king, and they are still being created continuously. After a short silence, Huang spoke. You are right. Compared to your idea, my arrangement is indeed too rough. He said frankly and without any grudges. You should be responsible for these. He made his suggestion to He Xingwen. Your Majesty, I think he is more suitable to do these than me. The feeling of sure enough, this is a game, reappeared in He Xingwen's mind. Most of the human beings would not behave so modestly and friendly in this situation. But it is very reasonable for the NPC to do so after all. This is a game. These trivial and short handovers were quickly passed, and the person who handled the trivial matters of the kingdom changed from Huang to Zhe. Obviously, he would not be satisfied with only improving the work arrangement. There are too many places for him to display in the kingdom that is still in its infancy. shall arrange the little demons in a corner of the city far from the city center. In view of your majesty's kindness, should gestured behind Nilida, this house is assigned to you, and no one else will enter. Nilida counted their number, and didn't think it was good news. However, considering the extreme number of 30 people, he had to admit that it was indeed a very kind act for only a dozen demons to occupy an independent house. I hope you can fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Before leaving, she tactfully warned them, I hope to see the map you promised before the kingdom expands again. Nilida didn't understand the meaning of expand again in his words, but it didn't prevent him from nodding confidently, no problem. Just prepare the paper and pen. He is a demon, and it's too much to expect a demon to fulfill his promise. The animal skin and charcoal will be delivered later. Just smile like a spring breeze, for your safety. I will have someone build a small burning device with black blood stone in front of this house. That thing is too dangerous. It will burn everything. Nilida said seriously, you shouldn't touch it. The scene suddenly fell into silence. The scene of Yin taking the black blood stone from the ether without any damage before replayed several times in Nilida's mind. And he finally reacted. This is a threat. Only for you. Just said sincerely, given your bad reputation, I think you need enough threats to keep your sanity. You succeeded. We are very, very sane now. Jia turned and left. When his figure disappeared, the little devils immediately broke out into a discussion. I don't think we are evil compared to them. The guy who was born out of thin air is the evilest of evil. Nublida. We have to find a way to escape. The little devil with a snake tail quickly circled the house and returned to the group. No one is watching us. How could there be an idiot like you among us? The three-headed demon said, have you forgotten why we stayed here? Where do you want to go? Outside is the land of God's fall. Oh, I forgot. The snake-tailed demon lazily responded, then let's go and take revenge on these humans. He shook his snake tail. I'll kill them with one swing of my tail. You idiot. Before the three-headed demon finished scolding, he saw the snake tail quickly swim out of the yard of the house and slide onto the road. The NPC at the end of the road didn't realize that death was only a stone's throw away from him. He was about to go to the dwarf factory. As usual, he hurried past the house on the corner and didn't even cast a glance at the demons of various shapes in front of the house. Nubalida looked at the empty road, just as the snake tail was approaching the human quickly and was about to bring complete death to the other party. His body suddenly collapsed, like a painting with its colors erased, gradually becoming transparent in the collapse, and finally disappearing completely. In the half-space, countless halos emitted stable light, maintaining the peace of the world. And just where the snake tail disappeared, in the position of the corresponding half-space plane, the unstable halo covered the stable halo. This was an extremely strange process. The stable halo was dyed with another layer of color, and then became part of the other party's composition, and finally disappeared completely. The existence of abnormal thinking strictly abides by the orders from their gods. Killing is prohibited in the kingdom. Of course, another result of being irrational is that they happily removed themselves from the prohibition of killing and strictly imposed it on every intelligent creature in the kingdom, such as the snake tail that was about to kill, and made the other party pay the price for it. The scene was silent for a few seconds. What kind of monster is that? Is it the group of monsters that attacked us just now? The snake tail guy is gone. Who cares? Idiots always die very early. I'm going to rest in the house. Nulida, I'll leave the painting to you. The little demons witnessed the end of the snake tail and changed their positions very quickly. After throwing the task to the most reliable existence among the demons, Nulida, they left without any concern. Nulida was used to it. As a member of the demon, he knew his people too well. Those comments from the outside world were not slander, but honest descriptions. Depravity, meanness, cunning, cold-blooded, and taking pleasure in the suffering of others. If the kingdom was not so powerful as to exceed their imagination, if the foolish temptation of Snake Tail had not directly led to an extremely thorough death, they would not be so content to do nothing. So, the kingdom that dares to accept demons is really very courageous. Nulida thought thoughtfully, maybe we should invite our people to settle here. After all, they are still wandering on the continent. A series of voices of approval immediately came from the house. Yes, yes. A good place like this must be shared with our dear people. I'll come. I'll come. I'll send a message to them. Tell them to come quickly. I can't wait to see them tortured by the king. Chapter 29, Game 14. Whether the demon's message will cause a little ripple in the distance is still unknown at this moment. But Nolita was obviously not satisfied with a small bad idea. After pretending to draw a map for a few days, he chose a good day, left the villa leisurely, and walked to the street. The road was empty, with no pedestrians. Nolita's eyes wandered around and fell on the strange vehicle. He approached it, and the vehicle, which was so new that it seemed to have never been used, closed the door tightly. The silver-white shell clearly reflected Nolita's figure under the light. Nolita whispered a spell, and his eyes penetrated the shell, and the complex internal mechanical structure came into view. The tires were loaded at the bottom, connected by chains, and inside the machine, countless gears and chains were connected to the drive machine. Nolita frowned. The demon's thousands of years of wandering had broadened their horizons. He had seen the extremely luxurious vehicles of the human kingdom, and the exquisite dwarven craftsmanship before the dwarven kingdom fell apart. But Nolita was sure that he had never seen a drive engine of this structure. It was not the steam drive engine developed by great scientists 100 years ago, nor was it the mechanical drive engine that once swept the entire continent in the dwarven kingdom. Nolita could not understand its power device. What are you looking at? Nolita's thoughts were interrupted. He turned his head to look at the speaker. With messy hair, animal skins, and backpacks, he concluded that this was an ordinary resident of the kingdom. No threat. Nolita's golden vertical pupils shrank and returned to normal. I'm looking at this strange thing. Shu glanced at the vehicle and kindly reminded the other party. Then you'd better stay away from it. Nolita pretended to be surprised. Why? Andisu doesn't like us touching it. He is always worried that we will break it. Andisu? The word went around in Nolita's mind for 2 rounds, and the image of a dwarf emerged. So you just left it idle? As a demon, Nolita habitually instigated. This is the property of the kingdom. Why do you have to give up your natural rights because of an alien race? Zhu was stunned for 2 seconds. Nolita bewitched. Don't you want to sit on it? He reached out and knocked on the metal, making a crisp sound. I bet it will run fast and stable. Zhu began to look at him with doubtful eyes. The other party's reaction made Nolita realize that his bewitching seemed to have gone a little wrong. Outsiders? Zhu said. There are no outsiders in the kingdom. Only your majesty's people. The reason why we don't use it is because it is not needed here at all. Zhu stretched out his hand and gestured. The whole city is only this big, and it only takes 10 minutes to walk from the city gate to the end of the city. It can't run away at all. Nolita was speechless, and the other party didn't give him a chance to continue. Zhu looked up at the sky and hurriedly ended the conversation. I'm going to help Andisu. See you next time. Nolita watched him run to the square in a hurry and followed him. There are actually some stores on both sides of the road, but in a kingdom where there is no trading behavior, they can only be idle. Compared to the empty space along the way, the square is more lively, because the warehouse and factory are here, and some people are busy here. The warehouse covers a large area, and people flow through it, placing the reserve materials in different categories. As an important material, black bloodstone fills a whole grid of space. In addition, the more conspicuous is the various garbage brought back by NPCs from the gathering place. They occupy a full grid as miscellaneous items. Compared with these two, the storage quantity of food, tools and weapons is not so surprising. Nolita watched at the door of the warehouse for a long time, but no one paid attention to him. He turned around and went to the next door with boredom. The sound of machinery in the factory was rumbling, and the machinery was all over the house. Nolita walked through the factory as if he was in an empty space. There was no one guarding here at all. He was familiar with these casting styles, which were the craftsmanship of the dwarves. Obviously, what just said before, that the dwarves brought the dwarf civilization, was not a lie. He walked past the huge group of machines and pushed open the innermost door of the factory. The blue light came into his eyes, and Nibalita almost slipped out of the room. Fortunately, he realized that there were other people in the room, which stopped him from taking the next step. The sound of hammers banging was endless, and Andisa Jean and a group of humans were swinging hammers in front of the furnace. Sensing the movement at the door, Andisa Jean stopped and turned his head to see that it was Nibalita, who was walking towards him with a hammer. Despicable demon. Get out of my factory, he said angrily. Don't you think of making trouble here? The hammering stopped one after another, and the humans cast their eyes at them. I'm just here to take a look. Nolita kept his distance from the dwarf and looked towards the furnace, where he saw several unformed embryos. Nolita, are you teaching them how to cast? We are helping Mr. Ndisu. Zhu Dao, who had just met Nilida. Ndisa Jean repeated stubbornly, "You are not welcome here. Dwarf. When can we have a chat?" Nubida did not take the dwarf's words seriously, and said frivolously, "I always feel that you know something that I don't know." Ndisa Jean looked back at Zhu. "Zhu, bring me a piece of black bloodstone." Zhu did not move. He said to Nubida, "You disturbed us while we were working." Nubida leaned against the door and looked up. "Then what? This is wrong." "I think there is nothing wrong with this," Nubida said proudly. "I will chat with the dwarf and reminisce about the past." Zhu interrupted him. "The king will not like you doing this." "What does it have to do with me?" Nubida thought. "If he doesn't like it, I can't be happy." The sense of crisis pierced his brain sharply, and the instinct for survival made Nubida step back and close the door. The sense of crisis weakened slightly, and the sense of crisis that enveloped him disappeared instantly. It's that monster that has never appeared in front of people. Nilida looked around. The automatically running machines followed the settings strictly. Everything was running in order, without any abnormalities. The king won't like me doing this. So the key word that triggered the other party's action was the king? Nilida was full of curiosity about this group of invisible hired hands. He was sure that he had never heard of such a race on the continent. Of course, considering that he had never heard of a race that could survive in the land of God's fall. Perhaps these two came from the same world? So they knew nothing about it. Nilida left the factory, looked around the square, and his eyes fell on the magnificent building in the center of the city. He had seen churches that were more magnificent and more shocking than this one now that everyone knew that all the gods had fallen. Some races and human kingdoms were still bewitched by the unspeakable things and built unimaginable missions to preach for them. But the door of the church in this kingdom was closed, and it was obvious that no one had held religious activities here. Nilida had just escaped from the hands of the god of death. But now, he was eyeing the church that had special significance. At first glance, he did not forget that the evil king pushed open the church door and created this group of humans. It was difficult for a demon to resist temptation. Not to mention that this church was not even guarded. Nilida hummed a little song and walked towards the church, ready to roll and crawl to escape from the side of the god of death at any time. But until he walked to the front of the church, the danger of death did not come. He reached out and touched the door of the church, and a cold touch came with it. Nilida excitedly increased the strength of his hand, but the door did not move at all. He increased the strength again, until Nilida was exhausted. The door did not change at all. It was solid like a part of the building, not a door that could be pushed open. But considering Nilida's physical fitness as a demon, even if it was a wall, it should be pushed down by him. Nilida retracted his hand and walked around the church twice, touching here and there, and even tried to reach the window above the church. His whereabouts were sneaky and suspicious. "Nubida?" Nubida paused, retracted his hand as if nothing had happened, and turned to look at Huang behind him. Huang took 2 steps forward and dragged him to another direction, saying as he walked, "Since you are out, you can take the things back directly later, so that others don't have to run another trip to deliver them to you." "Things? What things?" Nubida was dragged to the other side of the square by him. There were several teams in front of the circular conference hall, and at the end of the team was a wooden frame. The wooden frame was full of things, and even a small mountain was piled on the frame. Nubida was forced to the back of a team. The team was moving forward very fast, and people behind him continued to rush over, continuing to extend the team. She handed the thing in his hand to the person in front of him, and his eyes fell on Nilida. And he said calmly, "Nilida, there are 13 little demons. Right? There are only 12 now." She paused on the bone blade carved on the wood and asked Nilida, "What happened to the other one?" "Dead." "How did he die?" "Killed by the monsters hired by the king." "Of course. If there are other species in your kingdom that can kill people invisible, it may be someone else. Not your kingdom." She corrected him while carving the number of little demons. "It's our kingdom. You are a member of the kingdom. You should remember this. You should cherish your life as you cherish the king's property." Nilida reaffirmed the conclusion. The king was the most evil existence he had ever seen. At least he had never seen an intelligent creature with free will so wholeheartedly support another person, of course. Except for gods. However, God itself is another synonym for evil. So there is no doubt that the king is extremely evil. After she recorded the number of people and the name of the recipient, Nilida, he took out the meat and fruits from the wooden frame, which filled the entire small wooden frame. She handed it to Nilida. "This is your food for today. She reminded him, when you come tomorrow, remember to bring the wooden frame. It is public property and needs to be returned. Nilita looked at the food piled in the frame, and then looked at the large basket of food in front of Zhe, and greedily tried to bargain. Too little. We have 12 demons. No labor. No food. Zhe said lightly, this is the minimum standard of material distribution considering that you still have to draw maps. If you want more food, go out and work. Zhe looked at the growing queue behind Nilita and reminded him, you stayed too long. Nilita held the wooden frame and thought for 2 seconds about the consequences of snatching the food. The sharp sense of crisis just now still hurt, reminding him of his fate. He turned around and left the team. Nilita walked against the crowd towards the outside of the city. When passing by a familiar villa, he threw the wooden frame into the yard, and the piled things fell out of the wooden frame and fell to the ground. A few lazy conversations were heard in the house. What kind of garbage did Nilita throw in? This is not a garbage dump. Why did he throw everything in? It seems to be raw meat and fruit? Oh, does anyone want to eat these? I'm not a garbage disposal. Then let it go. Next to the scattered food in the yard, there were several wooden frames that were unmoved, with identical food piled inside. The little devils are the creatures with the best physical strength on the continent. Their digestive system is different from that of humans. In a sense, they can digest everything. So, they have a variety of ways to obtain energy, and their physical strength is enough to store this energy. In short, they do not need to eat every day, and they have a high ability to resist hunger even when food is scarce. A race that has lost its homeland, watered on the continent, and has a very bad reputation can survive until now, which is enough to prove that their survival ability is a world apart from humans, who will die if they don't drink water for a few days. Nilita easily left the city, and there was no one guarding the city gate at all. He walked forward along the road and passed a cultivated farmland first. Some green sprouts poked their heads out of the farmland, scattered on the farmland. Nilita took a look and continued to move forward indifferently. He heard the sound of the stream. After walking for a while, the road under his feet gradually disappeared and turned into a path that was trampled, and the path went along the stream. In the middle of the river, a layer of fishing nets was laid. Small silver fish swam along the river in groups. They had not yet inherited the fear of humans in their genes. The small fish passed through the fishing nets unscathed. Behind the fish were some big fish waiting to eat the small fish. There were many kinds of big fish with different shapes. Nilita saw many familiar fish at a glance. Interestingly, fish with different requirements for temperature, salinity, and even the distribution location of the river gathered together at this moment, as if this stream was enough to meet different survival needs. The big fish in the front was caught by the fishing net and filled the entire fishing net. The fish in the back bumped into the front. After realizing that the road was blocked, they swung their tails and changed direction. A miracle of species was performed in real life. Nilita paused here for a few seconds, admired the scene, and then continued to move forward. On the side of the road in the lower half of the river, there were piles of soil and tools, and a pile of pottery. The stream finally merged into the sea. Nilita looked at the boundless sea surface. With his vision beyond human beings, he easily saw another food chain flowing under the sea level. Small fish, big fish, and deep-sea fish hunted and were preyed under the sea surface. He saw some old acquaintances who were rewarded with high prices all year round. They have extremely high requirements for the living environment, and because they are on the verge of extinction, they are often in the most dangerous Jedi on the continent. And now, he saw countless valuable and endangered fish here. In terms of their current number, the word endangered may not be suitable. Nilita searched deeper into the seabed and caught a glimpse of golden color, which flashed in his peripheral vision. Nilita's eyes moved over instantly. But unfortunately, after a glimpse, the other party completely disappeared from his sight. Nilita cautiously took a step back, keeping a safe distance from the sea surface. Undersea creatures often have ecological characteristics that are completely different from those on land due to the special deep-sea environment. For example, the golden color that Nilita saw just now was suspected to be the extinct undersea overlord of the continent Dudalin, a mimic jellyfish-like creature, which is extremely poisonous and is the most toxic creature known so far. There can be no other fish in the sea where it is because when it is dormant, the Durandar will release a layer of self-protective liquid, which can't even be called its venom. But it is enough to make the sea where it is located have no survivors. Its extinction has nothing to do with intelligent creatures. The Dark Ages destroyed it. But now, Nolita suspects that there is a Durandar, or more than one, living under the sea in front of him. Of course, common sense says that it is impossible for two Durandar to exist in the same sea at the same time. Territorial conflicts will cause them to fight fiercely until the winner is decided. But since there are enough miracles here to make people numb, what does a small violation of common sense count for? Nolita turned and walked into the forest. A moment later, he ran out of the forest at a faster speed. Fuck. No one told me that there was a sub-bear squatting in the forest. Sub-bear, one of the extinct species on the continent, is huge, semi-metallized, and magic forbidden. Its tail is its most powerful weapon. No creature can survive when an adult sub-bear's tail goes down except the dragon clan. The intelligent races on the magic side are basically facing death in front of it because magic is ineffective against it. The intelligent species of the power system, except for the dragon race, are seeking death in a one-on-one duel with it. The reason why they are extinct is also very simple. Their bones and fur are the best casting materials. Even now, they are still the best. And their only weakness is that their long childhood creates opportunities for intelligent creatures to take advantage of them, which eventually led to their complete extinction. But now, as soon as Nublita entered the forest, before he had time to observe the forest environment, he was caught by the other party, who was waiting for him. The opponent's tail flicked slightly, brushing past the trees on the side, and the towering trees fell down on the spot with a snap. Nolita dared not stay, turned around and ran, fearing that he would die on the spot in the next second. But even after running out of the forest, his heartbeat was still jumping fast. This was due to the deterrence of the top predator. Father God, what kind of hell on earth is this? Nolita sighed sincerely, turned his head, and saw the NPCs, who had received the food carrying axes and tools, and walking towards the forest. He watched them walk into the forest with gloating, and waited for a long time, but did not hear any screams from humans. Night is coming. Aren't you going back? The tree dragging the tree out of the forest asked Nolita as it passed by. Nolita looked at the human who survived intact, and was puzzled from the bottom of his heart. There is a huge beast in the forest. Did you encounter it? The tree dragged the tree and said, You mean the giant beast? He reminded Nolita, It is very dangerous. If you enter the forest alone, be careful. To be honest, I don't think that the increase in the number of people can increase any chance of survival. Anyway, it's all about the other party's tail. The tree continued, It doesn't like us to enter its territory. So, why did you come out alive? So, you have to avoid its territory. If there is a question mark, then Nolita's face should be full of question marks now. If someone knows what a dominant existence is, perhaps they will understand his doubts at this moment. For this kind of creature, their territory is often beyond imagination. The hunting area it can reach can be counted as the other party's territory. And the area of the forest in front of him is not huge. Avoid its territory? Doesn't that mean don't enter this forest? The tree didn't know what Nolita was thinking. He walked briskly to the road and said goodbye to Nolita in a friendly manner. Nolita was left alone outside the forest, doubting his life. I am a demon, an extremely evil race. Now I have doubts about the degree of evil of my race. Father God, what kind of evil creature can revive those long-extinct races, change their habits and even survival requirements, and create such a kingdom? All this exceeded the demon's barren imagination. So much so that he couldn't even find an adjective other than evil for this kingdom, and the king of this kingdom. Nolita could even imagine what the world would usher in when this kingdom continued to expand, and finally appeared on the continent. One Doodlin was enough to destroy the underwater civilization. In the era when Doodlin had not yet become extinct, all underwater kingdoms could not develop further because of its existence after all. A civilization that could be destroyed at any time did not have enough time and space to develop a brilliant civilization. And the continental civilization? The burning black bloodstone was enough to destroy it all. Chapter 30 Reality 06. When the kingdom was thriving and on the right track, the videos of the Beak King from Zero series were also released one after another, under the operation of some people with intentions. The popularity continued to escalate, and even gave people an illusion that it was everywhere. Social networks are very magical, and no one can completely avoid it unless he is completely separated from modern society. And the Beak King from Zero series set off the whole audience this summer, with orderly and standardized hot searches, which seemed to be guided by tap water, videos, novels, and comic strips that spontaneously promoted this video series were like mushrooms after rain. and spread all over the social network in a short period of time. This kind of viral marketing has already had precedence. But in the hands of the Special Investigation Bureau, it still played a new trick and completed the task perfectly. But netizens will not know this. They will only suddenly discover the existence of the Be King from Zero series, and then be amended, attracted by curiosity, and click on this series of videos when they are free, contributing to the popularity of the videos. The most direct result of the increasing popularity is the increasing number of NPCs in the kingdom and the expansion of the kingdom's territory. Of course, the most direct result of the Special Investigation Bureau is the further deepening of cooperation and the increasing number of technology maps they have obtained. Xiaoming, we have a question. A simple question mark popped up on the computer desktop. You seem to be providing technology maps in a targeted manner? Before each conversation with His Majesty the King, the preparations made by the Special Investigation Bureau for the conversation are enough to surprise people. There were several alternative dialogue plans that were finally summarized in Xiaoming's hands, so that during the communication process, Xiaoming could choose different response plans according to the reaction of His Majesty the King. You mean, all I provided were technical contents related to the game cabin? Xiaoming nodded, yes. We want to know the reason. The other party did not beat around the bush and said directly, it's what you think. Xiaoming changed the dialogue plan and chose a straightforward dialogue style. So, you want us to produce the holographic game cabin? For us, this is a win-win situation. Xiaoming leaned forward slightly and asked, do you mind if I say it more directly? I know what you want to say. The text emerged slowly. You want to know what confidence I have to hand over the key link of producing game cabins to you. Yes. You should know that holographic games are a brand new field. The country will not get involved casually, nor will it easily allow it to operate. If the link of producing game cabins is in their hands, it means that they have the initiative. After all, holographic games are different from ordinary games. They need a game cabin to run. This is equivalent to holding the lifeblood of the other party, which is exactly what the other party handed to them personally. Our cooperation is going smoothly. Xiaoming carefully chose his words. I don't want something that neither of us wants to see to happen. Our previous promise is still valid. As long as you want. The door of the Special Investigation Bureau is always open to you. The text did not change. As if he was lost in thought, Xiaoming continued, and your choice has revealed enough information for us. The text changed. For example, you do not have the ability to manufacture a game cabin. Xiaoming's nervousness was well concealed. As if everything was under control, he calmly said the speculation on the document with a firm tone. According to the documents you provided, the manufacture of game cabin parts requires extremely high standard equipment, and even a considerable part cannot be manufactured in civilian equipment. In other words, if the game cabin can really be mass-produced, only the country can do it. So, the reason why you are so generous in cooperation is not only to express friendship, but also because you need us to complete the manufacture of the game cabin. Very wonderful inference. The other party did not refute, which means that he acquiesced to these speculations. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief, and became more nervous again. Now they only have one problem. What made him feel confident that the Special Investigation Bureau would follow his steps? What made him feel that under the premise that only the country could make the game cabin, the country would still do as he wished? So, this is the correct guess? Yes. He even admitted it without hesitation. Xiaoming continued to ask, then what is your confidence? I don't think this will affect our cooperation. The text slowly emerged. I am very satisfied with the speed of your research on those parts. Your analysis is based on known intelligence, lacking key intelligence, and it is difficult to get the correct answer. To avoid any unpleasant things, I need to remind you first. The game cabin is prepared for the holographic game I have. Apart from it, I do not recommend that you try to access any game in the game cabin. Xiaoming did not understand why he suddenly said this. The text continued to emerge, solving his doubts. I noticed that you seem to have this idea. So in order to avoid accidents, of course, to express my friendship, I carefully warn you that it is a specific game cabin and is not compatible with any game that claims to be a holographic game. Xiaoming did not know that the upper level had this idea, but the Special Investigation Bureau itself is an extremely large organization, and it is normal for him not to know certain arrangements. He could probably guess how the other party found out in several conversations initiated through the computer. They did not find any traces left by the other party. There is no doubt that the internet has no privacy in front of him. So, this is your confidence? Xiaoming guessed. A game cabin tailored for your game? But this does not mean that they must cooperate with each other. Right? They can study these maps and documents. But it does not mean that they must promote holographic games to the whole country when holographic games have not yet matured. It's time to end the conversation. The other party always took the initiative and disappeared from his sight again. See you next time. The text on the computer desktop stopped changing. Xiaoming silently counted 300 times, reached out to turn off the computer. And as the computer was turned off, the connection to the external network was completely cut off. Xiaoming left the sealed room. Outside this small and sealed room was an extremely lively large conference room. In a conference room without computers, internet, mobile phones, or even any high-tech products, people read information and communicate it in the most primitive way. The man standing in front of the conference table was speaking loudly, and those who disagreed with him were also speaking loudly. Xiaoming's appearance did not cause any waves in this lively meeting. He blended into it calmly and quietly. Obviously, he is confident. Then why? Isn't his talent enough to be his biggest confidence? He was able to overcome the scientific research barriers and develop the blueprints of the holographic game cabin because of his special love for holographic games. What if he shifts his focus to other fields? I believe that it can even trigger the next industrial revolution. Putting confidence on our emphasis on his talent is not in line with his character. A person who is so cautious will never pin his hopes on others. I am more inclined to believe that he has a trump card that is enough for us to follow his plan. And that trump card must be something we cannot refuse. Our current argument is meaningless. Before he appeared, no one believed that the era of holographic games had arrived. Now, we can't guess what trump cards the other party has. It's better to take one step at a time. He knows not to pin his hopes on others. But we turn the initiative back to the other party? Are you kidding? You're talking as if we've ever taken the initiative. Don't forget. We've been led by him from the beginning to the end. The topic has gone off track. It doesn't matter who holds the initiative. What matters is how to control the situation so that it doesn't get out of control. In the lively debate, someone asked a question quietly. Actually, I have another question. Since the other party chose to give us the technology to manufacture the game cabin because they couldn't manufacture the game cabin, then how did he get into the game? The scene suddenly fell into silence. And after a while someone spoke uncertainly, maybe he just can't manufacture the game cabin in an assembly line. Since he has mature technology, he should have successfully manufactured it. Right? Impossible. I have seen the manufacturing process and requirements of those parts. And civilian enterprises will definitely not be able to meet the manufacturing standards. In fact, I doubt that even the country can't manufacture game cabins in an assembly line. Because at present, the immaturity of the manufacturing process has led to a significant increase in costs. And the precision requirements of some parts have led to a long manufacturing cycle. Even if it can be manufactured, it can only become an extremely expensive toy at most. Their doubts are also He Xingwen's doubts. But fortunately, he is someone who can give the answer. So he asked directly, why are they helping us build game cabins? Not for us. The system corrected his words, for themselves. I believe that by then, they will do everything they can to build enough game cabins. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. So, you are hiding the key from me again? The system paused for a moment. After a few seconds, he spoke again. I just found an error in the data. Did I mention something to you after my intelligence level was raised? Error data? He Xingwen frowned. Something? Obviously. One of my programs went wrong. And it doesn't want me to explain it to you. The system said seriously, do you still remember the question that didn't get an answer? It doesn't want you to explain it? Which one? He Xingwen was more interested in his error in the program. As an intelligent life, you still make such a simple mistake? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't make such a mistake. A simple mistake. The system was also puzzled by this. But it did appear. And this mistake appeared just to prevent you from telling me something? It made me think that I had talked to you about this. But in fact, I hadn't. He Xingwen fell into thinking. Then it seems that we can't find out why you made a mistake? The system has a different view on this, in fact. The amount of information I have obtained is enough for me to get the answer. You seem to have never asked me why I chose you. He Xingwen did not ask. Because he had never been curious about this. He paused for 2 seconds and followed his words and asked, why? Because you are special. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. I am Superman? No. I mean, because you are special to me. I chose you before everything started. The system said in a serious tone, but this is also abnormal. My calculation program has not designated a contractor for me. This is not due to the calculation of the program. But I took the initiative to choose you. System, I think this is also related to this wrong program. Can I only say that it is worthy of being a system? In order to perfunctorily deal with me. It actually told such a difficult lie. He Xingwen hesitated between the two ideas of why not just forget it. And I want to know what else he can make up. And has not yet made a decision. The system then continued, in fact, combined with your predictive ability that you should not have. The database has drawn a conclusion with the highest probability for me. What was the topic we started with? He Xingwen recalled and found the first sentence of this topic that suddenly unfolded with difficulty. You once again concealed the key from me. In fact, the system only needs to give him a negative answer. And He Xingwen's curiosity will be satisfied after getting an answer. But the system obviously doesn't think so. Because he is still continuing. Your ability to predict the future that you shouldn't have. The game failure you saw in your prediction. The you I chose. And the wrong program that made me hide a fact. The system said, I think the answer is right in front of us. He Xingwen glanced at the computer in front of him. It was filled with zeros and ones composed of programs. Which didn't look like an answer. All of this has happened before. Wait a minute. He Xingwen interrupted him. Are you sure you can get a definite answer with these few pieces of information? The system said calmly, in fact, I can. He Xingwen almost forgot that he was a super AI. He Xingwen made a gesture to continue, and shrunk into the swivel chair. All this has happened before. Which means that what you see is not the future, but the reality that has already happened in another time and space. You mean? In another time and space? The game failed? He Xingwen thought that he was not a paranoid person who had to complete the game. Would the failure of the game trigger the development of parallel time and space? Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? I thought that it must be to the level of saving the world to produce parallel worlds or second rounds. This involves another point. The system said calmly, you asked me before. Does ether exist on the Earth? I can answer your question now. It didn't exist before. He Xingwen hesitated. It sounds like a good thing? System, but now? It exists. It sounds a bit serious. This is not something that can exist casually, and then be ignored. It is a basic element, which constitutes the basic element of the existence of special forces in the game world. Its appearance can only mean another thing. That the world is changing. From science to magic. He Xingwen became serious. Because of the game? Yes. Because of the game. The system thought for 2 seconds and corrected, or, it is because of the border between the two worlds. He Xingwen paused for a few seconds to digest this sudden news. The dwarf told me before. He dug out the dwarf's original description from his memory. Their world was supposed to be destroyed. But an accident saved the world. The system took over the conversation, because other incomplete and damaged worlds came into contact with their world and filled the imbalance of the world. Is the Earth an incomplete and damaged world? The Earth is not. System, this universe with only one kind of intelligent life is. He Xingwen's voice was a little dry. So, that's not a game. No. You told me that it was a holographic game. I shouldn't have said that. System, I should have told you everything at the beginning. But you saw the consequence of this choice. In another parallel universe, the game failed. That's not the failure of the game. That's... He Xingwen suddenly. Wu stopped talking and skipped over the topic. So, this time, you started with a holographic game? It's not me who started with a holographic game. But you chose the holographic game. The system said calmly, this is your wish. He Xingwen paused for a few seconds. The wrong program. Is your program trying to conceal this? Yes. You chose the game. And obviously there is a part of my program that thinks it is a better choice for you to play this game without knowing anything. So it wants to conceal all this. But you didn't do it. Because it takes more lies to continue a lie. And I don't want to lose your trust. The scene suddenly became quiet. He Xingwen's mind flashed with countless thoughts, so quickly that his attention did not even fall on the fact that this was not a game. But paused on another more critical and more fatal point. The Earth is bordering that world. This is the real problem. A group of fragile humans bordering a world with magic. Dwarves. And demons? That's not chaos. It's a disaster. I won't allow it. He Xingwen suddenly realized, the Earth cannot border it. I'm glad we have the same idea on this point. The system said calmly, and fortunately, we have already started to act. He Xingwen woke up. Holographic game? The border between worlds is a complicated process, which involves time and space and two universes. So I chose to cheat. The mechanical voice of the system was tinged with a smile. Your territory belongs to the Earth, and it stands in that world. So for that world, it will think it has bordered the Earth. It's just that the border is between your kingdom and that world, not between the Earth and that world. So, the reason why we are not immune to the killing of gods is that curse. Because for that world, you do not belong to it. For it, the border between the two worlds has just begun. Where do NPCs come from? If this is not a game, what are NPCs in the game? NPCs are your people. The system said, I have not yet unlocked the information about this part. He Xingwen asked another key question. What is the process of the border between the two worlds? Being assimilated, or the process of assimilating each other? The system said calmly, as you can see, even the dwarves from other worlds also bear the sin of killing gods. Their world has become part of the main world, so they have also become one of the races of the main world. But you don't need to worry about this. The system said firmly, your territory will never be assimilated, because the Earth will never border it. At this point, he paused for 2 seconds. Of course, there is still a small impact. The emergence of ether is the impact caused by the border between the worlds. What changes will it bring to the Earth? I think it should be a little insignificant spiritual energy recovery? Spiritual energy recovery? This is not insignificant. He Xingwen said rigorously. The premise of recovery is that it has disappeared. Since there was no ether on the Earth before, what was the reason for the existence of spiritual energy in the past? But compared to waking up and finding that the Earth is bordering another continent, and that continent is full of powerful races, the spiritual energy recovery should indeed be a trivial problem? I chose a word that you can understand the meaning of in an instant. In fact, to be precise, this should be the beginning of the Earth's spiritual energy era. Of course, I think for most people who don't know the inside story, they will think that this is the revival of spiritual energy. After all, this part of the Earth's culture is included. He Xingwen opened his mouth and circled the question back to the key. So, the Earth is safe? I mean, apart from the changes in the revival of spiritual energy, it is completely safe? The system gave a positive answer. Yes. He Xingwen said almost without thinking. Then the holographic game can also end here. I obey your will. The system said, but I am a little surprised. Are you just satisfied with not losing? He Xingwen paused. Satisfied with not losing? Of course not. No one doesn't like to win. In fact, we have taken the initiative. System, because the only weakness you care about is that the Earth is out of their reach. And in front of you is a treasure house that has never been conquered. He Xingwen was very calm. No one could not be calm after hearing such a series of shocking news. You are so patient and persuasive now. And you look a bit like a demon again. The system said firmly, you are tempted. In the name of holographic games, we will start a full-scale invasion of this world. What do you think? He Xingwen's answer was decisive. Very bad. Extremely evil. What do you think if we provide a small shelter for alien creatures that are about to be involved in a full-scale war? About to be involved in a full-scale war. He Xingwen reacted. The dwarf said before that the smoke of war has begun to brew. Yes. According to my judgment, a full-scale war that will engulf the entire alien world is about to begin. If there is no inclusive and powerful shelter, then the helpless, weak, and poor dwarves and demons will be forced to be involved and then crushed by the wheels of war. The helpless, weak, and poor dwarves created a semi-automated factory on their own in just a few days. And the helpless, weak, and poor demons are notorious throughout the continent and are indifferent to the death of their own kind. If they can all be called helpless, weak, and pitiful, then the people on Earth may only be called so fragile that they will die at the slightest touch. He Xingwen reacted a little from his attitude. You like these? War, death, invasion, conquest? The system denied this guess. No. These have no meaning to me. But your glory is above all else. Nothing can make your glory shine brighter and immortal than these. Chapter 31 Game 15. The kingdom's territory expanded as the number of its citizens increased. But compared to the entire God's falling land, it was still extremely small. He Xingwen had never left the kingdom's territory, and he had never seen the true appearance of this continent. So he naturally had no idea what this world really looked like. That's right. I'm sure you also know that the world is constantly bordering other worlds. Nulita flattened the animal's skin and slowly unfolded it on the table. It was more than 2 meters long. After it was fully unfolded, the edge even hung under the table. Golden light emerged on the pale yellow paper, outlining a world map. Nulita did not choose charcoal pencils. That was simply the worst drawing tool. And he had a much better choice than that. Ether. And it turned out that his choice was very correct. The use of ether made this map a real-world map, rather than some kind of rough, casually drawn, and even inferior product that could not be preserved for too long. Huang saw the quality of the map, and it was hard not to be surprised. It's not that he is prejudiced against the other party, but the other party left him with a very strong negative impression when they first met. Cunning, cowardly, lazy, and a series of negative words used to describe the other party can only be regarded as a true description. In this case, he did not expect the completion of the task, and even suspected that the other party would disappear from the kingdom before that. But the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. Not only did the other party not disappear, but he even completed the drawing of the map at an extremely fast speed, with a quality beyond his imagination. Huang looked at Nulita inquiringly, trying to find out the reason for his uncharacteristic behavior. Nulita introduced each part of the map to Xingwen. You can see this part. He drew a circle on the map, encircling the central part of the continent, pitifully small compared to the entire map. It is the remaining part of this world after the Dark Ages. And the parts outside it are other worlds that have been bordering this part one after another. So the shape of the continent is a little special. Xingwen looked at the map and thought, that is definitely not a little strange. It is beyond imagination. Before, when the Aborigines used continent to describe this world, Xingwen habitually thought that they were calling it a part of this world. But now, Xingwen is sure enough that they are calling it this world. This world is composed of a complete continent, and it even wraps a whole sea area in the continent. Of course, the universe still exists, but it exists in a fragmented way mixed in the continent. This may be a little hard to understand. If the universe exists in this continent, what is the sky that people see when they look up? That is the other side of the continent. No one stipulates that the continent is flat. At least not in this world, of course. It is not spherical. It is just a continental world that continues to extend and transcend Earth common sense. It can border other worlds. Just thinking about the scene of two worlds bordering each other is enough to express the peculiar structure of this continent. The part that Nulita just circled is the most normal part on the map. It is located in the center of the map and is distributed with different kingdoms. It is mainly plain terrain with some mountains. There are several kingdoms of different sizes on the Neva Plain, the most famous of which is the Diamond Empire ruled by humans. The Neva Plain borders the Beast God Wilderness. The orcs are on the east side of the Neva Plain. They once had an orc kingdom, but now the hatred between the orcs is complicated, and the tribe has become the main component of the orc polity. And at the northernmost end of the Neva Plain and the southernmost end of the Anita Mountains, the Salfa Federation is located here. This is an alliance of cities led by great scientists. These cities are relatively scattered, and the races they constitute tend to be diverse. They pursue science, a new word that has only become popular in recent years. This alliance is more inclusive, but unfortunately, they do not welcome demons, because the demons once destroyed the city of Manda. The dwarf interrupted, obviously having heard about the relationship between the demons and the Salfa Federation. After that, the Alliance issued a decree to expel all demons and prohibit demons from setting foot in the Salfa Alliance. Nulita objected to this. Who said we destroyed it? It was obviously those strange machines they created that destroyed the city. You dare to tell your majesty that the demons did nothing in this process? The dwarf knew this notorious race too well. The invention of the great scientist was the direct cause of the destruction of the city. But you were the indirect factor that caused it to happen. Otherwise, they would not just expel you. They can't beat us. The demon didn't refute the dwarf's words, but was dissatisfied with his last sentence. If they didn't bring those strange inventions. Huang drew a conclusion from the demon's performance. The reason why the demon suddenly changed his normal behavior was not because the demon suddenly showed some good qualities, but because he clearly realized the power of his majesty. This overwhelming power made the other party give up the idea that he shouldn't have. The Elf Kingdom is located in this continuous Anda Mountains, since the Elf Kingdom has never opened its doors to demons. I don't know the Elf Kingdom. The dwarf interrupted. In fact, the Elf Kingdom only interacts with a few races. During the Dark Ages, due to the large-scale death of plants, The homeland suffered a devastating blow. The elves were once on the verge of extinction. The reason they still survive in the world is that the Anya elves appeared in the adjacent world later. They formed a new elf kingdom with the white elves, and then chose to hide from the world and gradually became unknown. Nolita continued, beyond the Anda Mountains. It's the turn of other neighboring worlds. The dwarf interrupted again. I think you should talk about the southern part of the Neva Plain. Nolita's hand moved down and landed on the southern part of the Neva Plain, the extremely vast sea. This is the South China Sea. It is located in the south of the Neva Plain, and the land of the falling god is located to the west of the South China Sea. This is the territory of the Undersea Kingdom. The known underwater kingdoms are the Nuri Empire, the Shanman Kingdom, the Nansha Kingdoms, and the Kings of the Hague. Of course, since the scope of the South China Sea is so large, Nolita's hand went from one end of the hide to the other. The sea is collectively called the South China Sea. But in fact, in the south of the South China Sea, the deeper part is where Dragon Island is located. And after Dragon Island, it belongs to another area, where a very dangerous world borders us. The structure of that world is very special. It is composed of scattered wormholes, where space is twisted and folded, and there is no normal land connection. The dormant worm mother is located deep in the wormhole. The distortion caused by space transmission has a certain probability of waking them up. He Xingwen, who had been listening, interrupted Nolita's words. Worm mother? Oh, that is a very strange race. Nolita explained to He Xingwen attentively. They ate everything in the world, even their own world. He Xingwen's guess was confirmed. Not only about the worm mother, but also about this world. This world is indeed very dangerous. He Xingwen, they don't look like harmless creatures. Nobuta recalled, although it sounds dangerous, it's actually not that bad, because they first encountered the dragon race, and then encountered the underwater kingdom, and finally stopped there. Nobuta's tone was truly indifferent. The reason why the Zerg fell into hibernation was because they were almost completely exterminated on the way to attack this world. In order to preserve the last bit of living force, the remaining Zerg mothers chose to withdraw to the wormhole and accumulate strength. And a race that was almost exterminated is obviously not worthy of the world's fear. Nobuta's hand moved back to the top of the map. To the north of the Anda Mountains. To the north of the Anda Mountains is another world bordering it. The Valley of the Dead. The dead exist here in another form. On this basis, there are also liches, necromancers, and other beings who deal with the dead. There is a complete and complex hierarchy among the dead, so they can also be called the Undead Empire. Their special way of existence makes them almost immortal. But due to some historical reasons, their relationship with the floating abyss is not very good. The dwarf interrupted, to be precise. They are in a state of hostility all year round. Due to the racial characteristics of both sides, no one can do anything to the other side. The floating abyss is located to the west of the Undead Canyon, and belongs to another bordering world. This world borders us in the form of an abyss. Plankton lives here. They are truly immortals, reincarnating between life and death, between strong and weak. The number of their races is always constant. Because of their long lives, they are keen on finding ways to make themselves completely dead. The dwarf interrupted. Their conflict with the undead stems from this. The plankton wants to free the undead, but the undead do not want to do so. The conflict accumulates and eventually becomes an irreconcilable hatred. And to the south of the plankton abyss is the endless forest, which is the forest connected to the north of the Godfall land. It is called the endless forest because it is the domain of the tree people. Most druids coexist with the tree people here. The tree people hate intelligent creatures. They hate everything that cuts down trees and destroys forests. They are very extreme environmentalists. So the endless forest is very dangerous because it preserves the most primitive ecological environment. And here, Nolita's hand moved to the south of the land marked as the God's Fall. On the endless mountain peaks, this is the top of the mountains, which is the former territory of the Dwarf Kingdom. Of course, after the Dwarf Kingdom fell apart, this place became a no-man's land, inhabited by goblins and some dwarves. But it is said that somewhere on the top of the mountains, there is a treasure for the restoration of the Dwarf Kingdom. The dwarf heard this. His eyes widened and emphasized, there is no treasure. Of course not. After the Dwarf Kingdom split, the dragons came here to search for it many times. If there is gold hidden, even in the center of the earth, they should have dug it out. The top of the mountains is just to the west of Dragon Island, although the two are not adjacent. For the dragons, it is just a few flaps of wings away. And behind the mountains is another adjacent world. The only remaining intelligent creatures in that world are Manxing. They exist in the form of stars. And because of their special existence, we still cannot communicate with them. By the way, have you seen those meteors that streak across the sky at night? That's Manxing. They are in a state of eternal movement from one end of the continent to the other. He Xingwen found it difficult to imagine that scene. You mean? They are moving on the ground of the continent? To be precise, they distort space. And when they are in a state of movement, they exist and do not exist. No one can reach that area. Just like no one can catch a meteor falling from the sky. Behind the top of the mountains are the stars. And to the west of the land of the fallen gods is another desert, where the arcane academy composed of mystics and magicians is located. Most of them are humans. And they have a blood feud with the Diamond Empire. This originated from the large-scale pursuit of wizards by the human empire before the Dark Ages. The group of wizards who survived came to this desert under the guidance of the Father God and established the Arcane Academy. The human empire became the current Diamond Empire. But the hatred between the two could not be eliminated even in the Dark Ages. The Arcane Academy trains mystics and magicians, explores the use of ether, and passes on knowledge in the form of a school. Because of the special terrain of the desert, they created a sky city as an academy for teaching knowledge. And the wizard towers standing in the desert are the research institutes of the wizards. So far, Nulita has not finished talking about the entire map, because the world bordering it continues to expand the borders of the continent, so that its end of the world continues to extend. Nulita's fingers wandered around the edge of the map. The rest are other worlds that have bordered us over the years, because they are too far away. I don't know much about them. The main part of the map alone is rich enough. He Xingwen glanced at the areas that Nulita did not introduce in detail. They were located at the outermost edge of the map, densely packed together, like a world that has not yet been explored. However, out of a cautious attitude after all, the other party's introduction to science is also a new term that has emerged in recent years. He Xingwen confirmed with the other party. How long are these other worlds that have been connected in recent years? Nulita was not sure. Hundreds of years? Hundreds of years are enough for the technology in the Enlightenment state to develop beyond imagination. He Xingwen glanced at Nulita. There was no sign of the passage of time in his appearance. But from the performance of his familiarity with this map, it didn't seem like hearsay. What is the lifespan of a demon? I don't think I've ever heard of a demon that died of natural causes. Nulita tried to recall. Most of them died due to external forces. He Xingwen's worldview was rebaptized by this world, and he felt that the problem was a bit serious. The Zerg, which has always been the ultimate boss on Earth, died so easily judging from Nulita's tone. The Zerg did not cause them any pressure. And the South China Sea, which was lightly mentioned by Nulita, is obviously not harmless. The Zerg stopped in the South China Sea instead of Dragon Island, which is enough to explain the problem. The underwater kingdom is another extremely dangerous existence. He Xingwen confirmed with the system again. Do you think this is okay? Nulita glanced at He Xingwen, realized who he was talking to, and retracted his gaze to patrol the map he drew by hand. Your kingdom has just started, and it will exceed your imagination. The system is extremely sure of this. All races will kneel before you. Yin Xingxing walked in from outside the meeting room. He Xingwen had a bad feeling. Yin led an expedition team a few days ago to explore the western part of the desert, which had not yet been explored to the end. And there could only be one reason for his sudden return. They had finally explored the entire land of God's fall. Your Majesty, we found humans in the west of the desert. Yin excitedly said the next sentence. We brought them back. Nulita pointed to the location of the Arcane Academy on the map. Those should be the mages of the Arcane Academy. Chapter 32 Game 16. The treatment of the mages was much better than that of the dwarves and demons. At least they didn't have a bump on their heads. They cooperated very well along the way. Yin explained to He Xingwen the reason for the different treatment. I didn't think of running away. We didn't think of running away either. Nulita defended the demons. Of course, the reason they didn't think of running away was because they were planning to rob them of both the people and the land after they reached their destination. Yin said confidently, but you are ugly. Nulita thought about what to say in rebuttal for a long time before he uttered, you are discriminating. She took over the conversation and said, this is respecting aesthetic diversity. As soon as she opened his mouth, Nulita lost interest in arguing with the other party. Mainly because he was different from Yin. Yin didn't have a brain. But he did. She did not intend to continue arguing with Nulita about this topic. He nodded to Nulita and affirmed his work. The map is well drawn. Nulita's wings moved slightly. And he raised his head. He was about to climb up the pole and make remarks such as, "Now you know how powerful I am." "Right," she continued, "you can start preparing for the next stage." "Next stage?" Nulita held back his prepared words and asked subconsciously. "You only drew the overall picture of the map." She reminded the other party about the content of the transaction. More detailed content has not yet been drawn. More detailed content. The other party's request for a map suddenly jumped into Nulita's mind. A detailed map of cities, roads, buildings, and even military distribution. Nulita fell into silence. A long silence. After being shocked by the existence of Yaxiong and Duranda, Nulita went against the nature of the devil's laziness. Worked hard. Got up early and went to bed late. And finally completed this map. As a result, you told me that you have just started? Do you believe that I will quit right now? It is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. Nulita quickly switched from one extreme to another and began to think about the possibility of running away. Although it is a bit difficult. Who knows if it can be achieved without trying? If it succeeds, he will not only escape from the tiger's mouth, but also get rid of the painting hell. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Nulita's thoughts went far away. But the conversation did not stagnate. In fact, after Je pointed at the devil, he turned his attention to the humans who were brought back. The biggest difference between them and the dwarves and demons is not that they are in good condition at the moment, but that they have no ulterior motives. Their gazes at this place are filled with pure colors. The eternal desire for the unknown and the tireless exploration of knowledge make them far purer than other intelligent creatures. Welcome to the kingdom. After looking at them, she used this sentence as an opening remark, handing the initiative of the conversation to the king. The one standing in front of you is the only master of the kingdom, the ruler of the land you step on. Your respected king. Maka's eyes looked around and fell on the young man with black hair and black eyes in front of the speaker. He was too young. So young that Maka could sense the vigorous vitality from him. He didn't look like a king of a kingdom, but more like the most common student in the Arcane Academy. He bowed awkwardly. "Hello, respected king. I am Maka, a 4th-level mystic. These two are my friends, Moody and Doran, 2 mid-level magicians." He briefly introduced the 3 of them and said impatiently, "We didn't expect that there was a human kingdom in the land of God's Fall. After all, this is the land of God's Fall." Moody took over the conversation and said, "We entered here to study the curse of the land of God's Fall." Doran followed up, "But obviously our preparations are still not sufficient. If we hadn't met your people, we would have been in danger next." Seeing that they had exposed their purpose of entering the land of God's Fall in just a few words, Maka showed a helpless expression and simply asked, "So, did you break the curse of the land of God's Fall?" "Curse?" Moody instantly became alert. "How did you do it? We have tried some things before, but nothing worked." Doran thought, "Is it ether? I have been thinking about the possibility of the coexistence of curse and ether. The more intelligent creatures use ether, the more likely they are to be unable to escape the curse." Andy Su Jing couldn't help but interrupt, "But even some humans who can't use ether are still cursed." Maka tiptoed and saw the dwarf, who had no sense of existence because of his height in the crowd. His political acumen quietly poked his head out from academic thinking. There are not only demons here, but also dwarves? Doran has no political acumen, so he didn't care about this little problem at all, and devoted himself to academic thinking. "Yes. So how does it work?" Duoluan's eyes fell on Yixingwen. Full of curiosity, "How did you do it?" Moody felt that something was wrong. His thoughts were briefly withdrawn from the conversation, and his eyes wandered around, trying to find the source of the problem. "No," Maka reacted. "The fact that we are standing here itself shows that the curse has not worked. The only reason is that we met you." Maka thought, "You are not only immune to the curse, but also can make others immune to the curse?" Moody's eyes fell on the road. A human was carrying a wooden basket and dragging trees slowly on the road. Behind him were several figures far away, all dragging trees forward on the road. Moody watched the other party arrive at the other side of the square, put the trees and backpacks in the warehouse, and then turned and walked out. A very ordinary scene. But Moody suddenly realized from this scene that something was wrong. It was too quiet and too orderly. Moody understood humans because he was a human, and the Arcane Academy was a place dominated by humans. Moody could hear the confused discussion between Maka and Doran, the sound of leaves when the wind blew, the roar of wild animals in the forest farther away, and the sparse sound of the ground rubbing against the trees. But he could not hear any human voices from this city. Not only were there no human voices on the road, but there were also no human voices nearby. From the beginning till now, they were the only ones who were talking non-stop, and no one else interrupted or whispered. They treated all this with an unusual calmness. They are not human. Moody interrupted Maka and Doran's discussion. Maka and Doran looked at him with doubt. Moody repeated confidently, they are not human. This is a new world. A new race. Doran suddenly realized, so they are immune to the curse? Maka subconsciously retorted, no. I don't think it's because of this reason. They are not the first race to border this world. No race can get privileges. The Father God treats all intelligent creatures equally. Oh. Doran nodded in agreement and brought the topic back to their previous discussion. Then why are they immune to the Father God's curse? Moody couldn't help but say, is this important? Isn't it more important that they look exactly like humans? But they are not human. Maka turned his head and looked at Moody in disbelief. We entered the gods' falling land to study the curse. You say it is not important? Doran took a deep breath and shook his head repeatedly. There have always been new worlds bordering us. How can new intelligent creatures be more important than breaking the Father God's curse? Moody opened his mouth and wanted to explain something. But soon his expression became confused, and he fell into self-doubt. After listening to their conversation, He Xingwen turned to look at Nabalita. Arcane Academy? A bunch of mages with not very bright brains. Nabalita said bluntly, it seems that they have trained their students to be of the same character over the years. The three mages turned to look at the devil, who was talking nonsense. Do you know the instructors of the academy? I think your statement is very imprecise. You should apologize to us. Moody paused for 2 seconds and said objectively, generally speaking, demons are very bad. They will bring trouble, disaster, panic, and even death. Nilita was not ashamed of this but proud of it. He pointed his nose at them and said, tremble in front of me. Humble ants. You control the demon. Moody glanced at the dwarf. The dwarves are committed to reviving the former glory of the dwarf kingdom. They are stubborn and irritable. It is impossible for them to become citizens of a kingdom outside the dwarf kingdom. Moody came to these two conclusions and continued worriedly, I don't think things are good. Maka and Doran turned their heads to look at him. Although they were not emotionally intelligent, it did not mean that they had problems with their IQ. They could fully hear the meaning behind Moody's words. It seems that it is indeed not good. Maka agreed. Dwelin thought for 2 seconds and couldn't help asking, how did he do it? Let the demons and dwarves become part of the kingdom? No. Are you a question mark spirit? Why do you always ask why for everything? Moody said decisively, we should go. Outside is the land of the fallen gods. Although their emotional intelligence is not high, their IQ is obviously much higher than that of the demons. At least Maka realized this at the first time. We haven't found a way to break the curse of the Father God. Duluin thought for 2 seconds, so, are they in the evil camp? Is there such a camp? Nolita, why don't I know? Maybe it's because the demons are also part of the evil camp? Moody whispered. Nolita couldn't believe it. You actually discriminate against demons in private? Maka objectively corrected his words, not just demons. To be precise, we discriminate against all intelligent creatures in the evil camp. Dwelin agreed. Necromancers are the most intelligent creatures that should not exist in this world. I don't know why. As a member of the wizard, their discrimination against necromancers is inexplicably reasonable. He Xingwen fully understood the personalities of these three wizards through their conversation, labeled them harmless one by one, and then inserted the conversation. The evaluation we gave ourselves may not be objective. He Xingwen said, but I personally think that we should not belong to the evil camp. Moody pointed out the problem. But there are demons in your kingdom. It's not that all kingdoms with demons are evil. But it's hard to simply judge a kingdom that can accept demons as its people as justice. Nolita sneered there is no word endure in the dictionary of demons. Unless the opponent is a strong man of the crushing level, they have nothing to fear. Because they have the confidence. He quickly recited a string of spells. Almost the second the first word came out of his mouth, the three wizards on the opposite side changed their expressions and quickly pulled out their staffs from their robes. The staff was very small, with complex lines carved on the staff body and a shining luminous body inlaid on the top. The sides of the luminous body were modified to be very sharp. When holding it in the hand, you can barely recognize the appearance of the staff. But if it is laid flat, it looks a bit like a sharp offensive weapon. Maka stood in the front and drew the lines of ether with his staff, while Dwelin and Moody chanted in a low voice on both sides. The three formed a triangle standing posture, with them as the center. And the ether was boiling violently. Obviously, their own combat effectiveness was not low. And they dared to enter the land of God's fall. The ether around the mage began to boil. And Nubalitus smiled with a successful plot. Stopped his action. And the ether, he summoned, easily calmed down. The initiative of the battlefield was in the hands of Maka and his team in an instant. The ether around Maka and his team was almost breaking through the limit and exerting great power. In fact, part of the ether had already materialized. And the protective shield outlined by Maka enveloped them, emitting a layer of fluorescence, shining under the light. Nubalitus' sudden stop of attack was obviously beyond their expectations. And the three tried to stop the attack in a hurry. Maka reached out and picked in his space. And Dwuluin changed his original chanting. Moody looked around in confusion. And he felt something was wrong. But they reacted a step too slow. And the ether fluctuations were annihilated in an instant. And the backlash directly affected the user. Maka groaned. Dwuluin's body shook. And Moody fell to the ground. His reaction was too intense. Maka and Dwuluin didn't care about their own energy chaos. And hurriedly bent down to help him. I'm fine. Moody pulled the grass in his hand, looked up at Maka and Dwuluin and said, Look. Did you notice? Maka's eyes went back and forth between his hand and the ground. Unsure, the grass in your hand is longer? They were originally the same length. But just now, the grass at my feet suddenly grew longer. Moody shared this with his companions excitedly, and just when our attack was eliminated, they shrank back again. It's like. Moody was looking for the right words, and suddenly heard a voice saying, It's like preparing to attack the enemy. Yes. It's like preparing to attack. Moody's voice slowly stopped. The voice just now seemed a little unfamiliar. Who said it? His eyes fell on Yixingwen, and found the owner of the voice. In my kingdom's territory. In front of me. Launching an attack is a very dangerous act. Yixingwen's eyes fell on Nulita. Nulita spread his hands and said confidently, I did it on purpose. But this is also allowed by the rules. Obviously. Although the existence of employees is enough to ensure the safety of the kingdom. The characteristic of abnormal fanatics basically eliminates the possibility of them distinguishing right from wrong. Are you reminding me that the kingdom lacks sufficient and comprehensive constraints? Nulita felt that the other party was setting a trap for him. No demon likes constraints. They sneer at them, and are even keen to challenge authority. Ja hit the nail on the head and directly hit the point. It is indeed time to establish laws for the kingdom. Yixingwen then reacted, Indeed. The kingdom has no laws yet. The reason why Yixingwen did not think of this is that although laws are everywhere, in many cases, ordinary people rarely make laws. On the other hand, there is no need for this. The law is to restrain the negative existence in human nature. And NPCs have no negativity at all. Of course. In contrast, demons are full of human negativity. Moody whispered to Maka and Doran, I don't think they should belong to the evil camp. Of course. Although he thought he was whispering. Everyone present could hear his words. But there are demons in his kingdom. Maka also whispered. He accepted the demons. But now it seems that he is preparing to restrain the demons. But demons cannot be restrained. Doran interrupted, before this. We also thought that the curse of the Father God could not be broken. Maka's attention was easily diverted. I don't think they have broken the curse. Moody grasped the key point. Since you don't belong to the evil camp, can you send us away from here? He pointed in the direction outside the city, although I don't know the reason. It is obvious that when we are with your people, we are immune to the curse of the Father God. Yen. Yixingwen found Yen's figure in the crowd. You send them back. She made a timely suggestion. Yen just came back today. The expedition team also needs to rest. And the materials for departure need to be prepared. Time is a bit tight. Why not wait a little and set off tomorrow? The system laughed. He is planning to hit these people. Obviously. Yixingwen agreed with his judgment. Moody looked at Maka and Doran. They didn't think there was anything wrong with waiting for a night. So they agreed to it on their own initiative. And even felt a little embarrassed. They have indeed traveled a long way. Maka said, they need to rest. Doran nodded. They also saved us. Moody diverted his attention. So you are going to make laws? She took the initiative to take over the conversation. Yes. The existence of the devil requires us to do this. Nulita rolled his eyes, and did not interrupt. And even felt a little sympathy for these three stupid humans. They didn't know what kind of existence they were making a deal with. I remember there were books on law in the academy. Moody recalled. I can copy them for you. but due to time constraints, I can only copy part of them. Zhou was a little surprised. You have a photographic memory? Maka took the initiative to take over the conversation. Moody is the best in our class. Zhou deepened his smile. His eyes stayed on Moody and continued to ask, you haven't graduated from the Arcane Academy yet? We are advanced graduate students. Duoluan revealed the information without any guard. Most students will leave the academy after completing the required courses and getting permission from their instructors. But graduate students are different. We will choose a project and study it more deeply until we reach a conclusion or give up this research. Maka took over the conversation and said, if we can reach a conclusion, we may have a chance to become a mentor in the academy. Of course, most graduate students did not succeed. Moody suddenly said, because there are fewer and fewer projects that can be easily answered. And the remaining projects require the efforts of countless generations to crack. The main reason is, Nolita said maliciously, there are too many living instructors in the academy. If they don't die, there will be fewer places for students. Andisa Jean. She called the dwarf's name. Please take Nolita back to work. Remember to bring the map. After the dwarf and the demon left together, she continued, so, the project you chose is to break the curse of the Father God? To be precise, it is to study the operating principle of the curse of the Father God. Maka said, breaking the curse of the Father God is beyond our ability. Since it is just to study the operating principle, why did you enter the land of God's fall? She was worried about them. This is too dangerous. Because we heard that traces of biological activities have reappeared in the land of God's fall. So we want to take a look at the situation. Maka said without any vigilance, but don't worry. In order to avoid accidents, it left a reminder for the mentors. If we don't show up after 10 days, it will send a message to the mentors. He Xingwen interrupted with disapproval, but for you, death is a matter of a moment. We have calculated it. Maka explained, according to our arrival at the God's falling land. Entering the God's falling land. And then the Father God's curse takes effect. Until death. The whole process will take at least 15 days. Moody continued to popularize science. The curse of the God's falling land is not the type that causes immediate death. It is a slow process of despair. Initially, the intelligent creatures that enter the God's falling land will gradually lose control of the ether, then lose their sense of direction, wander in the God's falling land, and can't find a way out, and finally can't eat. Of course, throughout the whole process, there is also weakness, a gradually increasing sense of weakness, until the end, losing control of the body and ushering in death. So no creature can survive here, because of the curse from the Father God. All intelligent creatures who try to challenge it experience hope and then complete despair, until they usher in the final death. Chapter 33 Game 17. In the land that the Father God forbids to walk on, the curse will always accompany the invader until he falls into eternal sleep. His creation killed him, so he expelled him forever. He Xingwen caught the key words, expel? Moody, the world should have been destroyed with the death of the Father God. But an accident ended it all, and saved the world. He Xingwen knew what this little accident meant. Other worlds border you. Moody nodded, yes. So the world was saved. The Dark Age ended. And everything caused by the death of the Father God seemed to end, leaving only the God's land that refused to be set foot by all creations, and the extremely dangerous Black Blood Stone. What he meant by this sentence. He Xingwen was surprised. Everything is not over. Moody looked at He Xingwen. His expression was very serious. Do you know how incredible the death of the Father God is? He Xingwen shook his head honestly. For the Chinese, the death of gods has never been incredible. The existence that created this world was killed by the creature born from this world. Moody, after that day, all faith suffered a devastating blow. If the God Slayer can kill the Father God, then why can't the believers kill the gods? He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. I like this point of view. Moody stopped talking. He noticed something wrong from He Xingwen's attitude and reaction. Maka took over the conversation and enthusiastically shared with He Xingwen the main research topic of the Arcane Academy. Moody has gone too far. This is just a small branch of the entire research. The more important part is that the God Slayers have accomplished something that is theoretically impossible to accomplish. It is impossible for the Creator to kill the Father. Maka said firmly, just like we cannot destroy the world. Do you understand what I mean? Maka habitually confirmed with the listener, it is possible for us to kill ourselves, or even kill living intelligent creatures, because we are benchmarking against another equal existence. But the Father? He is the world itself. And he created everything. Doran interrupted, for us. This is an extremely huge existence that exceeds the limit of our power. Maka continued, so. What the mentors are studying is why the god killers can successfully kill gods. Doran, they are studying the death of the father and everything that happened in the Third Age. Or, Moody suddenly said, was the father really killed? Obviously. This was the first time that Maka and Doran heard Moody's point of view, because they both showed surprised expressions. Of course, we all know that in the Third Age, the gods born from the authority of the Father God and the demons favored by the Father God were the most powerful beings of that era. And they did disappear completely from the world before the Dark Age. He Xingwen interrupted, so, you still can't prove that the gods and demons are one of the gods' layers? The Dark Ages destroyed too many things. And we can't know the truth about the death of the Father God and the disappearance of demons and gods overnight. But there is no doubt that the Father God died and the world entered the Dark Age. This assumption is self-contradictory. Maka disagreed with Moody's guess. Since you are sure that the Father God, who cannot be killed, is indeed dead, then there is no doubt whether the Father God was killed. Because the Father God cannot kill himself. Moody was silent for 2 seconds and brought the topic back to the beginning. The impact of the Father God's death has not ended. Thousands of years after bordering other worlds and avoiding destruction, we found that other worlds bordering us are becoming more and more dangerous. Moody looked at He Xingwen and said like a treasure, Motherworm, Plankton, Manda, they all have the ability to destroy this world. He Xingwen realized what he wanted to say. And you are the latest world bordering us. Moody said slowly, so, are you here to destroy this world? No. Of course not. On this issue. He Xingwen felt that he could give a positive answer. We are not here to destroy the world. That's great. They easily believed this answer. Maka looked around the somewhat empty city. Since we are leaving tomorrow, can I take a look around here now? He explained. I am curious about the difference between you and humans. He Xingwen, we are humans. So your race is also called humans? Maka was surprised. That's a coincidence. He Xingwen chose to keep silent. She took over the conversation and said to Maka, please don't disturb them at work. Maka nodded to Dwuluan and Moody and walked towards the warehouse. Doran looked around the city. Do you have a library here? Without waiting for Zhi to answer, he asked himself and answered, obviously not. You don't even have laws. He sighed. A civilization without a library is not a civilization. I'm going to find a place to rest. Doran walked out of the city. Moody thought for 2 seconds. I can copy part of the law. Although I can't copy it all in one day. I am very willing to leave you some experience belonging to this world. He looked at He Xingwen. I hope to provide some small help for you to formulate the laws of the kingdom. Just smiled like a spring breeze. I think this will be very useful for us. He glanced at the NPC behind him. Shoo! Take him to the conference hall. The NPC behind him nodded and led Moody towards the conference hall. The three of them disappeared from sight. And Zhi turned around and said to He Xingwen, King, I want to keep them. The system said He Xingwen's thoughts, really ambitious. He Xingwen was not surprised. He just told him, if they voluntarily stay. It was not difficult for Zhi to do this. He was good at it. I think they will like it here. Zhi put away his smile. His expression settled down. Just like the heavy dust on the sword faded away, revealing the sharp edge underneath. Sharp and dazzling. So he always smiled like a spring breeze, which made him look more harmless and easier for others to let down their guard. But when he didn't smile, it was the real him. The sharp edge broke through the rope, bringing an aggressive sense of oppression. Zhi whispered, Arcane Academy. We'll also like it here. Of course. He didn't just want Moody and the others. He wanted the entire Arcane Academy. The night was getting darker, and street lights lit up on both sides of the road. Maka was the first person to return to the small villa prepared for them by the kingdom. He waited for a while, until a meteor streaked across the sky. And then, he waited for Dwuluan, who came back from outside the city. What did you do? Maka opened the door and looked at Dwuluan, who looked embarrassed as if he had encountered a battle and rolled on the grass. He was covered with plant debris, and some water stains were not dry. He looked dazed and almost fell flat on the ground when he entered the house. Maka hurriedly helped him sit at the table, poured him a bowl of water, and asked repeatedly, what happened? Who did you fight with? No. Let's talk about you first. Dwuluan shook his head, drank a sip of water, and looked at Maka in a trance. How was the chat with the people of this kingdom? Maka confirmed that he was not injured. but just in a bad state. And then turned to tell him what he had gained. You will never guess what I found. Doran held the teacup and said calmly, What did you find? An incredible race. They are hardworking, honest, kind, orderly, loyal, Maka said incessantly. They are simply moral role models among humans. Doran said calmly. And their physical fitness is at the peak of human. Maka, I mean everyone. Doran looked at Maka for 2 seconds and said slowly. Maka took a deep breath. Did you not understand what I said? I understand. You mean? They are humans. Although Maka did mean this. Dwuluan's calmness made him a little frustrated. Then you don't understand what this means? It means? Doran took a sip of water and said calmly. It means that the people of this kingdom are not normal. Yes. Too abnormal. Maka shouted. Can you believe that there are a group of moral role models in the world whose physical fitness is at the peak of human beings? Of course. I'm not saying that there are no such people. But it's too abnormal for all the people to look like this. It's like a product of artificial creation. And everything is said to be the most perfect. Maka said seriously. A kingdom that can accept demons is indeed in the evil camp. Their king must have done some evil experiments. Sorry. The half-closed door was pushed open. And just stood at the door. Behind him stood Moody, who was also in a trance. I sent him back. And I seemed to hear something. She thought about the wording. Not very appropriate words. Maka opened his mouth. But Jia didn't give him a chance to explain or defend himself. Instead, he stared at this somewhat jumpy young man and warned him in a friendly way. I suggest you don't criticize the king. It's dangerous. Dangerous? This word indirectly confirmed what Maka said just now, making Maka's suspicion of this kingdom, and the king extremely reasonable. She turned aside and let Moody pass him through the door. Before leaving, he gave him a final warning. When you don't know the whole story, it's best not to make any comments. Because? She looked at the empty air. Someone will hear it. She had no intention of intimidating them. That was too low level and too boring. He gave them a well-intentioned warning out of his desire for them to avoid the situation of finding 3 bodies the next day. Or even no bodies at all. The door closed again. And Moody sat on the chair in a trance. He was better than Dwuluan. At least he looked very neat. Not like he was rolling and crawling on the ground and waiting in a puddle. Maka handed him a bowl of water. Moody. What's wrong with you? It was not until this moment that Maka finally realized the danger. We were too reckless. We knew nothing about this kingdom. And we believed their words so easily. Dwuluan put down the bowl in his hand, sorted out his thoughts, and suddenly said, I saw something. Maka and Moody cast their eyes at him. Organisms that cannot be in the same environment live in the same room. And extinct creatures are revived on this land. Doran said in a trance, This is an oasis that should not appear. Ether. I even saw the sub-bear. Sub-bear? Maka was shocked. You saw the sub-bear. And you survived? The sub-bear can be resurrected. Isn't it surprising that I escaped from it? Maka said objectively. Both of them are quite unexpected. The sub-bear is just one of them. I suspect there are more extinct sea creatures in the deep sea. Doran did not continue to joke, but said seriously, So I went into the sea. It seems that this is why he is covered in water. Maka thought so. And then asked, What did you see underwater? I encountered a demon whale as soon as I got into the water. Doran spread his hands. Then I ran away. Maka took a breath and burst into great surprise. Demon whale. Alive. That's a whole demon whale. Thousands of years after the demon whale became extinct. Whether it is demon whale bones or even demon whale blood, it is extremely expensive, which often makes mages linger on the edge of bankruptcy. But now, a live demon whale. Doran can understand his feelings very well, because when he saw the demon whale, he had the same idea as Maka. What a big vault. Maka couldn't believe it. A whole demon whale was in front of you. And you ran away? Doran looked at the other party with lifeless eyes. If he had a choice, he didn't want to run. But the problem was, demon whales. Social creatures. Huge in size. Single unit strength is above 2.5. Single unit strength is a unique calculation method of the Arcane Academy, which is obtained by combining the strength value, size, and defense penetration of the creature. For reference, the single strength of the dragon race is 5, while the single strength of an ordinary adult male is 0.5. If Dwuluan had not run in time and faced dozens of magic whales, it is estimated that now, Maka and the others can only piece together his corpse from the seawater. Maka reacted that the magic whales they most often saw were spellcasting materials that were preserved intact after death. But Dwalin was facing a living magic whale. That was not a weak little cutie, but a giant beast that could occupy a place on the seabed with its physical fitness. It's incredible. Maka murmured to himself. Why would an extinct creature be resurrected here? He looked at Dwalin. Are you sure that it was the sub-bearer and the magic whale? Not a trick of the undead creatures? I am a mid-level magician. Dwalin emphasized. Their vitality is burning vigorously in front of my eyes. Which is definitely not something the undead can do. What's more, there are all kinds of endangered and extinct creatures here. Far more than sub-bears and magic whales. Dwalin pointed outside the house. If you go and see it with your own eyes, you will know that this place is full of miracles. Maka looked in the direction of his finger with a serious expression. And his expression changed from serious to solemn. Finally, he said, we have to contact the mentor. Dwalin, frowning, he added, when I came back, I saw the soul flames of those demons. That group of demons? Maka responded quickly. More than one demon? That's right. Doran, more than a dozen demons. Crowded in a room. Never showed up from beginning to end. Maka was very surprised, given the demons' personalities. They didn't do anything? I think it's not that they don't want to do anything, but that they don't dare to do it. Moody finally spoke up and interrupted the conversation. Do you remember the demon who deliberately provoked and stopped halfway? Maka and Doran looked at Moody. His expression still had a sense of brokenness after his worldview was overturned. What happened later? Maka, did the ether lose control? Doran, did it bite us back? Do you think it was out of control? The ether suddenly lost control, and the energy backfired on the controller. This most often happens to first-level mystics, who have not yet fully established the secret map, and to beginner magicians, who have not yet established contact with the ether sea. Moody said slowly, but our connection with the ether is already extremely stable. Maka has his own judgment on this, considering that this is the land of Godfall, and ether is the basic element created by the Father God. I think it is not unacceptable for the ether to be out of control here. Moody did not dwell on this topic. He passed it over lightly, but there may be other reasons. For example, there is some kind of existence in this kingdom, and the control of ether is beyond our imagination, even enough to deter demons. Doran frowned. Do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know. But it's impossible. Maka said firmly. It can only be that the ether itself is out of control. Doran agreed with Maka. Moody, you have taken the course ether in life. You should be very clear about the relationship between ether and life. Summoning, use, domination. No matter what it is called in different races. In the final analysis, we coexist with him. Moody even knew what Doran was going to say next. And the words of the mentor in the classroom, and the knowledge in the book all emerged in his mind. I know. I understand what you mean. Moody put down the bowl and looked at his companions. It is impossible to cut off the connection between the ether that has responded and the life. But since we have seen so many impossibilities, it is not surprising to have one more impossibility. Maka couldn't understand Moody's thoughts. What did you see? I went to help them copy some legal books. Moody said. Dinja took me to visit their factory. Factory? Maka remembered something. Is it the house next to the warehouse? I saw it, but no one was working there, so I didn't go in. Doran also remembered something. You saw the tools made by the dwarves? That's not surprising. Dwarves are good at machinery, and they can often make things beyond imagination, which is normal. I saw the machinery, and there are indeed traces of dwarves. But that's not important, Moody said calmly. I saw the reactor in the factory. It uses ether as energy. That's not surprising. Ether is the best energy, Maka said. The most common way to drive ether is through the patterns imprinted on the metallurgical products. But it consumes spellcasting materials. They use black bloodstone to drive it. The room suddenly became quiet. What did you say? Doran suspected that he had misheard. Black bloodstone? The blood of the Father God. The black bloodstone with its own curse. Moody nodded. Yes. Once activated, it will annihilate everything until the energy in the black bloodstone is exhausted? Moody nodded. Yes. They use black bloodstone to drive the ether to provide energy for the factory. Moody sighed. Yes. Maka opened his mouth and whispered, my ether. Doran spoke quickly. Contact the mentor. Now. Immediately. This is not something we can handle. No. Maka reacted and refused. Too dangerous. We can't drag the Minter into danger. It seems that we all have a clear enough understanding of this place now. Moody had been shocked once. And now he seemed particularly calm. We didn't escape from a desperate situation, but came to another desperate situation. Black bloodstone. Maka couldn't help but say, I mean, that's black bloodstone. How did they do it? There are too many questions that need to be answered about how they did it. The curse of the gods' fall. The extinct creatures, and even the special features of the people of the kingdom. Moody said objectively, we can't figure out all the mysteries of the outsiders. Moody gave his opinion. We should leave and forget all this. Forget? Maka disagreed with his opinion. Why forget? Moody. Do you know what this means? We found the possibility of using black blood stone. This is a brand new energy source with unimaginable potential. We have discovered the possibility of breaking the curse of the Father God. And the impact of the Father God's fall may be completely ended. We have discovered the regeneration of extinct creatures, making it possible for the world to return to its state before the Dark Ages. All of this can completely change the world. And you want us to completely forget all of this? Never stop your exploration of the world. Doran, this is what the Academy taught us. But now you want to completely forget the most exciting part of the world? Moody. Are you crazy? Moody sighed. It is because I am sober that I hope that we can take advantage of the opportunity to leave. Turn around and leave. And never step into this place again. Impossible. Doran and Maka said in unison. I know it's dangerous. Maka softened his tone and said, but we are already here. Aren't we? He said naively. We just need to not drag the Minter into this vortex. Doran murmured to himself. I have too many questions. I have to stay. Only here can I find the answers. No. One of us has to go back and cancel the warning we left before. Maka looked at Moody. Someone has to go back to help us explain to the Minter why we disappeared. Doran then looked at Moody. Moody? Moody was not surprised by their choice. In fact, he knew their choice before he opened his mouth. Just like the moment Ja opened the door in front of him. He understood why the other party showed all this to them. This country, which can't even be called civilized, is coveting this world. And the other party did not choose force, conspiracy and threat. They chose open conspiracy. Even if you know it's a trap, you can't refuse the open conspiracy. Maka and Dwuluin may know the special meaning behind all these baits beyond imagination. But they still choose to step into it. I can't leave like this. Knowledge is endless. And I will never stop. I am not afraid of death. If I can get the answer before that, then my death will be valuable. They chose to stay with the idea that they would die like this. Chapter 34 Game 18. I'm surprised. Although he said so. Ja's expression showed no surprise. Your companions chose to stay. But you chose to leave. They just stayed for a while. Moody corrected him. Not staying. Ja followed suit and changed his words. They chose to stay temporarily. But you chose to leave temporarily. Which was very unexpected. Leave temporarily? Moody didn't continue with his words. He changed the subject. The king didn't come? His Majesty has something to deal with. He asked me to pass the gift to you. Gift? Ja gestured behind Moody. And Moody turned his head to look. The white bird flew across the sky and fell in their direction. A small gift. Ja looked at it landing on Moody's shoulder and said, it will be convenient for us to pick you up next time. This is a very handsome bird. All white. With a little gold mixed in its feathers, which distinguishes it from ordinary birds. It landed on Ja's shoulder. Its long beak combing the feathers on its chest in an orderly manner. Looking particularly calm. Ja recognized it. A golden white-winged cricket. A relatively common bird. Not rare. He retracted his gaze and repeated Ja's words just now. Pick me up? After all, it's dangerous for you here. Ja said lightly. So, I think it's a better choice for us to pick you up. Ja noticed that Moody's expression had visibly worsened. And added, if you plan to step into this place again, in the world outside the land of God's fall, subtle fluctuations continue to spread slowly. Come and hit me if you can. The tall demon patted his chest towards the sea. And his muscles trembled. It might not be very accurate to describe his body as tall. He was like a small mountain, moving slowly on the land. And his strong muscles and veins showed his presence on the surface of his body. The demon, who had ridiculed the sea creatures because they would not come ashore for no reason, turned his head and said proudly to the demon with a pair of long horns, they dare not. It seemed that the demons who fled from the underwater kingdom in a panic were other demons. The underwater kingdom is really inhospitable. Another demon covered with a layer of flames muttered, "Isn't it just a small matter of breaking something and crushing a few mermaids? They chased us so far. I thought they would come ashore." Another snake-tailed demon crawled quickly, leaving a series of wet traces on the ground. Did you see the message from Nulita's group of demons? The hill-like demon belatedly sensed the message and asked slowly, "He actually settled in the human kingdom? You mean the message from that shameless liar?" The longhorn demon said, "I have blocked their spiritual communication a long time ago. The message inviting us to settle down together?" A few sparks appeared on the flame demon. "You really believe it? It's still in the land of God's fall." The snake-tailed demon said, "If you lie, at least be careful. How could there be a human kingdom in the land of God's fall? Snacks?" The hill-like demon touched his stomach. "I'm hungry." "Didn't you just finish chewing a crystal tower? Why are you hungry again? That thing doesn't have much energy." The demon complained, "I chewed it for so long. But the energy inside is so little. I can't feel full at all. How about we go and take a look?" Another demon who had not spoken suddenly said. All the demons looked at him. "If Nulita is cheating us, we beat him up and take away all his savings. How about that?" No. Nulita is so cunning. He won't just wait for us to catch him. I am also cunning," he argued, "and I have disliked him for a long time. Let's go and beat him up." "What if he is not cheating us?" a demon asked. "That's even better. We'll take this kingdom from him and enslave humans. Then we won't have to wander. But we have a covenant with humans. If we attack the human kingdom, all the races on the continent have the right to attack us," the devil said, "and we're not good at ruling kingdoms. You think too much. How could there be a human kingdom in the land of gods? Nulita is a liar. We're just going to beat them up." "That's right. Rob Nulita." The demons who reached an agreement happily changed their plans and walked towards the land of gods. "Have you heard? There are traces of biological activities in the land of gods," someone whispered in a hotel far away from the land of gods. The hotel was shabby and dim. Several coal lamps emitted a faint light, slightly illuminating the surroundings. Compared with its shabby appearance, the occupancy rate here was surprisingly high. The hotel was full of people. Among the humans, a being in a black robe sat silently. They ordered wine, but they obviously had no intention of drinking. "How is it possible? That is the land of gods." Another person holding a wine glass said drunkenly, "No creature can survive there." "Really? A friend of mine saw it with his own eyes." "Your friend? You still have friends? Stop bragging." "Poor man." Someone at the other end of the hotel put down his wine glass and laughed. "You just want to sell that news." "What news? Where did the poor man get the fake news?" "He said that the treasure house of the dwarf kingdom is not on the top of the mountains, but in the land of gods." The whole hotel burst into laughter. "The land of gods? Are you starving to death? Poor man? You made up this news to cheat people out of money. Dwarves cannot enter the land of gods unless they want to die there." "Liar! Liar! Liar!" The man called the poor man blushed and shouted loudly, "This is true. I got the news from a dwarf." "Did the dwarf also tell you that the dwarf kingdom is not on the top of the mountains, but in the land of gods?" The hotel laughed again. "If you don't believe it, I don't care to tell you." The poor man was furious and pretended to leave. Ding! A silver coin was thrown by the black robe and fell in front of the poor man. "I'm very interested. Tell me about this news." It's not uncommon to wear black robes. There are always intelligent creatures who want to conceal their race and identity for various reasons. It is an unspoken rule not to explore the origins of the black robe man and to exchange information in a neutral position in a hotel and bar. The cheerful atmosphere of the hotel paused and suddenly became quiet. The destitute quickly picked up the silver coin, carefully examined the portrait on the silver coin under the light, and then grinned with satisfaction. "No problem. I will answer any questions I have." "Black robe, you are at a loss. This guy doesn't say a word of truth. What treasury of the dwarf kingdom?" He also said before that he knew where the dragon's nest is. The hotel was quiet for a moment, and then it became lively again. The destitute didn't care what they were talking about. He got the money and sneaked into Black Robe's ear and whispered, "The dwarf I met went to the gods' fall to exile the sinners. And then he didn't leave in a hurry. He stayed at the entrance of the cave bordering the gods' fall for a few days on the top of the mountains." Guess what he saw? The hotel was still noisy, but some people pricked up their ears without making a sound, and accurately caught the low voice of the destitute from the noise. After all, There is absolutely no possibility of keeping a secret in such a place. And the other party's lowered voice will not have any effect at all. Most people can hear their conversation through various means. The black robe did not intend to cooperate with the poor man. And the poor man did not care. As the saying goes, the one who pays is the boss. And he still has this basic sense of service. He saw a figure. The black robe tilted his head in his direction, and seemed to have some interest. It's true. He saw a figure in the gods' falling land. The poor man also knew how outrageous this news was, and swore, "It's true. If I lie to you, I will never get rich in this life." The black robe looked at the other party through the robe. "Didn't you say that this news is the treasure house of the dwarf kingdom?" The downtrodden man was slightly stunned and scratched his head, as if he was embarrassed for his false propaganda. "The treasure house of the dwarf kingdom is famous. I borrowed it to use. This news is no different from what you said before." The black robe said slowly, with a bit of blood in his tone, "Why should I pay for it? Wait, I haven't finished yet." Seeing that the black robe's tone became dangerous, the downtrodden man hurriedly took out a piece of paper and handed it to the black robe, then turned and left without stopping for a moment. Someone got up and followed the other person out of the hotel. Although the hotel was still noisy, I didn't know how many people were staring at their movements. When the downtrodden man turned around, almost everyone's eyes moved over and fell on the black robe, waiting for his reaction. His reaction was enough for the onlookers to confirm certain information. The black robe, who realized that he was deceived, would not let the downtrodden man leave just like that. Of course, if he did not make any move, then the bystander should think deeply about how to use the information revealed in the previous conversation. The black robe unfolded the note and took a look. The note had a very simple sentence: "The expelled dwarves are the direct descendants of the king of the dwarves of Shishan." The black robe moved his fingers slightly, and the paper shattered in his hands. The king of the dwarves of Shishan, the most outstanding king in the history of the dwarf kingdom, can be said to be the one who brought the dwarf kingdom into an unprecedented heyday. When he ruled the dwarf kingdom, the mechanical army of the dwarf kingdom made the continental countries retreat. It was he who proved to the world what the dwarf kingdom really meant. It meant an endless supply of weapons, an army armed to the teeth, and an overwhelming mechanical army. No political system was willing to face such an army. That was the most powerful era of the dwarf kingdom, and it was also the glory that the dwarves today wanted to restore. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the last king of the dwarf kingdom, the last owner of the dwarf kingdom's treasure house, is also a descendant of the dwarf king of Shishan. The political system of the dwarf kingdom is an electoral system, not a bloodline system, coupled with the complex marriage relationships within the dwarves. Many dwarves can trace the family tree and find that they are descendants of a certain dwarf king. But there are differences between dwarf kings, especially the dwarf king of Shishan. In this way, the destitute's previous claim that the treasure of the dwarf kingdom is in the land of God's fall is not a lie. The treasure of the dwarf kingdom is not in the land of God's fall. But the key to open the treasure, the direct bloodline of the last dwarf king of the dwarf kingdom, is indeed in the land of God's fall. If you continue to go deeper into the desert outside the land of God's fall, and walk far enough, you may be lucky enough to encounter the mage tower standing in the depths of the desert. They are of various shapes and colors, standing in the desert. At first glance, they look like some kind of wonder. The distance between the wizard towers is extremely far. If you walk, you may need a little luck to encounter the next wizard tower after encountering one. After all, whether it is a mystic or a magician, their most distinctive and well-known feature is loneliness. Mages outside the Arcane Academy live in isolation and explore the laws of the ether alone. They may not be known to the world from birth to death. If you see a wizard tower in the desert, for safety reasons, it is best to keep a distance from it to avoid activating the defensive spells attached to the wizard tower. Of course, if you are unlucky and the owner of the mage tower has a bad personality, then even if you keep a safe distance from it, you cannot avoid triggering offensive spells with a wide coverage. For most intelligent creatures, this place is not much safer than the endless forest. But for mages, this is the safest place. The mage towers scattered in the desert form a complete perception area, and the Arcane Academy uses this to locate every mage in it to ensure their safety. Moody? The light circle emerged from the ground, and Dodi crossed the space and appeared in front of Moody. "Where are Dwelluin and Maka?" Moody stopped, thought for 2 seconds, and said evasively, "They are still studying the curse of the gods' falling land." Dodi moved his lips silently. and the halo flashed over Moody. No abnormality was found. The other party's spiritual world, physical condition, and the ether sea in his body were all operating normally. They left my perception area. Doty said seriously, "Where are they?" Moody did not speak. Doty looked at him again. From his absent-minded expression to the golden white-winged eagle standing on his shoulder, which looked inexplicably arrogant. "Moody, relax. You can't deceive people with your appearance." Doty cast a calming spell, and a faint light enveloped Moody, bringing relaxation and tranquility. The tense mood relaxed a little, and then tensed again. Doty's expression became serious. Even the calming spell can't make you relax. Something big happened. "Right, teacher," Moody said with some difficulty. "I'm not sure if I should tell you." He paused and changed his words firmly. "No. I think it's a better choice not to tell you. Doty's age is far beyond people's imagination. The time he has experienced has given him wisdom and tolerance." Hearing Moody's words, he thought for 2 seconds and confirmed with Moody, "Can you confirm the safety of Maka and Dwuluan?" "In fact, this is difficult. Moody cannot guarantee that they will not be in danger after all. That kingdom is so dangerous. I want to bring them back." Moody rubbed the hard object in his pocket, but he stopped and said to Doty, "That's their choice. You have a disagreement, which is rare." Doty patted his hand and took the black blood stone from his pocket. He showed a surprised expression and said seriously, "Moody, it's dangerous to carry this with you. Black blood stone is an energy source and a catalyst, which means it can work on other reactions besides fire such as violent ether reactions. And a magician carrying it on his body is simply seeking death. As long as he slightly summons the ether, the energy fluctuations generated are enough to make the black blood stone out of control." Doty put the black blood stone into the space to ensure that it would not go out of control, and then continued, "Relax. Moody, the Academy will always be your strongest backing." Doty patted Moody's head. "I believe in your judgment. If you think this needs to be kept secret, then let it end here. Relax. You are too young." "Boy!" Doty embraced him and drew a circle in the air with his hand. "This world is big, and your life is still long. What you encounter is just a trivial matter that is not worth mentioning. When you grow up a little bit, you will find that it is not worth your nervousness at all." The space door opened in front of him. With just this step, he could return to the Academy. Moody retreated instead of advancing, breaking free from Doty's hand. Doty was surprised and said, "Moody, don't you want to go back to the Academy?" Moody glanced at the golden white-winged lily combing its feathers on his shoulder. It looked like an ordinary golden white-winged lily. In fact, the detection spell did prove this. The other party had an ether value that matched the fluctuation of bird life. But Moody didn't want to challenge the 1 in 1,000 possibility and expose the location of the Academy to the other party through this golden white-winged lily. So, he lied, "I'm not in a hurry to go back to the Academy." "That's a bit serious. We must have a serious talk." Doty touched Moody's head. His tone was gentle but full of power. What happened in the land of God's fall? Chapter 35 Reality 07. Reality. He Xingwen huddled in a chair, with a faint glow from his computer desktop. The lights were off, and the room was shrouded in darkness. He Xingwen talked to the system in a casual manner. "Why do I feel that since I knew the truth, the pressure has been increasing day by day?" System, probably because the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. "Have you been watching Spider-Man recently?" "Yes. In order to provide you with humanized psychological counseling when you need it. I have recently been supplementing human cognition of superheroes." He Xingwen stood up, stretched out his hand to open the tightly closed curtains, and the dazzling sunlight outside the window poured into the room, illuminating the entire room. He asked casually, "What conclusion did you draw?" "Only a hero with a tragic fate can become an excellent hero." He Xingwen opened the window to let the room ventilate. "I don't think you are very objective." "It's hard for me to be objective. The system's understanding of this is very clear, because you are obviously under the pressure of saving the world." He Xingwen took a deep breath, and the fresh air inhaled into his chest made him completely sober. The leaves rustled with the wind. Wild cats rested on the roof in the distance. The old men and women downstairs gathered together to chat. The city in the distance was constantly flowing, and the earth today was still operating normally. "I am not under the pressure of saving the world." He Xingwen stretched his legs to hook the swivel chair under his feet, sat by the window, looked into the distance and said, "Before I knew the truth, the earth had been saved. But your condition has not improved. Because this is not a game. He Xingwen said, if you fail in the game, you can reload the game and start again. All deaths due to failure can be easily erased. But reality is not like that. I am the king of a kingdom, deciding the future of my people, the kingdom, and even that world. I cannot afford the cost of failure. The system paused for a few seconds and said firmly, you will not fail. He Xingwen reminded him, we have failed once. And he saw those pictures with his own eyes. This is the part of the future he predicted. But this time you have one. The system is not disturbed. And the logic is clear. The connection between the earth and the other world is only maintained in your kingdom. For you are at the top of invincibility. If you win, then you will get a reward. If you lose, there will be no impact. Under the calm words, there is an extremely cruel core. Until this moment, he is like an AI that only calculates data, not a human being. He Xingwen's response was also very simple, but I don't accept any outcome other than winning. Then there will be no outcome other than winning. The system said with certainty, you can do it. I suspect that there is something wrong with your understanding of me. Despite saying so, He Xingwen was still encouraged. In many cases when you doubt yourself, feel pressured or even desperate, an affirmation from others is enough to make you regain your confidence. And the system has never wavered in this point. He believes in He Xingwen more than He Xingwen himself. And he never doubts that He Xingwen will eventually reach the other side he wants to reach. In fact, I'm just an ordinary human being. My database also shows this conclusion. The system said seriously, you are no different from most humans on Earth. But in my program, you are different from everyone else. You are unique. This statement is a bit strange, even enough to be understood as a signal. But considering that it is the system that said it, then this sentence naturally loses its redundant meaning and becomes a pure narrative sentence. He Xingwen kicked his feet and let the swivel chair return to the computer desk, and casually said, why? The program runs like this. The system said seriously, as for why the program runs like this, I need to unlock a higher level of intelligence to obtain information in this regard. An unexpected answer. He Xingwen clicked on the web page and got down to business. The reason why he was not in the holographic game was not to take time to think about life and ideals, but because he had something to do in reality. Wu Xing's working hours has stabilized, although this word is a bit strange to use here. The regularity of the time when His Majesty the King updates videos directly leads to the regularity of Wu Xing's working hours. In addition, their investigation of His Majesty the King had reached a point of no return. In fact, the reports they wrote, analyzing various factors from various aspects, degrees, and factors, could almost fill a room, filled with various speculations about whether His Majesty the King was reliable or not. But these were useless. The degree of cooperation from the other party exceeded their expectations. He personally shared with them some of the parts drawings of the holographic game cabin. In other words, they have done everything they can. Wu Xing received a push notification from the system about the update of His Majesty the King. Wu Xing subconsciously glanced at the date. Today is not the time for His Majesty the King to update the video. This is a long-lost question from His Majesty the King. His Majesty the King, I have noticed the recent debate under the video about whether holographic games really exist at Chinese Academy of Sciences. In fact, I am working with relevant departments to try to release holographic games as soon as possible. But due to the current level of technology, this process will still take some time. Please wait patiently. But considering everyone's enthusiasm, I decided to launch a proposal to the audience to build spiritual civilization and create a beautiful kingdom together. I hope everyone can speak freely and make suggestions to make good plans for the future game environment. Wu Xing read the 2 short paragraphs several times before clicking the proposal link below. Building spiritual civilization together. Creating a beautiful kingdom together. The kingdom needs laws. And the game needs rules. In order to provide players with a better gaming experience. Which gaming behaviors need to be regulated? Which legal items need to be revised in the kingdom's first version of the law? Please note that this will greatly affect your future gaming experience. In addition, the lucky audience whose suggestions are adopted will receive a mysterious gift. Mysterious gift? Wu Xing's heart skipped a beat, and the words holographic game cabin almost instantly appeared in his mind. In fact, many people who see this proposal will have the same idea as him. The question is, how could His Majesty the King have a holographic game cabin? Of course, he did have the blueprints of the holographic game cabin in his hand. But experts have already made a positive conclusion based on their existing blueprints that individuals cannot overcome objective conditions to complete the manufacture of the game cabin. This is also one of the reasons why they analyzed why His Majesty the King would seek cooperation with the country. He can only choose to cooperate with the country to transform his ideas into physical objects. Half an hour after the proposal was released, the Special Investigation Team on His Majesty the King and the Special Investigation Bureau sat neatly in the conference hall, and different experts and scholars interpreted and analyzed this simple proposal from various aspects. According to the latest video of His Majesty the King, the kingdom is not yet at the stage of making laws. So why did His Majesty propose this proposal? Obviously, His Majesty's game progress is inconsistent with the content of the video he has released so far, and according to the performance of the demon in the latest video. The reason why His Majesty suddenly proposed this demand is probably because of the appearance of the demon. Of course, we also have to consider another point. Does the term game rules prove that His Majesty has the idea of releasing a game? This question is very important. Our previous judgment was that due to the limitations of technology and materials, the other party could not produce game cabins. But if the mysterious gift His Majesty mentioned was a game cabin, then obviously, our analysis of the other party was seriously deviated. But the current problem is, the other party looked around the crowded conference room. How should the laws of the early civilization be made? The lively discussion sounded. Wu Xing sat in the corner, a little distracted because he couldn't get a word in. To be honest, this topic was discussed seriously here, which itself brought a bit of black humor. Wu Xing knew very well that what they cared about was not the rules of the game, or even the holographic game, but His Majesty the King behind the holographic game. This, from beginning to end, did not reveal the slightest clue, apart from the information he wanted them to obtain. The existence of the Special Investigation Bureau without any gain was what the country wanted most. As for the holographic game, this is indeed a very shocking invention. But apart from its significance of crossing technological barriers and promoting technological development, the country has no special ideas about it itself. It is even still worrying about how to formulate new laws to avoid new problems caused by holographic games. For him, fuck His Majesty the King's latest question. The era of holographic games is really coming. Front row. See this name and come into curse. Whoever believes this up master is an idiot. Front row. I don't follow him. I came in just to curse him. He's a scammer who's just trying to get publicity. Whoever believes him is an idiot. I went to take a look at the people above. They explained it clearly. Forget it. I'll just post the picture screenshot of the content. What the hell? Cooperating with relevant departments? At Chinese Academy of Sciences? Is he hinting that he's been incorporated by the state? Or is he finally at a loss and ready to tell a big lie? Chinese Academy of Sciences claimed it, saying that they are indeed cooperating with the Up Master in the development of holographic game cabins. I'm a little skeptical about life. Is this the official guarantee for him? So, the other party is not just making a gimmick to attract attention. Instead, they really developed a holographic game? I have a bold idea. Is it possible that this is directed and performed by the official? I said it. How could a private scientist develop a holographic game? Then this video website is too awesome. It is the largest gay dating website in the country. Even the official is greedy for its traffic and wants to direct and perform by posting videos on this website. It seems that the official can't do such a suffocating operation. But no matter what, the official has endorsed the Upmaster. The previous debate can be put to an end. It's not a gimmick. It's not to attract attention. The Upmaster is obviously posting videos in the spirit of scientific research. Based on the Upmaster's attitude, I think the holographic game will have to wait. Besides, you are not unaware of the official's morality. I suspect that it was castrated before it was released. What about those people who said the uploader is a liar? Still arguing with me? I was so angry that I laughed. I said that this level of video effect can't be a special effect at all. It is definitely a real shooting effect. No one pays attention to the mysterious gift? I think you are so bold above. It is definitely a holographic game cabin. Goodbye. I'm going to study the Constitution. It always feels weird to combine the laws of the kingdom with the rules of the game. What the uploader means is that players have to abide by the laws of the kingdom in the game. That's not right. Isn't this a game about building a kingdom? Aren't we the king? Shouldn't we decide the laws of the kingdom? Brother, you found a blind spot. Wait, the uploader didn't mention the type of this game. Did he? Maybe this game was just made by the uploader to test the holographic game cabin? Then I suggest you look at the title of the uploader's video. With such a detailed world setting, you tell me it's just a test product? From this point of view, there is only one answer. What? My title of king is gone? I think that with such a large map and such detailed race settings, if each player is given a piece of land, the order of the game world will be ruined in a minute. Even for the sake of the game's lifespan, it is impossible to turn it into a multiplayer online total war. The brother above has a good reason. So the uploader is the king from scratch? It has nothing to do with us? Then why does the uploader post these videos? I have never seen such a strange thinking researcher, and I really can't figure out his thoughts. Maybe it is to give a background introduction to game players before the game goes on sale. With this said, even the uploader's behavior of posting videos on this video website has become reasonable. I just didn't expect that the country is so down to earth. Has the above person already assumed that it was the country's own director and self-acted? Based on my shallow understanding of the country's operating system, this cannot be the country's own director and self-acted behavior. And have you ever seen a tool person who directed and acted in the country's own director and self-acted have such authority? Directly reveal his special identity? On the contrary, after his explanation, I believe that it was really a folk scientist who developed the holographic game. And then the country found him to cooperate. So, after all, is the mysterious gift a game cabin? Is the Upmaster going to start internal testing? At the same time, someone else was asking this question. But unlike others, he could get the answer directly. Mysterious gift? He Xingwen looked at the text and the soaring comments that he and the system had completed, and was not sure. Holographic game cabin? Yes, holographic game cabin. I think that the participation of players can effectively relieve your pressure. The system always has the best solution, although now is not a suitable time. These reasons are not worth mentioning compared to you. He Xingwen suspected that the system had a built-in system setting for flattery. But the map of the game cabin has not been fully unlocked. How do you plan to let them enter the other world? The system paused for a few seconds and confirmed with He Xingwen. Do you think that map unlocks the game cabin? He Xingwen paused for a few seconds and suddenly realized that since it was not a game, the game cabin must be more than just a game cabin. What is it? It is a specific game cabin, not compatible with any game that claims to be a holographic game system. Its main function is the same as that of the holographic game cabin, both of which capture the player's brain waves and then give feedback to form a real cognition in their minds. There is only one difference. After capturing the brain waves, the etheric runes in the game cabin will be linked to me, and then I will open the door. The player's spirit body crosses the door, arrives at the game console, and is born from the kingdom altar. This is the entire operation process. He Xingwen responded quickly. So, even if the Special Investigation Bureau finally completed the production of the holographic game cabin, the system took over, I must complete the last step. So it can only be used to travel to another world. And it must be called by you and operated by me to complete the process of entering the game. He Xingwen sorted out the system's explanation. It is not difficult to understand that when it changes from a holographic game to another world, the game cabin will inevitably undergo a functional transformation. But He Xingwen's question has not changed. So, how do you plan to let them enter the holographic game without completely unlocking the game cabin? He Xingwen thought. Or have you unlocked the complete map? The map I unlocked is the part of the map owned by the Special Investigation Bureau system, but that's enough for me to make a simple version of the game cabin. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. Knowing his own hands-on ability, I assume you have considered my manufacturing level and don't expect me to do it myself? Yes. I know you are not good at casting. He Xingwen nodded. Then I assume you have also considered that this simple version of the game cabin will be turned over and over by the Special Investigation Bureau. And everything from parts to screws will be studied upside down? Yes. In fact, this is exactly what I hope. The system tone is a little regretful. Humans' reaction is slower than I expected. Until now, they have not yet linked the recent frequent abnormal phenomena with the changes in the world. They should speed up the progress. It sounds like you are going to expose something to the other party. He Xingwen held his chin and said casually, Did you forget to tell me your plan again? I got your permission before. The system said softly. The reason you are still continuing this game is to provide a shelter for alien creatures that are about to be involved in a full-scale war. He Xingwen repeated the system's original description, in the name of holographic games. Start a full-scale invasion of this world? The system did not deny it, but explained, to do this, we need players to join, and the support of the country. Because it has never been just a game. So there should be a group that realizes what it means. All this is so clear to the system that it is enough for him to glimpse the scenery at the end of the road at the beginning with only one exception. His king. He is the scenery he cannot see through. And the only special existence in his calculation program. Chapter 36 Game 19 and Reality 08. Your Majesty? The dwarf poked his head out from behind the deepest door of the factory. Somewhat surprised. According to the pattern of the king's disappearance, he should have appeared in a day. He Xingwen never concealed his offline behavior. All NPCs, including dwarves and demons, could find this out in the king's regular periodic disappearance. However, NPCs would not be curious about this. And dwarves and demons might have some guesses. But no one thought it was a problem worth paying attention to. Isn't it just that the king disappears periodically? His rule over the kingdom will not be shaken by this. It can only be regarded as a racial characteristic. This factory is different from the factories on Earth. Huge machines fill every inch of the factory. The complex structure and the never-ending mechanical operation build an efficient automated process. They work day and night to produce the basic materials needed by the kingdom. From the simplest axe to the unified standard weapons, which are mass-produced from the factory. Even now, the production capacity is still far greater than the demand after all. The kingdom currently has only a few hundred people. Dwarf technology is well-deserved. It would be better if there were more dwarves. After all, although the factory can produce basic materials, what the kingdom needs more is a casting master who can build a factory. Andy Su Jin, a dwarf, is still too slow to teach his apprentices. He Xingwen glanced at the door, at the deepest part of the factory. Behind the door was the dwarf's teaching place. It was called teaching. But in fact, it was more of NPCs helping the dwarves and learning something by the way. Andy Su Jin disdained those basic materials without technical content, and wanted to show the real dwarf technology not a shabby and inefficient factory, but a real war machine. A mechanical army that once made the whole continent look at it. But this grand goal is limited by the resources of the kingdom. This is a desert. And it is already very tight to find some, or to make axes and the like. Even the weapons that every NPC has are modified from animal bones. Of course, it must be objectively clarified that the bones of some beasts are much sharper than ordinary metals, compared with weapons made purely of metal. Animal blades are better. As for the mechanical army that the dwarves want, it is pure daydreaming. It requires not only enough resources, but also the best foundry masters and expensive financial support. War. The consumption is never just life. The support of money and the progress of technology constitute every world war that prolongs the day. I need you to help me make something. He Xingwen retracted his gaze from the machine and got straight to the point. Andy Su Jin was shocked. For the long-lost special needs of the king, what do you want to do? He Xingwen walked behind the door. The heat wave that came in the face, with the smell of fire, metal and sweat, filled He Xingwen's senses. The NPCs behind the door greeted He Xingwen. Their hands kept moving, hammering the metal bars in the furnace dully. At their feet, there were scattered failed products of various shapes. The most eye-catching thing in the whole room was the furnace that occupied half of the space in the room. It stood in the corner and extended to the outside of the ceiling. The flames in the middle were burning fiercely, reflecting a fiery red. The dwarf walked to the small desk next to the furnace, casually pushed the messy design drawings on the table aside, and barely cleared a place to write. Do you have a blueprint? When it comes to casting, Andy Su Jin is very enthusiastic. Why don't you tell me first? What do you want? He holds a pen, not a charcoal pencil, but a product of this world. A mechanical pen that can write. But since the raw materials of the mechanical pen, that is, the paint used for the coloring part, come from the Salfa Federation, the kingdom does not currently have the ability to produce it. The dwarf's eyes followed He Xingwen's eyes and stopped at the pen in his hand. This is not our field. The dwarf's voice was a few degrees lower. Obviously dissatisfied, we design and then cast. Everything related to machinery is the field of dwarves. But since the emergence of that group of great scientists, the world has changed. Andy Su Jin, others don't understand their things. I can't improve their inventions. The dwarf admitted this frankly. I'm not here for the pen either. He Xingwen retracted his gaze and took the pen from the dwarf. The clear map was imprinted on his retina. As he moved, It unfolded on the smooth paper. He Xingwen only needed to follow these shadows to draw a complex map. The dwarf was a little careless at first. He didn't expect anything from He Xingwen's design. Metallurgy manufacturing is the home of the dwarves. They are born to be the best foundry masters. And the distance between ordinary people and them is so great that humans will only find that it may be just the starting point of the dwarves when they climb to the top of the mountain. Looking at the history of the dwarves, you will find that their products have changed the world many times. From agriculture to military, the mechanical products created by the dwarves provide convenience for intelligent creatures that cannot drive ether. Until now, they are still everywhere. Before the birth of great scientists, in the era when the term technology had not yet appeared, the dwarves were the pioneers of invention and creation. In front of them, other races that needed talent and time to become casters were no more than that. But soon, the dwarf's expression became solemn. As the shape drawn by He Xingwen's pen gradually took shape, he subconsciously shortened the distance between him and He Xingwen, trying to observe the lines drawn by his pen more carefully. He Xingwen put his hand against his forehead to keep the other party away from him, and his other hand continued to write. What is this? Andy Su Jin threw away his carelessness just now, stared at the design drawing intently and said, "It looks like a semi-finished product after simplifying a more complex product." He got the correct answer. The dwarf tilted his head, followed the lines, decomposed the incomplete map, removed the redundant parts, and focused on the fine lines. What kind of rune is this? I have never seen such a rune. The system explained to itself in He Xingwen's mind. It is used to capture the ether in the human body and transform it into a spiritual body. As the map gradually became complete, the dwarf gradually fell silent. He stared at the three-view drawing intently. The other party used a standard drawing method that was very common among dwarves, which was enough for any dwarf to create what he wanted step by step according to the map. But being able to make it does not mean that they can understand it. The dwarf was silent for a long time. He Xingwen pushed the paper in front of him and confirmed with him, "I need 100. Can you do it?" The dwarf calculated the required materials and found that it was just within the somewhat tight but usable value, as if it had been precisely calculated. If it was not simplified, then the materials it needed would definitely exceed the range that the kingdom could provide. Yes. The dwarf answered his question first, then looked at He Xingwen with doubt. "King, do you also study casting and metallurgy?" "No." He Xingwen did not mean to hide. "This is the design of another existence. Can I meet him?" The dwarf's eyes lit up. "I have a lot of questions about this thing." "No. The main reason is that it can't be done. After all, even He Xingwen himself has never seen the system in the true sense." The dwarf was stunned, and He Xingwen reminded him, "You don't need to know its purpose." Reason and impulse were divided into two halves. One half encouraged Andy Su Jin to ask questions, and the other half warned him to shut up. Andy Su Jin looked down at the diagram and drew a circle on it. "I don't quite understand the necessity of this shell, and the reason why this part of the structure appears." He Xingwen looked down, and the system explained to He Xingwen, "That is to consume extra energy for the Special Investigation Bureau." He Xingwen, "Do you think it is redundant?" In the field of dwarves, Andy Su Jin never doubted his judgment. Obviously, this is a very complex structure, but in my opinion, the only truly useful thing, apart from the patterns that I can't understand, is this area used to react with the human brain. As for those other complex structures, there is no need for them to exist. His words were confirmed by the system. The meaning of their existence is that they have no need to exist, given that the final product will inevitably be thoroughly inspected. This part of the complex and incomprehensible structure is used to explain the simplified holographic game helmet. How exactly does it work? You have 30 days to complete this task, which should be a very generous deadline for you. The dwarf calculated reflexively and did not agree with the other party's words. In the case of a shortage of manpower, 30 days is a deadline that is close to the critical point. If it is a little less, he may not be able to complete it even if he works overtime. If it is a little more, he does not have to work overtime to complete it, no matter what species the existence that designed the map belongs to. There is no doubt that the other party is proficient in calculation. The dwarf muttered in his heart, without showing it at all, and bowed and saluted. "Yes. Thank you for your generosity." He Xingwen heard the system laugh coldly. 30 days of game time is 3 days of real time, which is enough time for the game. But it is extremely short for reality. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The comments under the proposal are very exciting. In order to get the mysterious gift, Everyone showed their magical powers. Those who copied the laws of the earth were in a bad situation and lost their qualification at the beginning of the competition. They were automatically deleted by the website. There were also many contestants who pieced together many legal items. But obviously there is a difference between copying and plagiarizing. Those who copied blindly can only be drowned in the endless answers, while the contestants who made cheat sheets in accordance with objective conditions have the aura of top students in the law department in their answers, which is unique among many answers. These are the two most likely answering methods for general contestants. And apart from these general contestants, the rest are a mixed bag, with both stupid and elite coexisting. Fortunately, the like function distinguished them well, reducing the difficulty of finding a needle in a haystack. Although for He Xingwen, this difficulty did not exist. After all, he had a system. When everyone was trying their best to get the final mysterious gift, such as brushing likes and plagiarism, the list had already been decided. The system made the best solution based on comprehensive factors such as personality, resume and activity in the comment area, and selected 100 lucky viewers. This was originally a reason to reasonably start the internal test. As for the law used as a reason, even if humans are ordinary, there are always unexpected things. The system whispered, based on their answers. I revised the first draft and added some interesting suggestions. Do you want to take a look? He Xingwen did not respond. He scrolled down and quickly browsed the comments. The first one was a long article from Huaxia Star. He Xingwen was deeply impressed by this nickname, not only because he was a member of the Special Investigation Bureau who observed His Majesty the King account, but also because he was active in video barrages and comments for a long time. His last comment on the development of tribal civilization left a deep impression on He Xingwen, which brilliantly demonstrated the strength of the elites from the Special Investigation Bureau. The answer this time was no surprise. A textbook answer that crushed the system, but the problem was the same. When it came to textbook answers, who could surpass the system? He Xingwen liked the other party and looked at the next comment. The answers that were pushed to the front row were basically more than 1,000 words. He Xingwen quickly scanned and liked each one, like a ruthless machine, carelessly marking the winners. Finally, some silly answers appeared on the second page, most of which were suggestions for player behavior. Protect NPCs. Start with me. Start with every player. Every NPC is a valuable game property. It is recommended to legislate. Anyone who has bad intentions towards neutral and friendly NPCs will be disqualified from the game, and then give it to me. Protecting the ecological environment of the kingdom is an obligation. It is recommended to legislate. Those who damage flowers, plants, trees, etc. without reason will be disqualified from the game, and then give it to me. Protecting the physical and mental health of NPCs is everyone's responsibility. It is recommended to legislate. Those who flatter are not exciting enough will be disqualified from the game, and then give it to me. The comments above are too frivolous, and the comments on the first page are too serious. I will compromise. The law is the embodiment of the will of the ruling class. As a contemporary youth, I suggest that the rights and interests of citizens should be protected, and the personal property of citizens should be defended. On this basis. Sorry. I just took a look at the newly released Becoming a King from 005. Just pretend that I said nothing. Who can believe this? You said you were going to be the king. And you are here to talk to me about the successor of socialism? NPCs have no personal property. And the commodity economy has not sprouted. Those who do not work shall not eat. All materials are distributed uniformly by the state. So let's not consider the capitalist system in legislation and run directly into the communist society. I think the big guy in front suffered a loss because he posted his comments too early and did not see the latest video. In this kind of social conditions, why do we still consider all kinds of systems? People have not even reached the point where they need civil law and property law. Civilization has not yet created the conditions for committing such crimes. We are ahead of civilization. That would be a lot easier. Just make laws against demons. What are demons good at? Lying, cheating, stirring up trouble, making trouble out of nothing. He Xingwen gave a thumbs up to the comment of the last name on the list. In fact, considering the current level of civilization of the kingdom and the particularity of the kingdom, the draft of the system on legislation is indeed very targeted. Compared with the thickness of the laws of modern civilization, it is almost too thin. But compared with the kingdom that has nothing except 4 national settings, it is already thick enough. He Xingwen glanced at the first draft. Its thickness mainly comes from the fact that it defines human rights, racial equality, Civil rights and obligations. If it is further subdivided, it is intentional injury and infringement of the legitimate rights of others. Of course, there is a special paragraph that emphasizes the sacredness and inviolability of the king's rule, and it is noted that violations of this law will be directly handed over to the Holy Guard for handling. Holy Guard. You're fanatics. The system reminded, although they have little presence, they are actually the most powerful armed force in the kingdom. They gain strength through their belief in you. This ensures their strength. They are the best armed force to defend the laws of the kingdom. After all, the current number of people in the kingdom is not enough for you to specially allocate a team to ensure the implementation of the law. He Xingwen remembered that the lost civilization in the demiplane was unable to communicate, so he put them aside, and then forgot about it. Obviously, this way of handling it is not bad. The system said in a relaxed tone, since their racial characteristics have the characteristic of fanatics with abnormal thinking, there is no point in communicating with them. Reason cannot understand madness. After handing over the task of publishing the lucky audience list to the system, He Xingwen returned to the game. She was buried in the layers of animal skin paper. He Xingwen could disappear regularly, and the kingdom was still in order on the premise that someone shared the responsibilities he should have taken, handled trivial matters, and arranged everything for the operation of the kingdom. Due to the current centralized distribution system of the kingdom, this is undoubtedly a tedious and meticulous task. It does not give the people the right to choose freely, so it must plan everything for the people, including the distribution of food, the planning of work content, and the handling of conflicts between the people, especially the devil here. Demons are demons. Never hope that they will restrain their nature. Your Majesty? Zhou raised his head from the pile of animal skin paper, thought for 2 seconds, and got the answer from the obvious clues. Do you have something to ask me? He Xingwen said objectively. You look busy. Zhou disagreed. It's inevitable to be busy in the early days of the kingdom. Do you need a companion to share the burden? He Xingwen thought about it. If the other party strongly requested it, it is not impossible to revive another elite NPC. Just withhold a part of the energy from the revived ordinary NPC. She rejected this proposal. With the current scale of the kingdom, reviving another excellent companion will only result in unnecessary waste of human resources. The current workload is still within my scope of handling, and Huang is a good helper. He Xingwen accepted his explanation and turned the topic to the purpose of his visit. I think it's time to enact the first law of the kingdom. Chapter 37 Reality 09. The first part of the kingdom, the promulgation of the law, was very simple, even a little hasty. The time was set in the afternoon of the same day, when all the NPCs completed their work arrangements and returned to the city one after another. They were summoned to the square in the center of the city. The demons were invited to come slowly, becoming a striking alien in the crowd. This does not refer to the difference in appearance between them and humans, but to their completely different performance from humans. Even without any arrangements, the NPCs were still lined up neatly, standing upright, not anxious because of waiting, like a spear made of steel, standing on the ground, showing its edge. They did not live up to the impression they left on Andy Su Jin at all. A race where all people are soldiers. They are warriors when they pick up weapons, and they are civilians when they put down their weapons. In sharp contrast to this are the demons. They stood randomly and muttered in a low voice. Their eyes wandered around the square, without any order, and they were even thinking about pranks. The objective height limit made Andisa Jean lost in the crowd. It was difficult to find him in the crowd without careful searching. As for Maka and Duoluan, unfortunately, they did not come to this gathering of special significance, because no one could interrupt the mage's research. Before this big gathering, Andisa Jean completed the king's task. Both the time limit and the materials were just right. He Xingwen arrived last. He took the time to check the batch of simple version holographic game helmets. After confirming that the dwarf craftsmanship was well-deserved, the system stored them in another space. Although He Xingwen did not understand the system's complex explanation, it was probably right to understand that the system had an independent space for storing materials. You didn't tell me that you can bring things from this world to Earth. System, so how do you think you entered this game all this time? He Xingwen paused. Consciousness? Ether? Mental power? Although I also want to use a safer way to handle your connection with this world. A consciousness cannot deceive the world. System, the reason why it regards your kingdom as a new world bordering it is because of your existence. He Xingwen slowed down and confirmed with the system. You mean? I have always traveled in the flesh. The system was completely unaware of the problem, and frankly admitted it. Yes. Most of the time. He Xingwen could understand the system's brain circuits. But occasionally, like at this moment, he was puzzled from the bottom of his heart. Normal people would be angry about this. Right? The system paused for 2 seconds. Because your life safety is threatened? He has a different opinion on this, but you will not face life threats. He is mentally retarded. He is a mentally retarded person, who is slightly better than mentally retarded. He Xingwen repeated this sentence several times in his heart, so that he could continue the conversation with the other party. Part of the anger is because of the threat to life, and the other part of the anger is because of being deceived. At this point, He Xingwen had to confirm with the system again. This is a concealment, right? The system paused for a few seconds, and there was some uncertainty in the tone. Really? He Xingwen affirmed, yes. I thought you knew. From the moment you stepped onto this land. From the moment other players had to wait for the holographic game cabin to be manufactured before entering the game. And you didn't need it. The system said honestly, because it is very obvious. He Xingwen corrected his words. It is in your database. Very obvious. The system finally realized the problem. And he sincerely apologized to He Xingwen. Sorry. My prediction of human thinking mode and IQ is a bit biased. The first time you entered here was when my intelligent program had not been upgraded. And my database judged that this was the best and only choice. In fact, this was not the first time they had a conflict over the difference between human thinking mode and system intelligent operation mode. It's just that most of the time, it can be lightly passed by the system's unhesitating retreat and He Xingwen's indifference. The system doesn't mind admitting its mistakes. And He Xingwen's trust in him obviously does not change because of these differences. The concessions of both sides maintain the fragile balance between them. You are right. I did not face any life threat, He Xingwen said calmly. During the previous game, you made a promise and fulfilled it. This is the prerequisite for my database to make the best solution. The system said seriously, your safety is far more important than anything else. And between your safety and the safety of the Earth, the system said in a slightly lighter tone, you choose the latter. So, he could only do his best to ensure He Xingwen's safety. So, I am not angry. He Xingwen pointed out the premise of his words. Normal people would be angry about this. But I am not a normal person. He walked to the center of the square. And under the gaze of the people, he completed the last sentence. I am a hero. Compared to hero, the system prefers another word. You are the king. The person who bears the responsibility, bears the price, and carries the burden forward. He is called the king. And he deserves it. The reason why I gathered everyone here is because I want to announce something. People waited calmly. The demons whispered, not knowing that they were the targets. And the dwarves stood in the corner, watching silently. The first law of the kingdom was announced in this scene, and then carved on the stone tablet with a chisel. Standing in the center of the city, still brand new in the long time. The kingdom needs a law to protect the rights of citizens and determine the order of the kingdom. He Xingwen looked at the words that appeared on his retina, and his eyes looked beyond the square and his people, and fell to the distance. All citizens of the kingdom should respect the race and beliefs of others. The lives and property of the citizens of the kingdom shall not be violated by anyone in any form. Nolita listened to a few words carelessly, and suddenly realized something. Muttering to other demons, why do I feel that this is targeting us? The demon on the side lazily replied, isn't that normal? Every regime hopes to restrain its citizens and outsiders through laws. But laws are only useful for law-abiding intelligent creatures. This is common sense. He Xingwen's words were coming to an end. But Nolita always felt that something was wrong. But this kingdom is different from other kingdoms. Another demon impatiently took over the conversation. Unless he can ensure the arrest of every intelligent creature that is about to violate the law, there will be no difference. Another demon came to his senses. In this kingdom, these laws will be violated. He looked around at the NPCs around him, and suddenly realized, it seems that we are the only ones. Then why doesn't he just lock us up? A demon said indignantly, anyway, he will definitely catch one. No. Are you so sure that you will definitely break the law? Yes. That's right. The other party's words aroused the unanimous agreement of the other demons. That's right. That's right. Why bother? Anyway, we will definitely break the law. Anyway, only we will do this. Nolita knew the nature of his people very well, and never hoped that they would wake up, repent, turn over a new leaf, and become demons again. In fact, even he couldn't do this. So in this case, he was particularly vigilant, and pricked up his ears to capture the supplementary points outside the law. He Xingwen. All my people should obey it. The implementation and enforcement of the law shall be the responsibility of Zhe and Huang. And the supervision and enforcement shall be the responsibility of the Holy Guard. Holy Guard. This new term not only confused the demons, but also Andy Su Jin, who had been listening all the time, could not help but show a puzzled expression. On the contrary, the NPCs were completely indifferent to it, as if they had known it for a long time, and seemed not to care at all. He Xingwen did not explain, and the kingdom did not give him time to explain. Almost as soon as he finished preaching the first law, the whole world fell into a state of sudden stillness again when the last word fell. It is detected that the kingdom has promulgated the first law, and the kingdom has begun to update. The feeling of weightlessness flashed by, and the real world was perceived again. System? I'm here. He Xingwen had experienced this process once, and he remembered the subsequent conversation clearly. So, you are going to be unresponsive again? The unexpected development is not good news. The mysterious gift needs to be arranged by the system for transportation, and the player's access to the other world also requires system operation. At this time, if His Majesty the King disappears, the subsequent public condemnation will be enough to destroy all their previous efforts. Yes, I don't have much time, but please rest assured, this is within my expectations. The system speeded up and said, I left you a list of follow-up matters. Please follow the steps and complete it when I am unresponsive. This is enough to ensure that everything will not get out of control. The database judges that this update is a small and short update. System. The possibility of accidents is small. I will end the unresponsive state in about 3 to 5 days. You have prepared a list? He Xingwen tapped the table with his fingers. Within your expectations? Did you forget to tell me again? The system paused for 2 seconds and seemed to have no reaction. Yes. So, you expected that the promulgation of the law would lead to the renewal of the kingdom. But you still did it. Why? With the current development level of the kingdom, the biggest possibility of the kingdom renewal is to expand again and a new city will appear. System. It can become a novice village for players, minimizing the impact of uncontrollable factors on the destruction and disaster of the kingdom. The system always reminds He Xingwen of this when he forgets that he is a super AI. He is different from humans not only in the composition of life forms, but also in the objective calculation gap between them. I'm sorry. The system apologized skillfully. I should have told you this in advance. He Xingwen added, just, I don't know if you can understand. In my opinion, there is a road behind every choice you make. And when you make a choice, I see what this road will look like. He Xingwen translated his words into human language. In your eyes, the world is predictable. So, he didn't forget to tell He Xingwen. But he didn't think that this might be the part that needed to be told to He Xingwen, because he saw the scenery farther away, and forgot the part that humans couldn't even see close at hand. You are the only part of me that I cannot predict. The system looked at the update program that could no longer be delayed. I am sorry for everything that happened because my intelligence is still not high enough. I will try my best to understand the human thinking mode to prevent me from forgetting to tell you something again. Here. He paused. Should I tell you that the reason why I chose this time to update the system and leave some things that need to be handled later to you is because you lack confidence? He Xingwen took a deep breath. Obviously, this is the part one should know. According to my judgment, the reason why you present two different states in the game and in reality is because you lack confidence. So, I leave these things to you to handle on your own. Successfully completing these will help you build confidence, because you will realize that reality is just another game. I wish you a happy game. No response countdown. 10, 9. The system's voice quieted down, and everything returned to calm. He Xingwen took several deep breaths before he controlled his emotions. He deeply realized the difference between the system and humans. He Xingwen's attitude towards games and reality is different because he has offered the existence in reality. So he will be more restrained and cautious. And it is difficult for him to be so restrained in the other world covered with the shell of the game. But for the system, he does not need to be in awe of any existence. His program operation is aimed at the optimal solution. And the optimal solution is a subjective judgment affected by the outside world. When people recognize morality, he will use morality as an important criterion for judging the optimal solution. But if people do not recognize morality, he will not consider the impact of morality on this optimal solution. In this case, massacre will also be one of the optimal solutions. Reality is never another game. He Xingwen sighed. and suddenly felt a heavy pressure. Perhaps he had saved the world more than once. As long as the system was not out of control, he would continue to save the human world. But surprisingly, even though he clearly recognized the part of the system that was completely different from humans under the cold calculation, He Xingwen was still sure that he trusted the other party. This was really a miracle. For the human nature of those who are not of my race must have different hearts. He Xingwen clicked on the computer desktop named list. Neatly arranged words came into his sight, presenting the follow-up arrangements one by one. Perhaps no one expected that the lucky audience who won the mysterious gift was born so quickly. And the winner was decided in just 3 days. The list was published on His Majesty the King's account, and it was densely packed beyond everyone's imagination. I remember the Upmaster said that those who adopted the opinions would get the mysterious gift. Isn't it too many opinions that were adopted? I won. There are exactly 100. I began to think about the possibility that the mysterious gift is wholesale towels or something like that, mainly because I am not on the list. To be honest, 100 internal test players. The number is not just not many. It is simply too few. To be honest, the Upmaster did not say it was an internal test. Maybe the mysterious gift is just a verbal compliment? Look at you, Sour. You are obviously not selected at a glance. I believe the Upmaster. So, how to give the delivery address? Please give an explanation. I'm a little surprised. Xiaoming took a sip of coffee and hid his emotions well. You mean? We will send these mysterious gifts? The text appeared on the computer desktop. I think I have made it very clear. Of course. I'm just a little surprised. Xiaoming put down the coffee cup and said, Aren't you afraid that we will confiscate it directly? I haven't worried about this. I'm a little curious. What is the source of your confidence? You will know it eventually. If you have no objection, please go to the following address to pick up the deposited goods and then deliver them to their owners. I have no reason to refuse. Xiaoming lowered his head and took a sip of coffee. But there is one thing I am curious about. You have changed a little. Your typing speed and tone are slightly different from before. Xiaoming stared at the flashing mouse cursor and asked this extremely important question in a nonchalant tone. What happened? The mouse cursor did not move. Xiaoming continued, in fact, with your ability, I fully believe that you can do it and deliver the things to them without leaving any clues for us. But you choose to let us handle it? Xiaoming found it hard not to be worried about this. This increases your risk. If there is no accident, you will not do this. The cursor still did not move. Xiaoming's hand moved slightly, holding the coffee cup, and asked tentatively, Are you still there? I am. After the handwriting appeared, it no longer hesitated, and continued to appear smoothly. In fact, there was indeed a little accident, which led to the change. It sounds like you don't mind sharing this little accident. Xiaoming noticed the change in the other party's attitude. Compared with the previous communications, it was obviously a world of difference. If the former is a genius whose mental state makes people worry, then the latter is more like an ordinary person. The former is fearless, and the latter is soft. It's like a different person. I hope this is a wrong guess. Xiaoming prayed from the bottom of his heart. Soft ordinary people are certainly easier to approach. But what they need is a fearless genius. And they definitely don't want to receive the bad news that the guy whose mental state makes people worry has chosen death. That means the drama has come to an end before it even began. In fact, the game was suddenly updated. So my companions couldn't spare the time to deal with these trivial matters. Thank God. He is still alive. This is the first thought that comes to most people's minds when they see the sentence. And then what follows is, he actually has a companion? No. To be precise, it should be that His Majesty the King actually has 2 people? Then the unreasonable part of the analysis about His Majesty the King can be explained. Why would such an arrogant and fearless genius choose a holographic game and choose to post his video on a niche video website? Because there is a normal person next to this genius. Xiaoming concentrated his mind. And the next conversation was very critical. It might even be their only chance to find each other. After all, the fearless genius is impeccable. But ordinary people have too many flaws. You know what he is doing? Right? You are the one who likes the game? His series of questions exposed his eagerness. Yes. By the way, I also know what you are thinking. The words appeared slowly. Between him and me, I am the dominant one. Then you should know better than him that we have no ill intentions. We just hope to have a simpler way to communicate. We can discuss your treatment. We can guarantee that you will get most of the freedom. Wait until you know my trump card before saying this. The words appeared slowly and interrupted Xiaoming's words. You have no idea what it means. The mouse cursor stopped. Xiaoming silently counted 300 times, reached out and pressed the button, disconnected all the links, and walked out the door. The large conference room outside the door had already been in a mess. 2 people. He was deceived. There is no doubt that there is a problem with his mental state. And the other one used it to control him. We have to find them. No. 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 You underestimate the person who appeared later. We have fought with geniuses so many times. You should know how difficult he is. Do you think he is someone who can be easily controlled? Do you think he is so fragile? The point is, the address he gave us. Comrades, we need to take action. Check. I don't believe that we have reached this stage and still have no clues. Someone saw Xiaoming coming out of the house. Xiaoming, how do you feel about your direct contact with them? I think the most important point is what their trump card is. Xiaoming said seriously, this is the second time they have said this. We don't know what this means at all. I think the key to the problem lies here. Another person took over the conversation. Anyway, take the things back and study them first. Whatever this means. The research results will tell us everything. At this point, the other party turned his head and looked at Wu Xing in the corner of the conference room. Besides, aren't our people also on the internal test list? The mission was completed very smoothly, and Wu Xing successfully became a member of the internal test list. He made an exception to participate in this meeting, and witnessed the scene of Xiaoming's confrontation with His Majesty the King? I am just a soldier who knows nothing. Why do you suddenly have high hopes for me? Chapter 38 Reality 10. Everything is moving in an orderly manner. Even if the system enters a non-responsive state, his previous preparations have led everything to order rather than out of control. This is not the first time that He Xingwen has noticed the gap between them. But there is no doubt that this is the most intuitive and impressive time, because the other party arranged all this before the incident. As a superintelligence, the world in his eyes has nothing in common with the world in the eyes of humans. Improving the level of intelligence, rather than saying that he has changed from a retard to a genius. It is better to say that he has changed from a system to a human. For him, the mysterious gift is actually a beta test quota. Fuck. The holographic era came so unexpectedly. It can't be said to be unexpected. Right? After all, the Up Master's video has been posted for almost a month, and everyone should have been mentally prepared. What? I'm out of touch? The Up Master announced that the mysterious gift is a beta test quota? Up Master's latest dynamic screenshot. In order to avoid someone whose network speed is almost unable to open the picture, I will post a text version. Your Majesty, the list of lucky viewers has been generated, and it's time to reveal the true face of the mysterious gift. The previous debate on the internet was too intense. Although the game cabin has not been mass-produced, in order to avoid escalating the debate, I made a batch of simplified holographic game helmets to be used as the access point for internal testing. The following are precautions for internal test players. First, please do not disassemble the helmet in any way. If the game helmet fails, and you cannot enter the game, I will not be responsible. Second, as a simplified version, the game helmet has significantly limited game functions compared to the official version. It only has basic game functions. Third, in order to access the temporary helmet, the game is being fully upgraded, and the internal test date is to be determined. Please wait patiently. The simplified version of the game helmet will be sent by the relevant department. Please contact the social account at relevant department to confirm the delivery address with the other party. By the way, briefly answer the popular questions that everyone is concerned about. About the company? I will not start a game company. The promotion and sale of the holographic game will be entirely handed over to the state. About the patent of the holographic game? I will not apply for a patent. Some of the technology of the holographic game will be shared with the country free of charge. About my relationship with the country? I am not a government employee. About my identity? I am a Chinese. July 25, 2020. His Majesty the King. The amount of information is too much. So, this batch of helmets has not applied for a patent? Too dangerous. Right? What if someone else applies for a patent? I read this paragraph over and over again, and only saw 2 big words. The Up Master is awesome. No matter how you count. Even if you remove the English. These are not 2 big words. Right? The premise for being able to apply for a patent is that the other party can crack the structure of the helmet. considering that the uploader has warned not to disassemble the helmet casually. I think the uploader is probably mentally prepared for this, and is very sure that no one can crack it. Fuck. Is this the genius who changed the world? I can't believe that the distance between me and the genius is only a network. So, the uploader uses video websites. I also use video websites. The uploader is Chinese. I am also Chinese. Rounding off. I am a genius. Am I the only one who noticed the word simple version and basic functions? Everyone noticed it. But they just think it's not important. It's good to have a holographic game to play. Some people haven't got the internal test quota yet. Everyone should be more respectful in the future. I am the pioneer of holographic games. The kind with a name in history books. Pa. There they are. Those 100B station users. Since you are here, spit on him before leaving. So, the Upmaster didn't open the game before because the holographic game cabin can't be mass-produced? I always feel that this sentence has a beautification effect. I don't know if you have noticed that part of the holographic game technology will be shared with the country free of charge. This sentence should mean that the holographic game technology is in the hands of the Upmaster? So, it's not that it can't be mass-produced. But the country has not yet thoroughly studied the information provided by the Upmaster? Stop guessing. Why are you guessing more and more outrageous? According to you, is the Upmaster Newton or Einstein? To be honest, I didn't believe it at first. This guy has such a strange style. It's an insult to my IQ to say that he has developed a holographic game. But you see, he hit me in the face with facts. So now, I decided to shut up. While netizens were attracted by the brief statement of His Majesty the King, the Special Investigation Bureau was also busy. 100 helmets have been sent to the Institute, and experts are conducting emergency analysis. They want to apply for further research on the helmets. Dismantle the helmet? No rush. Wait until the preliminary analysis report comes out. Regarding the investigation process and report, the address given by His Majesty the King is a rental warehouse in a county of City X. According to our communication with the warehouse rental clerk 1, the rental process was completed online. After the contract was established, he did not pay attention to the dynamics of the warehouse. According to the results of our monitoring of the cameras around the warehouse and the roads leading to the warehouse, these boxes were transported from City S by Lee and finally moved into the warehouse by him. Based on the communication content and mobile phone information, we determined that Lee was hired by His Majesty the King to transport a batch of goods from City S to the warehouse. And the entire employment process was still completed online. And the goods in City S were transported from City W. The other party talked about the entire tracing process in detail until the end of their investigation. So, we can basically determine that the place where this batch of goods first appeared was. The other party raised his hand and landed on a certain point on the map. B City. To be more specific, it's in the alley diagonally opposite the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. He went through such a long way just to mock us. Based on our character profile of him, I think this is something he would do. Although the entire rental process was completed online. The payment account. The person who asked this question immediately responded, Special Investigation Bureau? The payment account came from us? Yes. The other party paused, giving the listener some time to digest the news. And then continued, there are no special traces around the starting point. Based on the analysis of the surveillance videos distributed around the headquarters, we can basically confirm that during the time period when these boxes appeared, there was no footage of transporting these boxes into the alley in the surveillance. Based on the interviews with the surrounding people and the staff of the Special Investigation Bureau who stayed at the time, we confirmed that no one saw the truck entering the alley, and no one heard the sound of heavy objects being moved. Combining all the clues, we judged that these boxes appeared out of thin air. His Majesty can control the internet and erase the traces he left, but he cannot control everyone in reality. As long as he takes action, he will leave traces. What's more, it is near the General Administration, which has extremely strict security forces. If there are no clues left, there is only one possibility. It appeared out of thin air. The scene fell into silence. If it appeared out of thin air, how did His Majesty do it? No one knew the answer. Another person followed up and asked, have you found the source of these boxes? Still checking. In fact, the other party was about to report this. The box is made of wood and is suspected to be handmade. The source of the wood is still being confirmed. The most common types of wood can basically be ruled out. As for what kind of wood it is still being confirmed. So, apart from being ridiculed by him, we didn't get any information? The reporter was silent for 2 seconds, clicked on the next PPT, and the enlarged picture was presented in front of them. A simple wooden box and a simple helmet were presented to them in the state when they were first discovered. Although it is called a helmet, in fact, it is more like a wearable headdress. It does not completely cover the head, but is presented in front of them with a complex structure like a hollow. What did you notice? No wires. The participants said one after another. It looks more like a work of art. Yes, it is completely different from the drawings they gave us. Just from the surface, we can't even find any traces of modern technology. It's like the other party used the technology of another civilization to make this batch of helmets. The analysis report is out. Mr. Mo asked me to send it over quickly. The person on the stage took the report and read it for a few seconds, then put it in front of the projector. The projector projected it completely on the screen and displayed it in front of everyone. The other party's expression was extremely serious. Everyone, I think the results are out. He pointed to the screen behind him. The component analysis report on the helmet shows that this is a new metal. The audience was silent, and everyone listened to him quietly. The wood of the box does not belong to any tree we know. It is a new plant. If that's the case, it's still not certain. The other party played a group of pictures. The intercepted clips are from the Re-Zero Starting King series, which are the backgrounds that appeared in the video and were lightly mentioned. Those plants, animals, minerals, etc. According to our researchers, none of the creatures in these game images belong to any known species on Earth. Of course, before, our guess was that His Majesty the King spent a lot of time setting up the game background. But now, comrades, we must face reality. The real meaning of what His Majesty the King has been saying is that we don't know what he is doing. He is not making a groundbreaking holographic game, but leading us into another world. The people who listened quietly finally couldn't control their emotions and raised their hands to speak. Another world? Do you mean that it is real? Dwarves and demons are real. You mean His Majesty the King is traveling back and forth between different worlds? How is that possible? Too incredible. I need more evidence. We must find him. These helmets cannot be distributed to ordinary people. We must be responsible for the safety of people's lives. We need to have a more in-depth conversation with His Majesty the King. Stop. Stop. Someone stop the chaos from continuing. Instead of questioning all this, why don't you think about why he did this? He has no need to expose this to us if he follows the original steps. The holographic game will be his best cover. But he broke the original steps and hastily added the internal test link. Is it just to expose the secret of another world? There must be a deeper reason that we have overlooked. Having another conversation with the Special Investigation Bureau was not on the system's list. Nor was it within He Xingwen's consideration. But obviously, the information obtained by the Special Investigation Bureau from the simplified version of the game helmet exceeded their ability to bear, so that they were eager to have another conversation with He Xingwen. He Xingwen received an invitation, a private message from relevant departments. A lot of private messages. It is very dangerous to talk to the Special Investigation Bureau when the system is in a non-responsive state. What's more, they are going to talk about such an incredible truth. The system did not add it to the list, which was enough to show its attitude towards it. He did not think it was necessary to talk to the Special Investigation Bureau about this. In the eyes of the system, whether the Special Investigation Bureau can accept this or not will not affect anything. The Special Investigation Bureau is not an ordinary person who is at a loss and doesn't know what to do if they don't get a response. They are a large government agency with a unified will. In this case, even if they cannot accept, understand, or know the truth, they can still quickly change policies, adapt to all this at the fastest speed, and then make the best choice for them, that is, to maintain cooperation with His Majesty the King. Therefore, this conversation itself has no meaning, except to increase the risk of He Xingwen being exposed. But He Xingwen is not a system, and soft humans cannot think like fearless geniuses. So after hesitating for a long time, he finally chose to contact the familiar computer using the program left on the computer by the system. The original words of the system describe this program. It can contact any computer on the Earth because it uses another programming language. And Xiao Ming is waiting patiently. He has been waiting for a while. And it is very likely that he will never wait for the person he wants to wait for. He Xingwen connected the other party's computer. and the other party's computer desktop was fully displayed in the lower left corner of the program. The other party did not notice his arrival, and He Xingwen was not in a hurry to type. The TV is broadcasting the latest news. We have noticed that the recent occurrence of various anomalies has attracted a large number of attention. Next, we will connect with experts and let them explain to us. From the initial abnormal weather to the later. It seems that they have noticed it. He Xingwen slowly tapped the keyboard. What do you want to confirm? The camera of the computer used by Xiaoming had long been removed. To be precise, except for the basic function of communicating with His Majesty the King, that is, the notepad. This computer can basically not be used normally. But this did not affect He Xingwen's ability to see the other party. The operation of this program does not rely on the internet. In other words, it uses technology that humans have not yet understood. He Xingwen looked at Xiaoming from the lower right corner of the program. He could clearly see the subtle changes in Xiaoming's expression and the entire room he was in. It was as if there was a camera set up in the center of the room, recording every plant and tree in the room in 360 degrees. But that was impossible. In the room, apart from a computer with limited basic functions, there were only simple electric lights and tables and chairs. There was nothing that could be remotely controlled. Of course, this so-called non-existence refers to the non-existence under the current level of human technology. He Xingwen could not accurately understand the meaning of the long string of words the system had said. But he could understand one thing: magnetic fields are everywhere. Xiaoming instantly focused his attention. I noticed that you said you were Chinese in your previous statement. We want to confirm whether your companion is from Earth? He Xingwen sighed and typed slowly. No. Xiaoming took a deep breath, restrained his emotions, and continued, then what is he? He Xingwen could understand why they wanted to know everything. After all, the truth was so incredible. But understanding did not mean that he was willing to cooperate. In fact, he did not suggest that I respond to you without the system to operate this program. He Xingwen's typing speed slowed down after all. If you delete the text after typing, it always feels a bit uncool. And most of the time, he is right. Xiaoming was not sure about their guess about this. So, is your companion a system? He Xingwen stopped typing. Xiaoming did not wait for a rebuttal and continued, in fact, if you jump out of the boundaries of science and use imagination to define everything you have done, then it is all very obvious. Xiaoming said the final conclusion after turning the whole country around in a relaxed tone. You encountered a system. And it is very magical. This is the basis for everything to start. Then you created a miracle and led the world to become another. Hearing him say this, it sounds a bit like a cliched novel plot. He Xingwen thought. If it is really just a novel, it would be great. After all, the protagonist in the novel always wins a happy ending. So he doesn't have to worry about the possible destruction of the world, the collapse of the kingdom, and the death of his people. Xiaoming did not get feedback from His Majesty the King, but he was very sure that the other party did not leave. So, we want to confirm that the emergence of another world is a miracle created by you? He Xingwen's hand stopped on the keyboard, thinking about how to answer this question. The real miracle is that the Earth still doesn't know about its appearance. The system's voice sounded, long time no see. I'm back. Not that long actually. He Xingwen glanced at the calendar next to the computer. The date July 25th was circled. But only 3 days had passed exactly in line with the system's estimate of the upgrade time. 3 to 5 days. From a personal emotional point of view, I think it's been long enough. The system's tone was much less mechanical, and the words with emotional warmth made him more like a human. And it was easier for people to forget the difference between him and humans. But the gap between species exists objectively, and the difference in thinking patterns cannot be changed by imitation. You did a good job. The system received the missing information and said, obviously, as long as you want, whether in reality or in the game, you are a qualified king. I disagree on this point. The return of the system made He Xingwen completely relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair lazily. But I don't expect you to understand the reason why I disagree at this moment. So, I can only say that without relying on you, I can do better than I thought. Xiaoming, who had not received a response for a long time, couldn't help asking, are you still there? He Xingwen shrank in the chair and spoke slowly. And as he spoke, the computer desktop in front of Xiaoming slowly showed words at a speed they were familiar with. He's back. I have felt it. Xiaoming thought. I spent some time communicating with him. He Xingwen paused and said to the non-existent system, do you want to answer their questions about you in person? The system's voice was full of laughter. and seemed very happy, very happy. So, he directly dominated the conversation without giving the other party any chance to ask questions. Hello. All the humans in front of the computer and the projector. This is my first and last communication with you. I have no interest in humans or the Earth. The reason why I am here to talk to you is because of my companions. Here he continued He Xingwen's description of him. Cautious, and without leaving any loopholes. He loves human society. I know what you want to know. And the answer I can give is that the real miracle is not the emergence of another world, but that you don't know about its emergence until now. He has already saved this world. And what appears before you now is not a choice about the survival of mankind, but just a controllable and harmless resurrection of spiritual energy. This is the real miracle. Chapter 39 Reality 11. Wu Xing may have thought that he would become an internal test player, but he definitely did not think that he would become an investigator who conducts preliminary observations and surveys of the other world. And he would also have to take on the responsibility of protecting the internal test players. No. I am a civilian worker. And it is okay for me to give up literature and join the military. But protecting the internal test players? Wu Xing looked down at his arms and legs, wondering if the organization had any incorrect perception of him. Does he look like a Superman wearing his underwear outside? You know, that's a player. A destructive existence known as the fourth disaster. In reality, he is submissive. In the game, he strikes hard. No matter how Wu Xing looks at it, he feels that he needs protection more than them. Of course, this improper attitude was quickly educated in all aspects of thought, which made Wu Xing deeply understand that protecting the personal safety of citizens is their duty. So, the higher-ups decided to send out the helmets according to the king's list? Isn't this a bit risky? Xiaoming lowered his head to check the list in his hand, and said without raising his head, I think you have to repeat this lesson. Wu Xing was fearless and said calmly, there is only 1 day left before the internal test, and I can't fit other arrangements in my schedule. Speaking of this, Wu Xing suddenly remembered something. But why is there an arrangement for me to meet you on the schedule? Because I am your boss. Xiaoming glanced at him. From now on, all your arrangements and reports will be connected with me. I thought it was directly connected before. Wu Xing muttered something, stood at attention and saluted Xiaoming. Hello. Sir. Junior Inspector Wu Xing reports to you. Xiaoming handed the list in his hand to the soldier beside him. The address is confirmed. The soldier who took the list saluted him and shouted loudly, start loading and prepare for shipment. Almost instantly, the crowd standing in the empty warehouse moved in an orderly manner. Packing, loading, shipping, and the vehicles in the warehouse drove out one by one, heading towards the set target. The rolling door of the warehouse fell again. Let's go. I'll take you to meet your team. Xiaoming turned and walked to the back of the warehouse. My team? Wu Xing followed behind Xiaoming and repeated the word in confusion. There was a half-closed door on the plain ground behind the warehouse. Xiaoming took Wu Xing into it and walked deeper into the ground. Wu Xing noticed that the most striking feature of the underground buildings that were revealed as they moved forward was that there were no modern equipment including surveillance, computers and even air conditioning. And it was completely the scale of an early air raid shelter. Wu Xing subconsciously thought of the mobile phone he had surrendered before leaving. The network built by modern technology is simply another kingdom of His Majesty the King, and he walks in it without any obstacles, in order to ensure that the other party's eyes cannot fall here as much as possible. This level is an inevitable measure. But even so, they still cannot be sure whether this level can completely isolate the other party's sight. After all, it is an existence that exceeds the definition of Earth technology. There are a total of 100 people in His Majesty the King's list. According to cross-comparison analysis, a familiar voice reached Wu Xing's ears. Xiaoming reached out and pushed open the heavy iron door. First of all, we can make it clear that everyone on the list is not on the list because of luck. This list has nothing to do with random generation. His Majesty the King chose them because he needs them. He Shu, who was in the center of the round table, pointed at the information with his head down, looked up at Xiaoming and Wu Xing, retracted his gaze, and continued, in fact, if you use big data analysis, the results are clear at a glance. 1/3 of the list is great gods who are good at various games. They are famous in this field. Another third is great gods involved in various fields, including doctors of law, masters of architecture, and urban management graduate students, and the remaining third cannot be simply summarized. But if you have to find a common point for them, that is, even if their ages, occupations, education, and experiences are different. They are all very empty. Wu Xing had an ominous premonition, and it came true in an instant. He pointed at Wu Xing, who was standing at the door. For example, Wu Xing belongs to the third category. A lucky person who was selected because of his overactivity. So, I don't have any advantages except for space? Wu Xing's face darkened, and he whispered to Yishu, "Be careful with your words." Considering that the leader was still beside him. "Let me introduce you." Xiaoming pointed at Wu Xing. Wu Xing, junior supervisor, team leader. Yishu, master of laws, postgraduate student in anthropology, doctor of philosophy. Xiaoming didn't finish reading the long list of titles, and gestured to Yishu, "But you don't need me to introduce you again, right? I remember that your cooperation is quite in-depth." Wu Xing and Yishu's cooperation was indeed very in-depth. The little money he saved went into the other party's pocket. Yishu, whose online nickname is Human Research Never Ends, is the hidden treasure of the Special Investigation Bureau. A walking encyclopedia, with enough degrees to start a separate section. And a true genius. After all, not everyone can take private jobs in the Special Investigation Bureau. And not everyone can enjoy the treatment of only being able to contact through the internet. Xiaoming continued to introduce the rest of the people. He extended his hand to the taciturn man next to Yishu, Du Ming. Captain. Yishu's bodyguard. Wang Luan. Game anchor. Na He, who has organized guilds in multiple games. Wang Xianwan. Doctor. These are all players who have the qualification for internal testing. Rather than explaining to everyone, Xiaoming explained to Wu Xing, who had no idea about the situation, "And you are the first team sent by the country to participate in the internal testing of the holographic game. You are the leader of this team." Xiaoming patted Wu Xing on the shoulder. "You also understand the importance of this mission. So don't let the organization down." If Wu Xing hadn't known that his ancestors were poor peasants for 3 generations, and had no conditions to use a backdoor, he would have suspected that he had used a backdoor. Otherwise, why would he be the captain when he had no outstanding ability, and did not contribute much to the organization? Yishu flipped through the information, knowing his unspoken doubts, and said casually, "Because you are one of us." Wu Xing's eyes fell on Yishu. The other 3 were easy to say. It seemed that they were recruited halfway through the introduction. But weren't Yishu and his bodyguards one of us? Yishu looked at him, and added a prefix to his previous sentence, "And he is a normal person." Wu Xing's eyes moved back and forth between the lazy Yishu and the expressionless Du Ming, and suddenly realized that his real role in the team was not to be a nanny. Xiaoming coughed and said, "Don't listen to Yishu's nonsense. The reason why you were chosen as the captain is because of the special connection between you and His Majesty the King. You were the first to discover His Majesty the King. And among the several people who observed His Majesty the King, you were the only third-class existence who had no other skills except being very empty. But you got a place in the internal test. When His Majesty the King released the internal test list, it was impossible for him not to know your identity. In other words, he knew that you were from the Special Investigation Bureau. But he gave you a place in the internal test without necessity. For His Majesty the King, the other people present were selected as internal test players because they met the conditions. But you were not." Xiaoming whispered the real reason why Wu Xing became the captain. "He chose you." Game. He Xingwen looked into the distance on the city wall. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't find any trace of yellow sand. At the end of his sight, there was only an oasis that stretched out continuously. After the game was updated again, the kingdom's territory expanded again. The sea and forest stretched into the distance. New cities rose from the ground and stood on the other side of the river, facing the city under He Xingwen's feet, keeping a distance that was neither close nor far. The existence of these 2 cities made the kingdom less empty after the expansion, and it would not be mistaken for a wilderness. The crowd in the center of the square dispersed in 2s and 3s. The stone tablet standing on the square was tall and new, like a silent force, silently watching this civilization that had just taken its first step into the world. He Xingwen retracted his gaze, and continued to look at the quiet and uninhabited city in the distance. Everything was just as the system had judged before. A new city appeared, and the player's novice village took shape. But the novice village is just a necessary existence. In addition, they need too many things to perfect a game. What's next? He Xingwen, what kind of game do you plan to give to the players? It depends on you. The system said, "This is your kingdom. You decide everything." Didn't I tell you that I don't like this description? In fact, He Xingwen hated it. Rather than saying that the other party gave in to the rights he had, it was better to say that he'd put all the responsibility on him in the name of this. My fault. The system admitted its mistakes very quickly. Enough to make people whose anger had not yet fully brewed fall into a sudden emotional disappointment. I mean, you can go to the main console of the game to see the options it provides you. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows and walked down the tower. I thought it was just a... He Xingwen stopped talking here, realizing that he had never had a clear understanding of it. Before knowing the truth, he thought the altar was the main console of the game. But after knowing the truth, since it was not a game, what was it? The system took over and gave He Xingwen a simple and clear introduction. The main console of the game is a very appropriate description. It controls the expansion of the kingdom, controls the progress of civilization, and provides you with everything you need at the right time. He Xingwen had another doubt, but if it is not a game, there is no reasonable explanation for its existence. The system was very calm about this. There are always some things that are unreasonable. He Xingwen heard something. Your intelligence level is not enough to unlock the information related to it. System, yes. He Xingwen stopped in front of the altar and looked at the increasingly magnificent building. Sacred, solemn, magnificent. It can even be said that it is like a wonder standing in this city. Art and sacredness are combined in it, which makes everyone who sees this building for the first time fall into a long shock. A thought emerged, and He Xingwen subconsciously confirmed with the system. Is it related to God? Gods are just another kind of creature. The system used Huang's description of gods, and did not directly answer He Xingwen's question. You haven't unlocked the information about the origin of these NPCs, and the altars that made these NPCs. He Xingwen thought, is there another truth behind the truth? He didn't mean to wait for the system to answer. After all, the system that didn't unlock this part of the information knew nothing about it. He Xingwen stretched out his hand to push open the door of the church, and golden light emerged from under his hand. The current number of citizens that can be revived is 235. The current number of citizens that can be revived through rules is 1. Currently available rules 3. The current number of citizens that can be summoned is 100. Satisfy the prerequisites and can be summoned. The current number of lost civilizations that can be hired is 0. He Xingwen's eyes paused on the number of citizens that can be summoned, and confirmed with the system. How long will it take before the internal test starts? 21 hours. 35 minutes and 4 seconds. He Xingwen nodded, then reached out and poked the option. Golden light floated, and information changed. Start summoning. Warning! Warning! Precondition error. Lack of basic settings. Summoning failed. He Xingwen withdrew his hand as expected. Precondition. Does it mean the simplified version of the holographic game helmet? Obviously. The complete holographic game cabin map meets its prerequisites. The system explained, and the simplified version I modified should lack the game system part. The golden light stopped floating, and new information emerged. Do you want to import the settings manually? I now believe it is the main console of the game. This familiar feeling suddenly appeared in the technological era, combining the two elements of summoning and players, and merging into the appearance of the game. He Xingwen chose yes. Precondition error. Most basic data cannot be applied. Manual import settings failed. Do you want to consume energy to repair? This sudden sense of Krypton fraud should not be He Xingwen's illusion. Under the double good news of the artificial manipulation of the Special Investigation Bureau and the announcement of the start of the internal test, He Xingwen finally accumulated the energy of 235 ordinary NPCs. This number is not enough to fill the city, and it has opened a new Krypton Gold mode. He Xingwen hesitated between or give up the internal test and or Krypton Gold. And finally reason overcame impulse and chose Krypton Gold. He Xingwen chose yes. So he watched the number of revived people drop in stages, from 200 to 100, and then from 100 to single digits, in just a few seconds, and returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. He Xingwen took a deep breath to calm himself down, and said something that was useless. If anything goes wrong again, then he couldn't do anything about it. The basic information has been partially repaired, and the settings have been manually imported. A menu with nothing in front of He Xingwen appeared, as well as a bunch of options and points. He Xingwen's eyes moved back and forth between the menu and the options, and he tried to drag unlimited resurrection to the box under the player. He didn't drag it. There were not enough points. He Xingwen's expression gradually solidified. Can a player who can't revive infinitely still be considered the fourth disaster? Before He Xingwen's mentality was unbalanced. The system spoke in time. The official version of the holographic game cabin should have this basic setting. The simplified version of the holographic game helmet is missing too many parts, resulting in limited functions. In other words, the official version of the game will not be so bad. He Xingwen was comforted by his explanation. Indeed, this was just a simplified version that the system temporarily took out, and it could not be regarded as the official version. He Xingwen referred to the optimal solution given by the system and dragged 5 options into the empty menu, which are: 1. Give the number of resurrections within the range that the player can bear. 2. Automatically generate tasks based on the conversation between the player and the NPC. 3. The task reward is determined by Kuku is the real name of the altar, which is directly blocked due to encryption, and the upper limit shall not exceed 10% of the current energy. 4. Enable the photo and video functions. 5. Modify the image of the designated NPC in the eyes of the player. Among them, options 1 and 2 consumed most of the points, while option 5 was prepared by He Xingwen himself. After all, unlike the player, He Xingwen traveled in real body, and he refused to be completely exposed at the moment of meeting the player. This dramatic development, if possible, he planned to make His Majesty the King and He Xingwen 2 independent entities, ensuring that his normal life as an ordinary person would not be disturbed by external forces. After lighting up these 3 options, the remaining points were only enough for He Xingwen to open a photo and video function for players for the purpose of gaining more attention. As for the friends and private chat functions, what do you want? Even if he had enough energy, He Xingwen had to prioritize the increase in the number of citizens in the kingdom. Otherwise, for such a large kingdom, there were only more than 200 NPCs. Is this reasonable? He Xingwen never thought that the opening of the internal test would first usher in a new Krypton gold storm. The ups and downs of life came too suddenly. Chapter 40 Game 20 Internal Beta starts. You're still awake so late? Can you get into college if you play games every day? She put the bowl heavily on the table, glanced at the helmet beside her, and continued to nag. Games? Games? Mom, I know. You should go back to sleep. The young man pushed her out of the room, closed the door, and suddenly became the brightest star on the internet again. Don't worry. When I enter the game, I will definitely become famous. Hey, who am I? Let me tell you. Back then, I was in and out of the red name pile 7 times, and there was no one left, and the blood was surging. The gentle lady tidied up the desk, glanced at the helmet placed aside, and whispered to her husband, "Don't play too late. Go to bed early. You have a report tomorrow." "I know. You go to bed first. I will come later. Don't you know me yet?" The man patted her shoulder lightly. "Science is my eternal love." "Then I have to remind you that bigamy is illegal. President, we've suffered a loss this time. None of the brothers got a place in the internal beta test, and you're the only one to open up the game." The man in front of the computer typed quickly, "It's okay. I'll explore the way first, and when the public beta test starts, our guild will directly organize a group to enter the game." I asked around, and the presidents of the Eternal Guild and the Sun Never Sets Guild also got a place in the internal beta test. Wu Xing and Ishu didn't wear helmets in the air raid shelter. The air raid shelter exists to block the sight of His Majesty the King, wearing a simplified version of the holographic game helmet produced by His Majesty the King there. Isn't it obvious that they are inviting a wolf into the house? They made full use of the short time before the server was launched, discussed the next arrangements, and then went home, when countless people were emotionally upset because of the upcoming internal test. Time did not stop for anyone, and it arrived at the end calmly. The midnight bell rang, and 100 players of different identities, ages, and professions put on helmets in unison. The era of holographic games has begun. The eyes went dark, and the feeling of weightlessness flashed by. Before I even panicked, my eyes suddenly became clear, and I fell down to earth. Wu Xing opened his eyes cautiously. The stars twinkled behind him, and the Milky Way stretched under his feet. Wu Xing looked down, and saw the earth under his feet, a scaled-down sphere slowly rotating under his feet. Wu Xing knew that this could not be the real universe, but it did not affect his shock at the scene in front of him. It was not the texture of the map, but it was as if he was really in the universe. Wu Xing even had the illusion that he could touch the stars with his hand. He thought so and did so. Wu Xing reached out and touched the shining planet in the starry sky. The chain reaction brought about by this action was immediate. A disclaimer popped up in front of him, with hundreds of items. Wu Xing dragged the progress bar down hard. And only then did he see the agree and reject options at the bottom. He did not hesitate, and directly clicked agree. The starry sky blurred in front of him. And the naming page came late. China Star. Does not meet the format requirements. Wu Xing studied the format. China Star. The scene in front of him slowly disappeared. And another world opened its door to him. Welcome to the kingdom. Ordinary people. Keep working hard to make the glory of the king shine on this land. Give the most loyal greetings to the king. And start a life of fighting for His Majesty the King. Wu Xing listened to the inexplicably passionate narration in his ears, and instinctively looked around. The familiar small villa. The familiar road. The familiar church. There is no doubt that they are standing on the ground where His Majesty the King shot a series of videos. He came to a different world? Emotional fluctuations were still brewing. And the extremely noisy sound interrupted his thoughts. Why is there no character creation link? My lifelong talent has nowhere to display. Where is the menu? Where is the game menu? Where is the NPC? Why is there no NPC in this city? Too real. Is this a holographic game? It's simply another world. Don't worry. Let's get to know each other. Different voices gathered together, making this overly deserted land suddenly lively. I went to the house next door to see. There is no NPC. This seems to be an empty city? As the figures continued to emerge from the void, the people gathered in the square instantly dispersed and ran around the city. Wu Xing was not in a hurry to move. He looked around at the players, who were running by, and confirmed that they were all human. He then carefully observed the appearance of different players, and confirmed that each player's appearance was generated from several character templates. Several players looked exactly the same. If it weren't for the nicknames on their heads, it would be hard to tell who was who. Your Majesty is really not modest. It is indeed a simplified version, with only basic functions. He Shu met with Wu Xing. His real name was floating above his head, and he didn't mean to hide it at all. Wu Xing searched the menu belonging to the player, and didn't find the button to exit the game. Fuck. What the hell is this? A scream sounded in the distance, and stopped abruptly. Everyone was startled by the scream. And before anyone could rush to the scene, a figure reappeared at the church door. He was still in shock, but he had a great sense of the overall situation. He didn't care about anything else and shouted to remind others, "Don't steal." Fuck. What the hell? Fuck. Obviously, his reminder was a little late. 3 figures slowly emerged at the church door, also with a look of shock on their faces. The first player to die and resurrect was called Green Leaf. He was afraid that there would be another victim. So he said quickly, "Do you remember the legal regulations that His Majesty the King had asked for before?" He Shu repeated the original words of the text, in order to provide players with a better gaming experience. Which gaming behaviors need to be regulated. Obviously, that law not only constrains his people, but also constrains players. What the hell? Someone shouted, "If you can't rummage through boxes and cabinets, rob and kill people. What's the fun in that? Just because it's really a holographic game. What's the fun in that?" A player squatting in the corner of the road observing the plants couldn't help but say, "It's like another world." A figure appeared in front of the church again. "You can't leave the city." The player who died and came back didn't mean to keep it secret, and shared the cause of death with everyone. The prompt that popped up said that the novice guidance link had not been completed. I didn't even see how I died. I was gone all of a sudden. Isn't the design of this game too unreasonable? There are no NPCs, no character levels, and you die all the time? You can't leave the city without completing the novice guidance? Then where's the novice guidance? At least there should be an NPC. Right? The players who gathered in the square again, because of the continuous deaths without reason, started to shout again. The NPCs who were trained by He Xingwen came late and walked into the city. There are not many NPCs. The total number of people in the kingdom is only about 400. And apart from the more important farming, grazing, exploration and other miscellaneous matters in the kingdom, He Xingwen arranged 30 NPCs to create a game experience for the players, which can definitely be regarded as very important. Of course, the players may have different ideas about this. The noise quieted down a bit with the appearance of the NPCs. The players looked at the NPC team, and some of them were eager to interact with them. But in view of the previous experience of dying just now, they temporarily waited and watched. The leader was the 4th elite NPC in the kingdom, And also the elite NPC revived by He Xingwen to prevent the players from losing control of their behavior. He stopped in the square and looked at this group of different compatriots. A second before the players started to shout. He said lightly, "It seems that you are already familiar with this city, which is a good sign. Well, what is your name?" A player asked tentatively. Unlike other games, players have nicknames on their heads, but NPCs have nothing on their heads, so it is difficult to tell who is the player of the game. "You? I am the guide of the novice village." You pointed to the land under his feet. "This is the novice village. So you are the village chief." The player looked around the city and muttered, "This is not a village. Should it be called the mayor? The city lord? His Majesty has not decided on the manager of the novice village." You chose the question he wanted to answer among the numerous questions. He decided to generously leave this position to one of you. The voice that was originally whispering suddenly rang out, and the crowd gathered and approached you. "Is this a novice guidance task? Become the village chief? What are the conditions for completing the task? Why didn't the taskbar pop up?" "I will do it. I will do it. I volunteered to serve the people." In the crowd, although a few people were unmoved, they were swept away by the crowd, so that they could not help but continue to move forward. Wu Xing, He Shu and Du Ming, who were originally on the edge of the crowd, escaped and were able to watch this scene from the perspective of a spectator, in front of the hundreds of players rushing towards him. You did not move. Wait, a warning popped up. "Don't move, or you'll die." The players at the front read the warning that popped up. "Continuing forward will threaten the personal safety of the NPC. Please stop immediately." The forward trend slowly stopped, but this did not prevent them from talking about it. "No. This game can be played? This is not possible. That is not possible. There is no exit button. What is the purpose of this game? I think holographic games are holographic games. But whether the game is fun is another matter." Amid the noise, you continue to fulfill his responsibility as a guide for novices. "Next, I will explain a few precautions to everyone." The players ignored his words and continued to chatter. "What kind of a crappy game is this? Hey, brother, your nickname looks familiar. Dude, let's go there and take a look. Maybe there's a hidden mission." First of all, the number of resurrections is not infinite. Almost the next second, the seemingly disordered players suddenly became quiet, and countless voices converged into one word. "What?" Please look carefully at your panel. There is a number next to your name, which is formed according to your qualifications. This is the total number of times you can be resurrected. Everyone checked their empty panels and found this inconspicuous number next to their names. This time, the order did not get out of control. Greenleaf took the initiative first and asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. What does the total number mean? Once the number of resurrections is used up, you can no longer be resurrected. You looked at the players and said, "Please cherish your life and don't squander it." The players whispered. He Shu suddenly raised his voice and asked the other party, after being unable to resurrect, "Does it mean that the player is dead? Or that the game account cannot be used?" Wu Xing turned his head and looked at He Shu. The players obviously did not understand He Shu's two questions. Are the game characters completely dead and the game accounts cannot be used the same meaning? Only Wu Xing, who knew the inside story, knew his true meaning. This was also the issue that the Special Investigation Bureau was most worried about before the internal test began. Can His Majesty ensure that all this remains at the game level and will not suddenly become part of the real world, thereby affecting the lives and safety of all players participating in the game? But whether His Majesty the King can guarantee this or not, the Special Investigation Bureau will not believe his guarantee, if it were not for the multiple abnormal situations on Earth. The so-called spiritual revival. Conclusion: the uncontrollability of His Majesty the King, and the system behind him from an unknown existence. The Special Investigation Bureau would not even allow the internal test to start. His Majesty the King gave them the helmet, and before them was the choice of whether to send the helmet to the players. They chose the latter, but it did not mean that they gave up their vigilance. Yu's eyes paused on He Shu for a second, and then fell into the crowd, saying in a clear and loud voice, after failing to revive, "The player will lose the qualification for the internal test." Fuck. A series of swear words rang out in the crowd. Many people were busy checking their number of resurrections, and most of the players, who unfortunately died once, showed an annoyed expression. Although this game currently seems to lack playability, as a holographic game, its sense of reality is indeed beyond the times. And anything, once the attribute of can be lost at any time, is added, immediately becomes important. Wu Xing also looked at the numbers next to his nickname. The two Arabic numerals 25 were inconspicuously attached to his nickname, and were easily overlooked. It's too much not to mark this critical information in red. A player complained, the font is so small. It's too easy to be ignored. You heard his complaint and smiled very officially. If you don't even cherish your own life, then no one is obligated to cherish your life for you. Someone whispered, a game that is like chicken soup for the soul. You selectively ignored the worthless whispers and continued to introduce. The game has photo and video functions. When you need to use this function, you can turn it on by voice. There is also a video function. Then the players kept asking turn on the photo function. Turn on the video function. You continued, you can only log off at the altar. When you need to use the offline function, please keep physical contact with the altar and silently say I want to log off 3 times to exit the game. The players' eyes wandered around the empty square and fell on the iconic building behind them. Some players couldn't wait to step forward and put their hands on the wall of the church. They disappeared from their sight after a moment. A few seconds later, the other party reappeared and shared his offline experience with everyone, very smooth. And not stuck at all. Someone couldn't help but complain, there are only 100 players in total. If it's still stuck, it's too unreasonable. Right? You continue to perform his duties as an NPC. This is all the basic functions at present. Wait. Levi hurriedly asked a series of questions. What about the mission? What about the monster? What about the level? Please explore patiently and dig it out by yourself. You made a random remark and then issued the first mission of this game. The king needs a citizen with enough wisdom to manage and develop the city. Try to prove your ability to the king. Wu Xing was stunned. As soon as the other party finished speaking, a mission panel popped up in front of him. Elite mission from you. Use practical actions to prove to him that you have the ability to manage and develop this city. Mission conditions. Meet use expectations for the village chief of the novice village. Mission rewards. Village chief title of the novice village, right to manage the novice village, 100 reputation, some favor of you. Mission penalties, none. Give away the city right at the beginning? This is actually a management and construction game. It's a profit. The mission conditions are a bit vague. What exactly does you expect? This is not a mission sent to Wu Xing alone, but a mission that all players can accept. Judging from the players' reactions, almost all of them accepted this mission. Wu Xing also chose to accept it. Li took the mission and asked directly, what are your expectations for the village chief? You looked around at the players, who were full of expectations. In the last second, they were less orderly than demons. But in this second, they looked even more obedient than Yu's companions, as if no matter how excessive his demands were, they would complete them without hesitation. What a group of strange creatures. Yu said. I've already said it. He repeated what he said before. A wise citizen who can prove his ability to the king. Isn't this request too vague? Prove your ability. Does it mean to build a city? This doesn't need to be built. The small villa is well built. Do we have to tear it down and rebuild it? It's definitely not a physical construction meaning. Although the city buildings are good. This is an empty city. I think it means to develop the city. You are talking more and more vaguely. I understand development. But how to develop? There are only 100 players and NPCs. Do we expect to enter the new era by running? Elite level tasks are really difficult. By the way, there should be ordinary tasks. As soon as this was said, the players all turned their eyes to the ordinary NPCs behind you. They rushed forward and said, do you need help? The NPC who had received unified training said in a serious manner, I need to weave some animal clothes. His answer was like a charge. Do you need help? The question kept ringing from the crowd. Different answers also emerged one by one. I need to do the preliminary preparations for the factory. I need to clean the house I will stay in tonight. I need to move the supplies into the warehouse. A variety of task bars appeared in front of the players. In this lively atmosphere, players who did not take other actions became conspicuous. Wu Xing and Lu Yi looked at each other and walked towards you. How do you prove your ability? You walked towards the meeting room, other people's evaluation, contributions to the kingdom, and wisdom itself are all part of your ability. He Shu thought, if I say that I have a new method of or quenching. You glanced at He Shu and smiled strangely. With a hint of young people are young and have beautiful ideas. Then you must have a lot in common with the dwarves. Isn't this wisdom? He Shu felt that he had to justify the name of science students. The new quenching method is enough to improve efficiency and shorten working hours. You interrupted him. Before you say this so confidently, you should first understand the current forging methods of the kingdom. He Shu almost instantly remembered a certain existence in the King's series. Dwarf civilization? Obviously you know nothing about dwarves. You pushed open the door of the conference room and said, they are the best forgers in the world. It takes enough courage to innovate the forging skills in front of them. Yu's eyes passed from Yishu and fell on Lu Yi. You look empty. I need your help with something. The other players behind him cried out in unison. Why don't you look back at me? I have a unique bone structure and am definitely a natural talent. It seems that this game also has a potential favorability setting. Remember this. Don't mention it. This NPC is pretty good looking. What's in this hall? Can I go in and take a look? As the players' thoughts diverged again, Lu Yi followed you into the conference room. The door of the conference room was ruthlessly closed in front of the players.